Changge traverses a fantasy world and binds to the demon god system, as long as he continues to kill. He can brutally and simply enhance his demonic cultivation and obtain various rare treasures. From then on, he rises against the odds, establishes the Heavenly Demon Sect, and creates the strongest demonic force in the world. Congratulations to the host for completing the slaughter mission for the first time, rewarded with the ancient magic sword, Gan Jiang Mo Xie. Congratulations to the host for completing the slaughter mission 5 times in a row, unlocking the Honor 5 consecutive extraordinary, rewarded with a chaos sword body. Congratulations to the host for completing the slaughter mission 10 times in a row, unlocking the Honor 10 consecutive transcendence, rewarded with a drop of original. Chapter 1 Changge, Gu Family. In an ancient and quaint room, a roar akin to that of a furious demon from hell echoed. Wuji Palace, Tianjin Sect, Holy Spirit Academy. Damn you all. If it weren't for you, how would I have fallen to this state? If I get the chance, I will surely tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. The young man had a handsome face, but his hair was somewhat messy, especially those blood-red eyes, which were shocking and chilling. His memories seemed to return to that bloody storm 3 years ago. On that day, 4 so-called righteous sects came together to kill. Tens of thousands of Gu family disciples were ruthlessly slaughtered, their cries filling the air, blood flowing like rivers. The reason was that Gu Changge's talent was too monstrous, causing the 4 major forces to feel apprehensive. 16 years ago, Gu Changge had traversed to the immortal realm of Changge, where on the day of his birth, the great Tao roared, and extraordinary phenomena appeared, giving birth to the great wilderness divine body. It was expected that the Gu family would rise because of this, but unexpectedly, it attracted the encirclement of the 4 major forces. Although the 4 major forces prided themselves on being righteous sects, they secretly bribed the Holy Spirit Academy and captured Gu Anlin, who was cultivating in the academy, to threaten the Gu family into surrendering. Chapter 2 Eldest Young Master. What happened? Are you alright? Butler Fu, noticing the commotion, hurriedly ran over with a flustered expression. Gu Changge quickly reined in his aura, and the violent demonic might dissipated. Until he was sure he could eliminate the 4 major forces, Gu Changge absolutely could not expose his identity as a demonic cultivator. Otherwise, it would bring devastating disaster to the Gu family. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I'm fine, Gu Changge said with a relaxed smile. Uncle Fu was taken aback, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. It had been a long time since he had seen a smile on the eldest young master's face. What happened today? The eldest young master is actually smiling so happily? Uncle Fu wondered in his heart. When Uncle Fu's gaze fell upon the ruins all around the courtyard, his entire face froze, and he asked in astonishment, Eldest young master, what happened to this courtyard? Cough, cough, it was just an earthquake, don't panic. Gu Changge coughed lightly and casually found an excuse to deflect. Hearing this, Uncle Fu furrowed his brows. He looked towards the other courtyards and found them all calm and peaceful. Only the eldest young master's courtyard had turned into ruins. Uncle Fu's puzzled gaze fell back on Gu Changge. It's just a localized earthquake. What's so strange about it? Gu Changge replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and face unchanged. Chapter 312 figures swiftly rushed over, producing a piercing sound as they cut through the air. Warriors of the Tianyuan realm could fly in the sky, while those in the Dan Formation realm moved through the air as if on solid ground, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Facing the disciples of the Wujigong, Gu Changge did not dodge or evade, his blood-red eyes glaring at them with fury. This aura? You're a demon cultivator. Was that 5th-level monster also killed by this demon cultivator? Could it be that this demon cultivator has already reached the Xuanma realm to be able to kill a 5th-level monster? After the disciples of Wujigong arrived, they were all stunned in place, their expressions quite grave. They were all at the Dan Formation realm, equivalent to the Tianmo realm of the demonic path, which was a level lower than the Xuanmo realm. Demon cultivators are bloodthirsty by nature, and they must be exterminated by all. Since we are a prestigious righteous sect, we absolutely cannot let this demon escape. Moreover, with all 12 of us working together, even a Xuanma could be fought against, so why should we fear him? As long as we kill this demon, we will be the heroes of demon slaying, and when we return to the sect, rewards will surely follow. The leading disciple gripped a large knife, unleashing the aura of his Dan Formation cultivation, causing the surrounding void to explode. Chapter 4 in the Mountains. Gu Changge held 2 demon swords, standing atop the incomplete corpses. They were all disciples of the Tianjin sect who had come to the Yunwu mountain range for training. But they encountered Changge and were brutally slaughtered and dismembered. Over the past 3 months, Changge frequently visited the Yunwu mountain range. Whenever he discovered disciples of the 4 major factions, he would strike and kill. However, most of the disciples of the 4 major factions training in the Yunwu mountain range were at the Nirvana realm or below, repeatedly slaughtering enemies of the same cultivation level. The demon god system only symbolically awarded a few killing points. In 3 months, Changge killed no less than 200 disciples of the 4 major factions, but the killing points only amounted to 1,200. Host, Changge, demonic path cultivation, entry-level Xuanmo realm, 900 killing points needed to break through to small success in Xuanmo realm. Killing points, 1340, cultivation technique, divine demon nirvana technique. Martial arts abilities, 1 sword determines life and death. Demon wave soul, severing step, demon god palm. Weapons, Gan Jiang Mo Xie. It seems that to quickly enhance my demonic path cultivation, I must slaughter the inner disciples or elders of the 4 major factions. Changge put away the 2 demon swords and contemplated in his heart. Then, Changge instructed the system. System, raise my demonic path cultivation to small success in the Xuanmo realm. Chapter 5 Roar. The purple wing lion king flew swiftly, its massive wings covering the entire sky. The violent lion's might descended, and Guanlin's face turned pale, spitting blood. Humble human, obediently become this king's food, haha. The purple wing lion king opened its bloody maw, intending to swallow Guanlin whole. Hiss! A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, causing explosions in the void along its path. The newcomer was dressed in a black robe, and it was Changge. Shaolon? What's going on? You beast, dare you? Changge was directly stunned, for the figure lying in a pool of blood was his younger sister Guanlin. Another aunt? Hee, after I swallow this little girl, I will deal with you. The purple wing lion king completely disregarded Changge, its bloody maw biting towards Guanlin. You seek death. Boom. Changge's eyes turned blood red, the demonic energy within him erupting violently, transforming into an unparalleled great demon. The 2 demon swords Gan Jiang and Mo Xie immediately flew out, held firmly in Changge's hands. The demonic energy rampaged, continuously pouring into the 2 demon swords. What? This is actually a demon cultivator? Chapter 6. After stabilizing his cultivation, Changge began to examine the newly acquired physical martial arts, the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. Changge now possessed sword path martial arts and body movement martial arts, but he lacked a physical martial art. This divine elephant suppressing prison technique was a high-level heavenly martial art, and after Changge cultivated it, his physical strength would be greatly enhanced. At that time, whether in movement or physical strength, Changge would be able to crush warriors of the same realm perfectly, and even cross-realm battles would not be a problem. Changge's mind moved, and a violent power awakened within him. Roar! A gigantic elephant formed behind Changge. Divine rings surrounded the giant elephant, and a violent power erupted from within it. Changge was filled with the terrifying power of the divine elephant, radiant divine light flashing on his body, occasionally accompanied by thunderous explosions. Boom! Changge clenched his fists, and the power of the divine elephant erupted, distorting and shattering the space around him. Before the might of the giant elephant, the entire room trembled and showed signs of imminent collapse. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique is divided into 4 stages. The initial stage is the giant elephant power, followed by the Yuan elephant power, Xin elephant power, and divine elephant power. Chapter 7. The reason the divine concealment realm is considered strong is that once one reaches this realm, they can give birth to the 4 great divine repositories: the heart repository, liver repository, lung repository, and kidney repository. In the divine concealment realm, the 5 major vital organs of the body are enhanced, making both the internal and external aspects extremely formidable. Although Changge follows the demonic path, a true demon cultivator must also cultivate the 4 great divine repositories in order to break through to the demon king realm. Currently, Changge is at the entry level of the true demon realm, specifically honing the heart repository. Once the heart repository is fully refined, he can break through to small success in the true demon realm in one go. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Changge was refining his heart repository. His heart now beat much slower than before, and he could clearly feel his vitality becoming much more vigorous. Even when severely injured, it was difficult to affect him. "Brother, are you resting?" A voice came from outside the room, belonging to Gu Anlin. "Shaolon?" Gu Changge quickly exited his cultivation state and got up to open the door. Gu Yuanhong and Gu Anlin stood outside, both wearing smiles. "Father." Gu Changge bowed respectfully. Gu Yuanhong quickly assisted him, then smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities with your father." Chapter 8. A dozen disciples from Wuzhigong flew quickly toward the valley. In front of them was a wind-speed leopard that was fleeing in panic. "Beast, you won't escape from my grasp today. Quickly, force it into the valley." Just as the dozen disciples were filled with excitement, a shadow suddenly struck. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. Hiss! The shadow swept past, and the demonic energy and killing intent wreaked havoc across the heavens and earth. The disciples of Wuzhigong let out miserable cries, and the next second were directly shredded into blood mist by the demonic waves. This is the terror of the demon wave, soul, severing step. Killing happens in an instant. Not good. The black-robed figure has appeared. He is actually a demon cultivator. Clearly, he only has the cultivation of true demon realm. Why is his demonic energy so terrifying? Zhou Ming leads the 10 elders to quickly break out. When they feel the demonic energy emanating from Gu Changge's body, they're all taken aback. The true demon realm cultivation is equivalent to the divine concealment realm. Yet the demonic energy radiating from Gu Changge is as terrifying as a world-destroying demon. Moreover, Gu Changge's speed is simply too fast. Even Zhou Ming, who is at the creation realm, couldn't react in time. Chapter 9. The demonic energy in Gu Changge's Dantian rapidly surged, transforming into a world-destroying demon that rampaged across the heavens and earth. Immediately after, Gu Changge's cultivation directly broke through to the minor success of true demon realm. However, this was not the end. Gu Changge still had 5,000 slaughter points left, and only 3,000 slaughter points were needed to break through to the major success of true demon realm. So Gu Changge continued to enhance his demonic cultivation, and in a short moment, he broke through again, reaching the major success of true demon realm. In one day, Gu Changge rose 2 small realms, directly breaking through from the entry level of true demon realm to the major success of true demon realm, which is almost impossible. But Gu Changge has the demon god system. As long as he slaughters crazily and completes slaughter tasks, he can quickly enhance his demonic cultivation. Host, Gu Changge, demonic cultivation, major success of true demon realm, for 1,000 slaughter points needed to break through to the completion of true demon realm. Slaughter points, 2,000. Looking at the information panel, Gu Changge's expression was excited. At this growth rate, in less than 10 years, I will have no rivals in Changge. The corners of Gu Changge's mouth slightly lifted, and a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in his eyes. The day he wipes out the 4 great forces is coming soon. Although his demonic cultivation has improved rapidly during this time, the 4 divine concealments have not yet been refined. Chapter 10. After half a month, Gu Changge completely refined the remaining lung and kidney divine concealments. Once the 4 divine concealments were refined, Gu Changge felt his body becoming even stronger, especially the internal organs, which had become as hard as steel, making them indestructible. As for his physical body, Gu Changge practiced the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, and his physical strength was explosive. Even when facing strong opponents at the creation realm, he could crush them. Although Gu Changge's true cultivation was only at the major success of true demon realm, his actual combat power had already reached the completion of Demon King realm, which is the completion of martial arts cultivation at the creation realm. As long as there are no ascension realm experts, Gu Changge is an invincible existence. This strength can even rank in the top 20 in the Gu family. However, Gu Changge had only restored his Dantian for half a year. This cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. In the Yunwu mountain range, Gu Changge continued to hunt demonic beasts to train his practical combat ability. After killing 3 6th-level shadow wolves, Gu Changge prepared to refine their beast cores. However, at that moment, a terrifying beast roar came, causing the ground to tremble. Gu Changge frowned, looking in the direction of the beast roar. Chapter 11. After exiting the cave, Changge did not dare to linger and used all his strength to perform the demon wave soul breaking step to leave. After about 10 minutes, Changge heard the furious roar of the 9 nether demon flood dragon. Who? Who moved my child? I swear I will tear you to pieces. The 9 nether demon flood dragon spat fire lotuses, burning its blood and charging towards the bloodthirsty ghost tiger. The bloodthirsty ghost tiger was crushed and retreated awkwardly. 9 nether loach, are you crazy? It wasn't me who moved your child. The bloodthirsty ghost tiger felt very aggrieved. He coveted the 9 nether demon flood dragon's offspring. But after a bloody battle, he gained nothing and instead benefited others. Now, the 9 nether demon flood dragon was attacking him madly, and the bloodthirsty ghost tiger was clearly struggling. Meanwhile, Changge had already escaped, finding a hidden cave and entering it. Changge sat cross-legged and took out the dragon egg with ancestral bloodline. The faint dragon might made Changge feel apprehensive. This little guy should still need some time to be born, right? For now, I will keep you in my Dantian. Chapter 12. Boom. Rumbling. The earth suddenly shook, and all the disciples of the Wuji Palace in front of the waterfall were stunned. What happened? Could it be that the demon has come? It shouldn't be possible, right? No matter how powerful that demon is, he shouldn't be able to make such a big commotion. The disciples of Wuji Palace were frightened and huddled together, vigilantly looking around. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow suddenly attacked, accompanied by demonic energy and killing intent wreaking havoc in the sky. Not good, it's that demon. Quick run. When the disciples of Wuji Palace saw Changge, they were all terrified and turned pale. After all, in the past 6 months, nearly 200 disciples of Wuji Palace had died at Changge's hands. They no longer dared to hesitate and turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? Changge grinned, pushing the demon wave soul breaking step to its limit. Hundreds and thousands of afterimages appeared, and Changge's figure appeared like a ghost. Go die. Where the demonic energy and killing intent passed, the disciples of Wuji Palace were all turned into incomplete corpses. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Chapter 13. Facing the pursuit of the 9 nether demon flood dragon. The 10 elders used all their trump cards. They even consumed their life force to fight. In the end, they managed to escape the 9 nether demon flood dragon at the cost of severe injuries. In a dense forest, the 10 elders dragged their injured bodies here. Cough, cough. This despicable demon cultivator actually set us up? Damn it, if I ever run into that demon cultivator again, I swear I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. If you don't want to die, keep your voices down. Right now, whether it's that demon cultivator or the 9 nether demon flood dragon. They can easily take our lives. Dang Feng glared at a few people with a dark expression. These guys only know how to boast after the fact. When facing the 9 nether demon flood dragon, they were all terrified and fled in panic. Now that they had finally escaped, they started talking big again. Elder Dang, what should we do now? Should we return to the sect? One elder tentatively asked. Dang Feng gritted his teeth and said, the palace master said, if we cannot kill that demon cultivator, then don't think about returning to the palace. Upon hearing this, the other 9 elders all sighed softly. This time, Wuji Palace spared no effort to send Ascension Realm experts, and the goal was to kill that demon cultivator. Chapter 14. The news of the 10 inner door elders of the Wuji Palace being slaughtered by demon cultivators spread instantly throughout Qingzhou. Since the siege on the Gu family 3 years ago, the 4 major powers had hardly seen any fallen ascended beings. However, now in just a few months, Wuji Palace had lost 5 ascended elders, over 10 creation realm elders, and more than 200 disciples. This left all the forces in Qingzhou in shock. Ascended beings are only second to those in the reincarnation realm, and the reincarnation realm experts are the pinnacle of first-rate forces. Now the demon cultivators hidden in the Yunwu mountain range actually had the ability to kill ascended beings. If that demon cultivator were to continue to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wuji Palace dared not delay any longer, and thus summoned the leaders of the other 3 major forces to the palace for a meeting. Inside the main hall of Wuji Palace, the first to sit was the palace master Lu Nanjie. Below, 3 imposing chairs were placed, occupied by Pan Minglong, the leader of the Tianjin sect, Yuan Taoqiang, the leader of the Fengqing sect, and Shui Hong, the master of the Tianya Pavilion. It was they who proposed the siege on the Gu family 3 years ago and secretly colluded with the Sacred Spirit Academy to capture Gu Anlin. who was cultivating within the academy. Chapter 15. In Danshui County, at the Gu family. Inside a room, Gu Changge was operating the divine demon nirvana technique, with rolling demonic energy erupting, enveloping the bloodthirsty ghost tiger beast core. Howl! An angry tiger roar came from within the beast core, and a phantom of a bloodthirsty ghost tiger materialized, bearing its fangs and claws, attempting to disperse the demonic energy. Gu Changge's eyes turned cold, and he disdainfully said, "Even your true form is not my opponent, let alone a mere remnant image. Perish!" The demonic energy within Gu Changge erupted once more, coalescing into a world-destroying demon. The world-destroying demon angrily unleashed a punch, warping space rapidly, and with a bang, the phantom of the bloodthirsty ghost tiger was directly shattered. Then, the world-destroying demon swallowed the bloodthirsty ghost tiger beast core, and the violent power continuously integrated into Gu Changge's dantian. Ding! Refined the 8th level bloodthirsty ghost tiger beast core. Obtained 2,300 slaughter points. Host, Gu Changge, demonic cultivation level. Entry-level Demon King realm. To break through to the small success of the Demon King realm requires 6,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points, 6,530. Physique, Chaos Sword Body. Cultivation method, Divine Demon Nirvana technique. Martial arts divine abilities. One sword determines life and death. Divine Elephant suppresses prison force. Demonic Wave Soul Breaking Step. Demon God Palm. Chapter 16. After Gu Changqing left, Gu Changge began refining the purple spirit body-shaping flower. This purple spirit body-shaping flower is a rare treasure, said to be able to restore flesh and bone and revive the dead. Of course, the dead here refers to those who still have a breath of life. Buzzing after refining the purple spirit body-shaping flower, pure medicinal power flowed within, continuously transforming into demonic energy. Ding! Refine the purple spirit body-shaping flower. Obtain 2,800 slaughter points. Host, Gu Changge, demonic cultivation level. Small success in the Demon King realm. To break through to the great success of the Demon King realm requires 7,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points, 3,330. Looking at the information panel, Gu Changge sighed. This demonic cultivation becomes harder to break through as one progresses. To reach the great success of the Demon King realm actually requires 7,000 slaughter points. It seems I still need to keep completing slaughter tasks. A trace of killing intent flashed in Gu Changge's eyes, and then he sat cross-legged, beginning to practice diligently. The next day, Gu Yuanhong summoned all the elders and core disciples to the hall. The Divine Source Secret Realm, which opens once every 5 years, was approaching, and Gu Yuanhong took it very seriously, preparing to make arrangements himself. The Divine Source Secret Realm is a great opportunity for Changge, rumored to have been opened by a great expert of the life and death realm. Chapter 17. Everyone, this time the third miss of the Gu family, Gu Anlin, has also come to Lufeng Town and will enter the Divine Source Secret Realm with the Gu family disciples. This is a great opportunity for us. 3 years ago, we crippled Gu Changge, and Gu Changqing is a useless scholar. These two are no longer a threat. Now, only Gu Anlin remains as a hidden danger among Gu Yuanhong's 3 children. If we can eliminate Gu Anlin, then Gu Yuanhong will definitely collapse, and the entire Gu family's morale will be severely impacted. Lu Nanjie scanned everyone and said with a murderous intent, although the Gu family was already half dead, the 4 major forces were still uneasy and wanted to eliminate future threats. Originally, the 4 major forces wanted to destroy the Gu family 3 years ago. However, Gu Yuanhong was a powerful expert at the peak of the reincarnation realm, and the overall strength of the Gu family was not weak. If they chose to confront head-on, the 4 major forces would definitely pay a heavy price. Thus, the 4 major forces decided to slowly wear down the Gu family. After all, Gu Changge and Gu Changqing were practically crippled, so they only needed to secretly erode the Gu family, and sooner or later, the Gu family would lead to destruction. However, during this time, the demon cultivators had slaughtered disciples and even elders of the 4 major forces, causing them to suspect that the Gu family was manipulating events behind the scenes. Chapter 18. 5 days passed swiftly, and the 4 major forces and the Gu family all left Lufeng Town, heading towards Divine Source Mountain. Divine Source Mountain towered into the clouds, with an altitude of a full 90,000 meters, and is very famous in Changge, in a valley filled with clear waters and rich spiritual energy. The four major forces arrived first. Gu Yuanhong brought the Gu family disciples to the valley and then warned everyone, once you enter the Divine Source secret realm, be sure to be cautious and do not act alone. A trace of worry flashed in Gu Yuanhong's old eyes. The four major forces were watching the Gu family closely, and no one was sure whether they would take action in the secret realm. However, the Gu family must not miss the Divine Source secret realm, as it was a rare opportunity. The Gu family had been suppressed by the four major forces over the years, and resources were already scarce. If they couldn't seize the Divine Source secret realm now, the gap with the younger generations of the four major forces would widen even further. Rest assured, head of the family, we will act cautiously once we enter the Divine Source secret realm. Gu Chun, Gu Guanqing, and others replied solemnly. Gu Yuanhong nodded and then entered the valley. Hee, Brother Gu has arrived? Lu Nanjie greeted with a smile, hiding a knife. The elders and disciples of the other three major forces all looked at the Gu family disciples with disdain. Chapter 19. 5 powerful beings at the reincarnation realm struck simultaneously, and a terrifying offensive instantly overshadowed the entire sky. All the disciples present felt a sense of suffocation. Reincarnation realm experts possess a trace of reincarnation power. As long as they leave behind a sliver of their essence, they can be immortal and reborn. This is also a realm that all martial cultivators aspire to. However, in Changge, it is not so easy to cultivate to the reincarnation realm. Only the four major forces, the Sacred Spirit Academy, the Gu family, and 3 superpowers possess experts in the reincarnation realm. Boom! Under the joint efforts of the 5 reincarnation realm experts, a tremendous roar echoed above the valley. A separate spatial gate opened. Once one reaches the realm of life and death, they can open up a space with their bare hands. This Divine Source secret realm was opened by a powerful being in the realm of life and death. Inside, there are precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as martial arts and skills left by the powerful being of the life and death realm. The Divine Source secret realm has finally opened. Songjin, yeah, you two lead the academy disciples into the secret realm. Mu Weiming instructed the 2 disciples behind him. Yes, master. Lu Songjin and Jin Yi leaped into the spatial gate with over 100 disciples from the academy. Before the disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy entered, the disciples of the 4 major forces could only watch and did not dare to act at all. Chapter 20. Kill. The demonic energy within Shui Guangtian suddenly erupted, and he gripped 2 demonic swords tightly. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura enveloped, causing all the disciples of the other 3 major forces to prostrate on the ground. You are that demon cultivator? The son of the Tianya Pavilion is actually that demon cultivator. Shui Guangtian, you have gone mad. Spare us. Please spare us. Pan Zijian, Du Fengxiong, and Zheng Kuan were now pale with fear, their eyes filled with despair. That demon cultivator has even killed beings in the Ascension realm, let alone us, mere rookies in the transformation realm. He's actually that demon cultivator? He was the one who saved me that day. Gu Amlin's pupils suddenly constricted, and then her gaze fixed on Shui Guangtian. You all must die. Shui Guangtian is actually Gu Changge, and at this moment, he unleashed the demonic wave, soul-shattering step, with waves of demonic energy rolling, turning the ground into rivers of blood. The remaining disciples of the 3 major forces let out the most tragic cries. They were first shattered by the demonic swords, and then directly eroded by the demonic energy, leaving behind only incomplete bones. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and out of over 600 disciples, only Pan Zijian, the son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, was still alive. Chapter 21. Gu Changge arrived at the heart of the Earthstone milk, then began to refine it using the divine demon nirvana technique. Boom! The primal true demon bloodline erupted, and the demonic energy surged, transforming into a ferocious, violent, apocalyptic demon. The heart of the Earthstone milk was swallowed into the belly of the apocalyptic demon, which then turned into an unending source of pure power. At the same time Gu Changge absorbed the power of the heart of the Earthstone milk, the beast egg in his dantian was also crazily absorbing it. Buzz buzz. The beast egg was enveloped in purple, ghostly flames, and then tiny cracks appeared. The 9 nether demon flood dragon cub was actually about to be born. A hint of anticipation appeared in Gu Changge's eyes. The 9 nether demon flood dragon, returning to its ancestral bloodline, could very well evolve into a true dragon in the future. Even the entire immortal domain, there are very few true dragons. If Changge could obtain a true dragon spiritual pet, his combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. Dame Refined Heart of the Earth Stone Milk. Obtained 4,000 killing points. Host, Changge Demonic Path Cultivation. Great completion of the Demon King realm. Needs 8,000 killing points to break through to the perfect Demon King realm. Killing points. 11,330 after refining the Heart of the Earth Stone Milk. Changge obtained 4,000 killing points. Perfect Demon King realm. Break for me. Chapter 22. As the sun was setting, the spatial gate of the Divine Source secret realm opened again. 30 members of the Gu family, including Gu Anlin, were the first to be teleported out. Xiaolan. Gu Yuanhong's tense heart immediately relaxed. Father, we came out safely. Gu Anlin replied with a smile. Good, it's fine. Xiaolan, you broke through to the entry level of the transformation realm. Gu Yuanhong's eyes lit up, asking in shock. Gu Anlin nodded. Ha, that's great. You truly are my daughter. Gu Yuanhong was overjoyed. Gu Anlin had only been at the minor success of the divine concealment realm before entering the secret realm. But now she had jumped 3 small realms, breaking through to the entry level of the transformation realm. Gu Chun, you broke through to the perfect transformation realm? And there's even a hint of Ascension Realm aura. Are you about to break through to the Ascension Realm? And Guansheng has also broken through to the perfect transformation realm. Ha, this is truly wonderful. Gu Yuanhong and the 2 elders were excited and overjoyed. The Gu family disciples gained a significant boost in strength after entering the secret realm. What is going on? However, Lu Nanjie and the others were dumbfounded. Chapter 23. Shui Hong. What else do you have to explain in Tianya Pavilion? Yuan Taoqiang, the head of the Wenqing sect, and Pan Minglong, the head of the Heavenly Sword sect, were also furious at this moment. The 4 powerful beings at the perfect reincarnation realm erupted with their cultivation aura, enveloping all the powerful members of Tianya Pavilion, including Shui Hong. Dimu, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Shui Hong's face stiffened, and his mindset exploded. How did his own son become a demon cultivator? Misunderstanding. Mu Weiming coldly snorted, then drew his hand, with a gust of wind howling, breaking the air with a series of sounds. The palm of a powerful being at the perfect reincarnation realm pulled upon the great momentum of heaven and earth, shattering the void for dozens of miles around. Slap! With a single strike, Shui Hong was directly sent flying, letting out a cry of despair along the way. Although they all had the cultivation of the perfect reincarnation realm, Shui Hong did not dare to retaliate, because Mu Weiming was the vice president of the Holy Spirit Academy. Offending the Holy Spirit Academy would mean certain doom for Tianya Pavilion. Pavilion Master. The dozens of elders who came with him turned pale in shock and cried out, "And you bunch of scoundrels!" Lu Nanjie's face turned fierce, and then he used the return to origin step, flashing and appearing in front of the dozens of elders. Chapter 24. The matter of the Divine Source secret realm quickly spread across the entire Qingzhou. The disciples of the 4 major forces and the Holy Spirit Academy were all slaughtered by the demonized Shui Guangtian, shocking the entire Qingzhou. No one expected that the son of Tianya Pavilion, Shui Guangtian, had actually fallen into the demonic path. This time, Tianya Pavilion was controlled by the 4 major forces, and Pavilion Master Shui Hong was taken to the Holy Spirit Academy by Mu Weiming, fearing he would have a grim fate. The biggest beneficiaries of this trip to the Divine Source secret realm were the Gu family. Although the Gu family suffered some humiliation, their disciples all gained opportunities and improved their cultivation. In contrast, the 4 major forces and the Holy Spirit Academy saw their outstanding disciples within the sect slaughtered without exception. It would be difficult for them to recover for hundreds of years. In the Heavenly Sword sect, in the ancient elegant room, Sect Master Pan Minglong invited a famous divine doctor and took out all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the sect, all to reconstruct his son Pan Zijian's arms. Pan Zijian had consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet his complexion remained pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Old Li, how is Zijian's injury?" Pan Minglong asked nervously. Pan Zijian was his only son, and given Pan Minglong's current condition, it was impossible for him to have another child. Chapter 25. On this day, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Pan Minglong, led the elites of the sect to directly declare war on the Tianya Pavilion, without Shui Hong to defend it. Tianyao Pavilion was slaughtered by Pan Ming Long, like sheep waiting to be slaughtered, with no ability to fight back. Everyone knew that one of the four major forces, Tianyao Pavilion, was doomed. The Tianyao Pavilion, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, ultimately fell due to Shui Guangtian, which was truly lamentable. Now, among the four major forces, Tianyao Pavilion was on the brink of extinction, while the other three forces had their young prodigies slaughtered, suffering heavy losses. The Gu family, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally had a chance to breathe. Gu Anlin and others had gained many opportunities in the secret realm of Divine Source. So upon returning to the family, they began to enter closed-door cultivation. In the room, Gu Changge had just finished his breathing exercises. Since merging with the original true demon blood, Gu Changge's demonic cultivation had become even purer, and his demonic power grew increasingly terrifying. Tianyao Pavilion should be exterminated soon, right? A smirk appeared at the corner of Gu Changge's mouth. He was now looking forward to whether he could gain slaughter points after the extermination of Tianyao Pavilion. As one of the four forces besieging the Gu family, if Tianyao Pavilion was eliminated, the slaughter points would surely not be few. Chapter 26, Host, Gu Changge, Physique, Chaos or Body, Original True Demon Bloodline, Demonic Cultivation, Perfect Demon King Realm, requires 10,000 slaughter points to break through to the entry level of the Demon Emperor Realm. Slaughter points, 12,330. Gu Changge looked at the information panel with a slight smile on his face. He now had enough slaughter points to enhance his demonic cultivation. As long as he could break through to the entry level of the Demon Emperor Realm, Gu Changge was confident he could handle any martial cultivator below the small accomplishment of the Reincarnation Realm. The four small realms of the Reincarnation Realm were vastly different from one another. The Demon Emperor Realm was only on par with the Ascension Realm. Gu Changge was crossing a major realm to fight with various methods, which was almost unheard of. Of course, to crush and kill a powerful being at the perfect level of the Reincarnation Realm. Gu Changge's demonic cultivation would at least need to reach the great accomplishment of the Demon Emperor Realm. System, start enhancing my demonic cultivation. Gu Changge ordered impatiently. Boom! The demonic energy in Gu Changge's dantian erupted, the might of the original true demon enveloping heaven and earth. The sky within a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in demonic energy, dim and obscured. Is the master going to break through again? Beside him, Xiao Haizi looked shocked. When he felt the terrifying demonic power emanating from Gu Changge, he even had a sense of suffocation. Chapter 27 Ding. Lu Ping, who is seizing the host's great wilderness divine body, has exited seclusion. Please proceed to kill him. Task reward, 9,000 slaughter points. Heavenly level advanced swordsmanship Sky Calamity Light. The retrieved Great Wilderness Divine Body will directly evolve into the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Gu Changge looked at the slaughter task, his eyes flashing with two fiery lights. Killing a Lu Ping directly rewarded him with 9,000 slaughter points. Moreover, it also rewarded a heavenly level advanced swordsmanship. Of course, the most attractive reward was the last one. The retrieved Great Wilderness Divine Body could directly evolve into the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. The sacred body was even more powerful and terrifying than the divine body. It was rumored that when the sacred body appeared, countless divine bodies would submit. No matter how powerful your innate divine body was, it was nothing compared to the sacred body. If Gu Changge could merge with another sacred body, his physical power would become extremely terrifying. By then, even powerful beings of the Reincarnation Realm would be weaker than Gu Changge in terms of physical strength. Lu Ping is in the Wuzhigong. How should I go to kill him? Should I disguise myself as an old man and infiltrate Wuzhigong? No, Lu Ping is not Pan Zijian. It might be difficult to kill him in a short time. If I alert Lu Nanjia, it will be dangerous. Chapter 28, Are you looking for information about Lu Ping? Zhao Yanran asked, her red lips parting, her voice crisp and pleasant. Gu Changge nodded, wondering if Tianbao Tower was willing to do this business with him. Zhao Yanran did not answer, but smiled faintly, then extended her jade hand and surprisingly pushed a spatial ring to Gu Changge. Seeing this, Gu Changge frowned slightly. It seemed that Tianbao Tower did not want to offend Wuzhigong. Since Tianbao Tower is unwilling to do this business, then I will take my leave. Gu Changge did not waste words, put away the spatial ring, and prepared to leave. Please wait, sir. Zhao Yanran immediately spoke to retain him. What does Miss Zhao mean? Gu Changge said impatiently. Sir, misunderstood. Tianbao Tower is willing to do this business with you. But we won't take the 300 million spirit stones. Consider it as making a friend with you. After Zhao Yinran's words, both Gu Changge and Pu Wenin were stunned. 300 million spirit stones for free? Just to make a friend? Did Zhao Yinran see something? Behind Zhao Yinran, Pu Wenin was very surprised. After several perceptions, he did not detect Gu Changge's cultivation aura at all. Chapter 29 The Sword Valley is a well-known sword training ground in Qingzhou. Throughout history, many sword masters have trained in Sword Valley, leaving behind thousands of sword energies. Besides having a powerful martial arts talent, Lu Ping's swordsmanship talent was also remarkable. Therefore, Lu Ping practiced swordsmanship as a supplementary skill, and the giant shark sword in his hand was of artifact grade, having claimed the lives of many strong opponents. In Sword Valley, Lu Ping carried the giant shark sword with his eyes tightly closed. Waves of sword energy surged toward him, attempting to engulf him. However, Lu Ping remained calm. When the sword energy approached, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and the giant shark sword let out a loud roar. Giant shark slash! Lu Ping swung his sword, and the sword energy erupted, rampaging through the heavens and the earth. The great wilderness divine body was also activated. The aura of the great wilderness surging, shaking the entire Sword Valley. This sword transformed into a massive giant shark, directly obliterating over 100 violent sword energies. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ping's mouth. This giant shark slash was an advanced earth-level swordsmanship. He had now cultivated it to a superb level. If he executed this sword, even a powerful being at the entry level of the reincarnation realm would not be able to withstand it. Outside Sword Valley, two guardian elders looked at the valley with astonishment. Chapter 32 Demonic swords emitted blood-red sword lights, and the terrifying chaotic sword energy ravaged the skies. 1,000-foot blood-red sword slashed across the sky and then fell sharply. Boom! The void shattered, and the heavens seemed to be on the verge of destruction. As the blood-red sword struck, Lu Ping felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to hesitate, because this blood-red sword strike made him feel the breath of death. If he showed even the slightest carelessness, he would lose his life. Giant shark slash! Lu Ping mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, continuously pouring it into the giant shark sword. Boom! The aura of his perfected ascension realm cultivation exploded, causing the ground within a radius of several dozen miles to crack open. The sword slashed out, transforming into a bloodthirsty shark that was hundreds of meters long. However, before the bloodthirsty shark, the sword strike was as insignificant as an ant. Bang! When they collided, sparks flew. The sound of precious artifacts clashing echoed, and the terrifying aftermath swept across, shaking the entire valley. Boom! However, in just a few seconds, the bloodthirsty shark that was over 100 meters long was annihilated into blood mist. As the blood-red sword struck down, Lu Ping's face instantly turned pale, and he spat blood as he was sent flying. Chapter 31 The divine elephant suppression technique was driven to its peak, and Gu Changge's body was enveloped in an extremely violent power. The power of the mysterious elephant reached its zenith. As the giant shark sword slash came, Gu Changge looked at it disdainfully. Demon God Palm. Then, Gu Changge struck out with a palm. The world-destroying demon also struck out with a palm, shaking the heavens and the earth with the power of the mysterious elephant. Bang! When the palm fell, it erupted with a shocking roar, and that sword strike was directly annihilated. This was the second time Lu Ping had been annihilated by a sword strike, and it was just a single palm. Lu Ping, pay with your life. Gu Changge's eyes turned blood red, and the demonic energy within him was nearly out of control. He flashed and directly appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was already scared silly, standing there with a pale face. Gu Changge's blood-red claws came crashing down, directly grabbing Lu Ping by the neck and lifting him up. The terrifying demonic energy invaded Lu Ping's body, turning him black and bloody. No, let me go. Lu Ping's face was filled with pain. He was not far from death. Let you go? Hee. Did you ever think about the despair of today when you humiliated me 3 years ago? I stepped into the demonic path just to annihilate you all. Chapter 32 I told you if it's not yours, you will never get it. Gu Changge's expression was emotionless, his eyes gleaming with a cold, killing intent. The Lu Ping who had humiliated him 3 years ago was now nothing but ashes. But this was just the beginning. What he wanted was to exterminate the remaining 3 major forces in the Sacred Spirit Academy, leaving no one alive. Come on, let's merge once again. Gu Changge clenched his fists, and the demonic energy within him immediately enveloped the Great Wilderness Divine Body. Buzz! The Great Wilderness Divine Body fused once again with Gu Changge, and a brilliant divine light illuminated the entire Sword Valley. The ancient aura erupted from Gu Changge's body, and his physical strength surged again. At this moment, Gu Changge possessed 2 divine bodies, the Chaos Sword Body and the Great Wilderness Divine Body. Of course, the Great Wilderness Divine Body would soon evolve into the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an enemy and reclaiming the Divine Body. Reward: 9,000 slaughter points. Advanced Heavenly Swordsmanship, Celestial Calamity Light. Great Wilderness Divine Body will evolve into Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Boom! The Great Wilderness Divine Body, which had just fused with Gu Changge, suddenly strengthened, and the ancient aura became even more profound. Rumbling, a surge of sacred might erupted, and the heavens thundered. Chapter 33. Outside the Sword Valley. Thousands of figures rushed in, shattering the void and shaking the heavens and earth. Leading them was the palace master Lu Nanjie, whose entire body radiated an overwhelming fury. The aura of his perfected reincarnation realm enveloping the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The Grand Elder Sikong Qing, 2 protective Elder Masters, and hundreds of thousands of core disciples all came rushing in. The murderous aura they brought attracted the attention of various forces in Qingzhou. The news of the death of the Holy Son, Lu Ping, also spread throughout Qingzhou immediately. Qingzhou was once again in an uproar, and the legend of that demonic cultivator became more and more exaggerated, even becoming a presence that made everyone tremble in fear. Demonic cultivator, I want you dead. Lu Nanjie rushed into the Sword Valley like a madman, his terrifying cultivation aura enveloping the entire valley. The air became stagnant, and the void shattered inch by inch. However, that demonic cultivator had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it, demonic cultivator, get out here. Lu Nanjie roared to the sky, his white hair flying wildly, the aura of his reincarnation realm sweeping out. Boom! Puffed. The entire valley was instantly turned to dust. Palace Master, calm your anger. Sikong Qing and the others were so frightened that they prostrated on the ground, trembling all over. Chapter 34. In the conference hall, the head of the family, Gu Yuan Hong, sat in the first seat. Gu Yuan Cheng, Gu Yuan Chong, and Gu Yuan Ming were also present. And the second young master, Gu Changqing, was surprisingly also in the hall. The 5 of them had smiles on their faces, as if they were discussing something. Step, step, step. A sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Gu Changge, dressed in white, with black hair cascading like a waterfall, looked handsome, a true handsome man. Brother, Gu Changqing called out with a smile. Gu Changge nodded, wondering what day it was today. His usually reclusive second brother actually came. Third sister Gu Amlin had been in seclusion since returning from the secret realm, and it had now been almost half a year. Changge, you've come. At the head, Gu Yuan Hong smiled, and the wrinkles on his face became pronounced. Looking at the wrinkles on his father's face and the white hair at his temples, Gu Changge felt a pang of heartache. I have met my father and my 3 uncles. Gu Changge bowed to the 4. Gu Yuan Cheng and the others were all the biological brothers of Gu Yuan Hong, so Gu Changge privately referred to them as uncles. Ha ha ha, Changge. Your current state is getting better and better. Yes, as long as Changge can be happy and safe, that is enough. Chapter 35. 3 days later, Gu Changge and Gu Changqing left the Gu family under the escort of the Grand Elder. The 3 of them boarded the swift shadow Great Eagle, flying towards the borders of the Gu family. Although the Gu family was a clan, its overall strength was not weaker than that of a first-class force. For years ago, the territory of the Gu family spanned tens of millions of kilometers, and the forces affiliated with the Gu family numbered over 1,000. However, after the 4 major forces besieged the Gu family had to give up nearly 1/3 of its land. Now, the jurisdiction of the territory was only about 10 million kilometers. The forces affiliated with the Gu family had also decreased from over 1,000 to a few hundred. The first stop for Gu Changge and the others was Tianfeng City. Tianfeng City is located on the border between Gujia and the Tianjian sect. Over the years, The city has been engulfed in constant warfare, and the common people within it are suffering greatly. The reason is that the Tianjian sect wants to swallow Tianfeng City. So they secretly support the mountain bandits outside the city, using them to burn, kill, and plunder. The population of Tianfeng City has sharply decreased from 70 million to less than 20 million now. The vast majority of the citizens have left to escape the war. To avoid drawing attention, Changge and the others landed in the woods outside the city and then walked towards Tianfeng City. Outside the city gate, dust was swirling, and the scene was chaotic. Chapter 36, The Demon-Eyed Boy. Changge's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't expect to encounter a demon-eyed boy in Tianfeng City. His gaze fell on the boy, and he quickly noticed something extraordinary about him. The boy clearly had no cultivation, yet after being severely injured, he did not die immediately. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he could see that there was a trace of thick demonic energy around the boy's wounds. The boy gritted his teeth, as if a certain obsession was keeping him alive. When Changge locked eyes with the boy, he was immediately astonished. The boy's pupils were actually purple gold. This is the purple gold demon eye. No wonder the system referred to him as the demon-eyed boy. It turns out he possesses the purple gold demon eye. Changge's heart was greatly shaken. He had seen the purple gold demon eye mentioned in an ancient book. Anyone with this eye is a natural demonic cultivator. Throughout history, those with the purple gold demon eye have never had low achievements in demonic cultivation. Furthermore, the purple gold demon eye can see through all of an opponent's weaknesses, allowing for predictive capabilities. When fighting an enemy, it is as if one has X-ray vision. It is simply an existence at the level of a cheat. Chapter 37. Over 14,000 kill points. Changge's lips curled into a charming smile. He would soon break through to the small success stage of the Demon Emperor realm. Changge took out the demonic devouring pill rewarded by the system. Zhou Yihong's purple gold eyes instantly shone with brilliance, and the demonic energy within him became restless at that moment. Xiao Zhou, this is the demonic devouring pill. Just swallow it, and you will gain supreme demonic power. Changge said to Zhou Yihong. Thud! Zhou Yihong directly knelt on the ground and then heavily knocked his head 3 times towards Changge. He could feel the extraordinary nature of this pill. As long as he swallows this demonic devouring pill, he can take revenge himself. Master's great kindness. Xiao Zhou will never forget. In this life, through fire and water, as long as Master says a word, Xiao Zhou will absolutely not refuse. Zhou Yihong received the demonic devouring pill with both hands, then without hesitation, swallowed it directly. Boom! At that moment, the demonic energy erupted violently, and the original true demon bloodline was born within Zhou Yihong. Zhou Yihong's entire body, including bones and organs, began to grow, the might of the original true demon erupting, making him appear like an unparalleled great demon. Chapter 38. Demon Cultivator? You are that demon cultivator. When the 2 elders of the Tianjian sect sensed the demonic energy within Zhou Yihong, their faces turned pale with fear, and they stumbled back in panic. If he is truly that demon cultivator, then none of them would survive today. After all, even Lu Ping, who possessed the great wilderness divine body, had died at the hands of a demon cultivator. How could their mere ascension realm cultivation compete with a demon cultivator? What? He is that demon cultivator. Chao Kuang was also startled. He had naturally heard of the demon cultivator who slaughtered the younger generations of the 4 major powers. But wait, why are there 2 demon cultivators? Moreover, this demon cultivator is only at the demon king realm, which is comparable to the creation realm at best. Why should we be afraid of him? Chao Kuang quickly noticed the clues and, still with a murderous expression, said. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders of the Tianjian sect finally reacted. This demon cultivator's cultivation is indeed only at the demon king realm. No matter how many tricks he has or how terrifying his combat power is, at most, he can only deal with martial cultivators below the great perfection of the ascension realm. It seems you are not that demon cultivator. What a false alarm. The 2 elders breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhou Yihong with disdain. Chapter 39. After that Confucian cultivator killed the 2 elders of the Tianjian sect, he took one last look at Changge and Zhou Yihong before turning to leave. This black-clad Confucian cultivator clearly did not want to reveal his identity. Earthly golden light. The Confucian cultivator spoke true words. and then he transformed into a golden light and disappeared. Is this the means of a Confucian cultivator? Under the black robe? Gu Changge's eyes flashed with surprise. This was his first time witnessing a Confucian cultivator in action. Like martial cultivators, Confucian cultivators are also divided into 12 realms. They are the heart cultivation realm, body cultivation realm, benevolent person realm, Confucian student realm, virtue realm, gentleman realm, unconfused realm, life establishment realm, destiny realm, great Confucian realm, sub-saint realm, and saint realm. To easily kill 2 fully realized ascension realm cultivators, this Confucian cultivator must have reached the destiny realm. The Confucian way is inherently ethereal. Not every scholar can step into the Confucian path. However, the previous Confucian cultivator had at least reached the destiny realm, which indicates how powerful his Confucian talent must be. The destiny realm is on par with the ascension realm in martial arts, second only to the powerful beings of the reincarnation realm. If only my second brother could receive guidance from that Confucian powerhouse just now. Perhaps with his talent, he could step into the Confucian path as well. Chapter 40. After exterminating the Heishan gang, Gu Changge and his companions left Tianfeng City. In the following half-month, they traveled to the border town of Jiang City and Dan City, covering a total of 12 cities. The situation in the border cities is not optimistic. This also sounded the alarm for the Gu family. If the Gu family does not respond soon, the border cities will eventually be swallowed up. By then, one city after another under the Gu family's control will fall into the hands of the 3 major powers. Gu Changge decided to crazily complete the slaughter tasks upon returning, striving to break through to the great perfection of the Demon Emperor realm as soon as possible, so he could destroy the 3 major powers and resolve the Gu family's crisis. Half a month later, Gu Changge and his companions began their journey back to the Gu family. At the same time, in the prosperous martial arts region of Zhongzhou, this is an independent space, isolated from the outside world. This space is rich in spiritual energy, with heavenly materials and earth treasures everywhere. Towers in the sky and mountains resemble celestial palaces. In front of the majestic main hall, a beautiful woman with a pale face knelt on the ground. She was thinly clothed, shivering in the cold wind. She is Gu Changge's mother, Luo Yingtong. In order to treat Gu Changge's dantian, Luo Yingtong did not hesitate to return to the Luo family to seek medicine. Unfortunately, the Luo family was heartless and paid her no heed. Chapter 41. Within the cave, rays of light filled the space, gathering the might of heaven and earth. A graceful figure flew out, standing high in the sky. The Taiyin divine body shone brilliantly, exuding a vast aura of Taiyin energy. Rich spiritual energy continuously surged into Gu Anlin's dantian. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Gu Anlin's cultivation aura began to soar. Small success in the transformation realm. Great success in the transformation realm. Perfection in the transformation realm. Entry into the ascension realm. In just a short moment, Gu Anlin's cultivation crossed a major realm, breaking through to the entry level of the ascension realm. Hiss! The third miss has broken through to the ascension realm. Breaking through to the ascension realm at 13 years old is unheard of in the entire Qingzhou. Not to mention Qingzhou, even in the martial arts flourishing central continent. It's hard to find such a prodigy. The Taiyin divine body truly lives up to its name. Our Gu family has finally welcomed hope. Everyone in the Gu family looked excitedly at that graceful figure. At this moment, Gu Anlin had become the hope of the Gu family. Gu Anlin slowly descended, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a sharp brilliance. She vowed to reclaim everything her elder brother had lost, double, the Wuzhigong, Tianjin Sect, and Fenkingman Holy Spirit Academy. You will all pay the price. Chapter 42. Regarding Xuehong's words, there was almost no response from the audience. Whether it was the Wuzhigong, Fenkingman, or the Holy Spirit Academy, they all suspected that the matter of the demon cultivator was closely related to the Gu family. However, they could not find evidence. Moreover, Tianyao Pavilion had already been destroyed by them, and if they admitted that this matter had nothing to do with Tianyao Pavilion, wouldn't that be slapping their own faces? So they all pretended to be foolish. Seeing no one respond, Xuehong's face turned ashen with anger. But what use was it? He was merely a prisoner. Xuehong, let us not mention the matter of the demon cultivator for now. The urgent task at hand is to deal with Gu Anlin. Of course, if that demon cultivator is really related to the Gu family, then after we take action against the Gu family, he definitely won't sit idly by. right? Who the demon cultivator is will surely be determined soon. Su Yinan didn't even glance at Shui Hong, only slowly speaking. Asking the Holy Spirit Academy to admit their mistake? That's nearly impossible. Even if the demon cultivator comes from the Gu family, and Tianya Pavilion was framed. Since the Holy Spirit Academy has already done this, they will never admit their fault. We will listen to the Dean's arrangements. Shui Hong could only suppress the resentment in his heart. He was now just a servant of the Holy Spirit Academy, with no voice at all. Chapter 43. Luoyin Mountain. A spiritual vein stretching thousands of miles had now been occupied by the people of the Xiaoyao Valley. Spiritual veins are extremely rare and are a vital resource for any power. Even a large force like the Gu family has only 8 spiritual veins. Therefore, the Gu family places great importance on every single spiritual vein. Over 50,000 people from Xiaoyao Valley had completely occupied the spiritual vein from beginning to end. Leading them was the Valley Master Wei Sheng, who had now reached great success in the reincarnation realm. The 2 deputy Valley Masters, Jin Shuwei and Yin Haojing, followed closely behind, wearing proud smiles as they surveyed the entire spiritual vein. With this spiritual vein, the scale of Xiaoyao Valley could be expanded by at least a third, allowing them to become a leader among second-tier forces. Valley Master, do you think Gu Yuanhong will come? Jin Shuwei asked sharply. Wei Sheng's mouth curled slightly. The spiritual vein is crucial, the foundation of a power. The Gu family absolutely cannot sit idly by. As long as the Gu family sends troops here, Gu Yuanhong will definitely follow because he is the only one in the entire Gu family who can defeat me. Upon hearing this, both Jin Shuwei and Yin Haojing revealed a hint of a sinister smile. The reason Xiaoyao Valley dared to act against the Gu family's spiritual vein was that they had the backing of the Tianjian sect. Chapter 44. Protect the family head. Seeing Wei Sheng charging in, over 20 of the Gu family's elder deacons and more than 8,000 disciples all stood in front of Gu Yuanhong. Haha, your Gu family's sons are truly loyal. Wei Sheng sneered coldly. You all go ahead and slaughter these ants in front of Gu Yuanhong. Wei Sheng ordered the 2 deputy Valley Masters behind him. Yes, Valley Master. Jin Shuwei and Yin Haojing led the remaining 40,000 disciples of Xiaoyao Valley charging forward. Both Jin Shuwei and Yin Haojing were at the entry level of the reincarnation realm. On the other hand, all the elder deacons from the Gu family were at the ascension realm, completely no match for them. Thus, Jin Shuwei and Yin Haojing were simply rampaging through the Gu family disciples. Boom! In just a few minutes, over half of the 20 or so elder deacons from the Gu family were killed or injured, and the more than 8,000 disciples were reduced to less than 5,000. Blood pooled into rivers, bodies lay dismembered, and screams echoed endlessly. However, the Gu family disciples never retreated a single step, because the family head was behind them. Stop, everyone stop. Gu Yuanhong's heart ached like a knife. He burned his blood essence and summoned the great desolate divine spear to charge out again. Chapter 45. Luoyin Mountain. The air in front of the spiritual vein had turned blood red. Wei Sheng wielded a large blade, his body splattered with blood. Behind him lay hundreds of incomplete corpses. Some had their heads severed, others had limbs broken or were riddled with wounds, revealing stark white bones. Yet Wei Sheng didn't even blink, and even had a hint of a smug smile on his face. More than 20 elder deacons were all slaughtered by Wei Sheng. The remaining over 5,000 Gu family disciples were also nearly wiped out, leaving less than 100. Wei Sheng, I want you dead. I want you dead. Gu Yuanhong was in a sorry state, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, his hands gripping the ground tightly. If possible, he truly wanted to drink Wei Sheng's blood and devour his flesh. The Gu family had sent over 10,000 disciples, yet they were all slaughtered by Xiaoyao Valley. Just Wei Sheng alone had killed no less than 6,000 Gu family disciples. Ha ha! Gu Yuanhong, are you very angry? But what use is it? Aren't you still lying on the ground like a dog? Wei Sheng let out a loud laugh, then swung the large blade again. Boom! With one swing, the terrifying blade shattered the void, immediately turning dozens of Gu family disciples into blood mist. Chapter 46. The terrifying demonic might enveloped the entire Luoyin Mountain. The thick blood mist nearly obscured everyone's vision. Over 40,000 disciples from Xiaoyao Valley, including the 2 deputy valley masters, all exploded into blood mist. leaving not a trace behind. The long song was actually that demon cultivator. Gu Yuanming's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down through the blood mist. He seemed to see Gu Changge's pair of pitch-black killing eyes. A head of black hair danced in the wind, radiating the might of the original true devil and the great wasteland holy body. Under the shroud of demonic energy, an unparalleled great demon transformed, making the heavens and earth fade in its presence. The useless young master of the Gu family not only repaired his dantian, but also became a powerful demon cultivator with the blood of the original true devil. Thud! Gu Yuanming's legs went weak, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. In his eyes, there was an unprecedented fear. The holy body phenomenon that had appeared in the Sword Valley a few days ago was actually caused by you. You killed Lu Ping, reclaimed the divine body, and even evolved into a holy body. How is this even possible? Wei Sheng looked at Gu Changge in disbelief, his eyes also filled with fear. All more than 40,000 disciples of the Xiaoyao Valley were instantly turned into blood mist in just a few seconds. Chapter 47. Gu Changge walked step by step towards Gu Yuanming. The surroundings were silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Gu Changge's footsteps sounded like the tolling of a death knell. No, don't. Gu Yuanming was drenched in cold sweat, and images of Gu Changge torturing Wei Sheng filled his mind. The bloody and cruel scene made even Gu Yuanming, a strong figure in the reincarnation realm, shiver. Big brother, save me, save me, save me, big brother. I don't want to die. For the sake of our shared bloodline, I beg you to save me. In the face of deathly fear, Gu Yuanming kept pleading with Gu Yuanhong. He knew that with Gu Changge's ruthless nature, he would never let him go. Now, the only one who could save him was his big brother Gu Yuanhong. However, Gu Yuanhong's expression was icy, and his old eyes were like those of a snake or scorpion. You still have the face to beg me for mercy. Open your dog eyes and see. All the thousands of sons of the Gu family have died. Because of you, their corpses haven't even gone cold, and you share the same blood with them. But what have you done? You caused their deaths. Unbounded killing intent surged within Gu Yuanhong. He was not a soft-hearted person. Facing a traitor like Gu Yuanming, even if he were his own brother, he would still strike. Chapter 48. Protect the third miss. Hundreds of disciples from the Gu family rushed forward, intending to stop Dang Chun, overestimating themselves. Dang Chen's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying pressure swept through. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of Gu family disciples were instantly turned into blood mist. No, go, everyone go. Gu Anlin's face was pained, but she was heavily injured and was no match for Dang Chen all. Damn it, you bunch of scum. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The second elder, Gu Yuanchang, roared angrily, wielding a large axe, fighting against two strong opponents at the early stage of the reincarnation realm. However, he was being crushed mercilessly. The highest-ranking members of the Gu family, Gu Yuansheng and Gu Yuanchang, were being restrained and were in constant danger of losing their lives. In midair, the perfected reincarnation realm powerhouses, including Mu Weiming, had yet to make a move. Once they did, the Gu family would face total destruction. Holy Sun, please remove the tying energy from Gu Anlin as soon as possible. Mu Weiming urged Dang Chun. Once Dang Chun obtained the tying energy, they could move to kill everyone, including Gu Anlin. Dang Chun nodded, then approached Gu Anlin with a lewd smile. Gu Anlin, to be the woman of this holy sun, is a blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Chapter 49. Forget it. If the holy sun cannot defeat him, I will act swiftly. A trace of barely perceptible killing intent flashed in Mu Weiming's old eyes. Although this was morally wrong, he absolutely could not watch Dang Chun get into trouble. Furthermore, Gu Changqing must die. A Confucian cultivator growing up would lead to unimaginable consequences. Gu Changqing, you have hidden quite deeply over the years. For years ago, I didn't have the chance to battle your brother, and now defeating you will be the same. Dang Chun said arrogantly. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Dang Chun, was the undisputed number 1 genius. As for Gu Changqing, he would become his stepping stone. You are not qualified to be compared with my brother. If my brother were still alive, you would even know how you died. Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold, and the righteous energy within him erupted suddenly. Such powerful, righteous energy. This holy sun is fighting a Confucian cultivator for the first time. But this holy sun will definitely win. Dang Chun said confidently. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of cultivation within Deng Chun exploded. The early stage of the reincarnation realm, combined with the supreme bone, was enough to deal with a perfected reincarnation realm powerhouse. Indeed, Deng Chun had some talent. Chapter 50. Gu Changqing, you are too monstrous, so you shouldn't be alive. Amidst the endless killing intent, Mu Weiming's voice came out, sinister and vicious. Again with this line. For years ago, they had come together to kill because Gu Chang's talent was too monstrous. Now, with Gu Amlin and Gu Changqing both emerging, they were willing to use any means to kill them. They simply could not stand to see the Gu family prosper. No. Why? Why is this happening to my Gu family? My Gu family could clearly rise, but why must we endure such hardships? The elder Gu Yuansheng was in tears, his old eyes filled with despair. The three children of his big brother were clearly all so promising, but they were born at the wrong time, targeted by the three major forces and the Holy Spirit Academy at every turn. Now his big brother's life and death were unknown. Was the second young master, who had just emerged, also going to die? He hated himself for being so weak. If only he were a bit stronger, he could provide a comfortable growth environment for the younger generation of the Gu family. Does the Gu family still want to turn things around? A foolish dream. Gu Changqing, go down and accompany your father. Chapter 51. In the pool of blood, both Gu Changqing and Zhou Yihong were gasping for breath. They had already lost the strength to fight. One was a Confucian cultivator, and the other a demon cultivator. Both were unparalleled geniuses in their respective paths. However, their cultivation time was too short, and in the end, they were no match for a perfected reincarnation realm powerhouse. Shuihong, their lives are in your hands. Mu Weiming commanded with a murderous aura. Upon hearing this, Shuihong's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Dinmu. I will definitely not let them off lightly. A trace of sinister ruthlessness appeared in Shuihong's eyes. He had finally waited for this day. He would personally wash away the shame of the Tinya Pavilion. He would take revenge for his son and for the entire Tinya Pavilion. Swish! Shuihong's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Gu Changqing and Zhou Yihong. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, causing both Gu Changqing and Zhou Yihong to show expressions of pain. Bang! Immediately after, Shuihong's feet landed, precisely stepping on the chests of the two. Puff! The terrifying force fell, breaking their bones, causing them to spit out blood again, their breaths already very weak. Second brother, Gu Amlin tightly gripped the sword in his hand, dragging his severely injured body, wanting to fight his way out. Chapter 52. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Roar! Following that, an angry dragon's roar resonated through the heavens and the earth. Boom! In the face of this dragon's might, the void began to collapse and shatter rapidly, a terrifying beastly aura enveloping the entire sky. This is the 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon, and it has a hint of true dragon's power, an 8th level perfected 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon, possessing a trace of true dragon's power, has the potential to grow into a true dragon in the future. Mu Weiming, Shuihong, Lu Nanjie, and everyone including Deng Chun were shocked. They looked up at the massive creature in the sky, a 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon, its entire body ablaze with purple ghost flames, had dazzling dragon scales on its strong body. This is a mutated 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon. No, you all look. There's someone on the 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon. That is Gu Changge and Gu Yuanhong. What is going on? Gu Yuanhong is actually not dead. Could this 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon be the Gu family's spirit pet? Everyone was stunned, their brows furrowed, feeling utterly incredulous. The Gu family was left with less than 20,000 people, and when they saw their family head and the eldest son, tears of joy flowed down their faces. Chapter 53. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming demonic might descended without warning upon Deng Chun. Crack! The space around Deng Chun twisted rapidly, then shattered at a visible speed. Deng Chun had no power to resist. His face instantly turned pale, a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out blood. At the same time, all the bones in Deng Chun's body also shattered. Whoosh! Gu Changge's figure appeared like a ghost. Not good. Protect the Holy Sun. Mu Weiming and Xia Chengtai, the two vice presidents, widened their eyes in shock. They never expected Gu Changge would charge towards Deng Chun. The main reason was that Gu Changge's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react at all. Whoosh whoosh. Mu Weiming and Xia Changtai pierced through the void, wanting to stop Gu Changge. Get lost! Gu Changge roared to the sky like a ferocious beast. At this moment, the chaotic sword body and the great wilderness sacred body suddenly erupted. The chaotic sword energy ravaged the skies, causing the heavens to collapse rapidly. The might of the great wilderness sacred was vast and overwhelming, as if it had traveled through the ages. Boom! The attacks of Mu Weiming and Xia Changtai were instantly obliterated, and the next moment they spat out blood and were blasted away. What? Chapter 54, 100,000 powerful beings let out tragic cries in the face of this terrifying demonic might. Then their figures fell from the high sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Boom! The shocking roar echoed, and 100,000 powerful beings crawled on the ground, unable to even lift their heads. Even Mu Weiming, Xia Changtai, and other perfected reincarnation realm experts felt an immense pressure at this moment. Gu Changge grasped two demonic swords, his eyes pitch black, his voice cold as he shouted. At this moment, the heavens and earth began to shake. The terrifying, chaotic sword energy, the might of the great wilderness, and the power of the primal true demon erupted completely. Boom, 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 the sounds of explosions continued, lasting for over 10 minutes. Blood mist flew everywhere, staining the entire sky red. The three major forces and the disciples of the Sacred Spirit Academy wore expressions of despair. They wanted to resist, but they simply couldn't do so. Thus, they could only wait helplessly for death. Today was their nightmare, and also their day of demise. The Gu family had been so desperate just moments ago, and now they were equally desperate. This was a complete massacre. To kill one is a crime. To slaughter thousands is to be mighty. Gu Changge would bury all who dared to invade with the power of the demonic path. Chapter 55, The Divine Calamity Light, is a swordsmanship martial art. This is also the strongest swordsmanship martial art that Gu Changge has cultivated to date. Facing four perfected reincarnation realm experts, Gu Changge unleashed this sword. Boom! After this sword was struck, the heavens and earth were enveloped by the terrifying demonic aura sword slash. A huge sound reverberated through the skies. Everyone's ears temporarily went deaf. Yet, after the terrifying sword light erupted, everyone's eyes went temporarily blind. This was a destructive force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Bang! The overwhelming sword slash collided with the attacks of the four perfected reincarnation realm experts. Clang boom! In the blink of an eye, the residual force swept across thousands of miles. Roar! The nine-nether demon flood dragon transformed into a black shadow and rushed out, using its massive and powerful dragon body to protect everyone from the Gu family within. Boom! The attacks of the four perfected reincarnation realm experts instantly crumbled and were shattered by the overwhelming sword slash. What? How is this possible? Even the attacks that not even a half-step life in death realm could withstand, Gu Changge actually destroyed them effortlessly. Run fast! Chapter 56, After the Great Battle. The entire Gu family was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Although the Gu family emerged victorious, they paid an extremely heavy price. Of the 350,000 Gu family disciples, less than 20,000 remain alive. Even the Great Elder and Second Elder met their demise. Gu Yuanhong looked expressionless at the battlefield, tears glistening in his deep-set eyes. His hair had turned gray at the temples, and his face was full of wrinkles, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Fortunately, the Gu family was not completely exterminated. Otherwise, even in death, Gu Yuanhong would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Gu family. Yuancheng, did you see? Changge has avenged you. And for the 30,000 sons of the Gu family, you can rest in peace. Gu Yuanhong closed his eyes, two streams of murky tears falling down. Gu Changge retracted the demonic aura, his eyes regaining their color. The remaining more than 10,000 disciples of the Gu family all knelt before Gu Changge, crying and kowtowing. If it weren't for Gu Changge this time, the Gu family would have been easily wiped out. Gu Change's gaze swept over everyone, and then he spoke, "Everyone, please rise." Now, over 300,000 members of the Gu family lie dead on the battlefield. I ask you to bury them one by one. Chapter 57, Shangling City covers over 1,000,000 acres, with palaces standing tall and a large training square and trial peaks. It is one of the most famous cities in Qingzhou. Shangling Academy is located within the city. At the main peak, Shangling Hall, the headmaster, Su Lianan, lazily leaned on a recliner, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Calculating the time, the Gu family should have been annihilated by now, right? Su Lianan opened his eyes. A flash of life and death aura quickly passed by. After reaching the half-step life and death realm, Su Lianan had gained a trace of life and death aura. As long as a drop of blood existed in the world, he could be reborn in blood and master life and death. Tap, 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 tap. Headmaster, it's bad. A steward rushed in, his cultivation only at the creation realm. The elders at the ascension and reincarnation realms have gone to the Gu family. Now there are not many powerful members left in Shangling Academy. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Lianan's aged eyes. What could be so urgent? Headmaster. The vice principal and their soul guarding stones have been destroyed. The reincarnation realm elders who went with them also had their soul guarding stones destroyed, with none surviving. The steward knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. What? Chapter 58, Rumble. Su Lianan's figure was in disarray, lying in a pile of ruins. Cough, cough. Su Lianan's hair was messy, blood stains at the corner of his mouth. His once powerful body was now covered in wounds. How is this possible? How could this happen? I am a half-step life and death realm powerhouse, and you are merely at the Demon Emperor realm. Why is your power so terrifying? Su Lianan's old eyes were filled with surprise, now warily looking at Gu Changge, as if he had seen a ghost. He finally understood why Mu Weiming and the others died in the Gu family. Because Gu Changge's demonic power was simply too perverse. Even facing him, a half-step life and death realm, he was still overwhelmingly strong. Kill. Gu Changge's eyes were pitch black. Holding two demonic swords, he unleashed the demonic wave soul, breaking step, charging towards Su Lianan again. As the headmaster, Su Lianan secretly colluded with the four major powers, handing over academy disciples. Such a petty person must die today. Boom boom. After unleashing the demonic wave soul breaking step, Gu Changge created thousands of afterimages, accompanied by terrifying demonic energy, killing intent. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Along the way, all the disciples of Shangling Academy were blasted into a mist of blood. Chapter 59. The news of the annihilation of the three major powers and Shangling Academy quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Initially, the various forces in Qingzhou did not believe it at all, thinking it was a rumor. After all, the three major powers and Shangling Academy had a long-standing heritage and deep foundations. Unless a superpower intervened, it would be difficult to annihilate them. Moreover, to be wiped out on the same day was simply impossible. However, when they sent out spies, they discovered that both the three major powers and Shangling Academy had turned into ruins. Millions of cold corpses lay on the ground, blood pooling into rivers, turning it into a hell on earth. They soon learned that it was the work of the Gu family's eldest son, Gu Changge. Gu Changge had entered the demonic path, becoming a powerful demonic cultivator, awakening the original true demon bloodline, slaughtering the three major powers and Shangling Academy. Avenging the blood feud from 4 years ago, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. No one expected that the ones to be annihilated in the end would be the three major powers and Shangling Academy. Gu Changge was the biggest variable in this war, and everyone just happened to overlook him, thus giving him precious time to grow. From then on, the power dynamics in Qingzhou underwent a tremendous change. It can be said that except for the three superpowers and Tianbao Tower, the Gu family was the top player. Chapter 60. Qingzhou, the Gu family. At this time, the Gu family members were busy rebuilding their homeland. The territories of the four major powers and Shangling Academy now nominally belonged to the Gu family. This left the Gu family somewhat overwhelmed. Gu Changge did not choose to break through his cultivation at Fengqing Gate, but returned to the Gu family at the first opportunity. After returning, Gu Changge handed over a dozen Earth-level cultivation methods and martial skills to his father, Gu Yuanhong, along with a large amount of cultivation resources. For the Gu family to have self-protection, they must become powerful. To quickly increase their strength, they needed vast amounts of cultivation resources. The resources plundered from the three major powers and Shangling Academy were countless. The 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon took half, leaving the other half for the Gu family. Now, the Gu family had less than 20,000 members. Even if distributed evenly, each person would receive quite a bit of resources. At least there was no need to worry about cultivation resources for the next 10 years. After handing the cultivation methods and martial skills to his father, Gu Changge returned to his room. Zhou Yihong quickly followed him into the room. Now Zhou Yihong had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, always just one small realm below Gu Changge. Master, this time it was my negligence. I failed to protect the young lady. Chapter 61. You, all the elders, stewards, and disciples of the Gu family gritted their teeth. However, due to Xiao Li's powerful strength, they were all suppressing their inner anger. Gu Yuanhong's expression was dark, and his deep old eyes flashed with two sharp glints. If he agreed to this marriage, it would be equivalent to pushing Xiao Lan into a fire pit. That Aojian Villa only wanted to gain Gu Anlin's Taiyin energy, and at the same time use this to threaten and control the entire Gu family. In their eyes, Gu Anlin was nothing but a tool. Gu Yuanhong would not fail to understand this. Therefore, no matter what happened today, Gu Yuanhong, would not give his daughter away. Gu Yuanhong, I have another order here. Our villa master said that as long as your eldest son Gu Changge is willing to have a slave seal placed on him, then you can avoid death. Otherwise, with his demonic cultivator identity, he absolutely cannot live in this world. As soon as Xiao Li's words came out, Gu Yuanhong's eyes suddenly lifted, and two cold, killing glints appeared. Xiao Lu, are you from Aojian Villa being too excessive? Gu Yuanhong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. If Gu Changge were to have a slave seal placed by Aojian Villa, it would be equivalent to becoming a slave of Aojian Villa, serving them in the future. Chapter 62. No, don't. Old man, if you dare to touch my second brother, I'll die right in front of you. Gu Anlin held a sharp sword, now placed against her neck, threatening Xiao Lu. Xiao Li's biggest purpose for this trip was to take Gu Anlin back to Aojian Villa. If anything happened to Gu Anlin, Xiao Lu would naturally not be able to explain himself. Xiao Lu frowned, his hand infused with the slave mark paused in midair. Miss Gu, please put down the sword. We have matters to discuss. Xiao Lu advised with concern. Third sister no. Gu Changqing, with blood still on his lips, said to Gu Anlin. Let my second brother go first. If you release him, I will go with you. Gu Anlin's beautiful eyes were moist. She couldn't bear to watch her second brother become Xiao Li's slave. Hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes darted around. Then he nodded, all right, as Miss Gu says. Xiao Lu withdrew his hand, and the pressure dissipated, causing Gu Changqing to fall to the ground. Miss Gu, come with us. If you don't cooperate, I can't guarantee that they will still be alive. Xiao Lu threatened as he walked towards Gu Anlin. Chapter 63. Boom. The blood-red sword slashed across the heavens, dyeing the entire sky crimson. The chaotic sword energy, the might of the great wilderness, and the power of 100,000 divine elephants fused together, creating a terrifying force that twisted and shattered space rapidly. The 5 elders of the life and death realm from the Proud Sword Villa were stunned in shock. Even Xiao Lu was pale with fear, petrified in place. Demon Sovereign, you've broken through again? Xiao Lu was stunned. According to the news from the villa, Gu Changge was clearly only at the peak of the Demon King realm. Yet how long had it been? In less than 3 days, Gu Changge had directly broken through to the Demon Sovereign realm. How is this possible? Was there really no cultivation bottleneck? Boom! The blood-red sword descended from the sky, shattering everything in its path, the sonic boom nearly piercing eardrums. Boom! In just a moment, the combined offensive power of the 5 life and death realm experts was annihilated. What? How is this possible? Monster, you are a monster. Run. Run fast. Third elder, help me ah. Chapter 64. As the demonic claw pierced Xiao Li's heart, crimson blood gushed out. Gu Changge. You wait for the revenge of the Proud Sword Villa. Xiao Li's face was pale as he screamed in agony. Revenge? If they dare come, I will dare to kill. Gu Changge's demonic claw suddenly tightened, and Xiao Li's still beating heart was directly pulled out. Blood gushed, dripping to the ground. Xiao Lu did not die immediately. He watched as Gu Changge held his heart in his hand, his old eyes filled with fear he had never known before. Old dog, I want you to see your heart being crushed. A sinister smile appeared on Gu Changge's lips. No, don't. Once the heart shattered, Xiao Li's life force would directly dissipate. Boom. However, Gu Changge crushed the heart in his hand. The heart instantly turned into blood mist, and Xiao Lu suddenly froze, then fell to the ground. Gu Changge was quick, his demonic claw reaching out again. pulling out Xiao Li's internal organs. The onlookers were horrified, their backs cold, but not a single one thought it was cruel, because if the Gu family had lost today, they would have been even worse off. Chapter 65. In front of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, the swift shadow eagle quickly swept in. Sensing the powerful auras, the hidden experts in the Heavenly Treasure Tower revealed themselves. The Heavenly Treasure Tower was not just a commercial hub. As a powerful force spanning the entire celestial realm, countless experts resided within. Therefore, even the three major superpowers had to show respect in front of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Changge, when Pu Wenyin saw the figure on the swift shadow eagle, his old eyes flashed with brilliance. You all step back. The visitor is not an enemy. With a wave of his sleeve, the experts concealed themselves again. Old Pu, could this person be the unparalleled genius that the lady spoke of? The other deputy tower master, Sun Tao, asked, staring at Changge in shock. Pu Wenyin nodded. Indeed it is him. Let us go. We need to see what trouble the Gu family is in. Pu Wenyin and Sun Tao left the tower, preparing to greet Changge. We're going down. Arriving at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, Changge respectfully brought everyone from the Gu family down from their mounts to the ground. Gu Yuanhong and the others looked at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, a place they had once looked up to. They just didn't know if this time the Heavenly Treasure Tower would be willing to take them in. Chapter 66. At this moment, as the blood-red demon enveloped the heavens, everyone's hearts hung in suspense. That terrifying demonic might made their pupils constrict and their backs chill. The power of the original true demon, the demon's sovereign realm. This child absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Jian Wubian's eyes showed deep apprehension as he silently thought. What terrifying demonic might? The Grand Elder of the Tianxian Sacred Land, Zhang Sheng, and the Deputy Master of the Flying Dragon Gate, Cheng Ming, both wore grave expressions. Changge's terror far exceeded their imagination. For such a prodigy, they could either make him their slave to be used by them, or he would lie eternally in the ground, eliminating future threats. Gulp. Even I feel a hint of fear in front of this demonic might. If young Changge were to break through again, I fear that even I would not be his match. Pu Wenyin gazed at Changge's resolute and robust figure, his old eyes filled with shock. Changge was currently only at the entry level of the demon sovereign realm, merely comparable to the entry level of the reincarnation realm in martial arts. However, Changge possessed a dual holy body and the bloodline of the original true demon, allowing his combat power to leap across a major realm, capable of killing the powerful beings at the small completion of the life and death realm. If at the same realm, Changge would directly crush the opponent. Chapter 67. After the three major superpowers left, everyone in the Gu family breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they silently vowed to train hard. Once they became stronger, who would dare to oppress the Gu family? Changge then retracted his demonic energy, turned and bowed to Zhao Yanran and Zhang Shun, saying, "Thank you, Miss Zhao and Tower Master Zhang, for coming to our aid." Zhao Yanran smiled faintly, then slowly approached, a fragrant scent wafting towards him. "You are too polite. Young Master Gu, you are a friend of our Heavenly Treasure Tower. We naturally do not allow those lowly beings to harm you." Zhao Yanran smiled at Changge. That exquisite face and snowy skin would surely captivate any man. But Changge's heart was resolute, completely unmoved. Ever since he stepped into the demonic path, all he had left in his eyes was cultivation and slaughter. This surprised Zhao Yanran greatly. "Brother Gu, you all have worked hard on this journey. I hope you will come with me. I will take you to your residence," Zhang Shun said with a smile as he approached Gu Yuanhong, speaking in a friendly manner. This left everyone from the Gu family stunned. Zhang Shun is a figure renowned alongside Jian Wubian, yet he is being so courteous to the Gu family now. Chapter 68. Changge stepped out. Zhou Yihong, who was guarding outside the door, immediately greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, master." Zhou Yihong's eyes sparkled with joy, because after Changge's breakthrough, Zhou Yihong also experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the entry level of the demon's sovereign realm. His current strength was entirely thanks to Changge. Changge nodded and then looked towards the sky, just in time to see Zhang Shun, who looked pale. "Master Zhang, are you exercising?" Changge paused and hesitantly asked. Zhang Shun was drenched in sweat under the sky, which puzzled Changge. Hearing this, Zhang Shun felt a mix of laughter and tears. "Is this exercising?" ISNT it because the power of the five elements sword intent you condensed nearly destroyed the entire Tianbao building. However, Zhang Shun dared not express his dissatisfaction. After all, this man would soon stand at the pinnacle of the immortal domain. If he offended him, he could be killed in an instant. Cough, cough. I'm getting old and just need to stretch my muscles, Zhang Shun replied with a smile. It seems that the immortal domain is just like Earth, where older people like to exercise, Gu Changge thought to himself. Then, Gu Changge walked towards a pavilion where Zhao Yanran was located. Chapter 69. Gu Changge looked at Xiao Wei with a teasing expression. Xiao Wei's analysis was good, but he didn't know that Gu Changge's cultivation had already broken through. This wasn't Xiao Wei's fault, as Gu Changge's breakthrough had only happened not long ago, and now, just 3 days later, he had another breakthrough. Almost no one could achieve this. Demon, what are you laughing at? Are you scared stupid now that death is imminent? Ha ha. Xiao Wei looked at Gu Changge in confusion and then laughed loudly. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation erupted within him. The terrifying pressure of the great completion of life and death realms swept out, causing the entire forest to tremble. Xiao Wei held his treasured sword, emitting a sharp sword light, and even condensed 2 sword intents. The ability to condense 2 sword intents proved that Xiao Wei's swordsmanship talent was already considerable. To die under my sword is your honor. I will use your head to commemorate my 3rd brother who died tragically. Demon, D. Xiao Wei shouted angrily, transforming into a sharp sword light and charging towards Gu Changge. Boom! Along the way, the void shattered, and a piercing roar echoed through the skies. The sword energy was fierce, the sword intent violent, directly locking onto Gu Changge, and the surrounding space twisted and deformed as if forming a net. Chapter 70. After Gu Changge left, Zhao Yanran stepped out from the void, a trace of surprise still lingering in her beautiful eyes. 1 sword? Did you really kill Xiao Wei with just 1 sword? Old Zhang, you were right, Zhao Yanran said to Zhang Shun with a smile. Zhang Shun swallowed hard, thinking how could he not guess right? He had personally experienced the terror of that 5 elements sword intent. The Augean Villa had offended a peerless genius. The nightmare for the 3 major superpowers was about to arrive. A hint of anticipation appeared in Zhang Shun's old eyes as he sighed. The Gu family was bustling with activity. After Augean Villa took over the Gu family, they dispatched Elder Zhao Xian and over 100 stewards to station here. Zhao Xian instructed his disciples to tame all the affiliated forces of the Gu family, and then capture them as laborers, preparing to rebuild a mansion as a branch of Augean Villa. Looking at the towering buildings, a slight smile appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. Once this place became a branch of Augean Villa, he would be the general manager here. The once glorious Gu family was ultimately swallowed by Augean Villa, right? Did they really think that hiding in Tianbao building would solve everything? Sooner or later, Augean Villa would come to kill them. Chapter 71. Zhao Xian activated all the spiritual power within him. The power of life and death erupted, continuously pouring into the treasured sword. However, in the face of this demonic might, he still seemed weak and powerless. Helpless, Zhao Xian had no choice but to burn his blood essence, raising his cultivation strength and sweeping out with his sword energy. Demon, you won't have it easy today. Zhao Xian held the treasured sword, transforming into a sharp sword light, piercing through the void and charging towards Gu Changge. Boom! The powerful sword energy approached, causing the space to begin to twist and deform. Gu Changge's blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Xian, and the primal true demon bloodline within him erupted. Divine éléphant suppression prison technique. A towering divine elephant appeared, and terrifying power filled Gu Changge's body, as if it were about to go out of control. Gu Changge punched out, smashing down like a mountain. Bang! With one punch, the heavens roared. The might of the primal true demon erupted, and demonic energy surged into the sky. This punch contained the power of 100,000 divine elephants, and when it collided with Zhao Xian's sword energy, it unleashed terrifying power. Boom! The originally domineering and fierce sword energy was instantly obliterated, completely disappearing. Chapter 72. Boom! Xiao Shun and the others had just exited the main hall when the next second, the hall was struck by a terrifying offensive, turning into dust. Gu Changge's black hair danced, his robes fluttering, holding 2 demonic swords, with a terrifying pressure dominating the ages. Aojian Village trash. Come and die. Gu Changge shouted angrily, shaking the heavens and the earth. The originally clear sky turned into endless darkness at this moment. Demonic energy raged, and darkness became eternal. In the face of this powerful demonic might, Xiao Shun and the others felt an overwhelming fear. This demon, actually slaughtered tens of thousands of disciples from Aojian Villa. You are dead meat. I will definitely make you pay. Xiao Shun's face turned pale with anger. The aura of his cultivation erupted, soaring into the sky, trying to break through this terrifying demonic might. Elder, why can this demon come out of Tianbao building? Isn't the second elder guarding it? Yes, with the second elder's strength. Isn't it easy to eliminate this demon? It's too strange. The crowd looked puzzled and discussed among themselves. They still thought Gu Changge's cultivation was at the entry level of the demon sovereign realm, so they believed the second elder Xiao Wei could kill Gu Changge. Chapter 73. In the vast sky, a sword light suddenly descended. The sword light was incredibly dazzling. Even the sun seemed dim in its presence. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, shattering the void along the way and erupting with piercing, booming sounds. No. Xiao Shun's entire face turned pale. His eyes widened in horror as the sword light grew larger and larger in his sight. Boom! Finally, the sword light descended, like a planet falling. Rumbling, the sword light collided with the sword strike, and two terrifying forces erupted with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, the sword strike was directly swallowed by the sword light, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? How could you possess such terrifying power? Xiao Shun was petrified in place, his back already soaked with cold sweat. His strongest attack. Even a powerful being at the pinnacle of the life and death realm would have to avoid its edge. Yet, it was directly obliterated by Gu Changge's sword light. Gu Changge's power was simply beyond what Xiao Shun could overcome. Go down and reunite with your two brothers. Gu Changge's expression was cold. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a fierce, killing intent. Boom! Chapter 74. Run. Why aren't you running? Gu Changge looked at Cheng Ming with a mocking gaze. In his eyes, Cheng Ming was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The terrifying demonic might ravaged the heavens and the earth, sealing off a space of hundreds of miles, leaving Cheng Ming with nowhere to escape. Damn it! In just a few days, how could you possibly break through? Cheng Ming felt a chill down his back. If Gu Changge was merely at the entry level of the demon sovereign realm, he would have been confident in defeating him. However, Gu Changge, with a small success in the demon sovereign realm, was simply not a foe Cheng Ming could handle. Aren't you supposed to act on behalf of the heavens? Come on. Two demonic swords appeared in Gu Changge's hands, the might of the imperial artifacts sweeping out instantly. Thud, 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 thud. Cheng Ming was forced back several hundred steps, staring at Gu Changge with a face full of fear. Imperial artifacts? You actually possess imperial artifacts? Cheng Ming's face turned pale, fear filling his heart. But in the face of death, he did not want to just sit back and wait for his demise. Demon, are you sure you want to go to war with my Flying Dragon Sect? Offending my Flying Dragon Sect in Qingzhou is equivalent to death. Cheng Ming gripped the divine hammer, threatening Gu Changge. He thought the Flying Dragon Sect could intimidate Gu Changge. Chapter 75. Qingzhou, Aojian Villa. Inside the Soul Guard Hall, an elder was dozing off. Boom! Suddenly, more than 10 Soul Guard stones shattered without warning. The elder woke up with a start. What happened? This is the Soul Guard stones of the first elder, second elder, and the seventh elder, all shattered. It's over. What on earth happened? The elder was so scared that his face turned pale, not daring to breathe, and immediately ran towards the main hall. Master, something big has happened. The elder rushed to the main hall, kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale. All the elders in the hall looked on in confusion. At the head of the hall, the master, Jian Wubian, frowned as well. What happened to make you so alarmed? Master, B. The elder was too excited, trembling as he spoke, unable to articulate. Big? Could it be the first elder? Jian Wubian frowned as he speculated. Yes, the soul guard stones of the first elder, second elder, and seventh elder have all shattered. Upon hearing this, all the elders and stewards in the hall gasped in shock. Chapter 76. The terrifying demonic energy enveloped the entire Tianbao Tower. Even the tower master, Zhang Shun, felt a deadly threat at this moment. The demon sovereign realm corresponds to the reincarnation realm in martial arts. Yet after his friend broke through to the great success of the demon's sovereign realm, his combat power was actually on par with a perfect life and death realm. Zhang Shun was in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Changge's combat power could actually transcend a great realm? This is simply monstrous. The chaotic sword body, the great wilderness holy body, the original true demon bloodline, and the 5 elements sword intent. Any one of these hidden cards from young Master Gu would be enough to shake the entire Qingzhou, even in the central state. He would not lose to any prodigy. Zhao Yanran looked at Gu Changge's pavilion with a somewhat dazed expression. She never expected that such a monstrous demon cultivator would appear in this resource-poor Qingzhou. After breaking through, Gu Changge took 3 days to stabilize his realm. The blood-red great demon in the sky opened its mouth to inhale, and boundless demonic energy flowed into Gu Changge's body. Gu Changge exhaled a breath of turbid air, his blood-red eyes shining with a fierce brilliance. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, chaotic sword body, great wilderness holy body. Original true demon bloodline, demonic path cultivation. Great success in the demon's sovereign realm. 90,000 slaughter points needed to break through to the perfect demon sovereign realm. Chapter 77. Hearing the words Child of Fortune. Gu Changge suddenly became interested. Now that he had stepped into the demonic path, he could be called a villain. And how could he not harvest the leaks of the Child of Fortune? Seeing this, Zhao Yanran raised an eyebrow. Could it be that young Master Gu is about to make a big move again? The young lady soon found out. Gu Changge stood up and then turned to walk out the door. Watching Gu Changge's departing figure, Zhao Yanran felt even more curious. Now that Aojian Villa had tightly closed its doors, could Gu Changge still sneak in? Wouldn't that be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den? After exiting Tianbao Tower, Gu Changge used the demonic wave soul break step and directly vanished into the void. Qingzhou, Aojian Villa. At this time, the city gates were tightly shut, and even the protective formation was activated. In the void, Gu Changge put on the transforming ice silkworm mask, and then transformed into the appearance of Jian Wubian. Not only did he look exactly the same, but even his aura was perfectly replicated. After doing all this, Gu Changge calmly walked towards Aojian Villa. Huh, the master? Greetings, master. At the city gates, dozens of stewards were taken aback, and then hurriedly opened the gates to welcome him. Chapter 78. Thank you, father. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations. Seeing his father personally guarding him, Jian Lingtian felt very touched. His face resolute and confidently said. Gu Changge nodded with satisfaction. His good son was indeed very filial. It made Gu Changge feel guilty. Jian Lingtian sat cross-legged again, then practiced his breathing technique, continuing to absorb the spiritual liquid in the creation pool. After about 5 or 6 hours, the creation pool sparkled with spiritual light, and on those green lotus leaves, the patterns of the great Tao were actually flowing. The lotus flower, which was originally about to bloom, has now perfectly blossomed, radiating divine light that illuminates the entire valley. Buzzing, the divine lotus has opened, revealing a full 12 petals. The power of heaven and earth emanates from the lotus, with auspicious clouds filling the sky and sweet springs gushing from the ground, attracting the cries of celestial cranes. A precious treasure has emerged, and an extraordinary phenomenon has arisen. Jian Wubian, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside the cave. The divine lotus has reappeared in the world. Ha ha! It must be Ling Tian who has summoned the divine lotus back to existence. Truly my son. Jian Wubian's face was filled with joy, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Chapter 79. In the creation pool, the great forces of heaven and earth converge, and the divine light of the Hunyuan sword embryo bursts forth. A vortex of spiritual power forms, sweeping outwards centered around Jianling Tian. 3 types of sword intent envelop the valley, shattering the void, causing the earth to tremble. Now is the time. Gu Changge's eyes flashed with 2 sharp killing intents. He used the demon wave soul severing step, leaving behind traces of his presence, and suddenly appeared behind Jianling Tian. Jianling Tian, who was breaking through, furrowed his brows as he felt a chilling breeze behind him. Father! Suddenly the coldness broke through his offensive, piercing through his body. Father! You! Jianling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down, realizing a magic sword had pierced through his heart. Blood gushed from the sword, and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. You are not my father. Jianling Tian gritted his teeth, wanting to resist, but a surge of overwhelming demonic power suddenly descended upon him. Uft, Demon Lord, you are the Demon Lord. Jianling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with despair. He had been tricked, completely tricked. Gu Changge had disguised himself as his father and had been lurking behind him all along. Chapter 80 Master. Seeing Jian Wubian collapse to the ground, the two protective elders and the other elders and stewards all shouted in fear. Master, take care of your health. The two protective elders knelt down and spoke with trembling voices. Take care of my health. My son is dead, and you want me to take care of my health? A bunch of useless things. All of you get lost. Jian Wubian's face twisted in rage, and the violent sword energy surged out from his body, causing the world to spin as if doomsday had arrived. Boom! A P50. The violent sword energy swept out, and the two protective elders were directly sent flying, spitting blood. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy. Repent well for my son. Jian Wubian stood up, his eyes flashing with two sharp, killing intents. Then, Jian Wubian leaped into the air, a fierce sword energy appearing beneath his feet, piercing through the void. Demon Lord, I want you dead. Pay with your life for my son. Jian Wubian's furious voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, sending chills down everyone's spines. This was the first time they had seen the master so angry. Inside the ancestral hall, the dust-covered old man opened his eyes again. Chapter 81. Upon hearing this, Jian Wubian's brows furrowed, deliberately slowing down, luring him in. What nonsense. Isn't this seeking death? Demon Lord, are you so close to death that your brain is broken? I am at the peak of the life and death realm. Catching up to you is surely an easy task, right? You killed Ling Tian and took the creation divine lotus left by my ancestors of the Aojian Mountain Villa. Today this master will definitely tear you to pieces. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying sword energy pressure erupted. Gu Changge felt an immense pressure. The space around him was sealed, and if his physical body were not strong enough, he would be crushed to a pulp. However, Gu Changge possessed the chaotic sword body, the great wilderness sacred body, and had just fused with the Hunyuan sword embryo. His physical strength had reached an abnormal level. He was simply not something Jian Wubian could shake. Ha ha ha, so foolish, just as foolish as your stupid dog of a son. Your stupid dog of son has bad eyesight, calling me father upon seeing me, so affectionate that I almost don't want to kill him. Gu Changge grinned. Every word fell into Jian Wubian's ears like a great insult. Boom! Chapter 82. Not far away in the void, Zhao Yanran and the others looked at Gu Changge in shock. They were still worried that Gu Changge would be no match for Jian Wubian. However, the reality was that Gu Changge had been crushing Jian Wubian from beginning to end, a peak in the life and death realm, having comprehended 3 types of sword intent. Such a powerful Jian Wubian was actually being crushed by Gu Changge. It was truly unbelievable. Miss, it seems our worries were a bit excessive. Zhang Shun still hadn't come out of his shock, sighing. After a long time, Zhao Yanran's lips slightly curled up. We underestimated young Master Gu. However, once Jian Wubian is killed, Jian Wuyo will definitely not sit idly by. I wonder if Jian Wuyo has the courage to completely tear the face with my Tianbao Tower? By the end of her words, a hint of worry flashed in Zhao Yanran's beautiful eyes. If a half-emperor strongman were to act, Tianbao Tower would be unable to stop them. But if Jian Wuyo tears the face with Tianbao Tower, then he would have to bear the wrath of Tianbao Tower's headquarters. At that time, the entire Aojian Mountain Villa would suffer. Surely Jian Wuyo knows the pros and cons of this? Zhang Shun and the others also fell into contemplation. But even in the end, Tianbao Tower would not back down. Chapter 83. Above Aojian Mountain Villa, a streak of sword light shot up into the sky. That ancient sword had become incredibly sharp, its patterns profound and complex, shining with dazzling divine light. The only imperial weapon of Aojian Mountain Villa, the Qianyuan sword. Jian Wuyo once wielded the Qianyuan sword, dominating the entire Qingzhou. Now that the Qianyuan sword has reappeared in the world, a bloody storm is destined to come. Demon Lord, today I will make you pay blood for blood. Jian Wuyo, dressed in a purple Dao robe, with graying hair and an aged face, emanated a chilling aura. He leaped into the air, holding the Qianyuan sword, standing above the heavens. The world seemed to be suppressed by him, and the entire Qingzhou trembled violently. A half-emperor strongman has finally emerged. The ancestors of the Tianxian Holy Land and Filongmen also stopped their cultivation, turning their gazes towards Aojian Mountain Villa. Indeed, Jian Wuyo chose to act. If Jian Wuyo wants to kill Gu Changge this time, even Tianbao Tower cannot stop him. After Gu Changge's death, Tianxian Holy Land and Filongmen can also eliminate a major threat. Most importantly, Aojian Mountain Villa has suffered severe damage after Jian Wuyo acts. It will be even more impossible for him to prove the path of the Emperor. Welcome back, Ancestor. Chapter 84. Jian Wuyo's old face was gloomy, his eyes cold. And suddenly a terrifying Imperial Might erupted. Boom! The terrifying Imperial Might swept out, causing the surrounding space to collapse and shatter. Ah! Zhang Shun, Pu Wenyan, and Sun Tao were directly blasted away. Jian Wuyo actually had the courage to confront Tianbao Tower as the Qinyuan sword approached. Gu Changge clenched his fists tightly. The magic energy within him began to surge. How dare you? Suddenly, Zhao Yanran coldly shouted, Jian Wuyo, you need to think carefully. If you harm this young lady, within half a month, your Aojian villa will surely face destruction. Moreover, if we both perish together, you will also be severely weakened, and it will be impossible for you to have another chance to break through to the Emperor realm. As long as you make a move, Aojian villa will inevitably decline at best, and at worst, be destroyed. Zhao Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression unchanged, but her tone was sharp. Hiss. The Qinyuan's sword froze again, and Jian Wuyo's brows furrowed tightly. What Zhao Yanran said was absolutely true. Once Jian Wuyo fell out with Tianbao Tower, Aojian villa would be destroyed within half a month. Jian Wuyo was well aware of the terrifying strength of Tianbao Tower's headquarters. Chapter 85. Outside the room. Zhou Yihan guarded for Gu Changge. Gu Changge sat cross-legged, the magic energy within him raging, eerie and strange, transforming into a blood-red great demon. The blood-red great demon looked down upon the world, claws outstretched, deducing the power of the magic path. Gu Changge aimed to break through to the perfect realm of Demon Sovereign. The perfect realm of Demon Sovereign was comparable to the perfect realm of the cycle in martial arts. Gu Yuanhong cultivated for a lifetime, yet only reached the perfect realm of the cycle. However, Gu Changge had repaired his Dantian for less than 2 years, rising from the initial demon entry realm to the present perfect realm of Demon Sovereign. For an ordinary demon cultivator, it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the realm of Demon Sovereign. But Gu Changge had a slaughter system, and as long as the slaughter value was sufficient, he could easily break through. There was simply no cultivation bottleneck. System. Raise my cultivation to the perfect realm of Demon Sovereign. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes and commanded the system. Boom! Suddenly, the magic energy erupted. The blood-red great demon roared at the sky, the demonic might rolling, shaking the seas and the 8 desolations, the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This young master, Gu, has broken through again. In the exquisite loft, Zhao Yanran was resting, but was startled by the overwhelming demonic might. She lightly moved her lotus steps to the windowsill, looking at the blood-red great demon, her heart filled with fear. Chapter 86. After sensing the aura of 2 black-clothed individuals, the strong ones hidden in the void of Tianbao Tower quickly appeared. More than 20 martial cultivators, all at the life and death realm. However, their cultivation was mostly at the minor success of the life and death realm, with 1 or 2 reaching a major success. But there were no perfect realm strong ones among them. Are these the demon cultivators from Daping Prefecture? What are they doing in Qingzhou? The gazes of the strong ones all fell on the 2 black-clothed individuals, and they quickly guessed their identities. Wearing black robes, with red sashes around their waists, and carrying a large black knife on their backs. Aren't they the demon cultivators from Daping Prefecture? There are barriers between states. Yet the demon cultivators from Daping Prefecture traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou. What could their purpose be? We mean no offense to Tianbao Tower. We have come to find a demon cultivator named Gu Changge. We hope he can facilitate this. One of the black-clothed individuals cupped his hands and said. They had naturally heard of Tianbao Tower. Tianbao Tower spread across the entire immortal domain, nearly monopolizing 60 to 70% of commercial trade. They did not dare to offend the Heavenly Demon Sect. Looking for young Master Gu? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly became vigilant. Chapter 87. Zhao Yanran and the others were not surprised by Gu Chang's words at all. With Gu Chang's talent in a magic path, he was absolutely unprecedented and would be unmatched in the future. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect was very powerful in front of the forces in the central state, they could still only be called ants. Given time, Gu Chang's strength would surpass all the demon cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It would make sense for the Heavenly Demon Sect to submit to Gu Changge. Of course, the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect did not think so, especially since they had not witnessed Gu Chang's strength. They only had one force in Daping Prefecture, which was the Heavenly Demon Sect, truly a dominant power. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect were very proud, believing themselves to be the true orthodox of the magic path, with other demon cultivators needing to align with them. Gu Changge, aren't you being too arrogant? The power of the Heavenly Demon Sect far exceeds your imagination. Joining the Heavenly Demon Sect and becoming a respected elder would be the greatest honor of your life. Mo Peng's expression was cold as he warned Gu Changge. At the same time, the cultivation aura within Mo Peng erupted, reaching the major success of the Demon Saint realm. The demonic might enveloped, sending shivers down the spines of the strong ones in Tianbao Tower. The magic energy was far more violent and fierce than spiritual energy. Thus, in the same realm, demon cultivators generally held the advantage. Chapter 88. Slave Seal. Upon hearing this, Mo Peng and Mo Feng furrowed their brows. Once the slave seal was planted, their lives and deaths will be controlled by Gu Changge. At that time, they would lose their freedom. What? You don't want to? Well, I want to force you. I have always been principled. Since you are unwilling, then wait 18 years to be a hero. Gu Changge revealed a charming smile, extending his palm, and immediately, demonic energy surged. Just a single palm made the space twist and the earth tremble. The violent demonic energy was several times more terrifying than Zhou Yihong, using all his strength. This Gu Changge was definitely an abnormal genius with monstrous power. Wait, we are willing. The two quickly nodded. If they hesitated any longer, they would really be done for. That is more like it. Gu Changge smiled in satisfaction. Then his demonic palm dissipated, replaced by two slave seals. The slave seals landed within Mo Peng and Mo Feng, and neither dared to resist in the slightest. Buzz buzz. After the slave seals took effect, Gu Changge and the two established a connection. Now, as long as Gu Changge had a thought, the two would instantly explode and die. We pay our respects to the master. After being branded with the slave seal, Mo Peng and Mo Feng no longer dared to have any ulterior motives. Chapter 89. With a large number of spirit stones as a driving force, the entire teleportation array operated quickly, divine patterns flowing like thousands of star rivers. Mysterious power enveloped Gu Changge and the others, and then the four disappeared instantly into the great array. When the four opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the time-space tunnel, crossing billions of kilometers between states. And with interstate barriers, even using a teleportation array would take 3 to 5 days. On the third day, the entire space-time tunnel began to shake violently, with lightning flashing as if it were about to swallow Gu Changge and the others. Master, we have arrived at the interstate barrier. Please be careful. Mo Feng and Mo Peng said cautiously. At the same time, they mobilized the magic power within them to withstand the incoming thunder. Gu Changge nodded, not taking the thunder seriously. His physical strength was far beyond what these thunders could shake. Not only was Gu Changge unafraid, but he also stepped forward, standing in front of the three. Boom! The thunder raged, and the lightning surged towards Gu Changge in an instant. Master, Mo Feng and Mo Peng frowned and shouted in surprise. However, Zhou Yihong smiled at them and said, "Don't worry, this level of power won't harm the master at all." Chapter 90. Before the master, how dare you act recklessly? Zhou Yihong stepped forward. Although he was only at the peak of the demon's sovereign realm, his demonic might was not weaker than that of a fully realized demon saint. The members of the demon sect, already severely injured, found themselves prostrated on the ground under this pressure. Damn it, even if you have the purple gold demon eye, what of it? A mere demon sovereign is just an ant before my demon sect. Boom! The 5 protectors roared in anger. Drawing their magic blades from behind and consuming their vital energy, to break through Zhou Yihong's pressure. Kill for me. After dispersing Zhou Yihong's pressure, the 5 protectors shouted again. Demon waves, 3,000. Boom. Rumble. The demonic energy surged into the sky, and the demonic might rolled, shattering the void within hundreds of miles. Little Zhou stepped back. Changge, who had been silent, finally spoke. His expression was cold, and his eyes were fixed on the crowd. Yes, master. Seeing that the master was about to take action, Zhou Yihong wisely stepped back. He knew this group was about to suffer. Who do you think you are to come to my Daping prefecture and cause trouble? Go die. One of the protectors took the lead, charging at Changge with a demonic offensive. Chapter 91. Outside the palace, Missouri Langtian was dressed in a black battle armor. This armor was extraordinary, with ancient divine patterns flowing on it, and a terrifying blood-red killing aura shining, filled with hostility. Behind Mo Langtian were 10 elders. They were the formidable 10 elders of the Demon Sect, each having reached the peak of the Demon Saint realm. Mo Langtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the state boundary. Let's go. With Mo Langtian's command, more than 10 people disappeared from their spot, vanishing into the void. Whoosh whoosh. They moved incredibly fast, leaving behind striking black streaks in the sky. The crowd looked in the direction where Mo Langtian had left, their eyes filled with anticipation. Mo Langtian possessed the supreme demon bone, and his combat power was already comparable to a fully realized demon saint. Now, with the support of the 10 elders, it was expected that he could easily subdue Changge. Changge dared to cause trouble in Daping prefecture, showing some ignorance. If he were to submit this time, it would be fine. If he dared to resist again, he would likely meet a miserable end at Mo Langtian's hands. Meanwhile, Changge and the others were also heading towards the Demon Sect. The two sides met in a desolate area. Changge, with his keen perception, immediately sensed movement ahead and ordered, "Stop." Chapter 92. What did you say? Mo Langtian's expression froze, and he was stunned in place. Did he hear wrong? Changge actually wanted him to submit? Otherwise, he would break his supreme demon bone? It turned out that the holy son of the Demon Sect was a deaf person. Changge grinned and sarcastically said without concealment. Mo Langtian felt as if struck by lightning. He was the holy son of the Demon Sect, worshipped by millions of demon cultivators. Yet now he was called deaf by Changge. Boom! A black and red aura erupted from Mo Langtian's chest. That was the power of the supreme demon bone. The terrifying demonic might resembled an unparalleled great demon manifesting in the world, and a violent power filled Mo Langtian's entire body. Kid, you will die a miserable death. Mo Langtian's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and said, he had never endured such humiliation. Today, he would make Changge pay 1,000 or 10,000 times the price. Holy son, I am willing to step in and teach this young punk a lesson. I can too. Me too. The 10 elders could not stand Changge's arrogance, and all stepped forward. However, Mo Langtian waved his hand. No need. This person's life will be taken by this holy son personally. Mo Langtian's expression darkened, and his anger burned inside. Chapter 93. 2 streams of demonic might filled the heavens and the earth. Mo Langtian activated the supreme demon bone, holding the god-slaying spear, using the eternal night, great divine power to obscure the heavens and the earth. However, Changge wielded his dual swords, unleashing the 5 elements sword intent, shattering this eternal night. Boom! Crack! In just the blink of an eye, the eternal night was shattered, as if the heavens and earth had been pierced through. The 5 elements sword intent surged forth, the might of the great wilderness, the power of 100,000 divine elephants, and the chaotic sword energy all erupted. Clang! Pft! The long spear in Mo Langtian's hand was directly knocked away, and he vomited blood as he flew out. His supreme demon bone was simply like an insect trying to stop a chariot before Changge's power. Mo Langtian was strong, but Changge was even stronger. It seemed that the rumors from Changge were not exaggerated at all. In fact, Changge's strength was even more terrifying than what had been rumored. How is this possible? You clearly only have the cultivation of a fully realized demon sovereign. How can you unleash such terrifying power? Mo Langtian's face turned pale, and the black armor he wore even began to crack. This armor was a top-grade artifact, yet it could not withstand the domineering and fierce sword intent. Chapter 94. Seeing Mo Longtian's rapid reversal, everyone was stunned for a moment. It seemed that even the lofty Holy Sun could not resist the desire for a powerful bloodline. The original true demon bloodline was the most pure bloodline of the demon race. If Mo Longtian inherited it, he would be more confident in pursuing the ancient mad demon realm. So, are you willing to submit to me? Changge asked with a proud smile. Looking at Mo Longtian, I am willing. I am not after that original true demon bloodline, mainly because I feel you are a good person, with strong demonic talent. Under your leadership, the demon cultivators will surely carve out a path. Mo Longtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then struggled to stand up, saying with a righteous face. Upon hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. They did not expect Mo Longtian to be such a dramatic character. Not after the original true demon bloodline. Even a dog wouldn't believe it. Changge didn't mind. Instead, he chuckled and said, Then you shall become my magic slave from now on. All right, no problem. Wait, magic slave? Isn't that a subordinate? Mo Longtian was taken aback. Being a magic slave was different from being a subordinate. A magic slave would have a slave mark implanted. Chapter 95. The host has successfully accepted 2 magic slaves. You can now choose to copy their special physique onto yourself. Would you like to proceed with the copying? As Changge stared at the information panel, the system's voice rang out again. After hearing it, Change's eyes burned with excitement. Copying the special physique of 2 magic slaves? The purple extreme magic eye and the supreme magic bone? Such a good deal? Change's expression was filled with joy. This was truly an unexpected gain. If he possessed the purple extreme magic eye and the supreme magic bone, Changge's talent in the magic path would reach an unprecedented height. Copy immediately. Changge commanded without hesitation. Buzz! At that moment, a domineering magic bone emerged from Changge's chest. Dark divine patterns flowed over the magic bone, and a violent magic aura radiated, as if it had transformed into an unparalleled demon god. Changge felt his physical power surge again. With one punch, he could destroy 100 mountains. This is the supreme magic bone? Mo Longtian was stunned, looking incredulously at Changge's chest, his entire being dumbfounded. His supreme magic bone actually appeared on his master? Boom! Chapter 96. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. It was as if the air had stopped moving. The violent magic power within Mo Binsheng gradually dissipated as he looked at his son, Mo Longtian, in disbelief. Longtian, why did you submit to him? Mo Binsheng asked with some pain. Since childhood, Mo Longtian had always been high and mighty. Mo Binsheng simply couldn't fathom why his son would beg to be accepted as Changge's magic slave. Father, I am honored to follow my master. The original true magic bloodline in my body was granted by my master, Mo Longtian replied proudly. Upon hearing this, the expression on Mo Binsheng's face froze. The original true magic bloodline in Mo Longtian was actually related to Changge? Longtian, are you sure? Mo Binsheng asked, somewhat incredulous. The original true magic bloodline was the purest and most powerful bloodline of the demon race, nearly extinct. Yet, Changge somehow had the means to make Mo Longtian manifest the original true magic bloodline. They can testify for me, and I have no reason to deceive my father, Mo Longtian replied calmly. Mo Binsheng's gaze shifted to the 10 elders. Master, indeed it was the honored one who bestowed the elixir, and the Holy Sun developed the original true magic bloodline after consuming it. Chapter 97. After the 3 ancestors arrived, their gaze fell on Changge. However, upon seeing him, all 3 of them frowned, because, relying on their half-step demon emperor cultivation, they couldn't discern Changge's realm. It was as if a veil of immortal mist enveloped Changge, obscuring their vision. You're Changge? Mo Yong asked. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the desert. That's right, Changge replied calmly, unafraid. The holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already become Changge's magic slave. With just a thought, Changge could cause Mo Longtian to perish. Therefore, the 3 ancestors couldn't directly strike at Changge. Seeing Changge's calm demeanor, the 3 ancestors were astonished. They were half-step demon emperors. A mere flick of their fingers could crush countless demon saints. Even the sect leader, Mo Binsheng, was fearful before them. Yet Changge appeared as if nothing were wrong. This level of composure was truly formidable. You have quite the courage, but you have entertained thoughts you should not. Mo Yong snorted coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. Wanting the Heavenly Demon Sect to submit to Changge? That was absolutely impossible. Chapter 98. Under the Great Demon of Destruction. Changge's eyes turned blood red. His black hair danced wildly, and the magic energy within him surged forth. The might of the holy body, the might of the sword body, and the pressure of the original true magic made everyone gasp for breath. Changge's talent in the magic path could overshadow all magic cultivators. Although the three ancestors were more powerful than Changge, they still trembled in the face of his pressure, faintly feeling the urge to submit. Seeing that the intimidation was taking effect, Changge's gaze fell on the three ancestors again, and he said, "Neither humble nor haughty, seniors. I can promise that as long as the Heavenly Demon Sect submits to me, within 20 years, I will help everyone establish a firm foothold in the central continent." Upon hearing this, all the magic cultivators were moved. Establishing a firm foothold in the central continent within 20 years. If someone else had said this, they would have never believed it. Yet when Changge said it, they found it hard to doubt. Changge's talent was evident. Becoming an unparalleled powerhouse was merely a matter of time. If the Heavenly Demon Sect wished to leave Depingzu and develop in the central continent, following Changge was undoubtedly the best choice. The three ancestors did not directly agree, but they did not refuse either. Instead, they exchanged glances as if communicating. Chapter 99. Seniors, I am ready. You may strike at any time. After revealing all his trump cards, Changge said to Mo Yong. Mo Yong was still in shock. Upon hearing Changge's words, he was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Good. The talents and means Changge displayed had already earned Mo Yong's recognition. But the final test must continue. Eternal night. Mo Yong narrowed his old eyes, and the magic energy within him surged forth like a torrential river. The magic energy rolled, the magic patterns surged, and the sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. Demons materialized, clawing and biting toward Changge. Young friend, if you can withstand this palm strike from me, then from now on, the Heavenly Demon Sect will completely submit to you. Mo Yong summoned the power of darkness, his hands flowing with profound and terrifying magic patterns. The air around them became stagnant, and the space twisted and shattered. Boom! The sky collapsed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Mo Yong's hands formed into palms and then slammed down fiercely. Clang! The void exploded instantly, producing a tremendous roar. A monstrous magic palm pressed down on the sky, heading toward Changge. Chapter 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the Heavenly Demon Sect, gaining 30,000 slaughter points. Host, Changge. Physique, original true demon bloodline, chaos sword body, great wilderness sacred body, primordial sword embryo, supreme demon bone. Purple extreme demon eye, demonic cultivation level, perfect demon sovereign realm. 120,000 slaughter points needed to break through to the intra-level demon saint realm. Slaughter points, 44. 730, martial arts abilities, demon wave soul, severing step, celestial calamity light. One sword determines life and death. 5 elements sword intent, flame splitting devouring wave ruler. 4 symbol suppression technique, weapons and treasures, Gan Jiang Mo Xie. Creation divine lotus, spirit pet. 9 nether demon flood dragon, little Heisey. Cultivation level, perfect level 9, status, in the process of breaking through, demon slave, Zhou Yihong, demon slave, Mo Langtun, after the Heavenly Demon Sect surrendered. The voice of the system resounded. Changge looked at the information panel, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. In just a few months, the 9 nether demon flood dragon had actually broken through to perfect level 9. Perfect level 9 is on par with the perfect demon sovereign realm. However, the 9 nether demon flood dragon was still continuing to break through. It seemed to be aiming for level 10 demon beast. A satisfied smile appeared on Changge's lips. Now he had 2 demon slaves, 1 spirit pet, and the powerful force of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chapter 101. Faced with the objections of the demons, Changge remained unmoved. He had to go to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Inside the Demon Emperor's tomb, there were 12 primordial demon pearls, which had already reached the level of Taoist artifacts, a rare treasure. Moreover, there was also the demon source left behind after the fall of the Demon Emperor. If Changge obtained the demon source, he could directly refine it to break through to the demon saint realm. The further one goes in the demonic path, the more slaughter points are needed for cultivation. Changge absolutely could not miss out on the demon source. Otherwise, he would face considerable pressure to break through to the demon saint realm within 6 months. Elder Yong, Elder Biao, Elder Han, I understand your good intentions, but the Demon Emperor's tomb is a tremendous opportunity that I do not want to miss. Furthermore, every chance in the immortal domain is filled with danger. This is unavoidable. If one wants to grow quickly, they cannot be timid. Changge's eyes were sharp, and he spoke to the 3 elders in a firm tone. Upon hearing this, although the 3 elders of the demon were still somewhat worried, they did not continue to dissuade Changge. This was because Changge's attitude had already been very resolute. Moreover, what Changge said was indeed reasonable. Opportunities often come with crises. One cannot be timid if they want to grow quickly, even if facing life and death dangers. They must boldly try. Chapter 102. After seeing the blood mist being pushed back, the demons looked at Changge with admiration. If it weren't for Changge clearing the way, just the blood mist alone would be enough to give them headaches. Although I have also awakened the original true demon bloodline, I am still firmly suppressed in front of the master's bloodline. Mo Langtian looked at Changge's determined back. His eyes narrowed as he sighed, meaningfully. Zhou Hong felt the same way. Even though the bloodlines were the same, they could unleash different powers in different people. After pushing back the blood mist, Changge's eyes gazed into the depths. The purple gold demon eye was activated, and 2 streams of purple gold light pierced through the blood mist, landing in a valley where the demonic energy was most concentrated. Such rich demonic energy, with vast demonic patterns surrounding it. If nothing unexpected happens, the primordial demon pearl must be in that valley. A fiery look appeared in Changge's eyes as he eagerly said, "Let's go, we're heading to that valley." Changge commanded the demons. "Yes, master." The demons closely followed Changge, flying towards the depths of the blood mist. Wherever Changge went, the blood mist quickly dissipated, like rats fleeing from a cat, not daring to approach. Chapter 103. Is the master going to fight against Mo Guangfeng? A hint of fiery anticipation appeared in Mo Longtian's eyes. As the previous Holy Son, Mo Guangfeng's talent in the demonic path was naturally not to be underestimated. Moreover, Mo Guangfeng had reached the perfect demon saint realm hundreds of years ago. He was regarded by the Heavenly Demon Sect as the most likely candidate to become the Demon Emperor in 10,000 years. However, Mo Guangfeng also did not come out after entering the Demon Emperor's tomb. If Mo Guangfeng had not entered the Demon Emperor's tomb back then, he would likely have already become the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Kill. Mo Guangfeng's eyes were blood red, and a pitch-black demonic knife appeared in his hand. Although Changge's demonic energy was extremely terrifying, Mo Guangfeng had already lost his sanity, leaving only slaughter. Roar. Millions of demonic puppets, influenced by Mo Guangfeng, rushed towards Changge one after another. "You wretched thing, seeking death." Zhou Yihong gripped the sun-extinguishing divine bow, ready to strike again. "Xiao Zhou, stand back." Changge took a step forward, the might of the original true demon suddenly erupting. Boom! Poof, 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 poof. Tens of thousands of demonic puppets exploded and perished. Not a single one survived. Changge wielded 2 demonic swords, creating countless afterimages, and then chopped fiercely. Chapter 104. After the million demonic puppets dissipated, Changge led the demons to continue towards the valley. This space was not large, and with Changge around, those troublesome blood mists did not dare to approach at all. Thus, the demons smoothly arrived at the entrance of the valley. Looking at the valley filled with rich demonic energy, everyone stopped in their tracks. Is that blood spirit herb? And 9-tailed dragonberry? 10,000-year green vine? My God, we VE struck it rich. We VE struck it rich. When the demons saw the treasure herbs in the valley, they all became extremely excited. However, without Changge's command, they did not dare to act recklessly. Changge vigilantly watched the valley, activating his purple gold demon eye, focusing his gaze on an ice coffin. However, the ice coffin was surrounded by a mass of demonic energy, making it impossible to see clearly. This made Changge even more alert. Even the purple gold demon, I can't see through it? Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued to observe. He discovered that there seemed to be a formation surrounding the ice coffin, as if order chains connected the entire space together. Master, should we go in? Mo Binching stepped forward and asked Gu Changge. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the valley. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Chapter 105. Gu Changge initially wanted to stop them, but over a dozen disciples had already entered the valley. However, these dozen disciples did not encounter any danger. Next, over 1,000 elders and disciples all entered the valley, rushing towards the treasures. Blood Spirit Herb. I got the Blood Spirit Herb. Is this the Ice Fire Snake Scale Fruit? Xiantian Qingteng. It really is Xiantian Qingteng. Once I refine it, I will be able to break through to the great perfection of the Demon Saint realm. The disciples and elders who entered first have already obtained the precious medicine. They have long lost their reason, their eyes filled only with greed. Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian also entered the valley, and both did not encounter any danger. Gu Changge furrowed his brows. Could it be that I was overthinking? Young friend, why haven't you come in yet? Those 12 primordial demon pearls can only be tamed by you. Mo Shengxiong's gentle gaze fell on Gu Changge, and he smiled. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Gu Changge replied with a cupped fist, but did not move for a long time. In the valley, those disciples who obtained the precious medicine had already begun to refine it. Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian also acquired quite a few precious medicines. Young friend, what are you hesitating for? Chapter 106. Under this imperial might, Gu Changge felt an immense pressure. It seemed as if his body was out of control. The space around him began to distort, and Gu Changge gritted his teeth, unleashing the power of the primordial true demon to resist this imperial might. Without the primordial true demon bloodline, Gu Changge would probably not be able to hold on for even a second. Give up. The demon emperor level is far stronger than you can imagine. This emperor went to great lengths to deceive you all into coming here, just to find a suitable body. Originally, Mo Guangfeng was a good choice, but just relying on a Ghost King body isn't enough. It simply can't withstand this emperor's soul. Mo Shengxiong grinned. When Mo Guangfeng entered the imperial tomb, Mo Shengxiong had prepared to seize his body. However, he ultimately found that Mo Guangfeng could not bear his soul. The soul of a demon emperor powerhouse can only be born by the physical body of a demon emperor level expert. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Gu Changge. Gu Changge possesses the purest primordial true demon bloodline, along with several divine bodies and sacred bodies, making his physical strength extremely abnormal. Only such an abnormal body can withstand the soul of a demon emperor. You wish not to let that happen. Gu Changge's eyes turned cold as the primordial true demon bloodline erupted. Chapter 107. You have lost. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. From now on, this body of yours will belong to this emperor. All the opportunities and fortunes you possess will be well utilized by this emperor, and at that time, I will attain the ancient mad demon realm and laugh proudly over the entire immortal domain. Mo Shengxiong laughed heartily, his face full of pride. After waiting for thousands of years, he finally waited for Gu Changge. With Gu Changge's body, he could be reborn. Mo Shengxiong appeared in front of Gu Changge, lifting him up from a distance. Gu Changge felt weak all over, unable to even resist. Mo Shengxiong suddenly exerted force, and Gu Changge was directly thrown into the great formation of the valley. Buzz buzz. The great formation connecting the entire space was triggered, and chains of order surged towards Gu Changge. The chains of order pierced through Gu Changge's body, locking up his bones. Even with the primordial true demon bloodline, he could not operate it at this moment. Mo Shengxiong set up this formation to successfully seize a body. Every generation of talents entering the demon emperor tomb fell into Mo Shengxiong's trap. Aren't you quite capable? Keep going. Mo Shengxiong's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Gu Changge. Chapter 108. No, please, spare me. I beg you, spare me. Gu Changge's body emitted the most tragic cries of Mo Shengxiong. In the face of the power emitted by the system, even Mo Shengxiong had no strength to fight back. Gu Changge's consciousness entered his body, and he saw Mo Shengxiong being engulfed by a fiery furnace, fire dragons wrapping around him, rendering him unable to move. Mo Shengxiong's power was continuously dissipating, and the terrifying fiery furnace was refining him. This is the system, Gu Changge thought with a hint of surprise. After a long time, a bold guess appeared in Gu Changge's mind. Could it be that the system wants to refine Mo Xie into a puppet? A puppet at the level of a demon emperor? It's simply unimaginable. Gu Changge swallowed hard, feeling incredibly unbelievable. A puppet at the level of a demon emperor. Just thinking about it was crazy. To be clear, the ancestor of Aojin Mountain Villa, Jian Waya, was merely half a step into the emperor realm. If in front of a demon emperor, Jian Waya would be just an ant. If Gu Changge had a demon emperor puppet back then, would he have feared Jian Waya and others? No, don't refine me. Chapter 109. Gu Changge walked towards the ice coffin. Everyone's gaze fell on the ice coffin. They could clearly sense that there was an extremely rich demonic aura within this ice coffin. Could it be that the source of the demon emperor is inside the ice coffin? Mo Binsheng squinted his eyes, speculating at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed a hint of anticipation on their faces. The source of the demon emperor left behind would benefit them all. Buzz buzz. When Gu Changge approached, the demonic patterns on the ice coffin emitted endless black light, actually bursting forth with a powerful repelling force. Mo Xingxiong, open the ice coffin. Gu Changge instructed Mo Xingxiong beside him. Yes, master. Mo Xingxiong replied emotionlessly. He stepped in front of the ice coffin, and with a palm strike, the demonic patterns immediately dissipated, slowly opening. Inside the ice coffin was a mass of dark energy, extremely pure. Just a whiff made all the demons feel their cells stir. This is the source of a demon, the purest demonic power, which would be directly refined and absorbed. Although the temptation of the source of the demon was great, no one dared to act rashly without Gu Changge's order. Gu Changge extended his hands and then activated his demonic power to lift the mass of energy out. Chapter 110. Senior, please move to the hall. After learning the identities of the old man in the green robe and others, Jian Waya's tone became increasingly respectful as he led everyone to the hall. Senior, please take a seat. Jian Waya made a gesture of invitation, giving the first seat to the old man in the green robe. This old man in the green robe is at the emperor level. It is likely that he holds a high status in the Sacred Spirit Academy. So Jian Waya did not dare to be negligent. The old man in the green robe slowly nodded and then sat in the first position. Jian Waya took a seat on the left. The maidservant brought fine tea, not daring to be careless at all. After everyone had finished their tea, Jian Waya finally asked the old man in the green robe, "May I ask how to address you, Senior?" Wu Nansheng. The old man in the green robe put down his teacup and replied flatly, "Elder Wu Nansheng from the Holy Spirit Academy." Jian Wui was taken aback, not expecting that one of the top 10 core elders of the Holy Spirit Academy had come this time. It seems that the Holy Spirit Academy is truly enraged this time. After all, the branch of the Holy Spirit Academy in Changge was completely wiped out by Gu Changge. This is simply a form of disregard for the Holy Spirit Academy. How could they swallow this anger? Wu Nansheng looked at Jian Wui, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Jian Wui, you should know the purpose of my visit, right? Chapter 111. De Pingzu, Demon Emperor's Tomb. After 3 consecutive days of refining and absorbing, the demon source has been nearly exhausted. During these 3 days, Gu Changge absorbed and converted 80,000 killing points. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing quickly. System, open the information panel. Gu Changge commanded the system. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, chaotic sword body. Great wilderness sacred body. Primordial sword embryo. Purple gold demon eye. Supreme demon bone. Original true demon bloodline. Demon path cultivation. Perfect demon sovereign realm. 120. 000 killing points needed to break through to the entry level of demon saint realm. Killing points. 145,730. Looking at the information panel. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Changge's lips. Now his killing points are enough to break through to the demon saint realm. Once he breaks through to the demon saint realm, what is Jian Wui worth? There are still 2 months left until half a year. Old dog. Are you ready to face my wrath? Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 beams of killing intent shot out, and the void ahead directly collapsed and shattered. System. Break through to the demon saint realm. Gu Changge no longer hesitated and prepared to break through to the entry level of the demon saint realm at the demon emperor's tomb. Boom! Chapter 112. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing 12 primordial demon pearls. Reward 20,000 killing points. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, chaotic sword body, great wilderness sacred body. Primordial sword embryo, supreme demon bone, purple gold demon eye, ghost king body, original true demon bloodline, demon path cultivation. Entry level of demon saint realm, 150,000 killing points needed to break through to the small success of the demon saint realm. Killing points, 45,730. After subduing the primordial demon pearls, the system's reward also arrived. Gu Changge stored the 12 primordial demon pearls and then walked towards everyone. Everyone looked at Gu Changge with admiration and envy. Only someone with Gu Changge's great talent could make the primordial demon pearls submit with just a word. Congratulations, Your Excellency, congratulations. With Your Excellency here, the Heavenly Demon cult will undoubtedly reach a new height. All the demons prostrated on the ground, their faces filled with excitement. Gu Changge's gaze swept over everyone and found that their cultivation had also improved. Among the thousands of people, the lowest cultivation level was already at the peak of the demon saint realm. Mo Xie and the top 10 elders had already reached the pinnacle of the demon saint realm, only needing an opportunity to break through to the demon emperor realm. Chapter 113. A cold and sinister aura emanated from Gu Changge's body, causing all the demons to be stunned. Even the 3 elders of Mo Xie felt a chill run down their spines. Then, a terrifying demonic aura swept out from Gu Changge, centered around him. Although this aura was only at the entry level of the demon saint realm, it unleashed a terrifying power not weaker than that of the demon emperor realm. Boom! The continuous mountain range was directly flattened by this aura from Gu Changge. The powerful demon beasts in the mountains didn't even have time to escape before they were blasted into pieces. Your Excellency, what happened? Mo Xie had never seen Gu Changge this angry before. Zhou Yihong frowned, feeling a hint of unease in his heart. What could make the master this angry? Could it be that something happened in Changge? The people from the Holy Spirit Academy in Zhongzhou went to Changge. Gu Changge replied with killing intent. The strong ones from Zhongzhou? The expressions of all the demons immediately became serious. The strong in Zhongzhou are at least at the Emperor realm. Any random Emperor-level expert could become invincible in other states. Could it be that they went to Changzhou for Your Excellency? Mo Xie asked with some worry. That's right. I wiped out the branch of the Holy Spirit Academy in Changzhou, and I fear that the strong ones from the Holy Spirit Academy headquarters are here for revenge against me. Chapter 114. Jian Wui Yu. Zhang Shun frowned and cursed loudly. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately activated his strongest divine ability. Pu Wenin and Sun Tao also cast their divine abilities, trying to block Jian Wui. You think you can stop me? Get lost. Jian Wui thrust out his sword, and the sharp sword light surged out like a tsunami. Boom! The attacks of Zhang Shun and the others were directly obliterated, and then endless sword light swallowed them up, followed by cries of agony. Zhao Yanran's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect Jian Wui to actually dare to make a move against the Heavenly Treasure Building. You all attack. Zhao Yanran bit her lip and ordered the dozens of life and death realm experts from the Heavenly Treasure Building. Hee, overestimating yourselves. Jian Wui sneered, sweeping his Qian Yuan sword, causing Zhang Shun and the others to spit blood and fly out, collapsing into a pile of ruins, their lives or deaths unknown. In front of a half-step emperor, the life and death realm cultivation was simply not enough to be seen. Stop them. Jian Wui looked down on a group of ants and didn't even bother to make a move. Yes, ancestor. The elders of the AO Jian Mountain Villa rushed to engage in battle with the dozens of life and death realm experts from the Heavenly Treasure Building. Chapter 115. Zhao Yanran's face turned pale as she staggered back a few steps in embarrassment. It's you. Zhao Yanran's beautiful eyes fixed on Wu Nansheng, as the emperor's pressure just now emanated from him. Wu Nansheng looked up at Zhao Yanran and smiled. Miss Zhao, long time no see. You are from Zhongzhou? Zhao Yanran's beautiful eyes turned icy. She didn't recognize Wu Nansheng. However, Wu Nansheng recognized Zhao Yanran. Zhao Yanran is the daughter of the Heavenly Treasure Building and possesses the illusory God Eye, reputed to know the past, present, and future, making her a well-known figure in Zhongzhou. But Wu Nansheng was merely an elder of second-rate power, and Zhao Yanran had never seen him before. Yes, I am indeed from Zhongzhou. Wu Nansheng smiled indifferently, then took steps toward Zhao Yanran. With every step he took, the emperor's might spread out. distorting the space within hundreds of miles. Everyone felt an immense pressure. Since I have already concealed the heavenly secrets, you can only die today. Wu Nanxing's old eyes turned cold. Since he chose to make a move against the heavenly treasure building, he must eradicate them completely. Otherwise, the powerful ones from the heavenly treasure building's headquarters would definitely annihilate the Holy Spirit Academy. Chapter 116. Senior. Jian Weio's face turned ashen, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the chaotic offensive ahead. That was the will of a Saint Emperor. Above the Great Emperor is the Saint Emperor. A martial artist at the Saint Emperor level can be considered a powerful figure even in Central State. Just like Jian Weio and the others who aspire to become Great Emperors, achieving that is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone reaching the Saint Emperor level. The terrifying offensive swept across the entire Qingzhou, alarming the other two superpowers. The two ancestors of the Tianxian Holy Land, Ning Chao and Sun Feng, rushed over quickly. The ancestor of the Flying Dragon sect, Zheng Tianxin, also hurried over. What happened? The three half-step great emperors looked at the chaotic offensive ahead with fearful expressions. They were all half a foot in the coffin. If it weren't for a major incident, they wouldn't have left their seclusion at all. However, that previous offensive nearly overturned their cave abodes. Even though they were half-step great emperors, they felt as small as ants in the face of that force. Elder 7. The hundreds of disciples from the Holy Spirit Academy shouted anxiously. Their cultivation auras erupted, and they were all at the peak of the life and death realm. These people are powerful figures from Central State? Ning Chao and the others suddenly realized and then asked in shock. Chapter 117. Thousands of demon cultivators rushed out simultaneously. The terrifying demonic might soaring into the sky. The demonic swords slashed out, shattering the void, and the ground cracked open like a spiderweb. The elders and disciples of the three superpowers had no power to resist at all, and were immediately decapitated or cut in half. Moreover, some elders and disciples were possessed by demonic energy, turning into decayed white bones and emitting a foul odor. You devils! You won't die a good death. Mo Binsheng, the 10 great elders, Mo Langtian, and Zhou Yihong were completely mad with bloodlust at this moment. Behind them lay incomplete corpses. This was a complete massacre. Not a single elder or disciple from the three superpowers survived. They were all killed. The more than 1,000 demon cultivators who had come with Changge were all elites of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The lowest among them was at the peak of the Demon Saint realm, and most were at the perfection level. Figures like Mo Binsheng and the 10 great elders had even reached the peak of the Demon Saint realm, capable of breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm at any moment. This was a dimensional suppression for the elders and disciples of the three superpowers. How could they possibly be opponents? Chapter 118. Kill all these hypocritical righteous sects. Led by Mo Biao and Mo Han, thousands of demon cultivators rushed out in anger. Boom, boom. As they passed, the void collapsed directly, and those elders and disciples who were closer were blasted into blood mist. Half-step demon emperor. They are half-step demon emperor powerhouses. God, how can a half-step demon emperor obey Changge? Crazy, this world has completely gone mad. The strong from the three superpowers were all dumbfounded, each one petrified in place. Hiss. Thousands of demon cultivators rushed in, and the elders and disciples of the three superpowers simply could not withstand it, being chopped into meat paste under the demonic swords. As demon cultivators, they struck fiercely, each move aiming for death. Those who should be killed, they never held back. The Gu family is the family where the Supreme resides. Since these hypocritical righteous sects dared to touch the family of the Supreme, they all had to die. The air was filled with blood mist, and the screams rang out endlessly. For a moment, it was like the 18th layer of hell. Mo Biao and Mo Han charged forward like a bamboo, each swing of their demonic swords inevitably resulting in thousands of deaths. Chapter 119. Strange, this kid clearly only has the cultivation of the Demon Saint realm. But why does this aura feel so terrifying? Is it an illusion? Wu Nanxing narrowed his old eyes slightly and thought warily. Compared to Mo Xingxiong, Wu Nanxing preferred to battle Changge, because Changge only had the cultivation of the Demon Saint realm, while he, Wu Nanxing, was a proper great emperor. No matter how monstrous Gu Changge was, could he really fight against a great emperor powerhouse with the cultivation of the demon saint realm? This was simply unheard of and completely impossible. Beside him, Zhao Yanran looked at Gu Changge meaningfully. Gu Changge was able to defeat peak life and death realm powerhouses when he was at the perfection of the demon lord realm. Now that he had broken through to the demon saint realm, he could probably even fight against great emperor powerhouses, right? Wu Nansheng did not understand Gu Changge at all. Soon, Wu Nansheng would regret it. You are Wu Nansheng from the Holy Spirit Academy of Central State, right? Gu Changge said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Wu Nansheng was suddenly taken aback. He hadn't even cast the exclusive divine ability of the Holy Spirit Academy. How did Gu Changge know his identity? Once his identity was revealed, the Holy Spirit Academy would be finished. So you are Elder 7 Wu Nansheng from the Holy Spirit Academy. Zhao Yanran's beautiful eyes instantly turned icy. Chapter 120. Old Dog, do you really think that being at the Great Emperor realm makes you invincible in the world? If you were of equal cultivation, you wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Gu Changge's eyes turned cold, and then he suddenly exerted force with his fingers, unleashing the overwhelming might of the original true demon. Boom! The terrifying demonic might surged, and Wu Nansheng's Qingfeng sword was directly sent flying, and then Wu Nansheng himself was sent flying, spitting out blood. Gu Changge's current combat power was already enough to crush entry-level Great Emperor powerhouses. Boom! Wu Nansheng crashed heavily to the ground, his face pale, hair disheveled, and his form extremely disheveled, where was the slightest bit of the Great Emperor's majesty. Elder 7, the disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy were terrified, their faces ashen, each tremblingly shouting. This boy, who was even younger than them, was actually able to repel a great emperor powerhouse with the cultivation of the demon saint realm. Such strength was enough to rival those top talents in Central State. Cough, cough. Wu Nansheng coughed up an old mouthful of blood, and at this moment, he stared at Gu Changge with a gloomy expression. Gu Changge's strength had far exceeded his expectations. His only thought now was to escape. As for the fate of the Holy Spirit Academy, what did it have to do with him? Offending Tianbao Tower. The day of the Holy Spirit Academy's destruction was not far away. Chapter 121. Elder 7 is dead. We are finished. Offending Tianbao Tower means the entire Holy Spirit Academy is done for. The disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy knelt on the ground, murmuring despairingly. After Wu Nansheng's death, the heavenly secrets here were restored again. At this moment, the headquarters of Tianbao Tower should have already learned about the situation in Qingzhou. Tianbao Tower is a top-tier force in Central State, with 5 Saint Emperors within and at least 100 Great Emperors. This is the foundation of a first-class power. The Holy Spirit Academy is nothing in front of the Tianbao Tower. After killing Wu Nansheng, Gu Changge turned around, his gaze cold as he looked at the 3 major superpowers and the disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy. The Tianbao Tower and the Gu family suffered heavy casualties, and this blood debt cannot be easily erased. Spare us, Your Excellency. We are willing to submit to you. Yes, we are willing to submit to Your Excellency. Please spare our lives. I have elderly parents and young children. Please have mercy on me. Spare my life. The elders and disciples of the 3 major superpowers, along with the disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy, all knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy from Gu Changge. Elderly parents and young children? Ha! My Gu family has over 300,000 sons, and now only about 10,000 are left alive. Chapter 122. On this day, the Gu family was rebuilt, with towering and magnificent buildings rising from the ground, occupying an area several times larger than before. Thousands of forces from Qingzhou came to congratulate them, presenting gifts one after another. The Gu family's warehouse was already overflowing, filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Every Gu family disciple felt a sense of pride. No matter where they went in Qingzhou, as long as they revealed their identity as Gu family disciples, they would be respected. However, every Gu family disciple did not become arrogant. Because of this, they knew that this was earned with the blood of over 300,000 Gu family members and was fought for with the life of their eldest son. Therefore, they cherished it even more. They were determined to train hard, strengthen the Gu family, and strive to fight alongside the eldest son. In the Gu family ancestral hall, there were now over 1,000 inscriptions. Any elder or deacon could have their inscription placed in the ancestral hall after death. The inscriptions of the great elder Gu Yuancheng and the second elder Gu Yuanchong were also among them. The great elder's son Gu Chun and the second elder's son Gu Guancheng, now dressed in white, knelt in front of the inscriptions, mourning for their fathers. Father, do you see? The 4 major forces have been destroyed by the eldest son, and even the 3 major superpowers have been wiped out. Your blood feud has finally been avenged. Chapter 123. Zhao Yanran was seeing Lu Wenjun so shocked for the first time. With Zhao Yanran's current cultivation level, she couldn't sense the existence of space laws at all, which made her feel puzzled. Seeing Lu Wenjun discern her space laws at a glance, Gu Changge was also somewhat shocked. As expected of a holy emperor, his vision was indeed sharp and unique. To be honest, Senior, I am quite lucky to have comprehended a trace of space laws, Gu Changge replied humbly. A trace? Young friend, I am not blind. This is far more than just a trace. Lu Wenjun swallowed hard, becoming visibly agitated. Even he, as a holy emperor, could not comprehend the space laws. Yet, a young man from Qingzhou managed to do so? Truly a freak. No wonder Yanran praises you so much. Even I cannot see through all your cards. Lu Wenjun calmed his inner shock and sighed. It seemed that Gu Changge had a layer of mist around him, making it difficult for Lu Wenjun to see clearly. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Changge had just demonstrated the space laws, Lu Wenjun might not have known that Gu Changge had mastered them. Young friend, you and the girl, please take a seat. Chapter 124. System. Raise my cultivation to the minor completion of the Demon Saint realm. In the room, Gu Changge commanded the system. Boom! A dense demonic aura erupted from Gu Changge's body, and a terrifying demonic might swept out, covering hundreds of miles. The million demon cultivators guarding the Gu family were stunned. Even the 3 ancestors felt a wave of heart palpitations and looked towards the room where Gu Changge was. Is a master about to break through again? Mo Yong asked in disbelief. Mo Biao and Mo Han both gasped, realizing that this momentum was likely a breakthrough. Hearing the conversation among the 3 ancestors, Mo Binsheng, Mo Langtian, and others all widened their mouths, their eyes filled with shock. Their astonishment was understandable. Gu Changge's last breakthrough was at the Demon Emperor's tomb, and it had been less than half a month since then. Yet, Gu Changge was about to break through again? At this rate of cultivation, the Master's realm will soon surpass mine. Mo Langtian gasped, calming his inner shock. He felt more and more that following Gu Changge was the most correct decision. He took a demonic devouring pill, knowing that as long as Gu Changge's realm surpassed his own would also increase, just one minor realm lower than Gu Changge. Chapter 125. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Yuanhong's slightly fatigued eyes became sharp. The Luo family had always had a high and mighty demeanor. If it weren't for Luo Yingtong abandoning her bloodline, the Luo family would have likely destroyed the Gu family long ago. His wife, Luo Yingtong, had been in the Central Plains for nearly 2 years, and Gu Yuanhong worried day and night. However, with his strength, he didn't even have the qualification to step into the Central Plains. The Central Plains were fraught with danger, and the Luo family's foundation was immeasurable. Changge, even if you reach the Central Plains, do not easily reveal your relationship with the Luo family. Gu Yuanhong advised with a worried expression. He knew his son was determined to go to the Central Plains. This small Qingzhou could no longer allow him to progress. But with the Luo family's ruthless nature, once they learned that Gu Changge was Luo Yingtong's child, they would surely seek to eliminate him. The reason the Luo family was willing to turn a blind eye to the Gu family was that in their impression, Luo Yingtong's eldest son was a waste. The second son was a bookworm, and although the third daughter had some talent, she was hardly noteworthy. If the Luo family discovered how extraordinary the Gu Changge siblings were, they would likely take action to eradicate them. Chapter 126. Buzzing. The spatial ring emitted a dazzling divine light, and an old man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a blue robe, appeared in midair. His body was transparent, suggesting it was merely a soul. In the old man's eyes, a flash of lightning flickered, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. A terrifying pressure akin to thunder descended, causing Jian Lingtian to tremble all over, even with his Xianhuang indestructible body. This was an unparalleled powerhouse. I have met the senior. Jian Lingtian did not dare to be negligent and immediately bowed. The blue-robed old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Get up. As long as you help me reshape my body, I can help you take revenge on your enemies." Hearing this, Jian Lingtian did not hesitate and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, senior, as long as I can do it. I will definitely help you reshape your body. Ha ha, you will be able to do it. You are the child of destiny. Even the talents of the Central Plains may not have as good luck as you." The old man in the green shirt looked increasingly satisfied. He never expected that his wandering soul would encounter a child of destiny in this small Changge. Perhaps he was destined not to perish. The old man took out a sheepskin scroll, which flickered with thunder, emanating the laws of thunder and exuding the might of annihilation. Chapter 127. Curse away. Let it all out. After all, you won't have the chance soon. Zhao Kongming's eyes, resembling fuzzy caterpillars, narrowed slightly, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Huff, huff. Sounds of grunting came from the pig pen. Wei Yin stepped out and walked towards the terrified Shangwan Liang, who was lying on the ground. Elder Wei, spare me. I beg you to spare me. I am willing to submit. The entire Holy Spirit Academy is willing to submit. I hope Elder Wei can let me have a way out. Shangwan Liang's face turned pale with fear, his body limp on the ground, liquid flowing between his legs. This was the most terrified and embarrassed moment of Shangwan Liang's life. Submit? The mere Holy Spirit Academy doesn't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. Zhao Kongming sneered disdainfully. Boom! Wei Yin expressionlessly struck out with a palm. A surge of immense power poured into Shangwan Liang's body, directly sealing his spiritual power. Soon, Shangwan Liang lost all his spiritual power. No, no. Help me, ancestor. Save me. Shangwan Liang shouted desperately. The Holy Spirit Academy had an ancestor in the world named Yao Yi, whose cultivation had also reached the half-step Holy Emperor realm. However, Yao Yi had not shown up from beginning to end. Chapter 128, Dean Dean. Elder Shun Sheng knelt on the ground, his face extremely pale. Zhao Yinran looked at Shun Sheng, clearly unaware of Zhao Kongming's intentions for keeping him around. Shun Sheng only had a small achievement in the Emperor realm, and at this age, he seemed not to stand out at all, right? Zhao Kongming, however, looked at Shun Sheng with great interest, his eyes becoming fiery. To him, Shun Sheng seemed like a delicious dish. Next is your turn. Zhao Kongming slowly walked towards Shun Sheng. As the footsteps approached, Shun Sheng felt a chill run down his back. Young master, don't kill me. I am willing to submit. I beg you to let me have a way out. I have elders above and young ones below. Please have mercy on me. Shun Sheng knelt before Zhao Kongming, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Zhao Kongming grinned and asked, I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Shun Sheng was taken aback, but he quickly nodded frantically. Yes, I want it. Please. Young master, tell me. Hope sparkled in Shun Sheng's eyes. This time, not only did Wei Yin come personally, but even the Deputy Tower Master Lu Wenjun had arrived. Even if the ancestor of the Holy Spirit Academy, Yao Yi, showed up, he would be instantly killed. Today, the Holy Spirit Academy was completely finished. Chapter 129. After you cast the taboo secret technique, it resembles him a bit. Zhao Yinran's mind conjured the image of Gu Changge, her pretty face slightly flushed, and her autumn water-like eyes softened. This was the first time Zhao Kongming saw his sister so gentle. No, something's off. Could it be that the elder sister, who was usually uninterested in men, also had someone she admired? Zhao Kongming's eyes rolled, secretly thinking. Sister, be honest. Do you have your eye on someone? You tell me. Kongming will go and tie him up for you right now, and he can be delivered to your room tonight. Ah, sister, stop gently. Before Zhao Kongming could finish speaking, Zhao Yinran froze, then stepped forward to twist his ear. Who would have thought that the fierce red-haired man, just now, was actually the now fearful Zhao Kongming? Say another word and you won't have ears anymore. Zhao Yinran's pretty face grew increasingly flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed to look Zhao Kongming in the eye. This made Zhao Kongming even more convinced of his thoughts. His sister definitely had a man she liked. Sister, I won't dare again, I really won't. Zhao Kongming quickly replied. Seeing this, Zhao Yinran finally let go of his ear. Bah! Chapter 130. When Gu Changge and the others arrived at the Sea of Death, night had already fallen. The cold moonlight poured down, and the sea remained turbulent, with deep whirlpools seemingly emitting angry roars. Before long, thick fog rose from the sea, obstructing everyone's view. The Sea of Death was perilous under normal circumstances, and at night it was even more dangerous. Therefore, no martial cultivators would choose to cross the Sea of Death at night. Gu Changge wore a black robe, his flowing long hair cascading like a waterfall, and his eyes gazed towards the Sea of Death, where he actually sensed a hint of danger. As expected of the Sea of Death, indeed living up to its name, Gu Changge said cautiously. Behind Gu Changge, Gu Changqing, Gu Anlin, Zhou Yihong, and others were on standby. Big brother, are we crossing the Sea of Death tonight? Gu Changqing, dressed in white, radiated a righteous aura that dispelled the surrounding gloom. Gu Changge thought for a moment, then replied, not in a hurry. Let's see if that stinky egg has any discoveries. After arriving at the Sea of Death, Mo Binsheng went nearby to familiarize himself with the terrain. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, Mo Binsheng hurried back. Greetings, master. Mo Binsheng knelt on one knee, bowing to Gu Changge. Chapter 131, Protector. That kid dared to disrespect the dragon in Tiger Hall. Do we just let him off so easily? Many people witnessed it. And if the dragon in Tiger Hall cannot establish its authority, it will be hard to conduct business in the future. In Qingyuan Town, at the Dragon and Tiger Hall branch, everyone looked furious, talking all at once. Sitting on a chair wrapped in tiger skin, Gao Yin sat with his eyes closed. Seemingly contemplating something, the Dragon and Tiger Hall came to Qingyuan Town for business, especially for escort missions, requiring significant prestige. If they cannot severely punish Gu Changge and others this time, it might lead to martial cultivators questioning the strength of the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Enough with the noise. After what seemed like a long time, Gao Yin opened his eyes and spoke to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and fell silent. Gao Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Two cold rays shot out. Yao Ning, is there a monster from Shenzhou in this team? Hearing this, the protector, Yao Ning, beside him nodded. Yes, that person is named Tai Hu. His essence is a black tiger demon lion, perfectly fused with the bloodlines of the tiger and lion, and his talent is decent. Having cultivated to near level 11, the level 11 of demon beasts is equivalent to the emperor realm of martial cultivators. Chapter 132, Boom. After swallowing Tai Hu, the black light within the 9 nether magic flood dragon surged violently, and its cultivation aura was rapidly increasing. The body of a near level 11 demon beast was filled with an extremely dense power. Soon, the 9 nether magic flood dragon refined all the power within its body, and its cultivation broke through from level 10 minor achievement to major achievement. Countless martial cultivators rushed over upon hearing the commotion, all gazing in shock. Was that Iron Tiger from Shangzhou wielding dual axes just now? It's him. A few days ago, he even bought some elixirs for me, and I never expected him to be devoured like that. This group of people is so strong. Which state do they come from? It seems they were challenging the Longhu Hall during the day. Forget it. It's best not to get involved in matters that don't concern me, or else I might bring trouble upon myself. The many martial cultivators were discussing among themselves, filled with fear towards Gu Changge and his group. Iron Tiger is a quasi-level 11 demon beast, yet he was defeated in just a few moves and swallowed whole. One can imagine how abnormal the strength of this group is. Master, should we go find the Longhu Hall people to settle the score? Mo Langtian asked. Gu Changge shook his head, saying there's no rush. Since they haven't succeeded yet, they will definitely make a move later. Just be prepared. Chapter 133, Thump. After leaping out, Gu Changge wielded 2 magic swords and jumped directly into the Sea of Death, chasing after the ancient Dark Koan. The ancient Dark Koan is a level 11 lesser demon beast, and its bloodline is powerful if its flesh and blood are refined. It will surely convert into a significant amount of slaughter value. What Gu Changge lacks the most right now is slaughter value. After jumping into the Sea of Death, it felt as if he had fallen into a black hole, instantly disappearing from sight. This Sea of Death is said to have no floating feathers and no flying birds crossing. It seems to be true. Will the master be okay? Zhou Yihong furrowed his brows, murmuring worriedly. The pitch-black, bottomless seawater gave a suffocating feeling. Besides Gu Changge, no one else present dared to jump into the Sea of Death. With the master possessing 4 or 5 divine bodies, along with the original true demon bloodline and 2 Dao artifacts, he should be fine, right? Mo Binsheng thought for a moment, then said with a hint of uncertainty. Below, on the warship, everyone gasped in shock. He jumped in. This kid has gone mad? Gao Yan's expression was blank. It was the first time he had seen someone so reckless. Other martial cultivators crossing the Sea of Death wished to stay far away from the ancient Dark Koan, yet Gu Changge actually chased it into the sea. Chapter 134. With plenty of gains, Gu Changge prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, an unusual power seemed to emanate from the underwater world. Gu Changge frowned, looking towards the underwater world. It was pitch black underwater, with dark laws emerging. Even Gu Changge felt a hint of danger. Ding! The system has detected a great opportunity in the underwater world. Specific details are temporarily unknown. Successfully obtaining the opportunity will grant 30,000 slaughter value. The system's voice rang out, unexpectedly triggering a task. What kind of opportunity could it be that even the system couldn't detect? Gu Changge murmured in surprise. At the same time, a fiery anticipation emerged in his eyes. In the past, whenever something occurred, the system would immediately provide detailed information. Yet this time, the opportunity underwater was something the system didn't know about, only stating that there was a great opportunity beneath the sea. Should he go or not? Gu Changge hesitated, murmuring. The underwater world was all unknown, and that dark law made him feel incredibly small. Even in front of the Saint Emperor-level powerhouse Lu Wenjun, Gu Changge had never felt so powerless and insignificant. Chapter 135. On the surface of the sea, the Longhu Hall's warship was already riddled with holes. Just now, for some unknown reason, the entire Sea of Death began to tremble wildly, with endless tsunamis crashing one after another, far more violent than usual. What's going on? What happened down there? Could it be related to that black-clothed youth? Gao Yan had to use all his spiritual power to counter the towering tsunamis, and the prolonged consumption made his face pale. Just these anomalies reminded him of Gu Changge, who had jumped into the Sea of Death an hour ago. If those disturbances were caused by Gu Changge, how terrifying must his strength be? Lord Protector is overthinking. How could that kid cause such a commotion? He has been in the Sea of Death for over an hour now. Even a perfected Emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to last, let alone him. Yao Ning said disdainfully. Gao Yan thought for a moment and ultimately agreed it was his overthinking. If that black-clothed youth truly had such abilities, he should have already gone to Zhongzhou. Why wait until now? Lord Protector, should we take action now? They just experienced the sea disaster and are now at their weakest. It will be the perfect time to strike. Chapter 136. Soon, Yao Ning and the other 5 emperors quickly controlled Zhou Yihong and the others. The Jiao Demon Flood Dragon couldn't move in front of Gao Yan's imperial might and was firmly suppressed. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Gao Yan's face as he looked at Gu Anlin with fiery eyes, licking his lips and saying, "The tiny divine body. Let's start with you." Gao Yan walked towards Gu Anlin, with the slave mark in his hand radiating divine light. "Old dog, you wish." A fierce and determined look flashed in Gu Anlin's beautiful eyes. She knew that once the slave mark was planted, she would become a plaything. The tiny divine body was both an opportunity and a challenge for her. Without powerful strength, the tiny divine body would only become a resource for others. Gu Anlin gritted her teeth. Her spiritual power began to surge, and she vowed not to compromise, even if it meant death. Third sister, Gu Changqing frowned. He had just wanted to resist when he was struck by a nearby emperor. Thump! Gu Changqing spat out blood and collapsed, losing consciousness. Although he had broken through to the Great Confucian realm, he was still only on par with martial cultivators at the life and death stage. In the face of emperor-level powerhouses, he still had no power to fight back. "Little girl, it's no fun to die." Yo, ning snortet kodli. The tiny divine body possessed by Gu Anlin was a precious thing, and he wouldn't let her die easily. Chapter 137. Looking at Gu Changge, Gao Yan felt a tightness in his heart, and even his back felt a chill. Those pitch-black eyes, like the abyss of hell, emitted a seductive and ruthless aura. Clearly, he was only at the level of the demon saint, yet he possessed the power of an emperor-level powerhouse. This black-clothed youth was the most bizarre person Gao Yan had ever encountered. Gu Changge lunged out again, causing thousands of afterimages to appear. The 2 magic swords exuded blood-red sword light, and the might of the Tao artifacts suppressed the 5 emperors, causing their faces to turn pale instantly. Thump, thump, thump. In a matter of moments, the 5 emperors turned into blood mist one after another. The might of the demon, the sword, and the great wilderness saint combined overwhelmed Yao Ning and the others, who could not withstand it at all. Even Gao Yan was using all his strength to resist at this moment. Yao Ning. Gao Yan furrowed his brows tightly. The 5 great emperors who had accompanied him were all dead at the hands of Gu Changge. He knew that today was a complete failure. They had all underestimated the black-clad youth. Gu Changge appeared like a ghost, his eyes pitch black, his whole body filled with a fierce and demonic aura. He would do whatever it takes to slay Gao Yan. He still hadn't used the 12 mixed-element demon pearls. Chapter 138. Host, Gu Changge, Physique, Original True, Demon Bloodline. Chaotic Sword Body, Great Wilderness Holy Body, Mixed Element Sword Embryo, Ghost King Body, Supreme Demon Bone. Purple Gold Demon, Demonic Cultivation Level. Minor Achievement in Demon Saint Realm. To break through to Major Achievement in Demon Saint Realm requires 180,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points. 85, 730, Cultivation Method. Divine Demon Nirvana Technique. Martial Arts Abilities. Flame Dividing Devouring Waves Ruler. Low-level Respect Stage. One Sword determines life and death. Low-level Respect Stage. Upper Heaven Calamity Light. Low-level Respect Stage. For Symbol Suppression Technique. Low-level Respect Stage. Magical Artifacts. Gan Jiang Mo Xie. Low-grade Dao Artifact. 12 Mixed-element Demon Pearls. Medium-grade Dao Artifact. Divine Demon Tower. Unknown. Transforming Ice Silkworm Mask. Emperor Artifact. After killing Gao Yan, the system rewarded him with 50,000 slaughter points. Moreover, all his magical abilities have been upgraded to the Respect Stage. In fact, many magical abilities could be upgraded later on, but due to the immense difficulty, it was almost impossible to achieve. However, with the system, these were clearly not problems. Now that all magical abilities had been upgraded to the Respect Stage, their power would become even stronger once unleashed. Gu Changge retracted his demonic aura, the pitch black in his eyes fading, revealing a hint of weakness. Battling against a peak Emperor Realm expert was also a significant challenge for Gu Changge. Chapter 139. After issuing his command, the demonic energy within Gu Changge erupted like a tiger, breaking free from its cage, and the eerie demonic aura instantly enveloped the sky. Boom! The demonic might surged, wreaking havoc across the world. Storms rose up on the sea, and countless sea beasts fled in panic, huddling at the bottom of the ocean, trembling in fear. Is the master about to break through? Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, and others were shocked. They had also refined the corpses of sea beasts, but none could absorb them as quickly as Gu Changge. Even the 9-nether demon flood dragon, a demon beast, could not match Gu Changge's refining speed. Gu Changge's cultivation method was the Divine Demon Nirvana Technique, which was of the highest grade, surpassing all cultivation methods in the immortal domain. So the refining speed was naturally unmatched. Boom! With the final burst of demonic energy, Gu Changge's cultivation broke through to major achievement in the Demon Saint Realm. The demonic power within Gu Changge began to surge exponentially, his physical body becoming even more formidable, as if roaring like thunder, exuding terrifying power. Gu Changge's eyes slowly opened, the pitch-black demonic aura vanishing. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, Original True Demon Bloodline, Great Wilderness Holy Body, Chaotic Sword Body, Mixed Elements Sword Embryo. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Chapter 140. The might of the original true demon erupted within Gu Changge, and a blood-colored great demon coalesced, its expression ferocious and filled with overwhelming malice. Upon sensing the terrifying demonic might within Gu Changge, Yu Kang's brows furrowed tightly. This is the original true demon bloodline? You actually possess the original true demon bloodline. Yu Kang gasped in shock, his expression one of astonishment. Other powerful figures from various factions also sensed the might of the original true demon, and all gazes turned to Gu Changge. Is it really the original true demon bloodline? My goodness, who would have thought that the bloodline of the demon clan from ancient times would be born again? What is the background of this young man? How could he possibly possess the original true demon bloodline? Most of the martial cultivators present came from top-tier forces, with their levels generally at the Holy Emperor realm, and they were quite experienced. Yet, they were still shocked by Gu Changge's bloodline. The original true demon bloodline represents the purest bloodline of the demon clan. Now that it has reappeared in the world, does it signify that demon cultivators will rise? The cultivation resources in the immortal domain are limited, and if demon cultivators rise, the resources available to martial cultivators will inevitably decrease. Chapter 141. Master, where are we going next? After Gu Changqing and Gu Enlin left, Zhou Yihong asked Gu Changge. As demon cultivators, they would not be accepted by the major forces in Central State. Gu Changge looked at the endless mountains and said to the three, Now that we have just arrived in Central State and are unfamiliar with the area, it's better not to go out recklessly. Let's spend some time in the mountains. Yes, master. Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, Mo Binsheng, and the 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon followed Gu Changge into the Heavenly Sword Mountain range. Gu Changge's suggestion was indeed reasonable. They had just arrived, and going out as demon cultivators could easily lead to disaster. The Heavenly Sword Mountain range was undoubtedly more suitable for them. In the northern immortal domain at Tianbao Tower, in an exquisite private room, Zhao Yanran wore a black dress, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading down her fragrant shoulders, exuding nobility and elegance. At this moment, Zhao Yanran sat at her desk, painting. The boy on the drawing had a pair of willow-like brows, and his face was quite handsome, especially his sharp and spirited eyes. This boy was naturally Gu Changge. It had been a month since she left Qingzhou, and Zhao Yanran felt a bit nostalgic, so she picked up her brush to paint. Tap, 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 Chapter 142, Follow Me to Kill. The 12 people outside the valley suddenly moved, and a powerful aura soared into the sky, causing the entire valley to tremble. The leading youth held a magic spear, his black hair dancing in the wind, and the demonic might within him surged into the clouds, already at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. There was also a silver-haired youth, his expression cold, holding a magic sword, with his full cultivation in the Demon Emperor realm on display. The 2 of them were at the forefront, and they were also the highest in cultivation among the 12. In addition, 2 young girls were also quite eye-catching. One girl had an exquisite appearance, long legs, and held a piece of red silk, resembling a fairy descending to earth. The other girl had a head full of red hair, wore a red dress, and looked extremely cute, a perfect little lowly. Self-important martial cultivators. Your royal grandpa has come to take your lives, shouted a burly youth wielding double axes. His demonic cultivation had reached major achievement in the Demon Emperor realm, and his demonic might was extremely violent, like a raging bull. The moment the 12 made their move, Gu Changge's eyes opened. Gu Changge showed no signs of panic. Even a hint of a charming smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 143. Yihao's eyes flashed with complexity as he looked at Gu Changge and said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Gu, your talent in the demonic path is indeed powerful, but you are still young, and your cultivation time is too short. I am afraid. Yihao's words were quite tactful. Being young and having a short cultivation time essentially meant that Gu Changge's cultivation was too weak and not up to par. Qingyan village has existed for more than a decade, and Yihao naturally does not want to hand it over easily. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge smiled and asked Yihao in return, Brother Yi, may I ask what gives you the right to be the leader of Qingyan village? As soon as these words came out, Yihao's expression became even more awkward. Is Gu Changge questioning his abilities? Yihao not only has a strong background, but his talent in the demonic way is also the strongest among the 12, so he undoubtedly deserves to be the leader. Gu Changge, we treat you as a friend, but how can you question our big brother like this? The burly Wang Binhai stepped forward with an unhappy expression and asked directly. The expressions of Luo Bai, Jiang Yurong, Li Qianqian, and others also turned cold. Brother Ye's cultivation is the highest among us, and his talent is also the strongest. What's wrong with him being our big brother? Chapter 144. All right, Brother Yi, you are indeed straightforward. Gu Changge smiled faintly and then replied, Brother Yi, please select 4 people to fight. Gu Changge said to Yihao, the 4 people on their side are fixed, while Yihao needs to choose 4 from among the 12. Yihao nodded and then announced, Luo Bai, Yurong, Qianqian, you 3 will go into battle this time. Okay, big brother, Li Qianqian and Jiang Yurong replied. Luo Bai nodded and then stepped forward. With his silver hair, he appeared very aloof and hardly spoke. However, Gu Changge felt that this person was extraordinary. Among the 12, aside from Yihao, Luo Bai was the strongest. Moreover, Luo Bai's talent in the demonic way was not inferior to Yihao's. He was just younger. Luo Bai's cultivation had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, and unless Gu Changge fought against him, he would not be defeated. Otherwise, Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, or Mo Binsheng would not be his opponents. However, Gu Changge was not worried. He had heard the story of Tianji's horse racing many times. As long as he used a lower-tier horse to restrain Luo Bai, Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian could maintain a tie, which would count as their victory. Chapter 145. Thousands of blood-red blade strikes erupted, shattering the void along the way like a mirror the terrifying blade, intent, trying to break through Luo Bai's offense. Facing the blood-red blade strikes, Luo Bai didn't even blink, and the magic sword in his hand erupted with a sharp sword light. Then, 4 types of sword intents erupted, combining softness and hardness, directly colliding with Mo Binxing's blade strikes. Bang! Boom! The sword energy exploded, the cold sword light ravaging the long sky. And Mo Binxing's blood-red blade strikes were instantly obliterated. What the hell? 4 types of sword intents. This is bad. Mo Binxing's eyes widened, and the chilling sword energy had already rushed over. In a hurry, Mo Binxing activated a powerful divine ability to protect himself, but he was still hit by the endless sword light. Boom! Ah! Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Mo Binxing let out a scream, then spat out blood and flew out. It was simply too tragic. This guy actually comprehended 4 types of sword intents. Changge was stunned, looking at Luo Bai with astonishment. He didn't expect Luo Bai's swordsmanship to be so high. Changge could comprehend the complete 5-element sword intent because he had the system. Chapter 146, that is the original true demon bloodline, the earliest and purest bloodline of the demon race. However, after taking a pill that Changge provided, Mo Binxing awakened the original true demon bloodline. This is simply outrageous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking Mo Binxing as a demon slave. Rewarded with 20,000 slaughter points. Host, Changge. Physique, original true demon bloodline. Great wilderness saint body, chaos sword body. Ghost king body, demonic cultivation. Great success in the demon saint realm. To break through to the perfect demon saint realm requires 220,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points, 120. 730. Martial arts divine abilities. Divine elephant suppressing prison technique. High rank respect level. 1 sword determines life and death. High rank respect level. Celestial calamity light. High rank respect level. 4 symbol suppression killing technique. High rank respect level. Magic treasures. Gan Jiang Mo Xie. Low grade Dao artifact. 12 Hunyuan demon pearls. Medium grade Dao artifact. Divine demon tower unknown. Demon devouring pill X12. Transforming ice silkworm mask. Top grade emperor artifact. After accepting Mo Binxing as a demon slave, Changge gained 20,000 slaughter points. Mo Binxing awakened the original true demon bloodline, and his injuries began to heal at a visible speed. He was also filled with violent power. Chapter 147 Roar. The roar of the 9 nether demon flood dragon echoed in the ruins. The golden dragon scales radiated divine light, and the 9 nether demon flood dragon shook its massive body, soaring directly into the sky. Its enormous dragon body nearly covered the entire sky. There was a concave fist imprint on the tail of the 9 nether demon flood dragon, with bright red blood flowing out. However, the 9 nether demon flood dragon was completely unconcerned. On the contrary, its battle intent had been thoroughly ignited. Your power is really abnormal. The dragon eyes of the 9 nether demon flood dragon became fiery, the might of the true dragon overwhelming, stirring up waves of violent winds around, sweeping through heaven and earth. Seeing the 9 nether demon flood dragon stand up again, Li Qianqian's mouth slightly curved up. You are even more interesting than I thought. Just right, I haven't had enough fun yet. So let's continue. Li Qianqian's figure flashed, and the law of flames emerged, as if the world had turned into a sea of fire. With a punch, Li Qianqian struck directly onto the terrifying gale. Bang! Rumbling. The heavens and the earth trembled. The dragon's might collided with the power of flames, and the terrifying aftermath swept out. Everyone hurriedly activated their spiritual power to resist, narrowly avoiding disaster. It must be said that the power of these 2 demon beasts was truly terrifying. Chapter 148 Wang Binhai was being toyed with by Zhou Yihong, and no matter how violent and powerful his strength was, it was of no use at this moment, because Zhou Yihong was not facing him head-on at all. You turtle, you're exhausting me. Can't you fight me like a man? Wang Binhai gasped for breath, feeling that his magic power was significantly depleted. However, Zhou Yihong completely ignored him. Whenever Wang Binhai launched an attack, he would quickly shoot a few arrows, then slip away, looking for opportunities to ambush. This tactic had worked repeatedly, and Wang Binhai was completely on the verge of collapse. Binhai, steady, don't rush. Yihao frowned. How could he not see that Zhou Yihong was depleting Wang Binhai's magic power? But Wang Binhai's character was already volatile, and now his mentality had exploded. He had lost all reason and was madly charging at Zhou Yihong. Sigh. Yihao sighed, thinking that he shouldn't have let this reckless man go in a battle. Tap, tap, tap. Gu Changge walked over with a smile, his eyes fixed on Yihao. Brother Yi, it's our turn now. Gu Changge's expression was calm, like a still ancient well, with a hint of a smug smile on his lips. Chapter 149. The overwhelming sword strike came crashing down, spanning the entire sky. The five elements' sword intent erupted, and the chaotic sword energy surged into the sky. With the power of 500,000 divine elephants darkening the world, as if doomsday had arrived. Boom! Yihao's gunlight was directly extinguished by the sword strike, yet the sword strike continued with unstoppable momentum, quickly cleaving toward Yihao. Such terrifying power, you freak. The usually gentle Yihao couldn't help but curse. He had thought he was the one with the most advantage on the 5 battlefields. But now it seemed he was completely mistaken. Gu Changge's strength had far exceeded his expectations, reaching an extremely abnormal level. The dragon soaring in the sky. Yihao gritted his teeth. The demonic energy within him erupted, continuously pouring into the demonic spear. This demonic spear had already reached the level of a Dao artifact, and it was a top-grade Dao artifact with immense power. A thrust transformed into a divine dragon, now roaring toward the overwhelming sword strike. Did the boss use his trump card so quickly? This Gu Changge is too fierce, right? Why do I feel like I've been tricked by him? Remove the feeling. We have indeed been played by him. It turns out these guys have been pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Chapter 150. The demonic energy within Yihao erupted like a vast ocean, his black hair dancing in the wind, and the violent power exploded. Buzz! The demonic spear in Yihao's hand emitted a dark cold light, exuding a fierce and violent aura, like a huge black dragon from the abyss. The earth trembled violently, cracking open around Yihao. The demonic might surged, obscuring the sky, plunging the world into darkness. Even thousands of meters away, Gu Changge still felt tremendous pressure. Your divine ability should have reached the advanced level of the respect stage, right? Gu Changge asked Yihao. The levels of divine abilities include the heaven and earth, the mysterious yellow, the respect stage, and the emperor stage. Generally, advanced respect stage martial skills are only possessed by first-rate forces. As for emperor stage martial skills, they only exist in super forces and the 8 ancient clans. Yihao's identity and background are definitely not simple. The family and force he belongs to must have reached the first-rate level. That's right, it is indeed an advanced respect stage martial skill. If he can take this move, then I, Yihao, will keep my promise and submit to you. The power within Yihao was about to go out of control, and his expression became extremely grim. As a demonic cultivator, he naturally would not go back on his word. Chapter 151. Gu Changge actually took the boss's attack. That's too strong. Can anyone withstand that move at the peak of the demonic saint realm? Perhaps only a freak like him can lead demonic cultivators toward the future. The spectators, including Xiao Yun, Zhang Ling, and Yi Ci, all sighed. Yihao was the strongest among them, but Gu Changge had fought him on equal terms despite the level difference. If anyone else were to battle Gu Changge, they would surely be brutally defeated, right? Since Brother Yi has conceded, let us call a truce. Li Qianqian transformed into her human form, reverting back to that cute little lowly. The ferocious and violent 9 Nether Dark Sparrow from earlier seemed unrelated to her. Ahem, you look so delicate, but your strikes are really ruthless. The 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon on the opposite side let out a wail, its massive dragon body bearing over 100 dented fist marks. With every punch Li Qianqian delivered, Little Black would suffer heavy damage. However, it was impossible for Li Qianqian to achieve a quick victory, as Little Black's physical body was indeed powerful. That trace of true dragon bloodline is truly remarkable. If one day Little Black evolves into a true dragon, I'm afraid Li Qianqian will not be his match either. Chapter 152. For this question from the boss. There probably isn't a single demonic cultivator in the world who doesn't want to awaken the original true demon bloodline, right? Wang Binhai, with a straightforward personality, immediately replied. Yihao and the others had fiery eyes. They genuinely desired to possess the original true demon bloodline. Once awakened, their power would undoubtedly soar again. Moreover, their demonic talent would also improve, allowing them to walk a much longer path in the future. Does the boss have that kind of pill? Yi Hao pondered for a moment and eagerly asked. Mo Binsheng awakened his original true demon bloodline after taking the pill given by Gu Changge. Such miraculous pills they had never even heard of. They had no idea where Gu Changge, who came from Changge, acquired them. Seeing everyone's interest, Gu Changge smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's called the Demon Devouring Pill, and I have 12 left. 10, 12? Does this mean each of us can awaken the original true demon bloodline? Yi Hao and the others exchanged glances, feeling as if they were dreaming. Jiang Yirong and Li Qianqian, although not demonic cultivators, would also gain endless benefits if they could awaken the original true demon bloodline. Chapter 153. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, Great Wilderness Sacred Body, Chaos Sword Body. Original true demon bloodline, Primordial Sword Embryo. Ghost King Body, Demonic Cultivation Level. Great Perfection of Demonic Saint Realm. To break through to the perfection of Demonic Saint Realm requires 220,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points, 170. 730, Magic Treasures. Gan Jiang Mo Xie, Medium Grade Dao Artifact. 12 Primordial Demon Pearls, Medium Grade Dao Artifact. Creation Divine Lotus, Top Grade Emperor Artifact. Divine Demon Tower Unknown. Martial Skills and Divine Abilities. Divine Elephant Town Prison Fist, Advanced Respect Stage. One sword determines life and death, Advanced Respect Stage. Celestial Calamity Light, Advanced Respect Stage. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Advanced Respect Stage. Demonic Slaves, Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, Mo Binsheng, Yi Hao Luo by Jiang Yirong. Li Qianqian. The system's voice sounded. Gu Changge not only gained 50,000 slaughter points this time, but also obtained an Advanced Respect Stage fist technique. In addition, Gan Jiang and Mo Xie successfully advanced to medium-grade Dao artifacts. Buzz. Gan Jiang Mo Xie emitted dark, demonic energy, followed by blood-red sword light, resembling 2 ancient ferocious beasts. The master's weapon has leveled up? This is a medium-grade Dao artifact? Yi Hao and the others quickly sensed the aura of Gan Jiang and Mo Xie. Chapter 154. After 3 years, Luo Yingtong had been kneeling here the whole time. Her eldest son, Gu Changge, had such astonishing talent. If his Dantian could be repaired, he would surely amaze the world again. That is why Luo Yingtong was so persistent, swearing to seek a precious medicine to restore Gu Changge's Dantian. In the palace, a handsome middle-aged man in white clothes walked out. It was the third young master, Luo Fangqing. Luo Yingtong raised her eyes, blood streaming down her forehead, staining the corner of her eyes and blurring her vision. Third brother. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, Luo Yingtong lightly parted her thin lips and weakly called out. Seeing Luo Yingtong like this, Luo Fangqing felt a deep sense of heartache. Since childhood, he had taken great care of Luo Yingtong, but now that she had grown up, he could only watch her suffer. The Luo family was one of the 8 ancient clans, with many descendants and numerous collateral branches. And both he and Luo Yingtong were merely one among them, unable to decide anything. Luo Fangqing sighed, then squatted down and took out a handkerchief to help Luo Yingtong wipe the blood from her face. 7th sister, just listen to your third brother and go back to live well, he advised, unable to bear it. However, Luo Yingtong shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Third brother, you haven't seen Changge. He is a very smart child with strong talent. If his Dantian can be repaired, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Chapter 155. What is the ancestor doing? He is a waste without cultivation. How am I inferior to that waste? Why didn't he, the ancestor, choose me? The 9th lady, Luo X, said angrily, her face unwilling. Her talent was also very dazzling. By the age of 50, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm and even touched the threshold of the demigod realm. Moreover, Luo Xian had cultivated the immaculate holy body in her 30s, making her an existence of complete talent and unparalleled greatness. Among the 10 daughters of Luo Fangjian, Luo Yingtong had the strongest talent, but after her bloodline was stripped away, Luo Xian took her place. However, now the ancestor's soul still chose Luo Yingtong. This made Luo Xian furious, almost going crazy. Why must she always be overshadowed by Luo Yingtong? What was the reason? Suddenly, the 6th ancestor, Luo Changfeng, had a cold expression and then struck out with a hand, directly sending Luo Xian flying. blood spurted midair, mixed with a few white teeth. How dare you question the will of the ancestor? If there's another time, you won't live. Chapter 156. The Abandoned Child of the Luo Family, Luo Ingtong. Obtaining the ancestor's inheritance quickly spread throughout the entire central state. All major forces felt it was somewhat unbelievable. However, various forces still hurried to the Luo family to congratulate them and present generous gifts. After Luo Ingtong obtained the ancestor's inheritance, she would merge with the ancestor's soul, the ancestor's holy heart, and the purest divine bloodline. At that time, the Luo family would become even stronger, surpassing the other 7 ancient clans. It was likely that Central State would form a situation where the Luo family was supreme, which is why all major forces did not dare to be vague and rush to get acquainted with the Luo family. As for the other 7 ancient clans, they were now deeply worried. Although they also had ancestral inheritances, the chances for their disciples to gain the ancestor's recognition were very slim. If the Luo family obtained the ancestor's inheritance first, it would undoubtedly break the balance among the 8 ancient clans. Of course, the ancestors of the 7 ancient clans speculated that Luo Ingtong harbored resentment against the Luo family and would likely be the first to retaliate after obtaining the ancestor's inheritance. One could only say that the high-ranking members of the Luo family were blind to the facts, having offended a prodigy like Luo Ingtong. They even stripped her of her bloodline, expelled her from the family, and were unwilling to give her even a single precious medicine. Chapter 157. I remember that Luo Ingtong was married to Changge back then, and the master just happened to be from Changge. Wang Binhai slapped his forehead, astonished. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, as if petrified. The master, Gu Changge, actually had such a significant background. It should be known that over 20 years ago, Luo Ingtong was one of the top talents of the Luo family. Even after her bloodline was stripped, she still gained the ancestors' recognition 20 years later. Such talent is indeed 1 in 10,000. No wonder the master's talent, Gu Changge, is also so abnormal. It turns out he has such a prodigious mother. If the master's mother is Luo Ingtong, then won't we be able to walk sideways in Central State in the future? Ha ha ha, Grandpa Wang. Won't he have to fear any force anymore? In the future, if anyone dares to bully me, I will say my master is the son of Madame Luo Ingtong. Wang Binhai said proudly, suddenly bursting into laughter. Li Qianqian looked at Gu Changge with shock. She didn't expect her master to have such a profound background. Even the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan would be like ants in front of the Luo family. The 8 ancient clans are simply the highest deities of Central State. It's not as simple as you think, Yi Hao said, giving Wang Binhai a glance before continuing. You don't understand how ruthless the Luo family is. Chapter 158. Fool. You really don't know how to live. Today, Grandpa Gu will let you know what human suffering is. Gahai grinned, and the aura of his perfected emperor realm suddenly erupted, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack instantly like a spider web. At the same time, a terrifying imperial might soared into the sky, shattering the nearby void. Violent spiritual power surged into the wolf-toothed club, and its sharp fangs emitted a chilling gleam. This club locked onto Wang Binhai's head and smashed down at high speed. Hee, your Grandpa Wang is not so easy to bully. Wang Binhai did not dodge or evade, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. After awakening the primal, true devil bloodline, his combat power was sufficient to rival the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, even half a step into the Holy Emperor realm. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and the others were completely unaware of this. In their eyes, Wang Binhai's actions seemed like seeking death. Boom! Suddenly, the primal true devil bloodline in Wang Binhai's body was activated, and the might of the primal true devil erupted. The demonic might rampaged out, and a blood-colored great demon looked down upon the world, its blood-red eyes as large as 2 mountains, giving an endless sense of oppression. Wang Binhai swung the double axes in his hands fiercely, enveloped in the might of the primal true devil and the strength of the great barbarian bull, causing the ground to tremble. Chapter 159. Yes, Master. Yi Hao replied respectfully. This left Li Tianxiong and others very puzzled. The black-clad boy in the image had never appeared before. How long had they been in Qingyan village? Yet he had taken over the entire Qingyan village, and even renamed it to the Heavenly Demon Sect. What kind of strength does this black-clad boy have to make Yi Hao and others obediently submit? Li Da Bear, eat my gun. Yi Hao ignored Li Tianxiong's wolf-toothed club and suddenly thrust the magic spear in his hand, transforming it into a completely black flood dragon, roaring fiercely as it collided with the wolf-toothed club. Bang! The clash of spear and club unleashed a terrifying offensive, and the residual power swept out. The might of the primal true devil erupted suddenly, and the blood-colored great demon raced through the heavens and earth, directly ignoring Li Tianxiong's offensive. The flames on the wolf-toothed club were even directly extinguished, and then it was sent flying with a single blow. Bang! The wolf-toothed club crashed to the ground, and Li Tianxiong's face turned pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he awkwardly retreated backward. What terrifying power! Is this the original true demon bloodline? Li Tianxiong's face was filled with panic, regretting his actions at this moment. But there is no such thing as a drug for regret in this world. Yi Hao, holding the magic spear, advanced once more. Chapter 160. Immediately break through to the perfect demon saint realm. Gu Changge commanded without hesitation. At this moment, what he needed most was strength. In this land of strong individuals, only by becoming powerful could one avoid being bullied. Buzzing. The original true demon bloodline circulated within, and the dark and violent power completely awakened. Boom! The demonic might erupted without warning, instantly enveloping the sky, dimming the sun at the horizon, and turning the world into eternal darkness. What the hell? Master is about to break through? Wang Binhai, with his sturdy physique, was shaken back, his face filled with shock. Others needed time to settle and comprehend when breaking through. But their master? He stood there and directly broke through? Is he even human? Everyone retreat quickly. Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, Mo Binsheng, and Xiao Haizi quickly retreated, their movements practiced and painful to watch. They had all experienced their master's sudden breakthroughs, and that terrifying demonic might have made them suffer immensely. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao and the others didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. Boom! The terrifying demonic might erupted from Gu Changge's body, cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens, enveloping the entire skyline. Chapter 161. In the Demon Church. The 13 demon lords gathered. Gu Changge taught Yi Hao and the others the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler, 4-symbol suppression technique, demon wave soul-cutting slash. 1 sword determines life and death, divine elephant suppression prison technique, and more. This left Yi Hao and the others astonished. The techniques their master taught were all high-level techniques of the respect level. High-level respect techniques are extremely precious, with top-tier forces often considering them as their foundation. As for second-rate and third-rate forces, they have no opportunity to come into contact with high-level respect techniques at all. Yet, their master took out more than a dozen high-level respect techniques all at once. Where did their master obtain these techniques? They had never heard of any force possessing such techniques. Could it be that these techniques were all created by their master? Yi Hao looked at Gu Changge with shocked eyes, secretly pondering in his heart. They couldn't help but admire their master even more. In their eyes, Gu Changge had become an omnipotent god. This 6 paths of reincarnation fist is so domineering. I love it. Wang Binhai's expression was filled with joy. Among all the techniques, he favored the 6 paths of reincarnation fist the most. Chapter 162. It's despicable. It's all your fault that little Haizi misunderstood. Li Tianxian frowned slightly, her big eyes looking mournfully at the bloody figure on the ground. Shen Shixiang had not completely lost his breath. As an emperor-level powerhouse, even with his body destroyed, he could survive for a while. 9 Nether Fire Lotus. Li Tianxian was enveloped in purple, ghostly flames, and then fire lotuses erupted, blasting towards Shen Shixiang. 9 Nether Fire Lotus? You are from the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan. No, please spare me. Shen Shixiang thought he had escaped the calamity, but little did he expect Li Tianxian to launch a surprise attack. What did Shen Shixiang do to deserve this? First, he was battered by a rain of fists, and then engulfed by the 9 Nether Fire Lotus. Was this a simultaneous cremation? Amidst the endless sea of fire, Shen Shixiang let out screams. The 9 Nether Divine Fire is a divine fire that accompanies the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan, said to be indestructible and an extremely terrifying existence. Not to mention an emperor-level powerhouse. Even a holy emperor would perish if burned by the 9 Nether Divine Fire. In just a few seconds, Shen Shixiang fell silent, leaving only a wisp of white smoke rising. Chapter 163. T. The leader, something's wrong. Elder 7's Soul Guard Stone has been extinguished. Elder 8's Soul Guard Stone has also been extinguished. And Elder 13's Soul Guard Stone has been extinguished too. Report to the leader, Lu. Luoyuan City has cut off contact with the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Ruifeng City has also cut off contact with the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Tianqi City, Heifeng City, and Wangyue City have all cut off contact with the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Elders from the Soul Guard Hall and the Communication Hall rushed to the main hall, reporting to Du Chun, who was seated at the forefront. Du Chun, usually calm and collected, had a pale face now, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. In a single day, 35 spiritual veins had all been seized. Dozens of affiliated cities had severed ties with the Dragon and Tiger Hall, and this number was still increasing. What on earth happened? Did a superforce take action against the Dragon and Tiger Hall? In the Great Hall, the elders and deacons also had ashen faces, even feeling a chill down their backs. How could this be? Who on earth has such great power to force over 50 cities to simultaneously break away from the Dragon and Tiger Hall? Grand Elder Zhao Pengchang's brow furrowed deeply, his face extremely serious. Grand Elder, now 73 cities have broken away from the Dragon and Tiger Hall. Chapter 164. The Demon Church hidden in mountains, and with the previous Qingyun village having multiple ruins, is not easily discoverable. However, with Du Chun leading over 30 emperors, they could find the Demon Church in, at most, half a month. If Yihao cannot break through to the ancient demon realm before the Dragon and Tiger Hall arrives, the Demon Church may fall in a crisis. Except for Gu Changge, everyone else in the Demon Church was in closed-door cultivation. 15 auras were rapidly strengthening, especially Yihao's aura, which was now infinitely close to the ancient demon realm. Yihao refined nearly half of a mid-grade spiritual vein, thus accumulating the demonic energy in his dantian, and then began to push towards the ancient demon realm. Magic patterns surged, blood red, overflowing. Violent, ferocious, bloodthirsty, and terrifying demonic might rampaged out, shrouding a radius of hundreds of miles under a blood-red sky. The ancient demon realm corresponds to the Holy Emperor realm in martial arts. In the vast central state, emperors can only be called strong, while holy emperors can be called great powers. Whether in second-rate or top-tier forces, holy emperor powerhouses are viewed as their foundation. Besides Yihao, Luo Bai's aura also surged dramatically, reaching the peak of the demon emperor realm on the 7th day. Chapter 165. Shua Shua Shua. Outside the demon church, more than 30 divine rainbows flew in, the leader being Du Chun. In this half-month, they had almost searched the entire Sword Mountain range. The 3 old sites of Qingyun village had all been found by Du Chun and the others, but they had not found the latest location. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. With the relentless efforts of Du Chun and others, they finally found the latest location of Qingyun Jai, which is now the Heavenly Demon Sect. Finally found you. Du Chun's expression darkened, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. They had dispatched almost all the strong fighters from the Dragon Tiger Hall. Yet even so, they still searched the Tianjian mountain range for half a month. During this time, Du Chun was almost on the brink of collapse. Is this the thunder tribulation? Du Chun looked at the rolling thunder in the sky, and his brows immediately furrowed. The intensity of this thunder tribulation, could it be that a breakthrough to the ancient demon realm is happening? The elder, Zhao Pengchang's expression changed, and he said in panic, the ancient demon realm is on par with the Saint Emperor realm in martial arts. If a powerful being from the ancient demon realm emerges from the Heavenly Demon Sect, then even Du Chun will be powerless. He absolutely cannot be allowed to break through smoothly. Kill him for this hall master. Chapter 166. Luo Bai wielded the demon sword, his movement ethereal. As 4 types of sword in 10 erupted, sword energy sweeping across dozens of miles. Ahead, Zhao Pengchang exerted all his strength to resist, but he was still blasted away. Sword against the 9 heavens. Luo Bai appeared again like a ghost, slashing with his sword, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The might of the original true demon suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like an invincible demon god. Luo Bai clearly did not want to give Zhao Pengchang a chance to catch his breath. Damn it, your strength is also so monstrous. Are you even human? 1 prodigy would be enough, yet they are all prodigies. Zhao Panchong was covered in sword marks. He was at the perfected Emperor realm. However, Luo Bai was already at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, and with the original true demon bloodline and 4 types of sword intent, he completely crushed Zhao Panchong. Great Turtle Shell Talisman. Attack Talisman. To save his life, Zhao Panchong did not hesitate to summon 2 divine talismans. One is a defensive type, and the other is an offensive type, combining both attack and defense with immense power. This was Zhao Panchong's strongest trump card, as each divine talisman was extremely precious and could be considered priceless. Boom. Chapter 167. Regret? Hee, with your strength. You are still not enough to shake this hall master. Du Chun sneered, looking at Gu Changge with eyes full of killing intent. The might of the Saint Emperor was vast, with the laws of the great Tao emerging, causing explosions in the void for dozens of miles around. A terrifying offensive that shook the heavens and the earth. Master, Mo Longtian's expression was grave, although he was very anxious inside. He was utterly powerless in the face of this Saint Emperor's might. Luo Bai held the demon sword, his silver hair like the cold moonlight. His eyes slightly squinted as if he was pondering something. If it comes to the end, Luo Bai will use all his trump cards to protect the master. Although the Saint Emperor is very powerful, he is not unreachable. If he really uses his trump cards, Luo Bai is confident he can kill Du Chun. However, doing so would expose his identity, and he fears it would bring a lot of trouble. But he absolutely cannot watch his master come harm. Kid, being able to make this hall master go all out, you can be proud. Remember in your next life that there are some people you can never afford to offend. Du Chun mobilized the spiritual power within him, the pressure of the Saint Emperor radiating out, divine light shining as bright as a blazing sun. Behind Du Chun, there were 12 divine wheels of the Saint Emperor, connecting to the great momentum of heaven and earth, transforming into an endless source of power. Chapter 168. Du Chun wielded a large knife to attack, but was blocked by Yi Hao's violent, demonic might. Even though Du Chun used all his strength, he still could not advance a single step. Although the ancient demon realm corresponds to the Saint Emperor realm, the demonic path is inherently overbearing and bloody. And at this moment, Yi Hao's demonic might completely overshadowed Du Chun. Damn it, you still managed to break through smoothly. Du Chun gritted his teeth in anger, but a surge of fear welled up in his heart. Although the two had not officially started fighting, he had already sensed how terrifying Yi Hao's aura was. Kid, just wait for me. This debt is not over. Du Chun's eyes shifted slightly, and in the next second, he actually turned and fled, his back looking quite embarrassed. What the hell? This old dog was so tough just a second ago, and now he is running away. Wang Binhai and others were directly stunned, completely not expecting Du Chun to be so cowardly. Yi Hao had just broken through, and they were still looking forward to seeing Du Chun being brutally beaten. Don't let him escape. Gu Changge frowned and instructed Yi Hao. The task issued by the system was to annihilate all enemies invading the Dragon Tiger Hall. If Du Chun managed to escape, the mission would fail. This time, there was a reward of 100,000 killing points, and if the task was completed, he could directly break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Chapter 169. The news of the Hall Master of the Dragon Tiger Hall and more than 30 emperors within were annihilated quickly spread throughout the Fuliu region. This shocked the various forces in the Fuliu region. The Dragon Tiger Hall was at least a second-rate force, with Saint Emperor strongmen within, yet they were completely wiped out. Even more outrageous was that it was a group of demon cultivators who did it. This was almost unheard of in the Central State. Demon cultivators struggled to survive in the Central State, let alone annihilate the strong of a second-rate force. This made the various forces in the Fuliu region uneasy, as the rise of demon cultivators would undoubtedly be a shock to their martial forces. After several inquiries, they learned some information about this newly established demonic force. The Heavenly Demon Sect has a total of 16 members, 12 of whom are the previous demon cultivators from Qingyunjai, while the remaining 4 have unknown origins but are confirmed not to be locals of the Central State. Such a demonic force could only be ranked as second-rate, and with insufficient resources and foundation, it would be difficult to expand in a short time, thus not causing a huge uproar. However, the Dragon Tiger Hall was thrown into chaos because of it. Hall Master Du Chun was dead, and the remaining 30 or so emperors within also perished outside. The entire Dragon Tiger Hall had become an empty shell, and many elders and stewards had fled, leaving people in a state of panic. Chapter 170. Boom. The thunder rolled in the sky, and the terrifying might of the thunder tribulation descended. Yi Hao and others instantly felt their legs go weak, their bodies trembling, as if they were about to prostrate on the ground. Damn it, little Zhou, you are being too unethical, running away without calling me. Wang Binhai no longer hesitated and turned to flee. The thunder tribulation, summoned by Gu Changge, was simply too terrifying. Even Yi Hao, who had already broken through to the ancient demon realm, could not withstand it. Everyone exerted all their strength and ran thousands of miles away. The overwhelming thunder tribulation darkened the heavens and earth, with rolling thunder roaring continuously, the roar instilling fear in people's hearts. The Master's thunder tribulation is too fierce, isn't it? This is even more terrifying than when Elder Yi broke through to the ancient demon realm. It seems that the Master's physical strength is indeed formidable for a reason. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. They had never seen such a scene before. The lightning tribulation of the Demon Emperor is so terrifying. If Gu Changge breaks through to the ancient Mad Demon stage, wouldn't the tribulation be able to overwhelm the entire mountain range? It is truly fearsome. Boom. The thunderclouds in the sky gathered for a good 3 to 4 hours, with bolts of lightning intertwining and the roar of thunder resembling ferocious beasts. Chapter 171. Master, are you okay? Just as Gu Changge was introspecting his dantian, Zhou Yihong and the others rushed over anxiously. When they arrived, they saw Gu Changge sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, as if in deep meditation. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, and 2 flashes of lightning disappeared in an instant, a faint imperial might enveloping him, seemingly calm, but in reality extremely violent. I'm fine. Gu Changge shook his head and then stood up. Boom. Just then, Zhou Yihong's cultivation directly broke through to the peak of the Demon Saint realm. Brother Zhou has also broken through? It's the effect of the Demon Emperor pill. Everyone looked on in astonishment and quickly realized. Once the Demon Emperor pill is consumed, even if the demon slaves do not cultivate, they can break through along with their master. If one day Gu Changge's cultivation surpasses Yi Hao and the others, then after Gu Changge breaks through, Yi Hao and the others will also be able to break through together. I've also broken through, just one realm away from breaking through to the Demon Emperor. Zhou Yihong's face was filled with excitement as he felt the powerful force within him, a smile of joy appearing at the corner of his mouth. From a mere mortal with no cultivation to the peak of the Demon Saint realm, Zhou Yihong had only taken a little over 3 years. Chapter 172. Besides the original true demon bloodline, there is actually a powerful bloodline force within Luo Bai. Gu Changge's perception was very sharp, and he carefully discovered that mysterious bloodline power within Luo Bai. Perhaps this is Luo Bai's secret? The others knew nothing about Luo Bai's background, and he himself was unwilling to speak of it. Maybe at the right time, Luo Bai would tell them. Luo Bai walked over slowly. After breaking through to the ancient Mad Demon realm, his aura became even sharper, making him appear like a sharp sword. Thank you for the Master's gift of the pill. Luo Bai was able to break through to the ancient Mad Demon realm so quickly, all thanks to the Master. Luo Bai approached Gu Changge and respectfully bowed. He was a person who understood gratitude. Since Gu Changge treated him well, he was naturally loyal to Gu Changge. It all depends on your own talent. If your talent is lacking, even the best pills would be wasted. Gu Changge smiled and said with satisfaction. Yi Hao and the others were also very happy. Their Heavenly Demon Sect had just been established for less than 2 months. Yet they already had 2 powerful beings at the ancient Mad Demon realm. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded, and the might of the true dragon swept across the sky, stunning everyone. Chapter 173. After receiving the command from Zhao Kongming, Yao had a bitter smile on his face. To be honest, he did not dare to make a move against Gu Changge. From Zhao Kongming's words, he could tell that Gu Changge was the man favored by Miss Zhao Yinran. Don't be fooled by Zhao Kongming's current arrogance. Once the miss arrives, he would definitely beg for mercy. However, the young master's orders were also not to be disobeyed. He bore the slave mark, and his life and death were in Zhao Kongming's hands. You have such audacity to disrespect the young master. Yao's old eyes stared at Zhou Yihong. He did not dare to touch Gu Changge, but he had no reservations about others. Boom! At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly made his move, unleashing the aura of the ancient Mad Demon, infused with the might of the original true demon. The violent demonic might swept out like a tsunami. The holy emperor's might surrounding Yao Yi was instantly obliterated, disappearing without a trace. The terrifying demonic might struck Yao Yi, instantly turning his face pale, and then he staggered back, extremely embarrassed. Puffed. After retreating several hundred steps, Yao Yi finally spat out a mouthful of blood. This ancient mad demon? Chapter 174. I admire your confidence and courage. Gu Changge grinned and openly praised Zhao Kongming. Stop pretending. Without this group of little brothers, what do you have to compare with me? Are you as strong as me? No, right? Do you have a face as big as mine? No, right? Do you eat as much as I do? No, right? Zhao Kongming crossed his arms and looked quite smug. As long as he did not have to face that powerful being at the ancient mad demon realm, he was not afraid. Gu Changge's face darkened. He found himself speechless. Li Qianqian couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Are you here to be funny, you fatso? Li Qianqian teased, unable to contain her amusement. Fat? Who's fat? How dare you call me that? Little lowly. Lolas can call me fat. Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up. This petite and adorable lowly was indeed a rare sight. Roar. Suddenly, a burst of true dragon might erupted, revealing the violent aura of an 11th level demon beast. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I will tear you apart. Xiao Haizi scolded with a fierce expression. What the hell? A true dragon bloodline. Are you from the dragon clan? They're all prodigies, right? How come this small, broken sect is filled with them? Chapter 175. This was Gu Changge's first display of his cultivation after breaking through to the Demon Emperor. The imperial might surged, and 12 demonic wheels gathered, drawing upon the great power of heaven and earth, transforming into an endless stream of force. Thunderous roars filled the air as the violent power surged within and outside his body. After transforming into a demon, Zhao Kongming was momentarily stunned. The demonic might emanating from Gu Changge actually gave him a fatal sense of oppression. Kill. However, Zhao Kongming had already transformed into a demon and charged out like a madman, swinging 2 silver hammers that smashed through the void. These 2 hammers fell like stars, enveloped in extremely violent power. Heavenly Horse Meteor Hammer. Zhao Kongming's face twisted in rage as he roared. The 2 silver hammers transformed into countless phantoms, like falling stars across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power swept out, instantly enveloping a radius of several hundred miles in an endless offensive. Just in time, Gu Changge grinned, exuding a wild and defiant air. He clenched his fists, the might of the original true demon bursting forth violently, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial might. Gu Changge swung his bare fists, and the violent forces exploded along the way, as if 2 planets had collided. Chapter 176. Fatso, you must be mistaken. When did I become your little uncle? Gu Changge furrowed his brows and asked, Oh, I remembered he is Zhao Kongming, the young master of Tianbao Tower. Yi Hao suddenly slapped his forehead and recalled. The young master of Tianbao Tower? Yinran's younger brother? Gu Changge's expression immediately froze. Tianbao Tower has been kind to the Gu family, and Zhao Yinran has helped him several times. Yet in the end, he ended up beating her younger brother. What kind of situation is this? Cough, cough. You should have made it clear earlier, talking about your sister's old flame, as if it were some kind of scam. It's no wonder I beat you up. Gu Changge lightly coughed, then murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming nearly spewed blood. I thought you would understand, fatty. My relationship with your sister is nothing. You mustn't talk nonsense. Gu Changge rolled his eyes at him, and then moved forward to help him up. However, Zhao Kongming was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, not daring to come into contact with Gu Changge. Gu Changge was simply too brutal, with that pig-like face. It would probably take half a month to recover, right? Besides his older sister, Zhao Kongming was now most afraid of Gu Changge. Chapter 177. The extermination of demons action was causing a stir in the Fuliu region, and the Tianmo sect quickly learned about it. In the shabby hall, everyone looked furious. Wang Binhai squinted his eyes and coldly scolded. These hypocrites, how can they just speak like this? When did our Tianmo sect become bloodthirsty and brutal, wantonly killing the innocent? Those so-called righteous sects have initiated countless wars to compete for resources, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocent beings. Why don't they call themselves bloodthirsty and brutal? Upon hearing this, everyone was indignant. The so-called extermination of demons action was clearly just the Longhu Hall's revenge against the Tianmo sect. It was likely that the 4 second-tier forces Wuzhizong, Fenglage, Fengmingshuan, and Liehua Valley had received considerable benefits from the Longhu Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even mobilized their ancestors. Yet, this act of revenge was glorified as a righteous act to eradicate demonic cultivators and restore peace to the central region. Such an absurd claim received strong praise and support from those first-tier forces. It was truly a nest of snakes and rats, colluding together. The hypocrites of the righteous sects have always been like this. They like to beautify themselves in everything they do, portraying themselves as the just side. Chapter 178. This idea is brilliant. Tianbao Tower is also a prominent presence among first-tier forces. If we kidnap Zhao Kongming and use him as a shield, the 5 major forces definitely wouldn't dare to make a sound. Wang Binhai laughed loudly, feeling that the master's idea was truly wonderful. The usually upright Zhou Yihong was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Isn't this approach a bit unethical? However, to be fair, is indeed a good method." Finally, Zhou Yihong changed his tone and said with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Gu Changge felt greatly relieved. Zhou Yihong had indeed learned the true essence of Gu Changge's wicked ways. "This is great, Zhao Kongming. This gives you a chance to be a hero. Sacrificing you alone to save the entire Tianma sect. What a bargain." Mo Binshin grinned and encouraged Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming's face turned ashen, and he felt like crying without tears. Listen, are these guys even speaking human words? They all look like decent people. Yet what they say is as venomous as snakes and scorpions. I even called you brother-in-law. Is this how you treat me? I'm so cute. How could you bear to let me block arrows for you? If my sister finds out, just wait to be dealt with by her. Chapter 179. In the face of the terrifying power of the Blood River Great Formation, Zhao Kongming's eyes became dull, and he stood frozen in place. Ahead, the void exploded for hundreds of miles, and the ground was lifted by more than 10 meters. Wow, this formation's power is too terrifying, right? Brother-in-law, the level of this formation can definitely reach the Imperial level. Your casual modifications are too powerful. Zhao Kongming swallowed hard, looking at Gu Changge with admiration, and spoke in astonishment. Seeing the power of the Blood River Great Formation so formidable, Gu Changge also smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, products from the system are always of high quality. With this Blood River Great Formation, what does Gu Changge have to fear? If the 5 second-tier forces don't come, that is fine, but if they do, none of them should think of escaping. Haha, great. With this Blood River Great Formation, we are no longer afraid. This time, we will definitely wipe out those righteous hypocrites and elevate the reputation of our Tianma sect. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Their previous worries vanished, replaced by a sense of anticipation. If this time the Tianma sect could wipe out the 5 second-tier forces, it would surely gain fame throughout the entire central region. And when the demonic cultivators in the central region hear about it, they will definitely come to join our Tianma sect. Chapter 180. The Tianma sect is right ahead. This time, our 5 major forces will work together and surely eliminate the Tianma sword from the records. Demonic cultivators are bloodthirsty and brutal, wantonly killing the innocent. Every martial cultivator who encounters them should strike them down, restoring peace to the entire central region. A bunch of rabble thinks they can establish a demonic path force? What a delusion. The strong from the 5 second-tier forces quickly rushed over, a total of more than 300 powerful emperors. 4 great beings at the entry level of the Holy Emperor Realm, and 5 small achievements in the Holy Emperor Realm. The 4 great beings at the entry level of the Holy Emperor Realm were the sect leaders or gatekeepers of Wuzhizong and other forces. As for the small achievements in the Holy Emperor Realm, they were the ancestors of the 5 second-tier forces. There should have been 5 great beings at the entry level of the Holy Emperor Realm, but the Longhu Hall's leader, Du Chun, had already been killed, leaving only 4. However, when everyone arrived, they were directly stunned, because the entire Tianma sect was in a dilapidated state, and there was not a single person on guard. It seemed to have been abandoned. Did we come to the wrong place? The ancestor of Wuzhizong, Yu Juanhao, furrowed his brows and murmured in confusion. The other 4 ancestors also looked puzzled, unable to understand why there was not even a guard in the Tianma sect. Logically speaking, the extermination of demons' action had already spread throughout the entire Fuliu region, although the Tianma sect was in the Tianjian mountain range. It was not far from the Fuliu region and should have known about it by now. Chapter 181. Du Qingfeng, as a small achievement in the Holy Emperor realm, was far more powerful than Duchen. In front of the 12 Holy Emperor Divine Wheels, everything seemed so trivial and insignificant. Du Qingfeng's shadowy eyes fixed on Changge. Cold, killing intent radiating out, sharp, murderous aura enveloping the heavens and the earth. You killed more than 30 of my Longhu Hall's emperors and also killed Duchen. This blood debt must be repaid with your life. Du Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said. The might of the Holy Emperor descended like mountains pressing down. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the surrounding void shattered directly. The weaker ones like Xiao Yun and Yi Ci turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yi Hao and Luo, by both revealed their ancient demon cultivation aura to resist Du Qingfeng's pressure. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the trump cards you rely on, right? Just 2 ancient demons are not enough to stop us. In the eyes of the ancestor, these 2 trump cards are as good as nothing. Du Qingfeng grinned, full of disdain, and his emperor's pressure became even more violent, causing Xiao Yun and the others to tremble in their legs. Chapter 182. In this overwhelming blood formation, the emperor's might of Du Qingfeng and the others seemed to have stagnated. What is this? Such a terrifying formation, oh my god. Could this be an imperial-level formation? How is that possible? A newly established demonic force. Where could it have gotten an imperial-level formation? Yu Juanhao and the others' eyes widened. Their faces shocked, and a wave of fear surged in their hearts. Because they were all shrouded by the blood-red formation, they had to break the formation to leave safely. Is this the trump card of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Fooled again, fooled again. Du Qingfeng, didn't you say the Heavenly Demon Sect had no trump cards? What the hell is this? Geng Biao cursed directly, feeling a dangerous aura from the blood-red formation, even a killing intent. How would I know they had a trump card? I'm not a parasite in his belly. Du Qingfeng furrowed his brows tightly, his face showing immense panic. The power of this formation was truly terrifying. Even they, at the emperor level, felt the breath of death. Du Qingfeng, did you not want us to have it easy after seeing the heavy casualties in the Dragon and Tiger Hall? Damn, I shouldn't have believed your slander. Chapter 183. The blood-red sword slashed down from the sky, flames burning, which are the fire laws of the 9 Nethermenke clan. In front of this flaming sword, even a 10,000-meter iceberg would instantly melt away. Not good. Everyone attack together and block it. Du Qingfeng said with a frown, shouting loudly. The others dared not hesitate. 5 small successes at the Emperor level simultaneously made their moves, unleashing waves of attacks that changed the color of the world. The ancestor of Flame Valley, Geng Biao, pushed out the purple-gold 9 dragon furnace, and 9 purple divine dragons roared, then circled around the flaming sword, trying to devour it. Du Qingfeng slapped out a palm, just hitting the flaming sword. Boom! The flaming sword exploded, and the terrifying aftermath swept out, turning a radius of hundreds of miles into chaotic ruins. Pu. Du Qingfeng and the others all spat out blood and retreated, their faces pale. Changge also retreated a few steps, but his aura was stable, showing no signs of being affected at all. Under the amplification of the Blood River formation, Changge's cultivation reached a small success in the Demon Emperor realm, and with his physical strength, he could match a small success at the Emperor level. Moreover, with the fire laws, the might of the true dragon, and the primal true demon bloodline, he completely crushed Du Qingfeng and the others. Chapter 184. Old man, go see your good son down there. After killing Du Qingfeng, Changge grinned. The 5 major forces originally had over 300 people, but now only 3 remained. They were Yu Juanhao, the ancestor of the Wuji sect, Zhao Deshun, the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, and Lu Jinyu, the ancestor of Fengming Xian. They never imagined that only these 3 would be left in the end, and they were very likely to die too. Du Qingfeng is dead, it's over. This is completely finished. It's the ancestor who harmed you. Zhao Deshun closed his eyes in despair. If they hadn't participated in the demon extermination action, their Wind and Thunder Pavilion could have avoided this loss. But now, the entire Wind and Thunder Pavilion is completely finished. The foundation passed down by the ancestors has been ruined by him. Yu Juanhao and Lu Jinyu also looked desperate. They thought that the 5 major forces could easily eliminate the demon sect, but in the end, this was the result. Today was simply a nightmare for them. Who should we start with next? Changge's demon sword pointed, and the fierce sword light rushed forward. causing Yu Juanhao and the three to feel a chill down their backs, trembling in fear. Chapter 185. The Purple Cloud Empire is a top force in the flowing region, with 8 Emperor-level powerhouses in the country, including 3 peak Emperor-level ancestors. With such strength, even among top forces, it ranks above average. Yukong is the national teacher of the Purple Cloud Empire and also the teacher of Prince Su Binxian, holding a high status in the Purple Cloud Empire. Brother? Brother. Save me. The originally desperate Yu Juanhao's eyes now shone, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Yukong is not only the national teacher of the Purple Cloud Empire, but also one of the living ancestors of the Wuji sect. And he is Yu Juanhao's elder brother. That's why the Purple Cloud Empire strongly supported the demon extermination action, and Yukong followed along. Useless thing, really embarrassing. Yukong scolded, filled with disappointment. However, he flashed and stood in front of Yu Juanhao, blocking Gu Changge's demonic might. Although Yu Juanhao was disappointing, he was still Yu Kang's own brother. How could he let Gu Changge do as he pleased? Without the amplification of the Blood River formation, Gu Changge's cultivation dropped to the entry level of the Demon Emperor realm and was also injured, his aura somewhat chaotic. The complete Emperor-level powerhouse is in trouble now. Chapter 186. Destroy the Sun. Zhou Yihong took the lead, activating his purple gold demon eyes, locking onto Yu Kang's weakness, and then using the last of his demonic power to draw the bowstring. Whoosh 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 roar. Hundreds of golden crow arrows flew out, piercing through the void, and bombarded Yukong. Mo Langtian and the others followed closely, using all their strength. A group of ants that don't know their place. Yu Kang's expression was calm, unfazed. Boom. The Emperor's pressure erupted, and the surrounding space twisted directly, causing the hundreds of golden crow arrows to come to a standstill. And the next moment, they turned to ashes with a puff. Get lost. Yukong coldly shouted. The terrifying Emperor's might swept out like a lion or tiger, roaring towards Zhou Yihong and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yihong and the others were heavily struck, in front of a complete Emperor-level powerhouse. Their strength appeared extremely small, and they were immediately blasted away. Rumble. The ground instantly collapsed, deep pits appeared, and Zhou Yihong and the others were directly heavily injured and fainted. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. As the national teacher, I will show some kindness and send you all to hell together. Yu Kang's face was vicious, and a cold, killing intent spread out like a death god. Chapter 187. Kid, in this flowing region, you have no foothold. He can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you for a lifetime. Yukong snorted coldly, then turned to leave. With Zhao Kongming here, Yukong had no chance to strike. He could only go back and pressure the Tianbao building to make them give up protecting Gu Changge. Old dog, Gu Changge, will remember this account. Gu Changge's blood-stained face revealed a trace of murderous intent, and 2 cold glints shot from his eyes, making people feel as if they were in an icy cavern. Upon hearing this, Yu Kang's footsteps suddenly stopped, his old face turning extremely pale. If it weren't for Zhao Kongming's words, Yukong would have undoubtedly killed Gu Changge without hesitation. You won't be arrogant for long. Yukong narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Then he left, carrying the corpse of Yu Juanhao, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Gu Changge breathed a sigh of relief, but the murderous glint in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Even if Zhao Kongming did not act, it would not be Gu Changge who died. They were unaware that Gu Changge had one last trump card, a guaranteed killing move. Regardless of whether it was a holy emperor or a demigod, once it was unleashed, Gu Changge was confident he could kill them. Chapter 188. In the flowing region, the Dragon Tiger Hall. Once a glorious second-tier power, it was now in a state of utter ruin. Out of 1,000,000 disciples, less than 100,000 remained, and the elders and deacons were either dead or injured. Chaos reigning supreme. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed from the sky. A massive dragon body, several thousand meters long, appeared, spanning the heavens. Where are the 13 heavenly demons? Where are the 3 great guardians? Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Gu Changge stood at the forefront of the dragon body, looking down at the world, commanding loudly. The 13 heavenly demons, obey. Yi Hao led the 13 heavenly demons to charge out. The 3 great guardians, obey. Little Black's dragon body trembled, and he charged out alongside Li Chanqian and Jiang Yuro. Boom! The terrifying demonic might surged into the sky, the heavens darkening as if plunged into eternal night. Waves of attacks fell, directly obliterating the imposing city gates. "Ah, no, don't kill me!" The screams echoed one after another. The members of the demonic sect showed no mercy. Wherever they passed, blood mist flew, and corpses were scattered everywhere. If the demon cultivators wanted to regain their dignity, they could not be soft-hearted. Any forces that targeted them had to be exterminated to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 189. The 13 heavenly demons and the 3 great guardians directly ignored Yukong, now revealing their killing intent. Demonic might rolling forth like a tsunami. "Ah, ancestors save me. Ancestors save me." Stop, stop, stop. The entire Wuji sect had turned into a hell on earth. Screams echoing, cold corpses lying on the ground. The air filled with the stench of blood. "Stop, stop it, my master." Yukong was furious, his face turning ashen with rage. But just as he was about to take action, Changge directly blocked the bound Zhao Kongming in front of him. "Old dog, try it if you dare." Changge grinned, threatening unabashedly. Zhao Kongming's face turned pale, on the verge of tears. "You dog, don't mess around. If you dare harm even a hair on this young master, my cheap old father will definitely destroy your Ziyun empire. You all, Changge, this master remembers you. If this blood debt is not repaid, I swear I will not be human." Yukong roared to the heavens, his internal cultivation aura becoming extremely violent, like a fierce lion. But with Zhao Kongming present, Yukong did not dare to act. In just over 10 minutes, the entire Wuji sect had fallen with 1,000,000 corpses. Apart from Yukong, everyone else was dead. Chapter 190. A thick demonic aura erupted from Changge's body. The terrifying demonic might soaring into the sky, transforming into a blood-colored frenzy. The originally shattered main hull collapsed with a loud bang. Yet, Changge remained unscathed, as those stone pillars that approached his body crumbled into dust. Is the master about to break through again? Gulu, how long has it been? Another breakthrough? Have you seen the master refining spirit crystals? It seems the master neither needs to refine resources nor cultivate. Now that you mention it, could it be that the master can break through without cultivation? I advise you to run quickly. If the master breaks through, do you dare linger? Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian had already slipped away, appearing 10,000 meters away. Damn it, I forgot again. Run. Wang Binhai and the others realized and turned to flee. The terrifying power during Changge's breakthrough was enough to send them flying. "Hey, you let me go. My dear mother, are you guys trying to murder me?" Zhao Kongming was still bound tightly, lying on the ground, pleading mercilessly. Oh no, we forgot about Zhao Kongming. Chapter 191. Congratulations to the demonic sect for officially establishing a sect in Zhongzhou. After Zhao Kongming beat up Yao Yi, he walked over with a beaming smile, 2 chunks of fat on his face shaking as he moved. "Brother-in-law, if there's nothing else, Kongming will head back first. When you come to Tianbao Tower, I will definitely give you a warm welcome." Zhao Kongming smiled, then cupped his hands towards Changge. He didn't want to stay in the demonic sect any longer. Who knows, next time he might be bound again to take the hit. Upon hearing this, Changge frowned and then pretended to be displeased, saying, "Kongming, the establishment of the demonic sect in Zhongzhou owes a lot to you. Now that the demonic sect has just been established, you are leaving. It makes it seem like our demonic sect is ungrateful." Hearing Changge's words, Zhao Kongming's smile froze for a few minutes. Gratitude? If your demonic sect understood gratitude, would this young master have been bound to take the hit? If I don't leave now, do you expect me to continue being bullied by you? Cough, cough. Brother-in-law is being too serious. We are all family. What's the need for such formalities? Zhao Kongming replied with a smile. But Changge said seriously, even brothers keep accounts clearly. Since you have helped my demonic sect, then the demonic sect must repay this favor. Chapter 192. Everyone be quiet. Zhao Kongting swept his gaze over the crowd, then spoke indifferently. Although Zhao Kongting's voice was calm, it carried an imposing authority. After his words fell, the entire hall fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. In Tianbao Tower, Zhao Kongting's words were still absolute. Of course, there were exceptions, like when Zhao Kongming took off his shoes to hit him. "Sir, what do you think of the demonic sect?" Zhao Kongting's gaze fell on Lu Wenjun. Zhao Kongting held Lu Wenjun in high regard, and since Lu Wenjun had been to Qingzhou and seen Changge in person, he should have a better understanding of the demonic sect, right? Lu Wenjun, dressed in a white robe, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders, looked ethereal, like an immortal. "Master, do you want to hear the truth?" Lu Wenjun thought for a moment and then asked. "Feel free to speak." Zhao Kongting gestured. With Zhao Kongting's words, Lu Wenjun truthfully said, "Master of the building, Gu Changge has been seen by Jun. His background is tragic. Yet he possesses a firm heart for the Tao. Even after stepping into the demonic path, he still adheres to his principles and does not engage in the indiscriminate killing of innocents as rumored." Chapter 193. Gu Changge walked out of the Great Hall, and at once, more than 20 cultivation peaks came into view. Each peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, resembling a fairyland. The sounds of angry shouts came from the training ground, where disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were diligently practicing. As demon cultivators, they had previously faced discrimination and exclusion, but now they had a good cultivation environment, which they naturally cherished, especially since the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed abundant resources, with nearly 50 medium-grade spiritual veins, over 600 low-grade spiritual veins, and hundreds of martial arts techniques and divine abilities, which fully met their cultivation needs. They had the talent and heart for the Tao to become disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and with sufficient cultivation resources, their levels could naturally advance rapidly. Gu Changge's figure flashed, arriving outside the training ground. Today, the one responsible for teaching the disciples martial skills was Embodiment. He stood on the training platform, dressed in black armor, gripping a blood-red demonic blade in his hand, his sharp eyes surveying everyone, exuding an air of authority. "Remember, the knife in your hand is meant for killing, not for decoration. When you hold this great sword, the only goal is to sever the enemy's head. This heavenly demon will only demonstrate once. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune." Chapter 194. You, a straightforward man without a romantic bone. With such a lovely girl, how can you not cherish her? Even the Spring Tower, one like you is hard to find. Zhao Kongming was originally sleeping in, but was awakened by the tribulation caused by Wang Binhai and the others, so he came to check. "What do you care?" Little Black glared at Zhao Kongming, the might of the true dragon erupting, releasing an oppressive aura that made one shiver. Zhao Kongming swallowed hard and said reluctantly, "Standing in the toilet without doing your business, don't you allow me to speak? You want to fight?" Little Black jumped out, already at the 11th level of completion, comparable to the Great Emperor realm. With his combat power, he could even contend with a half-step Holy Emperor. What the hell really coming? Zhao Kongming dared not fight someone like Little Black, a physical freak, so he quickly summoned his escape technique and fled into the void. "Oomph. If you dare to disrespect Changge again, I will tear your mouth apart." Little Black was not going to let Zhao Kongming off easy. Regardless of what sect he belonged to, he would fight first and then talk. "You rogue, where am I worse than you? Just because you are a little more handsome than me? What's so great about that? Why does Changge have to choose you?" Chapter 195. The Holy Array Pavilion, like the Purple Cloud Empire, is a top power in the flowing region. Moreover, the Holy Array Pavilion gathers nearly all the spiritual array masters in the flowing region, thus monopolizing the construction of spiritual arrays for various powers, making a fortune. Every power must construct 2 major arrays. One is the spirit-attracting array for the cultivation of disciples and elders, and the other is the defensive array to protect the sect's safety. Yi Hao and his group of 5 traveled for nearly 6 days before finally arriving at the Holy Array Pavilion. Outside the Holy Array Pavilion, there was a foggy great array that isolated the inside from the outside. Standing outside the Holy Array Pavilion, one could not sense the cultivation aura of the strong within. Looking at the gate of the Holy Array Pavilion, Yi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt uncertain with the style of these righteous sects. They probably would not easily help the Heavenly Demon Sect construct the spirit-attracting array. "Let's go in and take a look," Yi Hao said, leading the 4 towards the city gate. On the ancient plaque, 3 powerful characters were inscribed. As soon as Yi Hao and the others stepped into the great array, they felt enveloped by an endless killing intent, making them extremely uncomfortable. "Is this demonic energy? Are you demon cultivators?" Chapter 196. You bastard. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Binhai's face was twisted with rage, veins bulging, and the golden double axes appeared in his hands. "Undishin afiesoha. How dare you, in my Holy Array Pavilion? Let a demon shout here." Dozens of disciples immediately jumped out, brandishing their swords and angrily shouting at Wang Binhai. What the hell is the Holy Array Pavilion? In my opinion, it's just a bunch of thugs. Open the heavens. Wang Bin Hai, furious, charged out like a wild bull, enveloped in a golden storm, his aura extremely powerful. Bang! Ah, Pu. After breaking through to the ancient Mad Demon realm, Wang Binhai's power became even more violent and strong, crushing the mere dozen or so disciples of the life and death realm instantly. Ancient Mad Demon realm? Both Pavilion Master Du Zitong and Elder Pan Shengshu frowned at this moment. A year ago, the Heavenly Demon Sect only had two ancient mad demons. One was Yi Hao, and the other was Luo Bai. However, now, this rough man wielding double axes had also broken through to the ancient mad demon realm. In just 1 year, another ancient mad demon had appeared. Chapter 197. Brother Ben Hai, are you alright? Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian crawled towards the unconscious Wang Bin Hai with their heavily injured bodies. Wang Bin Hai was already bloodied, with shocking wounds all over his body, and his aura was weak, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Zhou Yihong held Wang Bin Hai in his arms, his purple-gold eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. They remembered this debt. The Holy Array Pavilion owed the Heavenly Demon Sect a bloody debt. Yi Hao's expression was gloomy, blood staining the corners of his mouth. Although extremely unwilling, he still took out 14 medium-grade spiritual veins. Ha ha, that's more like it. Pan Shengshu grinned widely, then snatched the spatial ring from Yi Hao's hand, checking it before finally putting it away with satisfaction. You remnants of the demon sect, robbing the resources of the righteous powers. Now it can be considered that the items have returned to their rightful owner. Go back and tell your sect master to be more discreet in the future. In this central state, demon cultivators are even worse than dogs. Pan Shengshu snorted coldly, then kicked Yi Hao away. Boom! Pooh! Yi Hao slammed heavily to the ground, his face pale, spitting blood. Creak! He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring at Pan Shengshu like a fierce beast, wishing he could tear him apart. Chapter 198. Not only the elders and deacons of the Heavenly Demon Sect were furious, but even every disciple was now filled with rage. The actions of the Holy Array Pavilion were simply a contempt and insult to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Before joining the Heavenly Demon Sect, they had already been excluded and hunted by the righteous powers, and now that they had formed a demonic path power, they were still being oppressed. How could they not be angry? The entire Heavenly Demon Sect was boiling. A repressed fury was about to explode. Gu Changge and Little Black entered the room, and everyone respectfully retreated, making way. We pay our respects to the Master. The elders and stewards of the demon cult respectfully bowed. Gu Changge walked in with a blank expression, followed closely by Xiao Haizi. We have seen the Master. Jiang Yurong, Xiao Yun, and others also bowed. Gu Changge's gaze fell directly on Yi Hao and the others. They were bloody and mangled, their bones shattered, their breaths weak, having sustained serious injuries. Especially Wang Bin Hai, who was still in a state of heavy injury and unconsciousness. His neck bones had long since broken, with a shocking claw mark visible. Crack! Gu Changge's fists were tightly clenched, the sound of bones colliding resonating. A violent demonic aura, sharp and bloodthirsty, filled the entire mountain peak, making one feel as if they were in the depths of hell. Chapter 199. In front of the imposing city gate of the demon cult, an old man and a young man hurriedly approached. Attacking the Holy Array Pavilion? What are these madmen thinking? That's a first-rate force, with 3 living ancestors, each at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. Isn't that just going to their doom? Brother-in-law, please don't blame Kongming. This move is too dangerous. My Zhao family has only one line of descent, waiting for me to return to continue the lineage. Zhao Kongming rubbed his big belly, looking at the nearby city gate. Secretly relieved, young master is wise. Let's quickly leave the demon cult and head to Tianbao Tower, Yao Yi said with a flattering smile. The demon cult attacking the Holy Array Pavilion was clearly insane. They were ready to flee as soon as they heard the news. You old fool. You're always the most enthusiastic when it comes to escaping. Zhao Kongming glared at Yao Yi and reprimanded coldly. Although Zhao Kongming said this, his feet were honest. Directly exiting the city gate, we have seen the guest elder. Dozens of disciples guarding the city gate bowed to Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming felt a bit guilty looking at them, then cleared his throat and said, I have some matters to attend to outside the demon cult, and I will return soon. Chapter 200. A month had passed since the humiliation of the demon cult by the Holy Array Pavilion. During this month, the various forces in the Fuliu region believed that the demon cult would seek revenge. However, after a month had passed, the demon cult remained silent. This made the forces in the Fuliu region mock the demon cult endlessly. The demon cult can only bully weaker second-rate forces. In front of first-rate forces, they have to behave themselves. They're just a bunch of rabble. How arrogant can they be? From now on, there's no need to worry about the demon cult. If we can suppress them, we should absolutely show no mercy. They're just a bunch of soft persimmons. Haha, the demon cult is just a joke. The 13 demons, led by Yi Hao, were heavily injured and didn't dare to make sound. Weren't they boasting before? They're just a bunch of paper tigers. The major forces in the Fuliu region discussed the demon cult as a joke. Many forces even shouted for the leader Gu Changge to kneel and bow to them. However, the demon cult remained deaf to the outside world, showing no response. In the main hall, Gu Changge leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Chapter 201. The two guardian elders of the Holy Array Pavilion sensed the incoming attack and immediately activated the protective formation. The protective formation of the Holy Array Pavilion had reached the level of an excellent Tao artifact, powered by countless spirit crystals, instantly enveloping the entire Holy Array Pavilion. Buzz! Brilliant holy patterns flowed out, forging solid defenses that blocked the overwhelming attacks. Bang! Clang, clang, clang. Rumble! The terrifying attacks slammed against the protective formation, producing sharp, ear-piercing roars. Although hundreds of attacks were blocked, the terrifying residual force still engulfed the Holy Array Pavilion, sending countless disciples flying, spitting blood, and screaming in agony. Mountains and palaces rapidly collapsed, turning into ruins. Gu Changge, expressionless, looked down at the Holy Array Pavilion, his eyes filled with killing intent. The 13 demons, 3 great guardians, and 80 demon emperors all launched their attacks simultaneously, and the terrifying assault showed no signs of stopping. They came to the Holy Array Pavilion not for any other reason but to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying attacks continued to rain down. The defensive formation, though powerful, gradually dimmed under the barrage of attacks, even developing cracks. Chapter 202. 13 aggressive attacks thundered down, shattering the void along their path as if it were a mirror. The fierce assaults caused Pan Xingxiu to feel a suffocating and deadly sensation. You scoundrels, are you seeking death? 5 elements destruction formation. Pan Xingxiu gritted his teeth, his old eyes gradually turning cold. He then formed seals with his hands, and the array pattern surged, constructing a 5 elements formation. As a spirit array master, Pan Xingxiu's most powerful means was to build formations and then attack. Once the 5 elements formation was successfully constructed, Pan Xingxiu directly took out tens of thousands of spirit crystals to infuse into the formation, which rapidly took shape, the brilliant holy patterns dazzling and exuding world-destroying power. Go! Pan Xingxiu forcefully pushed the formation out. The 5 elements formation descended from the sky like an indestructible cage, ensnaring all 13 attacks within. Boom! Boom! The 13 attacks were quickly obliterated, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. What a terrifying formation! Yi Hao and the others frowned, their expressions wary. Ha, scoundrels. Now you know the power of this elder, right? It's too late now. You will all die today. Chapter 203, Master. The 13 demons, 3 great guardians, and 80 demon emperor elders all called out anxiously as they rushed towards Gu Changge. The Grand Elder Pan Xingxiu's mouth dropped open in shock, his expression nearly dazed. The leader of the demon cult, Gu Changge, actually blocked the Pavilion Master's strike. Although it was at the cost of severe injuries, it was still unbelievable. One must know that Pavilion Master Du Zidong was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, while Gu Changge had only reached the small completion of the Demon Emperor realm. Du Zidong was at least a whole major realm above Gu Changge. Yet Gu Changge still managed to block Du Zidong's attack. This was something that almost no one could achieve in the Central Continent. Even the top 10 prodigies on a monster talent list could at most fight across 3 small realms. A prodigy like Gu Changge was truly 1 in 10,000. Brother-in-law actually did it. Zhao Kongming swallowed hard, looking at the ruins where Gu Changge was with admiration. In the ruins, the 13 demons and the 3 great guardians arrived. They saw Gu Changge, charred all over and bloodied, Yet in those blood-red eyes still lingered a fierce killing intent. "Master, are you all right?" Xiao Haizi asked anxiously. Chapter 204. Pavilion Master? The Pavilion Master was actually defeated? My God! The demon is at most only 20 years old, yet has defeated the sect leader. Is there really such a monstrous talent in this world? The members of the Sacred Array sect all turned pale, feeling a chill down their spines, with endless fear spreading in their hearts. Gu Changge's strength has repeatedly refreshed their understanding. The elder Pan Xingxiu was stunned, and he has begun to regret his actions. He shouldn't have been the first to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect, thinking they would endure, but who knew they would come directly to kill. Moreover, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect is so abnormal that it left them speechless. Cough. In the ruins, the sect leader Du Zitong let out a light cough. He was covered in blood, and his breath was significantly weaker. Now, with the support of a few disciples, he finally stood up. As sect leader, are you all right? Two disciples asked fearfully. Get lost. This sect leader does not need your support. How could mere ants in the Demon Emperor realm possibly harm me? Du Zitong roared madly, feeling humiliated. The terrifying offensive of the Sacred Array sect has alarmed all the major forces in the Fuliu region. Chapter 205. Ancestor? The Ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Great. The Ancestor has finally emerged. We welcome the Ancestor. Please, Ancestor, take action to eradicate the remaining forces of the Demon Sect and uphold the reputation of our Sacred Array sect. Every elder, steward, and disciple in the Sacred Array sect was in tears, excitedly shouting. 2 sacred emperor powerhouses, over 100 emperor powerhouses, and tens of thousands of disciples all perished at Gu Changge's hands. Elder Pan Xingxiu knelt on the ground like a dead dog, pale and drenched in sweat. This is the darkest moment for the Sacred Array sect and the greatest humiliation since its establishment. Peak Sacred Emperor Realm? Gu Changge frowned slightly, a hint of caution appearing in his eyes. The enhancement of the Blood River Great Array only lasts for half an hour, and more than 20 minutes have already passed. It will soon reach its limit. Moreover, Gu Changge's current peak combat power can only deal with a completed Sacred Emperor Realm, and that is under the enhancement of the Blood River Great Array. If he were to face 3 peak Sacred Emperor powerhouses, he would definitely have no chance of winning. Flame-splitting devouring wave scale. Gu Changge suddenly swung his twin swords, and the overwhelming sword strike fell, transforming into an endless sea of fire. Like a fierce fire beast, engulfing the 2 great arrays constructed by Du Zitong. Chapter 206. Du Fein steadied his mind and then looked at Gu Changge with a cold expression, questioning. Now that the great array has been broken, your disciples are all severely injured, and your cultivation has fallen to the minor completion of the Demon Emperor realm. With your injured body, what do you have to fight against our Sacred Array sect? As soon as Du Fein said this, everyone's gaze turned to Gu Changge. They too wanted to know where Gu Changge found the confidence to be so arrogant. Who says we've fallen? I, Wang Binhai, can still fight. I, Zhou Yihong, have not fallen yet. Fight. Kill. 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 The 13 heavenly demons, 3 guardians, and 80 demon emperors all struggled to stand up. Though they were on the verge of death, the killing intent in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Even if it meant using their last breath, they would fight alongside their master. There was not a single coward in the Heavenly Demon Sect. To become a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, whether in talent or will, one must be an incredibly strong individual. The 3 ancestors of Du Fein frowned. They did not expect that the others in the Heavenly Demon Sect would have such a firm will as well. In contrast, in the Sacred Array sect, Elder Pan Xingxiu was still kneeling on the ground, eyes empty, drenched in sweat, making it hard to look at. Chapter 207. Demon, if you do not wish to die, there is only one choice. Immediately kowtow and apologize and offer a large compensation. The 3rd ancestor, Du Qihuan, surrounded by an aura of killing intent, threatened Gu Changge. With 3 peak Sacred Emperor powerhouses surrounding Gu Changge, even if he had great abilities, escape was impossible, and he couldn't destroy the ancestral hall. I implore the ancestor to kill the demon and avenge the deceased elders and disciples. Kill the demon. Avenge the dead elders and disciples. Kill. The millions of disciples of the Sacred Array sect all shouted angrily. Gu Changge killed tens of thousands of disciples from the Sacred Array sect, severely injured the sect leader and elder, and humiliated the Sacred Array sect. This filled all disciples with shame, and they suppressed a surge of anger within. However, Du Fan, as the ancestor, remained cautious. Until the last moment, Du Fan would not engage in a life-or-death struggle with Gu Changge. Once he made a move against Gu Changge, Zhao Kongming would definitely risk his life to save him. And if anything happened to Zhao Kongming, the Sacred Array sect would have to face the wrath of the Tianbao Tower. The Tianbao Tower is not just thriving in commerce. It is rumored that the Tianbao Tower has 100,000 shadow guards, all of whom have reached the Emperor realm. Chapter 208. In front of the powerful might of the Sacred Emperor, Zhao Kongming found it difficult to move. His body cracked open, blood flowing out, exposing his white bones. Zhao Kongming, stop while you are ahead. If you take another step forward, I will kill you. Even if it means bearing the wrath of the Tianbao Tower. I will not hesitate. Du Fan threatened through gritted teeth. Although he was reluctant to make this decision, he had reached his limit. Gu Changge destroying the ancestral hall of the Sacred Array sect would become a lifelong stain. If Gu Changge were not killed, the Sacred Array sect would forever be ridiculed. Zhao Kongming frowned. How could he not sense Du Fan's killing intent? But he also couldn't just sit back and watch Gu Changge be killed. Although Gu Changge always used him as a shield, his unwavering will and fearless fighting spirit made him feel respect. For someone like him, it was hard not to admire. Sister, for your little white face, I'm risking my life. Zhao Kongming gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination as he gathered all his strength, activating forbidden secret techniques, and then surrounded by demonic energy. Chapter 209. Everyone's focus fell on Gu Changge. Could Gu Changge withstand the killing move from the third ancestor Du Qihuan? Whether Gu Changge truly had a trump card would soon be revealed. The Sacred Array sect was now silent, everyone holding their breath, their hearts hanging in suspense. Because Gu Changge said that once he used his trump card, the entire Sacred Array sect would go down with him. In fact, Du Qihuan was betting, everyone was betting. Master, if anything happens to you, I, Xiao Zhou, will never survive. Although Zhou Yihong was on the brink of death, he tightly gripped the sun-extinguishing bow. Once Gu Changge was erased, he would choose to self-destruct. Even in death, he would take some down with him. Montak Langxian, Montak Binsheng, Yi Hao, and others also held onto the belief that they would die. Sure, you want to die? Then I can only fulfill your wish. Gu Changge squinted his eyes, biting his teeth tightly, his expression quite ferocious. This was a step he did not want to see, but now there was no turning back. Then let it be a complete destruction. Boom! Rumble. In his Dantian, the towering God-Demon Tower, which was over 1,000 meters tall, trembled. With supreme laws swirling around it, the ancient and profound patterns of the great Tao revealing a sense of strangeness and mystery. Chapter 210. Upon hearing this, the first ancestor Du Fan's mouth twitched. As for the two compensations mentioned by Gu Changge, he could accept the first one, because Du Zidong and Pan Shengxiu indeed insulted Yi Hao and others. But the latter compensation, isn't it a bit outrageous? Traveling thousands of miles to the Sacred Array Pavilion? It took considerable effort to kill the disciples of the Sacred Array Pavilion, asking for 10 mid-grade spirit veins as compensation? What kind of bizarre compensation is this? You killed our Sacred Array Pavilion's disciples, and I still have to give you 10 spirit veins? Isn't that just being a big fool? Demon, don't be so arrogant. Still want compensation? Haha, allowing you to leave is already showing mercy. Yes, if you don't want to leave, then stay here. Compensation is impossible, so don't dream on about it. The elders of the Sacred Array Pavilion sternly reprimanded at this moment. They were already filled with anger, which had now completely erupted. Huh, were you guys? I am talking to your ancestor. When is it your turn to interrupt? Truly uncultured dogs, old dogs, let me educate them. Gu Changge activated the spatial laws and disappeared from the spot in the next second. Chapter 211. Under the gaze of resentment and unwillingness, Gu Changge slowly collected 34 mid-grade spirit veins. This time, the Sacred Array Pavilion was a complete loss. Even with the 3 ancestors present, they could not save the situation. In the end, the ancestral hall was smashed, and they had to obediently admit defeat and compensate. The observing forces quietly left, quickly relaying this news back to their sections. Soon, the name of the Heavenly Demon Sect would spread throughout the entire central state. After this battle, the Heavenly Demon Sect would achieve a deterrent effect. And even if the righteous forces were still displeased with the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, it would attract other demon cultivators from Central State, sparking a wave of joining the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Central State is vast and boundless. Even if demon cultivators are few, there are still over 100,000. And those that meet the requirements of the Heavenly Demon Sect should be in the tens of thousands. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect cannot compare in numbers with martial arts forces, as long as these recruited disciples can continue to grow, they all have the potential to become ancient mad demons or even reach higher realms, and by then, they will be enough to sweep through the entire Central State. After all, Changge's ultimate opponent is not a first-rate force or a super force, but one of the 8 ancient clans, the Luo family. Chapter 2:12. In the main hall, Changge stepped up the 9-tiered stairs and reached the high platform, then turned around and scanned the crowd below. After this battle, the 13 heavenly demons, 3 great protectors, and over 60 demon emperors were all severely injured. However, their eyes were still filled with a fiery battle intent. Showing no signs of fear, Changge waved his sleeves, and 32 mid-grade spirit veins flew out, with each of the 13 heavenly demons and 3 great protectors receiving 2 mid-grade spirit veins. These spirit veins will be arranged by you across the 16 peaks. Next, a batch of new disciples will pour into the Heavenly Demon Sect, and you need to guide them in their cultivation well so that our Heavenly Demon Sect can grow stronger as soon as possible. Changge instructed the crowd. After this battle, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be known throughout Central State, and other demon cultivators would definitely rush to the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect would also welcome a wave of recruiting new disciples. Yes, Master. The 13 heavenly demons and 3 great protectors replied excitedly. Now, the Heavenly Demon Sect has a total of 60 mid-grade spirit veins, which is enough to sustain the expenses for 5 to 6 years, even if the number of disciples reaches 100,000. All right, if there is nothing else, you all should go back and heal. Changge nodded and then spoke to the crowd. Chapter 2:13. The Taichu defensive array enveloped the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, with faint divine radiance circulating, creating a powerful defensive net. As long as the Heavenly Demon Sect is attacked from the outside, the Taichu defensive array will activate on its own. The defensive array of the highest grade artifact level is enough to withstand the attacks of peak Holy Emperor level powers. Buzz! Immediately afterward, the Taichu spirit guiding array was activated, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn, converging towards the Heavenly Demon Sect. Due to the overwhelming suction, the spiritual energy turned into a thick liquid, falling onto the Heavenly Demon Sect like water dragons. After the spiritual energy was absorbed, it was distributed across the 16 peaks, and the disciples who were cultivating on the peaks felt refreshed and achieved twice the result with half the effort. The rich spiritual energy continuously surged into their bodies, then transformed into pure demonic power, which they quickly absorbed. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, the Heavenly Demon Sect was filled with the sound of thunderous roars. At that moment, a dozen demon emperor tribulations gathered. In a short period, over a dozen new demon emperors were born. Is this the spirit guiding array? Our Heavenly Demon Sect also has the spirit guiding array now. It seems there is also a defensive array. Did you feel that? What a rich power. The level of this defensive array is probably not low. Chapter 2:14. Seeing this, Changge's mouth slightly curved upwards. He had anticipated this result long ago, but the effect of the Taichu defensive array still shocked him. The disciples, upon seeing the activation of the defensive array, were all stunned, their eyes shining with excitement. Is this our Heavenly Demon Sect's defensive array? Yi Tianma's full force strike couldn't even shake the defensive array? My God, what level has our Heavenly Demon Sect's defensive array reached? I'm afraid even the Sacred Array Pavilion can't construct a defensive array of this level. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect even had tears welling up in their eyes. Once, they had to humbly ask others to construct spirit arrays, only to be humiliated and mocked. Seeing the Heavenly Demon Sect possess its own spirit guiding array and defensive array, how could they not be excited? Brother Yihao, come down quickly, don't hurt yourself. Jiang Yurong had come over at some point, her cultivation aura still at the entry level of the Holy Emperor realm, but there were already faint signs of a breakthrough. She wore a light green long dress, her graceful figure perfectly complemented with her 3,000 strands of hair held up by a wooden hairpin, exuding a certain charm. Chapter 215. In the Fengling Star Domain, two giant forces are located here. One is the super force Kong Shengmin, and the other is the Shimin family, one of the 8 ancient clans. Kong Shengmin is the largest Confucian Dao force in Central State, almost gathering 90% of the Confucian cultivators in Central State. The realms of Confucianism correspond to the realms of martial arts. The sub-saint corresponds to the Great Emperor. The sage corresponds to the Holy Emperor. The Great Sage corresponds to the demigod. The Confucian saint corresponds to the divine realm, and the realm of Confucius corresponds to the heavenly god realm. Whether in martial arts or Confucianism, the heavenly god realm and the realm of Confucius only existed in ancient times. In the present, due to the increasingly thin spiritual energy and various restrictions from the heavenly Tao, the highest realm of martial arts is only the peak of the divine realm. The highest realm of Confucianism, on the other hand, can only achieve great success in the Confucian saint realm, which is 2 smaller realms lower than martial arts. This is also the reason why martial arts are most prosperous in the current immortal domain. However, even so, the status of the Confucian school is still significant in the central continent. The Confucian school has 2 ancestors, both of whom have achieved great success in the Confucian saint realm. The sect leader, Li Wenxiang, has achieved small success in the Confucian saint realm, while the 2 deputy sect leaders, Jiang Taihao and Deng Taiming, are both powerful figures at the entry level of the Confucian saint realm. The Confucian school has over 800 disciples, mainly divided into 2 academies, the Lantian Academy, overseen by Jiang Taihao, and the Yueshio Academy, overseen by Deng Taiming. Chapter 216. For Duan Hongru, who has experienced the trials of the Lanyue Tower, his 2 guesses are indeed correct. However, Duan Hongru believes that Gu Changqing is more inclined towards the former, which is a desperate struggle. Whether this is true or not, no one can know. From the perspective of the Yueshio Academy, they naturally hope that Gu Changqing cannot leave the Lanyue Tower. Although the Confucian school is a whole, there is fierce competition between the 2 academies. A scholar, the more books he reads and the more principles he understands, the more he is prone to become selfish. If Duan Hongru can seize the position of the Holy Sun, he will be able to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Confucian school in the future, and at that time, the voice of Yueshio Academy will far exceed that of the Lantian Academy. As for Duan Hongru's answer, Deng Taiming did not respond, but he was very satisfied in his heart, because he saw ambition in Duan Hongru's eyes. This is the kind of ambitious disciple he needs. The kind of idyllic life without competition, in his view, is merely a means of escaping reality. Whether Gu Changqing can leave the Lanyue Tower is the same. Because the teacher believes in you, this position of Holy Sun belongs to you alone. Deng Taiming smiled, then walked to Duan Hongru, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him. Chapter 217. The Great Dao Pen actively recognizes its master? Teacher, look quickly. The Great Dao Pen has actively recognized Senior Brother as its master. In the Lantian Academy, Xiao Bai's eyes widened in excitement as he shouted loudly. Jiang Taihao's expression suddenly froze, followed by an uncontrollable surprise. The Great Dao Pen actively recognizes Changqing as its master. The supreme primordial immortal artifact, the ancestral life treasure, has actually been captured by Changqing? Ha ha ha, that's great. My good disciple. Jiang Taihao trembled with excitement. Even though he has lived for tens of thousands of years and his resolve has become very firm, he still lost his composure upon seeing the Great Dao Pen actively recognize its master. When the senior brother Duan Hongru of the Yueshio Academy obtained the gentleman's sword within the tower, Deng Taiming was even more arrogant and proud, his laughter echoing throughout the entire Confucian school. In comparison, Jiang Taihao was relatively restrained. Ha ha, wonderful. Senior brother has obtained the ancestral life treasure, the Great Dao Pen. From now on, our Lantian Academy will rise. Senior brother is magnificent. Let our Lantian Academy's name be known far and wide. However, next, the entire Lantian Academy erupted in excitement. The shouts of joy resounded throughout the Confucian school, soaring into the sky. Chapter 218. In the flowing region, the Heavenly Demon Sect. On the martial arts arena, thousands of disciples were practicing martial arts and supernatural powers. On the 16 cultivation peaks, disciples were sitting cross-legged, striving to cultivate every second. When the news of Gu Changqing capturing the Great Dao Pen reached the Heavenly Demon Sect, it quickly became a topic of conversation among the elders and disciples. Have you heard? Confucianism has produced a peerless prodigy. You're talking about Gu Changqing, right? It is said that he entered the Lanyue Tower at the age of 22 and obtained the supreme, primordial immortal artifact, the Great Dao Pen. Yes, it's Gu Changqing. By the way, this person's name is somewhat similar to our respected one. Could there be some connection? A demon prodigy in the demonic path and a prodigy in Confucianism. They seem to have no connection at all. The crowd debated. Gu Changge, having nothing to do, happened to leave the main hall to observe the cultivation conditions of the disciples. When he heard the name Gu Changqing, he was suddenly taken aback, his expression frozen. Who is that Confucian prodigy you just mentioned? Repeat his name. Gu Changge thought he had misheard. At this moment, he flashed directly in front of several disciples and asked them. Chapter 219. In the main hall of Jinming Temple stood a golden Buddha statue, towering at a height of 100 meters, showcasing the majesty of the Buddhist sect. The statue was surrounded by a faint golden light, with endless Buddhist law and rhythm flowing, as if the Buddha himself was present in Jinming Temple. Below, the abbot Jin sat cross-legged on a mat. He looked old, with a face full of wrinkles, and his hands were as thin as twigs, yet he exuded a kind of kindness that instinctively made people want to approach him. Master Jian, as the abbot of Jinming Temple, holds great prestige in the entire Western Buddhist domain. His Buddhist teachings are among the best in the present age. The Bodhi seed has finally matured. Master Jian slowly opened his eyes, his aged voice seeming to transcend time. The Bodhi seed has matured? Behind Zhiyuan, the seat Yuan Huikong and the first seat Hui Jing also awakened from their meditation, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. Zhiyuan nodded, then stood up, deeply bowing to the Buddha statue before walking toward the hall entrance. Huikong and Hui Jing closely followed. Just as they exited the hall, Zhiyuan saw the Buddha's disciple Wuxin. Master. Wuxin smiled faintly, then clasped his hands together and called out. As the Buddha's disciple, Wuxin was a supreme Buddha in his previous life, possessing boundless Buddhist teachings. This life is also destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 220. Mu Chenxi lightly stepped out, leaving the cave. It was already dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun cast down, making the snow-capped mountains appear as if blushing after intoxication, immersing one in a state of enchantment. Mu Chenxi gazed at the tallest snow-capped mountain, known as the Tian Shan Snow Peak. The Tian Shan Snow Peak is the place of inheritance for the Xianbing sect, surrounded by supreme Dao rhythm, accessible only to a select few. My junior sister has been in the Tian Shan Snow Peak for over a year. I wonder if she has found the ancestral inheritance? Mu Chenxi thought to herself, gazing with beautiful eyes. The junior sister she referred to is naturally Gu Anlin, who joined the Xianbing sect 3 years ago. Gu Anlin possesses the energy of the Taiyin and has unparalleled martial arts talent. After joining the Xianbing sect, she seemed to have opened a cheat, achieving the status of a great emperor in just 6 months and a holy emperor a year later. By the 3rd year, Gu Anlin had already comprehended the realm of extreme cold and decisively entered the Tian Shan Snow Peak, preparing to receive the ancestral inheritance. If Gu Anlin can successfully walk out of the Tian Shan Snow Peak, then the Xianbing sect will gain another unparalleled prodigy. At that time, the Xianbing sect will enter an era of dual saintesses, destined to dominate the entire central continent. Mu Chenxi really likes this little girl, Gu Anlin. She is lively and adorable, innocent and pure. With her by his side, life becomes vibrant and colorful. Chapter 221. The Heavenly Demon Sect, this is it. Wu Xian's gentle gaze fell on the plaque engraved with the 3 big characters of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then, Wu Xian took out the Bodhi seed that radiated Buddhist light. After arriving at the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Buddhist light emitted by the Bodhi seed became even more dazzling. Seeing this scene of the Bodhi seed, Wu Xian smiled with satisfaction, proving that this trip was indeed worthwhile. The fated person is within the Heavenly Demon Sect. On the city wall, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect immediately noticed Wu Xian. A monk? Could it be the Buddhist child Wu Xian? The Buddhist child Wu Xian has arrived. Everyone prepare for battle. All the disciples' expressions darkened. Then they shouted fiercely. They gripped their demon knives and demon spears, their faces fierce, looking at Wu Xian with a fearless resolve. Wu Xian remained calm and unafraid. He was just a bit surprised that this newly established demonic force could be so united. Knowing that he came from the superpower Jiming Temple, they still dared to fight to the death. They all possessed a fearless heart. In the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Changge narrowed his eyes and looked outside the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could he not sense that aura of absolute righteousness and divinity? Chapter 222. Buddha is the manifestation of all beings. The little monk can be a Buddha, and the benefactor can also be a Buddha. Changge repeated Wu Xian's earlier words. This statement is not hard to understand, but Wu Xian saying it represents that he does not discriminate against demonic cultivators. Nowadays, the entire Central Continent's major Orthodox sects are ostracizing demonic cultivators, even slaughtering them. The Buddhist sect represents absolute righteousness and compassion, as if it were born to be the nemesis of the demonic path. Yet Wu Xian says that Changge can also be a Buddha. This made Changge regard Wu Xian with higher esteem. I have killed many people, my hand stained with much blood. Are you sure I can also be a Buddha? Changge stared directly at Wu Xian, the aura of bloodthirst radiating from him. This aura could not be formed overnight, but rather gathered after being tainted with countless blood. There are bad people among good people, and good people among bad people. If killing one person can save hundreds of lives, then the little monk would not hesitate to absolve him. The path of killing is not only about indiscriminate slaughter, but can also be about stopping killing with killing. Wu Xian said with his hands clasped together. Hearing this, Changge was completely shocked. Chapter 223. Yihao, bring the wine. After performing the oath ceremony, Changge instructed Yihao. Yes, master. Yihao hurriedly left, and when he returned, he presented 2 bottles of fine wine. Master, the wine is here. Yihao said respectfully. Changge nodded, then took the 2 bottles of fine wine, handing one to Wu Xian. You are a monk. Can you drink? Wu Xian thought for a moment, hesitated a bit, but still accepted the fine wine. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Wu Xian smiled faintly. Then his palm brushed over the wine bottle, and wisps of white vapor rose, with a rich aroma of wine wafting out. This will do. Wu Xian smiled, then raised the wine bottle, ready to drink it all in one go. Changge's mouth twitched slightly. After Wu Xian's operation, all the alcohol in the wine evaporated, leaving only pure water. The wine seemed to have been drunk, but had not been completely consumed. Cheers! From now on, we share honor and disgrace. Changge clinked his wine bottle with Wu Xian's, then gulped it down. Wu Xian smiled, and also drank the fine wine. Witnessed by everyone, Changge and Wu Xian became sworn brothers. Chapter 224. In the palace of the Ziyun Empire, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. On the dragon throne, the ruler Su Mingfei's expression was extremely gloomy. Below, the national teacher Yu Kang's face was equally unpleasant, as if he had eaten something foul. The news of the Buddhist child Wu Xian and Changge becoming sworn brothers had also reached the Ziyun Empire. Initially, they still held hope, wanting to use Wu Xian's hand to eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect. But now, the Heavenly Demon Sect not only remained but thrived. Now that Changge and Wu Xian have become sworn brothers, if the Ziyun Empire still wants to target the Heavenly Demon Sect, it will inevitably face numerous difficulties. What is Wu Xian thinking? A dignified Buddhist child entangled with a demonic sect. The ruler Su Mingfei gritted his teeth and said, Yukong was also furious, Your Majesty. Should we still target the Heavenly Demon Sect? What do you think? If the demonic forces establish a foothold in the Fuliu region, our Ziyun Empire will definitely be the first to suffer. Rest assured, the Buddhist forces will not dare to go too far. Otherwise, the superpowers will definitely intervene. As for the Tianbao Tower, over these 3 years, the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce has united thousands of forces to neglect Tianbao Tower, resulting in a significant shrinkage of its business. The pressure on Tianbao Tower must not be small, right? Chapter 225. The news that the Tianbao Tower is going to hold an auction also reached Zhao Kongming's ears. Upon hearing it, Zhao Kongming was extremely excited and immediately flew towards the main hall. He hadn't returned to Tianbao Tower in over 3 years. During these 3 years, he hadn't visited the Fengchun Tavern once, nor had he engaged in any extravagant behaviors. He had long been itching with pent-up energy. In the first year, Zhao Kongming wanted to return to Tianbao Tower, but Changge directly tied him up and used him as a shield. All the sources of this evil stemmed from him coming to the Fuliu region, thinking of giving his future brother-in-law a warning. However, the world is unpredictable. Not only did he fail to give a warning, but he also ended up spending 3 years in captivity. Zhao Kongming arrived at the main hall, his face round and full, already beaming with joy. "Brother-in-law, good news, good news." Zhao Kongming shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the hall. Gu Changge naturally understood Zhao Kongming's intent. The corners of his mouth slightly rose, then he pretended to be serious and said, "Fatty, why are you shouting so much?" "What's the matter?" "Brother-in-law, the Tianbao Tower is going to hold an auction." Zhao Kongming immediately said, "An auction? What good things are being auctioned?" Gu Changge continued to feign ignorance and asked. Chapter 226. Wu Xian has come. Huh? I was planning to personally come and call you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Gu Changge smiled and then teased Wu Xian. Those who knew the inside story couldn't help but chuckle, while Wu Xian nodded. Benefactor Changge is truly thoughtful. The little monk has never attended an auction before, and this time he just happens to go to have a look. "Young Master Zhao, I wonder if you could welcome me?" As the conversation came to an end, the indifferent gaze fell on Zhao Kongming. Upon hearing that Wu Xin wanted to go, Zhao Kongming was overjoyed. Wu Xin is the Buddha's son of the superpowered Jinming Temple, and it would be wonderful if Tian Building could establish a good relationship with Jinming Temple. Ha ha! It is an honor for Tian Building to have Master Wu Xin grace us with his presence. I will definitely prepare good wine and meat for you. Zhao Kongming patted his belly and assured Wu Xin, "Umipa, there is no need for wine and meat. A bowl of plain porridge is enough." Wu Xin chanted a Buddhist mantra and then smiled gently. "Ha ha, well said, well said. Little Heisey, let's go," Zhao Kongming said impatiently. Following that, little Heisey trembled and turned into a black shadow, darting away. Chapter 227. Young Master Zhao, please spare me. Young Master Zhao, spare my life? The disciples of Tian Building were extremely ruthless, beating the gray-robed old man and others severely. The miserable cries echoed continuously, and the people in line were all frightened and shivering. They couldn't help but secretly rejoice that they hadn't insulted Zhao Kongming earlier, or else their fate would have been as tragic as that of the gray-robed old man. "Brother-in-law, I apologize for making you laugh. Let's go in first." Zhao Kongming turned around. The fierce side of him completely vanished, leaving only a smiling face, as if he were a different person. "Brother-in-law? Is this person Zhao Kongming's brother-in-law? Could he be Gu Changge, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Then is the monk beside him really Wu Xin, the Buddha's son who swore brotherhood with Gu Changge?" The crowd's gaze immediately turned to Gu Changge and Wu Xin. Whether it was Gu Changge or Wu Xin, their reputations had already spread throughout Zhongzhou. It was just that most of them had never seen their true appearances. "Greetings to the son-in-law. We have met Master Wu Xin." A dozen disciples of Tian Building bowed to Gu Changge. Thinking of a young master calling Gu Changge brother-in-law, they changed their address to son-in-law. Chapter 228. Please rest assured. Everyone, this auction will surely satisfy you. Of course, for those forces that harbor hostility towards Tian Building, this auction might very well be their last collaboration with Tian Building. At this point, Zhao Kongting deliberately cast a glance at Yukong, Lei Chun, and Hong Jinle. This auction is meant to tell those forces that exclude Tian Building that they still hold absolute power in the business world of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Yukong and others all lowered their heads in shame. No matter how much they had boasted before, now, in the face of interests, they had to obediently bow their heads. Seeing that the intimidation had worked, Zhao Kongting smiled with satisfaction. Just then, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps came. Zhao Kongting frowned slightly and looked toward the entrance of the hall. The other two vice masters, Meng Jie and Lu Yongsheng, immediately understood and went to check the situation outside. "Old geezer, get out here." At this moment, Zhao Kongming's loud voice rang out. Hearing Zhao Kongming's voice, the expression on Zhao Kongting's old face instantly froze. Chapter 229. You two, stop standing there, let's talk in the hall. After sizing up Gu Changge for a moment, Zhao Kongting said to the two, whether it was Gu Changge or Wu Xin, both were undoubtedly prodigious talents of the younger generation. Especially Wu Xin, as the Buddha's son, had never revealed his strength. However, all the major forces in Zhongzhou believed Wu Xin's strength could rank in the top 3 of the prodigy list. It was just that Wu Xin didn't care for such fame and fortune. "Thank you, Senior Zhao." Gu Changge and Wu Xin smiled and nodded, then walked together into the hall. Senior Zhao, please take the seat of honor, Gu Changge said respectfully to Zhao Kongting. In the past 3 years, Tian Building has stood firm against pressure from various righteous forces and resolutely supported the Heavenly Demon Sect. Gu Changge remembers this kindness in his heart, and thus respects Zhao Kongting greatly. Zhao Kongting did not immediately sit in the seat of honor, but looked reluctantly at Zhao Kongming beside him. He was afraid of displeasing Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming shot a glare at Zhao Kongting, causing Zhao Kongting to shiver all over. Kongming, no matter what, he is still your father. You must show some respect, understand? Gu Changge immediately scolded Zhao Kongming upon noticing this. Chapter 230. Under the guidance of Lu Wenjun, Gu Changge arrived at the cave he saw in the morning. The cave was covered in green vines, and the ancient stone door was covered in dust, indicating it had not been opened for a long time. Ancestor, young friend Changge is here for you. Lu Wenjun arrived at the stone door, adjusted his clothes, and bowed. Good, you may leave. After a long time, an old voice came from within the cave. This voice contained immense power, rolling like the waters of the Yangtze River. The disciple will take his leave. Lu Wenjun bowed and left. Gu Changge, like Lu Wenjun, respectfully saluted. Junior Gu Changge, greetings to Senior Zhao. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient stone door swung open, and the sound of flowing water came rushing out. Gu Changge looked in and found a small waterfall inside the cave, with tender pink lotus flowers blooming in a pond, creating a picturesque scene. The scenery inside the cave was completely different from what Gu Changge had imagined. He had thought the cave would be dark and damp, but it turned out to be this fairyland. At the deepest part of the cave, there was a round platform where an old man with sword-like eyebrows sat. His hair and beard were already gray, and his face was covered with wrinkles. Chapter 231. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. This favor I will never forget. If Tian Building needs anything in the future, I will definitely not hesitate to die. Gu Changge received the Tao Rhythm Creation Fruit with both hands, and immediately, supreme Tao Rhythm surged into his body, making him feel refreshed. This Tao Rhythm Creation Fruit is extremely precious, but Gu Changge still chose to accept it. Because Gu Changge needs to become stronger quickly, this Tao Rhythm Creation Fruit is a rare heavenly treasure. Of course, this also means he owes Tian Building a huge favor. I believe in you. Zhao Fangyi saw the determination in Gu Changge's eyes and nodded in response. I believe that with Yanran's insight, she will not be mistaken in her choice. I hope you will not disappoint Yanran in the future. After a long time, Zhao Fangyi spoke again. It was clear that Zhao Fangyi truly dotes on Zhao Yanran. Gu Changge's mouth twitched slightly, but he still nodded solemnly. You can refine the Tao Rhythm Creation Fruit here. Zhao Fangyi instructed Gu Changge. The Tao Rhythm of the Transformation Fruit is indeed a 9-grade spirit fruit. Zhao Fangyi was worried that if it were exposed, it would attract the covetousness of others. Gu Changge pondered for a moment and then replied, Then I will trouble you, Senior, to help protect me. Chapter 232 bang. 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 Rumble. The violent demonic aura wreaked havoc, causing the entire cave dwelling to shake and tremble, lasting for a full half an hour. During this time, Zhao Fangyi dared not relax at all, fearing that his cave dwelling would be reduced to ruins in the next moment. Gradually, the demonic energy within Gu Changge calmed down, and his cultivation realm firmly stabilized at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, Great Wilderness Sacred Body, Chaos Sword Body, Ghost King Body. Primordial Sword Embryo, Original True Demon Bloodline. Demonic Cultivation, Peak of Demon Emperor Realm. Requires 400,000 slaughter points to break through to Ancient Mad Demon entry. Slaughter points, 30. 730. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes. 2 overwhelming demonic auras flashed, and then shone with endless Buddhist light. Gu Changge felt the violent power within him, rolling like thunder, capable of erupting with a world-destroying offensive at any moment. After breaking through to the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, Gu Changge's combat power was enough to rival that of the peak of the Sacred Emperor realm. Now, even if faced with the ancestors of first-rate forces, Gu Changge could still fight. After returning to the flowing region, it would be time to settle accounts with the Ziyun Empire. Long before Gu Changge crossed the Sea of Death, the national master of the Ziyun Empire, Yu Kong, had targeted him in various ways. Chapter 233. The Tianbao Building has a grand auction hall specifically for hosting auction events. The auction hall covers an area of over 100 acres in a circular shape, with the audience seating extending back from the stage and rising higher and higher, ensuring that every tier of seating can see the stage. In addition to the audience seating, there are also luxurious VIP boxes. The VIP boxes have a special array structure that can shield all auras within, so even those with high cultivation cannot probe the information inside. This fully guarantees the identity information of customers, and even if they win precious treasures, they need not worry about being intercepted. Of course, only representatives of first-rate forces or VIPs holding platinum tokens from the Tianbao building can stay in the VIP boxes. Today is the day of the auction event. The sky is hazy. The first rays of sunlight spill down, rosy and gentle, falling into every corner of the Tianbao building. The auction hall is already bustling with noise. Aside from the VIP boxes, all major audience seats are filled. More than 10,000 people, a grand spectacle. Only a powerful establishment like the Tianbao building can gather the strong from all first-rate forces in the central continent. Organizations like the Starry Commerce are somewhat inferior. Gu Changge, Wu Xin, and Xiao Haizi, under Zhao Koming's lead, arrived at a VIP box. Chapter 234. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the entire auction hall was filled with noise, a crisp sound of footsteps approached. A woman dressed in a fiery red short skirt and high-heeled boots walked in. Her figure was incredibly alluring, and her clothing seemed ready to burst. Miss Phil, this auction is actually hosted by the Golden Auctioneer, Phil? Ha ha ha, Miss Phil, long time no see. Wow, those slender and smooth legs. I could play with them for a year. Ugh, what lewd words. Can you be a bit more reserved? At least I could play for 10 years, right? After Phil entered the room, the entire venue was filled with gasps. Regardless of youth, middle age, or old age, as long as they were male, their eyes were drawn to Phil. With every smile and breath, they lingered and couldn't help themselves. Hello everyone, long time no see. Phil smiled lightly, exuding elegance, her voice sweet and crisp, instantly causing countless men to swallow hard. If such a beauty could be touched, then this life would have no regrets. Phil ranks 6th on the Rouge list, renowned for her hot figure, a true beauty. Chapter 235. Gu Changge's gaze also fell on the true dragon's bones. Even though the bones were bound by an array, they still emitted a terrifying dragon might, far more frightening than Xiao Haizi's dragon might. It was unimaginable how powerful this true dragon was when alive. One could fear that this true dragon held a significant status within the dragon clan, but why did such a powerful true dragon fall? Moreover, its bones were captured by humans. If the dragon clan were to find out, they would surely be enraged. Meanwhile, in another box, there was a representative of the Beastmaster Sect. The Beastmaster Sect is a first-rate force in the Flowing region, with disciples who are not only martial cultivators, but also beast tamers. They fight by manipulating powerful demon beasts, easily annihilating a city without shedding a drop of blood. The two most powerful demon beasts of the Beastmaster Sect are the extreme cold silver flood dragon, controlled by the Ancestor, and the evil eye divine tiger, controlled by the sect leader. The former is a side branch of the dragon clan, with a very noble bloodline, but not enough to possess true dragon blood. If they could refine the true dragon's bones, the extreme cold silver flood dragon could hope to awaken true dragon blood. This is also the reason the Beastmaster Sect came to Tianbao building. They are here for the true dragon's bones. Chapter 236. Brother-in-law. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The Beastmaster Sect hesitated for so long before adding a mid-grade spirit vein. It was clear they didn't want to bid anymore, yet you suddenly added 4 mid-grade spirit veins. Who would dare to compete? Zhao Koming's mouth twitched. Then he swallowed and said. Gu Changge, however, remained calm, tapping his fingers on the window, his gaze fixed on the box where the Beastmaster Sect was. Although 75 mid-grade spirit veins is already a lot, it should still be within the capabilities of the Beastmaster Sect. Moreover, given the Beastmaster Sect's desire for the true dragon's bones, they would spare no expense. As long as the extreme cold silver flood dragon could be born with true dragon blood, then everything would be worth it. Boom! Crack! Inside the box, Su Hao's face turned ashen. His teacup suddenly shattered in his hand, making a crisp sound. Guest, are you all right? 2 maids rushed over, their expressions anxious as they inquired. Su Hao waved his hand, then his gaze fixed directly on the room where Gu Changge was. Friend, while the bidding can be chaotic, failing to produce the spirit veins in the end will come at a serious cost. Su Hao coldly threatened. Chapter 237. 80 mid-grade spirit veins. Isn't that just pure foolishness? What a wasteful woman, actually willing to spend 80 mid-grade spirit veins. Zhao Kongming looked at the mysterious woman's box and sarcastically remarked, although the true dragon's bones are extremely precious, spending 80 mid-grade spirit veins to purchase them still seems a bit unwise. It's just unclear what that mysterious woman intends to do with the true dragon's bones. If it's merely to fuse them into a piece of dragon bone, that would be a huge loss. Changge took another glance at the private room before withdrawing his gaze. Zhao Kongming had already sent someone to keep an eye on it, so the true dragon corpse would not be lost. Fatty, is the true dragon corpse being auctioned by some superpower through the Tiantian treasure building? Changge seemed to have thought of something and asked Zhao Kongming. Only superpowers would have the capability to intercept a true dragon corpse. For superpowers, although a true dragon skeleton is precious, it is not that important. Because among superpowers, the major inheritors all possess divine bloodlines and powerful divine bodies, making the fusion of a piece of dragon bone seem somewhat trivial. Therefore, it is better to put it up for auction. Forces like the Beastmaster Sect value the true dragon corpse extremely highly. Chapter 238. While with the starting price of the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder announced, the entire auction hall erupted. The starting price was 100 mid-grade spirit veins. That's already 20 more mid-grade spirit veins than the transaction price of the true dragon corpse. Most first-rate forces might not even be able to afford this price. Truly a heavenly divine object, not something we mere mortals can possess. The Lei Sha sect has also come, and they will surely compete for the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder. Everyone gasped, lamenting. 100 mid-grade spirit veins, in their view, was already an astronomical price. 105 mid-grade spirit veins. Someone in the VIP room was the first to bid. 110 mid-grade spirit veins. 115 mid-grade spirit veins. The other rooms also began to follow suit. This Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder is a heavenly divine object. If it can be refined, it will surely become a great asset. Thus, representatives from various forces in the rooms were prepared to compete. 130 mid-grade spirit veins. In the room of the Lei Sha sect, a deep and firm voice was heard. It was the elder Lei Chun of the Lei Sha sect calling out. They must obtain the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder. If they could get it, the cultivation of their two ancestors would surely advance further. Chapter 239. The Lei Sha sect has increased the bid again. Wow. The price of the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder has already doubled. Terrifying. Over 200 mid-grade spirit veins that could buy a regular first-rate force. Hearing Lei Chun raise the bid, everyone gasped. At the same time, all eyes turned to the figure in the black robe. They wanted to know if he would continue to bid. 240 mid-grade spirit veins. The black-robed person remained unmoved, calmly speaking. Gulp. He raised it again by 20 mid-grade spirit veins? What background does this black-robed person have? He doesn't treat spirit veins seriously at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Fei Er was surprised by the black-robed man. In the VIP room, Lei Chun clenched his fists tightly, white lightning flickering, the terrifying might of the Holy Emperor emanating, causing the air in the entire room to freeze. You are formidable. However, the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder must be obtained by my Lei Sha sect. A sharp murderous intent flashed in Lei Chun's deep old eyes. Since the black-robed person is not in the VIP room, he definitely cannot come from a major force. It is very likely to be a loose cultivator. How could a loose cultivator possibly hold on to such a divine object as the Qingmeng Heart-Eating Thunder? Chapter 240. True Dragon Corpse. Little Black's face was excited, his eyes shining, staring intently at the spatial ring in Zhao Yanran's hand. It turns out that the mysterious woman who bought the True Dragon Corpse was Zhao Yanran. The reason Zhao Yanran bought the True Dragon Corpse was simple. It was a gift for Changge. At that time, the Beastmaster Sect was determined to obtain the True Dragon Corpse, but in the end, they had to give up under Zhao Yanran's crazy bidding. Miss Yanran, you have already taken care of me a lot. How can I accept this? Changge looked at Zhao Yanran with softened eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhao Yanran had really given him too much. Young Master Gu, this is what Yanran willingly wishes to do. You don't need to think too much about it. If Little Black could fuse with this dragon bone, he would surely evolve into a true dragon, which everyone would be happy to see. Zhao Yanran took Changge's hand, and the warmth made both Changge and Zhao Yanran pause for a moment, as if they had been electrocuted. Wu Xin smiled meaningfully, and then silently recited Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Kongming was covered in goosebumps, unable to bear it any longer. Sister, why does giving a spatial ring feel like a marriage proposal? Chapter 241. After the black-robed man left the Tian treasure building, he transformed into a ray of lightning and sped away, moving very quickly. He also knew that many were secretly coveting the Qingmeng heart-eating thunder. Therefore, he had to leave this place quickly. He hissed out that black-robed man. Quick, follow him. The Qingmeng heart-eating thunder is in his hands. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Various forces moved swiftly, and a surge of auras erupted, chasing after the black-robed man. The black-robed man was extremely fast, and in just half an hour, he had shaken off most forces. However, the Leisha sect, being a first-rate force, continued to pursue relentlessly. A group of reckless fools dares to covet my treasure? It seems I have been silent for too long. The major forces in Zhongzhou have forgotten about my existence. Today, let the name of the Thunder Ancestor resound across Zhongzhou once more. An ancient and furious voice came from within the black-robed man. He knew that his master was angry. Since he couldn't shake them off, then he would kill them all. The black-robed man landed in a forest, then slowly turned around and shouted into the void ahead. Come out. What is the point of hiding? Aren't you all coveting the divine thunder in my hands? Come on, if you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Chapter 242. Unexpectedly, Jian Lingtian originally had two divine thunders on him. One was the Bone Spirit Divine Thunder ranked 6th on the Spirit Thunder list, and the other was the 5 Elements Divine Thunder ranked 5th. After obtaining these two divine thunders, the reward for killing was also based on the ranking of the divine thunders. Hence the difference between them was 20,000 killing points. Truly the child of fate. Even after death, he can be reborn. It's just unfortunate that I am the destined villain who specializes in reaping the luck of the children of fate. Gu Changge grinned, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. The chais of the past have finally grown strong. The 3 divine thunders on Jian Lingtian are about to belong to Gu Changge. This saves Gu Changge the trouble of searching for divine thunders. First ancestor, where have you been for the past 200 years? The second and third ancestors have searched with all their might for you, but in the end, there was no result. Lei Chen's excitement still hadn't dissipated. The news that first ancestor Lei Wantian was not dead would quickly spread throughout Zhongzhou. From now on, the Leisha sect status as a quasi-superpower would be restored. Back to the sect to talk. The man in the black robe slightly squinted his eyes and looked towards a certain void where Gu Changge was located. Chapter 243. Arrogant. The current me is no longer the me from 3 years ago. This time, I will personally take your head to avenge my deceased grandfather, and all the elders and disciples of the Aojian Villa. Jian Lingtian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, and a sharp, domineering sword intent swept out. This sword contained 4 types of sword intent, as well as the terrifying power of 2 spirit thunders. Once it was struck, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The space around Gu Changge quickly twisted, the void shattered, almost completely sealed off. It must be said that Jian Lingtian had grown rapidly in these 3 years. If facing someone of equal cultivation, Jian Lingtian would definitely not be at a disadvantage. However, in front of Gu Changge, who could be called a monstrous genius, he could crush anyone below the half-god level. Let me show you what true sword intent is. Gu Changge grinned, his eyes filled with fiery battle intent. 2 demonic swords trembled rapidly, emitting a blood-red sword light, and a boundless demonic might surged, transforming into a blood-colored great demon in midair. The blood-colored great demon had eyes as large as 2 mountains, glaring at the world, its claws causing the earth to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 244. Kill. I want to kill you. Hearing Gu Changge's sharp and piercing laughter, Jian Lingtian's nightmares resurfaced in his heart, and he roared like a mad dog. The Xianwang Qi surged like a million mountains, pressing down towards Gu Changge. Even a peak Saint Emperor would be instantly obliterated in the face of Jian Lingtian's onslaught. This power was infinitely close to the half-god realm, but lacked the divine might due to the absence of tribulation. You can't kill this body. 3 years ago, I could slay you, and 3 years later, I still can. So what if you were the child of fortune? I am the destined great villain, specifically reaping children of fortune like you. Gu Changge was completely unafraid. He activated the Bodhi seed within him, and then a sacred Buddhist light burst forth from his body, followed by a 1,000-meter tall Bodhi divine tree rising into the sky. Roar. The blood-colored great demon was surrounded by the Buddhist light, a thought of Buddha, a thought of demon. And the powers of Buddhism and demons were perfectly fused by Changge. Is this the Buddha's Bodhi divine tree? How is that possible? How can a demonic cultivator possess Buddhist powers? Chapter 245. The Sea of Thunder rolls boundless. The combined power of two divine thunder origins unleashed a terrifying force. This is also the reason why cultivators are so keen on divine thunder. If one can refine a divine thunder, then the cultivator's physical body and power will be greatly enhanced. Jianling Tian gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious, urging the two divine thunder origins, wanting to annihilate Changge in the Sea of Thunder. Crash! Changge was completely engulfed by the thunder, emitting a piercing thunderous roar. The chaotic sword body, the primordial sword fetus, the supreme demon body, and the ghost king body were all activated by Changge to resist the power of the divine thunder. As expected of a heavenly divine object, it truly is strong. Changge's physical body was nearly invincible among his peers, yet at this moment, under the bombardment of the two divine thunders, cracks still began to appear. Blood flowed out, and Changge quickly transformed into a blood-soaked figure. However, this bloodthirsty feeling made him even more excited. Boom! The original true demon bloodline was fully activated. The blood-colored great demon bathed in Buddhist light, clawing out waves of demonic might, and the surrounding thunder was rapidly extinguished. Chapter 246. Shao Tian, I need to borrow your body. You must hold on. Lei Wantian activated his soul power and occupied Jianling Tian's body. A powerful force surged into his body, and Jianling Tian felt a tearing pain. But he gritted his teeth and eventually endured it. His eyes became profound and sharp. At this moment, it was Lei Wantian who truly controlled this body. Using soul power? You are really betting everything. Changge narrowed his eyes, shooting out two cold beams. As a soul, once he made a move, he would burn soul power, and Lei Wantian's large-scale activation of soul power was essentially burning his soul. This would greatly reduce his lifespan. If this soul could have existed for another 200 or 300 years, after burning soul power, it could survive at most for 100 years. This kind of consumption is irreversible. Demon, since this body has burned soul power, then today I will definitely slay you. Lei Wantian had completely taken control of Jianling Tian's body, threatening in an aged voice. At the same time, after the powerful force surged into his body, Jianling Tian's cultivation aura suddenly soared, and he actually leaped to the half-god realm, reaching the entry level of the half-god realm. Chapter 247. Are you a person of the Buddhist sect? The sudden scene left Lei Wantian dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Where did this handsome monk come from? Originally, the thunder beast was about to devour Changge, but with his appearance, all the surrounding thunder beasts actually crumbled? What kind of heaven-defying means is this? Have you been nearby all along? Lei Wantian's pupils suddenly constricted, and a bold thought emerged in his mind. The monk in front of him acted so timely that it definitely did not seem like he had just arrived, but rather had been hiding nearby for a long time. Yet he had not noticed at all? This indicates that the monk's cultivation was exceptionally profound, and just by observing his aura and expression, he certainly did not seem like an ancient monster who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. When did the Buddhist sect have such a figure? Lei Wantian had been forced to leave Zhongzhou over 200 years ago due to a failed attempt to devour spirit thunder, and thus had no idea that the Buddhist sect had produced a Buddhist child in recent decades. Amitabha, my Buddha is compassionate. Benefactor, where it is possible to spare, please spare him, and I hope you will put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Wuxin's clear and bright eyes looked at Lei Wantian, and a faint Buddhist light radiated, making Lei Wantian feel an immense sense of dread. Chapter 248. Hiss. Wuxin, you're too strong. Looking at the palm print that was over 10,000 meters long, Changge gasped in shock. Wuxin's cultivation should also be at the entry level of the half-god realm, but his combat power is uncertain. It could be minor completion of the half-god realm or major completion. Lei Wantian burned his soul power, but was still slapped into flesh mud by Wuxin. Within the palm print, Lei Wantian's face turned pale, and he spat out blood, his aura extremely weak. Thanks to Jianling Tian having the indestructible Xianhuang body, combined with his soul power, he was not immediately blasted apart. Luan Tian struggled to stand up, his legs weak and somewhat unsteady. At this moment, when he looked at Wu Exen, his eyes were filled with fear. This refined monk was terrifyingly strong. The disciples of the Buddha were indeed as legendary as described, reincarnations of great beings from the Buddhist realm, their methods unfathomable. Master Wu Exen, please forgive me. I was just impulsive just now. I hope you won't take it to heart. Luan Tian stepped back a few paces, no longer daring to challenge Wu Exen. He now had the illusion that even at his peak, he might not be Wu Exen's opponent. Chapter 249. In the distance, 3 figures appeared in the void. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious satin, with an ancient-style fragrance pouch tied at his waist. His deep-set eyes fixed on the place where Gu Changge and Luan Tian had just battled. He was Zhao Kong Tung, the master of Tianbao Tower. And behind him were the stunning beauty Zhao Yin Ran and the chubby Zhao Kong Ming. Gu Xiaoyu's combat power is truly unmatched. With just the perfected cultivation of the Demon Emperor realm, he can contend with the peak powers of the Holy Emperor realm. Even my father is not his match. Zhao Kong Tung murmured in shock. He was also at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, but compared to Jianling Tian's mysterious yellow, indestructible body, his combat power was relatively weaker. Of course, the man my sister likes must be stronger than you. Zhao Kong Ming crossed his arms, looking smug. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong Tung frowned but dared not retort. He owed too much to the 2 siblings and even more to their mother. Kong Ming, speak nicely. Zhao Yin Ran chided. Zhao Kong Ming replied sulkily, yes, sister. Chapter 250. After Gu Changge and Xiao He Zi entered seclusion, Wu Exen did not leave, but quietly waited in Tianbao Tower. The courtyard where he was located had a small mountain brought in from elsewhere, with clear spring water flowing down, accompanied by the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, creating a serene atmosphere. In the courtyard stood a tall phoenix tree that had lived for over 1,000 years, its branches lush and sprawling, shading the sky. An old saying goes, the phoenix does not roost on the phoenix tree, and as this tree ages, it becomes increasingly spiritual, able to attract the divine beast phoenix, which is why it is widely planted by wealthy families. It was already late autumn, with the autumn wind howling, and the beautiful leaves of the phoenix tree had shed their green attire, transforming into scattered yellow leaves. As the autumn wind blew, the yellow leaves fluttered down, creating a unique charm. Wu Exen sat cross-legged under the phoenix tree, hands clasped together, a faint Buddhist light radiating from his body, as if merging with the falling yellow leaves. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wu Exen slowly opened his eyes, a gentle look fading away, as if recalling a past in the mortal world. With a flick of his sleeve, ink and paper appeared, high-quality rice paper floating in midair. Wu Exen held a brush and began to write. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening wind caresses the willows, and the sound of flutes lingers as the setting sun descends beyond the mountains. Chapter 251. The Holy Maiden of the Xianbing Sect, Mu Chunxi. Did I hear that right? She is the 3rd on the monster list and 1st on the rouge list? Only a woman with such beauty could be the 1st on the rouge list. She truly is stunning, just as rumored, a beauty beyond compare. Like a snow lotus standing alone in the world. Heavens, I actually saw Mu Chunxi, the 1st on the rouge list. I have no regrets in this life. All the men were captivated by Mu Chunxi's beauty, unable to extricate themselves. The women present felt ashamed, a hint of jealousy rising in their hearts. Such an exquisite face is truly a gift from the heavens. Swish, swish. A dozen figures rushed out of Tianbao Tower, with Zhao Kong Tung leading the way. Lu Wenjun, Meng Jia, Lu Yongsheng, Zhao Kong Ming, Zhao Yin Ran, and others followed closely. It is an honor for Tianbao Tower to have the Holy Maiden visit. I, on behalf of Tianbao Tower, welcome the Holy Maiden. Zhao Kong Tung stepped forward with a broad smile, welcoming Mu Chunxi. Mu Chunxi came from the superpower Xianbing Sect and was the Holy Maiden of that sect, holding a noble status and formidable strength, far beyond what Tianbao Tower could provoke. Chapter 252. Upon hearing this, Wu Exen's eyes appeared hollow and devoid of spirit. Did he ever love Mu Chunxi? This was a question he had asked himself before, but even he did not know the answer, or perhaps he did not want to know. The autumn wind howled, and the yellow leaves on the phoenix tree slowly fell, dancing chaotically in the air, and then lay quietly on the ground. These yellow leaves once brimmed with life. They were lush and green, hanging on the branches, basking in the spring breeze and sunlight, so beautiful and serene. However, now, as winter approached, their lives were coming to an end. I have never loved. Wu Xian clasped his hands together, responding flatly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunxi's entire being softened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Never loved? Haha, so it was just my one-sided affection. Mu Chunxi clutched her chest, her heart aching terribly. Noticing this, Wu Xian's pupils slightly contracted, but he quickly relaxed. Mu Chunxi's rosy eyes fixed on Wu Xian, 2 lines of tears sliding down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. You keep saying you never loved, but this heart hurts so much. Have you forgotten? He is your heart, not mine. Chapter 253. Inside the training room of Tianbao Tower, Gu Changge sat cross-legged, continuously absorbing the rich spiritual energy into his body, which then transformed into pure and violent demonic energy. When the demonic energy in his dantian reached saturation, Gu Changge stopped his breathing exercises and opened his eyes. A flash of blood-red, killing intent flickered, causing the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate. His state had finally returned to its peak. It was time to refine the spiritual thunder. A look of anticipation appeared on Gu Changge's face as he summoned 3 spiritual thunders. They were the Bone Spirit Thunder, ranked 6th on the spiritual thunder list. The 5 Elements Thunder ranked 5th, and the Heart-Eating Thunder of the Green Python ranked 4th. Among these 3 spiritual thunders, the Heart-Eating Thunder of the Green Python was the most powerful and violent. Even though it was sealed, its violent thunderous might could still be clearly sensed. No matter what you are, even if you were amazing in the past, you must obediently submit before me now. Gu Changge surveyed the 3 spiritual thunders and declared unequivocally, "Roar! Shameless human, let me out." The space ring containing the heart-eating thunder of the green python trembled rapidly, its seals dimming. Chapter 254. The old servant has the same intention. Yukong grinned, his expression sinister. The civil and military officials also wore proud smiles. The Jiang Mo sect had developed too rapidly over the past 3 years, even threatening their first-rate powers. If the Heavenly Demon Sect is allowed to develop further, then even without the protection of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the various top-tier forces, such as the Purple Cloud Empire, will be unable to do anything about the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yukong, you should take care of this matter. Yi Hao and Jiang Yirong hold significant positions in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Once they are brought back to their family, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect will be incomplete, and there will surely be widespread panic. Su Mingfei smiled, then instructed Yukong. Yes, Your Majesty, this old servant will certainly not disappoint you. Yukong bowed and left the main hall, heading towards the Windling domain. Yukong harbored a deep hatred for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Gu Changge first killed his brother, then occupied the ancestral gate that had been passed down to him, which was all a humiliation for him. He could only watch as Gu Changge grew stronger, feeling utterly powerless. This feeling was even more unbearable than death. If he could succeed this time, it would undoubtedly crumble the comprehensive strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect, causing panic throughout their ranks. Chapter 255. A 9-nether dark sparrow spreads its wings and dances high, surrounded by blazing flames, like a sea of fire approaching. Under this intense heat, even the sun in the sky seemed to dim. With the arrival of Li Qianqian, the powerful pressure emanating from Yi Yuanlong's Saint Emperor realm shattered into pieces. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly looked up at the sky. There was an endless sea of fire, and a divine and noble 9-nether dark sparrow was controlling the flames, charging towards Yi Yuanlang. Li Protector. It's Li Protector who has arrived. Great, Li Protector is here. Elder Wu is saved. Li Protector is mighty. Thousands of disciples shouted with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. Is this the 9-nether dark sparrow? Or is it the 12th rank 9-nether dark sparrow? How is that possible? The Heavenly Demon Sect actually has a 9-nether dark sparrow? Both Yi Yuanlang and Jiang Hongyi were shocked at this moment. The 9-nether dark sparrow shares the same origin as the phoenix, possessing an extremely noble bloodline, controlling the laws of fire, and its power is astonishing. Even superpowers do not dare to offend it lightly. Yet, the Heavenly Demon Sect actually has a 9-nether dark sparrow? This inevitably left them in shock. Chapter 256. Wretch, you are beyond saving. Yi Yuanlang gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists tightly, and a powerful aura erupted, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantly, and the surrounding space to twist and deform. Yi Hao, as the young master of the cloud-treading mansion, you openly joined the Heavenly Demon Sect. Do you want us to become the laughingstock of the entire central continent? You are truly a disgrace to our cloud-treading mansion. Luo Dong, having been defeated publicly, felt deeply ashamed, and seeing the mansion lord despairing over Yi Hao, he lost all restraint and directly cursed. You dog, when did it become your turn to point fingers? Brother Yi, Wang Binhai, wielding dual axes, shouted ferociously. If it weren't for the fact that the people across from him were Yi Hao's relatives, Wang Binhai would have attacked long ago. Yi Hao's expression darkened as he looked at Luo Dong. Two blood-red killing intent shot out from his eyes, like a Shura demon that had just crawled out of the 18 layers of hell. Luo Dong barely met Yi Hao's gaze for less than a minute, yet his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and even his legs were trembling. You dog servant, do you want to die? Yi Hao gritted his teeth, his brows filled with killing intent. In the past, before Yi Hao stepped into the demonic path, Luo Dong had tried to curry favor with him in every possible way. Chapter 257. I will not go back with you. Jiang Yirong held a red silk. The aura of her small completion in the Saint Emperor realm erupted completely, and the primal true demon bloodline within her was rapidly stimulated. At this moment, Jiang Yirong's power could rival that of a fully realized Saint Emperor realm. The red silk swept across, obscuring the sky with red light, like a fierce dragon roaring. Not good. Jiang Chengdong frowned, his pupils suddenly constricting. He gathered all his strength into his claws, preparing to catch the red silk that was being thrown. The moment Jiang Chengdong's hands came into contact with the red silk, a terrifying force erupted, directly blasting his hands to a bloody pulp. His bones shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. The once lofty Jiang Chengdong was now unable to withstand even a single attack from Jiang Yirong. Donger, you wretch, he is your own brother. Jiang Hongyi's face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly stepped forward, then unleashed his fully realized Saint Emperor realm aura, confronting Jiang Yirong's red silk. This ends here. Jiang Hongyi punched out, instantly dispelling the red light. Then Jiang Yirong's offensive was shattered, and the powerful pressure of the fully realized Saint Emperor descended upon Jiang Yirong. Chapter 258. In the Wind Ling domain, there is only the Kongsheng sect as a superpower, and above that is the Shiman family, one of the 8 ancient clans. The Shiman family has long avoided the world, making the Kongsheng sect the visible ruler of the Wind Ling domain. Almost all Confucian cultivators in the central continent have joined the Kongsheng sect. The Kongsheng sect covers tens of thousands of acres, exuding a magnificent righteousness that instills fear in those who behold it. Wuxin joined his hands together and slowly walked towards the Kongsheng sect. In front of the ancient and grand city gate, a dozen white-clad Confucian cultivators noticed Wuxin. Please hold on. This is the headquarters of our Kongsheng sect. If you wish to enter, you must possess an invitation issued by the Kongsheng sect. Alternatively, you may state your name, and I will report it. The leading white-clad scholar spoke. Wuxin smiled faintly and replied, I am Wuxin from Jinming Temple, here to pay a visit. Wuxin, you are the legendary Buddha's son from the Buddhist sect? The white-clad scholar was taken aback. They had naturally heard of the name of Buddha's son Wuxin, and even the senior brother of the Yueshio Academy, Duan Hongru, was less famous than Wuxin. Although Wuxin was not on the list of prodigies, everyone knew that with his strength, he could definitely rank in the top 5. Chapter 259. The sacred light of the Buddha erupted from the hall, illuminating the entire Kongsheng sect. A Buddha statue towering over 10,000 meters stood in the sky, followed by thousands of Buddhas, 8 bodhisattvas, and 18 arhats, as if a holy Buddhist nation had manifested in the world. Heavens, what has happened? Why is there such a celestial phenomenon? Buddha, bodhisattvas, arhats. This is the gathering of the entire Buddhist nation. Could it be that the Buddha's son Wuxin has summoned this phenomenon? Truly a reincarnation of a divine being. Such profound Buddhist teachings are hard to rival in the world. The elders and disciples of the Kongsheng sect were all captivated by the celestial phenomenon in the sky. At the Blue Field Academy, Dean Zhang Taihao stepped out of his study, his deep, aged eyes gazing at the celestial phenomenon in the sky, exclaiming in shock, what powerful Buddhist teachings! Could it be that Master Jiyuan has arrived at the Kongsheng sect? Teacher, It is not Master Jiyuan in person. It seems that it is Buddha's son Wuxin who has come to our Kong Sheng sect, Xiao Bai replied respectfully, also shocked as he looked at the celestial phenomenon. Hearing this, Jiang Taihao frowned, his surprise increasing rather than decreasing. The disciple of Master Gen, the Bodhisattva Wuxin, he actually caused the celestial phenomenon. Truly worthy of being a reincarnation of a deity. His Buddhist teachings are indeed terrifying. Chapter 260, Duan Hongru stepped out of the hall, raising his gaze towards Wuxin in the sky. Wuxin stood in midair, palms together, silently reciting the Buddhist scriptures. Supreme Buddhist teachings surrounded him, and the Buddha's light shone upon the earth, like a true deity living among mortals. Duan Hongru narrowed his eyes. He naturally did not dare to underestimate Wuxin. As the Bodhisattva, Wuxin was a powerful reincarnation of a god, with unfathomable cultivation, and he absolutely could not take him lightly. The Confucian sect's Duan Hongru accepted the challenge. Duan Hongru leapt into the air, confronting Wuxin head-on. Amipa. Wuxin slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of Buddha light pierced through the void, landing on Duan Hongru. Duan Hongru felt as if he were being crushed by 10,000 mountains, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washing over him. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful righteous chi erupted from Duan Hongru's body, sharp and domineering, directly dispersing the two beams of Buddha light. At this moment, the sky was filled with two forces. On one side was Duan Hongru's righteous chi, and on the other, Wuxin's holy Buddha light. Such powerful righteous chi. That Buddha light is terrifying as well. From my perspective, it seems to make my soul tremble. One is a prodigy of Confucianism, and the other is a mighty figure of Buddhism. Their clash should be quite spectacular, right? Chapter 261. The 7,000-meter statue of Confucius looked down upon the world, the domineering righteous chi enveloping a radius of hundreds of miles. The terrifying might of his punch fell, like a meteor crashing from the sky, piercing through the void, resembling an endless cliff. However, Wuxin, transformed into a golden crow, did not evade or dodge, but charged directly into the righteous chi. Boom! The domineering and sharp righteous chi engulfed Wuxin, as punch after punch came crashing down, attempting to crush Wuxin into a pulp. The golden crow's rainbow light surged forward, directly ignoring the righteous chi and punches, charging straight towards Duan Hongru's main body. The golden crow's rainbow light emitted intense heat, forming fiery storms, which then erupted amidst the righteous chi. Bang! Boom! The sky was filled with flames, creating a sea of fire. The Buddha light illuminated everything. The Buddha's teachings resonated, and the sound of the Buddha echoed, clashing against the righteous chi. Everyone stared at the sky, their faces filled with shock. This was the contest between Buddhism and Confucianism, and the residual power released was enough to easily annihilate a demigod-level powerhouse. The entire Wenling domain trembled due to the battle between Wuxin and Duan Hongru. The space twisted, the void shattered, and the laws of heaven and earth were broken. This is the terror of a demigod-level powerhouse. Chapter 262. Amitabha, our Buddha, is merciful. Wuxin's hands were together as he silently recited. Behind Wuxin, the 10,000-meter statue of the Buddha still stood tall in the world, radiating supreme Buddha light. Mercy? You call this mercy? Duan Hongru would probably be severely injured, if not dead, right? Is there a possibility that if Wuxin were not merciful, Duan Hongru would already be a corpse? Your thought process is quite novel, but there is indeed that possibility. Everyone looked at Wuxin with astonished eyes. Wuxin did not take action, but when he did, he amazed the world. Cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the deep pit, and then a disheveled figure crawled out. It was Duan Hongru. However, Duan Hongru was now in tattered clothes, covered in blood, with exposed bones, making him a shocking sight. His righteous chi had diminished significantly, his face extremely pale, yet his eyes contained a fierce, killing intent. Wuxin! Duan Hongru gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, a sharp sword aura erupted, and then a sword light swept out, transforming into a sharp treasure sword, its edge glinting with a fierce cold light. Imbued with 4 types of sword intent. Chapter 263. Duan Hongru held the Junzi sword, his righteous chi domineering and sharp, soaring into the sky, obscuring the entire firmament. He was accompanied by 3,000 sword strikes, resembling a deity, quite imposing. Below, Wu Xin was firmly locked down by the 3,000 sword strikes, and the space around him began to twist and distort, rapidly shattering and collapsing. Wu Xin, with his palms together, bathed in the Buddha light, surrounded by supreme Buddhist teachings, quietly stood amidst the collapsing void. Wu Xin, you have lost. When the 3,000 sword strikes were only 600 meters away from Wu Xin, Duan Hongru said with a triumphant smile. At such a close distance, the power of the 3,000 sword strikes could be perfectly unleashed, and the time left for the opponent to defend was no more than 5 seconds. So even a fully realized demigod-level powerhouse could not possibly withstand it. Wu Xin had already missed the best opportunity to strike. The spectators shook their heads. Originally, Wu Xin still had a glimmer of hope, but now they believed Wu Xin was undoubtedly doomed. After defeating Wu Xin, Hongru's fame would soar, and his position in Central Continent would rise once again. Deng Timing's lips curled into a slight smile of pride. In the void, the sect master Li Wenxiang stood with his hands behind his back. His old eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wu Xin with some confusion. Chapter 264, below. The spectators were all in a daze, holding their breath and not daring to make a sound. Duan Hongru went from having the upper hand and absolute advantage to defeat in less than a minute. Just when everyone thought Wu Xin was about to lose, he actually condensed the 6-character mantra of Buddhism and then achieved victory with an unstoppable momentum. 5 or 6 minutes passed before everyone finally reacted. The crowd instantly became agitated, the noise buzzing endlessly. My goodness, the senior brother actually lost? The 6-character mantra of Buddhism. Who would have thought that the Bodhisattva could condense the 6-character mantra? It's terrifying. It won't be long before the Bodhisattva becomes a true powerhouse of Buddhism. The second position on the prodigy list has finally changed hands. Even the number 1 on the prodigy list, Chu Yang, might not be a match for the Bodhisattva. Not necessarily. Chu Yang comprehended the complete 5-element sword intent and is a natural sword heart, wielding the heavenly seal sword, which is many times stronger than Duan Hongru. The crowd looked at Wu Xin with fiery and admiring eyes. However, they could never understand why the usually gentle and unambitious Wu Xin suddenly challenged Duan Hongru. Chapter 265. The news of Wu Xin challenging and defeating Duan Hongru spread rapidly throughout Central Continent. The public opinion in Central Continent was instantly ignited. The practitioners who were present during the battle were all smug, eagerly recounting the scene of the battle between Wu Xin and Duan Hongru that day. In their embellished retelling, Wu Xin seemed like an omnipotent deity, capable of condensing a statue of the Buddha hundreds of thousands of meters tall in an instant. With a mouth that speaks the Buddha's voice, even the heavenly Tao trembles in fear. A single palm strikes out, causing the Buddha kingdom to emerge, nearly destroying the entire Wind Ling domain. The exaggerated descriptions are simply countless. However, the major powers can still glimpse the godly might of Wu Xin from everyone's accounts. Regarding Wu Xin's cultivation strength, all major forces have speculated that he could rank in the top 5 of the prodigy list. They just didn't expect that as soon as Wu Xin made a move, he defeated Duan Hongru, who ranked 2nd on the prodigy list. Moreover, throughout the encounter, Wu Xin never revealed his cultivation aura, which left everyone even more astonished and shocked. Wu Xin is unfathomable. Unless absolutely necessary, he must not be provoked, or it would plunge one's sect into an abyss. Of course, it's still unknown why Wu Xin chose to challenge Duan Hongru and use such heavy hands. Chapter 266. Mu Chenxi's originally empty heart suddenly filled with joy. She lightly moved her lotus steps, eagerly walking down the mountain. Xiao Chui followed behind her, puzzled, and asked, "Holy Maiden, where are we going?" "To the main hall, to find Master." Mu Chenxi smiled, her steps very cheerful. Xiao Chui was taken aback. A bold guess surfaced in her mind, and her brows furrowed tightly. She was one of the few in the Xianbing sect who knew about the past between the Holy Maiden and Wu Xin. After learning about Wu Xin's challenge to Duan Hongru, the Holy Maiden couldn't wait to find her master. She feared it might be to annul her engagement with Duan Hongru. If that were the case, the blow to Duan Hongru would be tremendous. First, he was publicly defeated by Wu Xin. Then he would be rejected by Mu Chenxi. It was likely that his Tao heart would shatter completely. Of course, this was not something Xiao Chui needed to consider, as the Holy Maiden's happiness was more important than anything else. Over the years, the Holy Maiden had shared everything that happened between her and Wu Xin with Xiao Chui. Moved by the Holy Maiden's persistence, Xiao Chui sympathized with her and naturally hoped for a good outcome for both Wuxin and the Holy Maiden. At the main peak, inside the Great Hall, the deputy sect master, Su Chiyue, donned a simple long dress. Although she had lived for tens of thousands of years, her features remained exquisite, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Chapter 267. In the North Immortal Domain at the Tianbao Building. In a luxurious room, Zhao Kongming lazily leaned back in a chair, crossing his legs, eyes closed, humming a tune leisurely. Two beautiful maids, dressed revealingly, were attending to him. One maid was massaging Zhao Kongming's shoulders, while the other fed him grapes with her delicate hands. This is how Zhao Kongming should live. During his time in the Timos sect, he woke up later than a dog and got up earlier than a rooster, sometimes even being bound up as a meat shield. Life was simply unbearable. Young master, Xiao Hong has recently heard some big news, said the maid who was massaging Zhao Kongming mysteriously. Zhao Kongming raised an eyebrow and asked, "What big news? Tell me." "Okay." Xiao Hong heard that Master Wuxin went to the Wind Ling Domain's Kong Shengmin and, without a second thought, challenged the genius Confucian cultivator Duan Hongru, defeating him and using extreme force. Xiao Hong said with a smile. "You mean Wuxin challenged the second-ranked Duan Hongru on the prodigy list and used extreme force?" Zhao Kongming's brows furrowed and his eyes snapped open. "Yes, this matter has been making waves in the central continent," Xiao Hong said with a hint of admiration. Chapter 268. Gazing at the towering divine demon tower, Gu Changge's eyes were hollow, somewhat lost. His mind conjured images that didn't belong to him, yet felt strangely familiar. The sky was gray, occasionally flashing with lightning, and below lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where incomplete bodies were scattered everywhere. A man clad in black armor held a long spear adorned with intricate demonic patterns. His face and body were covered in blood, and his icy eyes conveyed arrogance and dominance. Behind the man stood a woman in a plain dress, her features exquisite, skin fair, with slender and straight beautiful legs. A colorful ribbon was tied around her waist, her slim waist making it hard to look away. "Where's our home?" the woman in the plain dress asked softly, gazing at the sea of blood and corpses. The man replied without hesitation, "Wherever you are, that is home." "But what if this world cannot accommodate us?" the woman asked again. The man's eyes grew cold, and he tightened his grip on the demonic spear, causing the space within hundreds of miles to freeze. "Then we will kill everyone in the world." Gu Changge suddenly jolted, recalling the previous images, feeling a chill down his spine. Chapter 269. Bai Ling observed Gu Changge with her enchanting eyes. She noticed that Gu Changge's cultivation aura was only at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, but his vitality was incredibly strong, reaching the ancient chaotic demon realm. Even so, Bai Ling considered him too weak. If it weren't for the suppression of his cultivation in this world, Bai Ling's power would be even more terrifying. However, the Divine Demon Tower still chose to submit to Gu Changge, which puzzled Bai Ling. The Divine Demon Tower has a total of 9 levels, each level suppressing monsters far stronger than Gu Changge. They all coveted the Divine Demon Tower, hoping to claim it for themselves, yet they ended up being suppressed by it. Now that they had come to this world, the Divine Demon Tower actively submitting to Gu Changge was truly unfathomable. "Bai Ling, follow me to the 2nd and 3rd levels." Gu Changge instructed her. He was already eager to see the divine being suppressed in the 2nd and 3rd levels. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, then said with some trepidation, "Master, the monsters suppressed behind are all more twisted than the last. They're not as docile as Bai Ling." Gu Changge laughed dismissively, saying, "In this Divine Demon Tower, even if I am the King of Heaven, I will make the true self bow down." Chapter 270. Wow, this is too smelly, right? Can't you learn a thing or two from the 2 little fairies downstairs? Gu Changge said, pinching his nose and looking disgusted. Bai Ling and Medusa took a few steps back, not daring to approach the cave. "Moo, I'm free, haha." A rough voice echoed, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Soon after, a brawny man in black battle armor emerged, holding a black iron rod, exuding a terrifying power that created a strong sense of oppression. He had 2 black horns on his head, and his body was covered in hair, looking exactly like the legendary Bull Demon King. What the heck? Could it be the great sage equal to heaven, Bull Demon King? Gu Changge's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, How do you know my name?" The Bull Demon King looked at Gu Changge with a puzzled expression. Gu Changge grew even more excited and quickly asked, "Do you have a brother named Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal to heaven, and a wife named Princess Iron Fan?" "The great sage, Sun Wukong, he is our ancestor's sworn brother. As for Princess Iron Fan, she is also our ancestor's original wife and a founding figure of our divine Ox clan." Chapter 271, Roar. A deafening dragon roar erupted into the sky, unleashing an incomparably powerful presence of the true dragon. Although the training room was reinforced with formations, it still struggled to withstand this dragon's might. Within just a few minutes, the training room was shattered with a thunderous crash, turning into ruins. Gu Changge quickly retreated with 2 maidservants. The true dragon's power was simply too violent. Amidst the ruins, a divine dragon radiating golden light soared into the sky, its dark, profound horns exuding terrifying dragon might. The scales of the dragon flowed with terrifying power. An entire dragon body measured over 10,000 meters. The true dragon's might enveloped the entire Tianbao Tower, suppressing martial cultivators below the perfected Holy Emperor realm, making them want to prostrate themselves on the ground. They looked up at the sky, not daring to gaze directly at that dragon form. The terrifying true dragon's might made their souls tremble. What happened? It seems that young Master Gu's spirit pet is evolving into a true dragon. Evolving into a true dragon? Oh my God, I can't believe I can witness such a rare scene in 1,000 years. It is said that there are fewer than 500 true dragons left in the entire immortal realm. So each true dragon holds a very high status in the dragon clan. Chapter 272. Zhao Fangyi gripped a 3-foot azure blade, his sword-like brows standing erect, making others fearful. The entire Tianbao Tower was able to protect its vast wealth and industries spread throughout the immortal realm precisely because Zhao Fangyi was stationed there. It is said that Zhao Fangyi's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the semi-divine realm, wielding the heaven-shaking sword, gathering 5 elemental sword intent, able to contend even with perfected semi-divine realm experts. This is also the reason why Tianbao Tower can become a quasi-superpower. "I've seen the ancestor." Zhao Kanting respectfully approached and then bowed to Zhao Fangyi. Zhao Yanran, accompanied by Zhao Kongming, also came before Zhao Fangyi, ancestor. Upon seeing the siblings, the originally stern Zhao Fangyi immediately revealed a kind smile. "Ha ha ha, good, good." Yanran and Kongming have both broken through to the Holy Emperor. Who doesn't know Zhao Fangyi's affection for the Zhao Yanran siblings? If it weren't for the love of the ancestor Zhao Fangyi, Zhao Kongming wouldn't be so proud. However, Zhao Fangyi knew that the siblings had endured a lot of hardships in childhood and had worked much harder than anyone else imagined. "Cough, cough, Senior Zhao, Little Black didn't control his strength well, which disturbed you. I apologize, truly sorry." Chapter 273. The entire room fell silent, a cold, killing intent permeating the air. "Xiao Zhou, what exactly happened?" Gu Changge asked expressionlessly. Xiao Zhou clenched his fists tightly, a sharp cold glint in his eyes. "Master, it's the relatives of Brother Yi who arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect and forcibly took Brother Yi and Sister Yuru away. Even Changge was severely injured." Upon hearing this, Little Black's pupils suddenly constricted, a terrifying dragon might emanating from his body, causing the entire room to shake. Li Changge was injured, although Li Changge sometimes acted too recklessly, making Little Black fearful. After 3 years of interaction, he had gradually gotten used to having Li Changge in his life and had accepted her from the bottom of his heart. Now that he heard she was injured, a wave of furious anger surged within Little Black. "Who injured Changge?" Little Black's expression darkened, his voice icy as he asked. Zhou Yihong gritted his teeth and replied, "The master of Tanyan Mansion, Yi Yuanlang." "Yi Yuanlang? Good." Little Black clenched his fists tightly, the dragon bones emitting a crisp sound, and the terrifying dragon might swept across the room. Gu Changge's expression was also grim, but he calmly analyzed. Tanyan Mansion and Piamiao City have been searching for Yi Hao and Jiang Yuru, yet after more than a decade, there has been no news. Why did they suddenly learn of Yi Hao's whereabouts during this period? Chapter 274. Half an hour later, Gu Changge bid farewell to Zhao Yanran and prepared to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Little Black transformed into his original form, a majestic and massive dragon body appearing. Blocking the sky, Gu Changge and the others leaped onto the dragon's body. Zhao Kongming was also among them. Although he did not want to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect to endure hardship, Tanyan Mansion and Piamiao City were so dismissive of the Heavenly Demon Sect and ignored him as a guest elder. How could he, Zhao Kongming, swallow this? Therefore, he had to follow Gu Changge to Tanyan Mansion and Piamiao City. Young Master Gu, take care. Zhao Yinran felt somewhat reluctant, but still managed to squeeze out a smile as she advised Gu Changge. I will. Thank you for your concern, Yinran. Gu Changge nodded in response. Zhao Kongming rolled his eyes to the side and complained, Sister, I'm your real brother. You haven't even married him yet. And your eyes are only on him? I'm about to leave, and you won't say anything to me? Hearing this, Zhao Yinran's face flushed slightly, then she reproached. You're tough and resilient. What could happen to you? It's a blessing that you're not causing trouble for others. Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming's face was filled with dark lines, and he felt like crying without tears. Chapter 275. To make everyone in Tanyan Mansion submit completely? Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, two sharp, cold glints shooting out, a chilling, killing intent emerging from within him, causing the air in the room to stagnate. Tanyan Mansion acted arrogantly and unreasonably, coming to the Heavenly Demon Sect and attacking the elders and disciples, ultimately seriously injuring Li Qianqian and forcibly taking away Yi Hao. Gu Changge would definitely settle this score clearly with them and make them pay double 10 times over. In the following 3 days, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect was covered by thunderclouds. 1,000 disciples and deacons consumed the Demon Emperor pills, attracting the Demon Emperor tribulation. And after undergoing the tempering and baptism of the tribulation, they successfully broke through to the Demon Emperor realm. Their original cultivation levels were at the peak of the Demon Saint realm or perfected Demon Saint realm, and with the assistance of the Demon Emperor pills, breaking through to the Demon Emperor was truly effortless. In just 3 days, the Heavenly Demon Sect gained an additional 1,000 Demon Emperors. Now, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect has more than 1,600 Demon Emperor realm experts, 10 ancient Demon realm powers, 1 Holy Emperor realm expert, and 2 12th level demon beasts. Such strength, even among first-rate forces, could rank in the upper tier. Chapter 276. Plop. Drops of blood dripped down the chains onto the ground. The ground was already covered with pools of blood, and there were also dry bloodstains, making it horrifying to behold. Yi Hao's breath was weak, his lips dry and stained with blood. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes still resolutely fierce, exuding a rebellious spirit. It was as if he were a mighty and unyielding death god, fighting to the end. Just a glance was enough to instill fear in Yi Yuanlang and the hundreds of elders. Yi Yuanlang furrowed his brows, swallowed hard, suppressing a hint of fear in his heart, and coldly asked again, You wretched child, answer me, were you wrong? Wrong? Yi Hao stared directly at Yi Yuanlang, his voice extremely hoarse. I just chose my own path. Dare I ask what is wrong with that? Yi Hao bit his teeth fiercely, questioning Yi Yuanlang like a fierce beast. Your own path. That's clearly the path of demons. Alas, you truly have brought shame to my Tanyan Pavilion. Even at this point, you still do not know how to repent? The onlookers, along with hundreds of elders, all shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with anger and disdain as they looked at Yi Hao. Yi Yuanlang's face turned ashen with rage. Chapter 277. Bang. Boom. Waves of attacks slammed against the protective formation of the sect, causing the entire formation to tremble continuously. It was all in vain. Our Tanyan Pavilion's formation has been passed down since the time of our ancestors. Unless a demigod intervenes, it cannot be broken easily. Seeing the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect attacking, the various elders all wore serious expressions. But upon thinking of the power of the protective formation, a smug smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Roar. Boom. Little Black roared angrily, his massive true dragon body sweeping through, crashing violently into the protective formation. The entire formation shook rapidly, and the divine light dimmed significantly. Old dog, you harmed Qianqian. You'll surely die today. The Dragon King's wrath. The might of the true dragon surged forth, sweeping out fiercely. Little Black activated the newly comprehended Dragon Clan divine ability, which had already reached the imperial level. Thus, once unleashed, it caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Boom! Crack! The Dragon King's fury resulted in 100,000 corpses. The originally indestructible protective formation now showed cracks. Heaven, is this the innate divine ability of the Dragon Clan? The protective formation has cracked? How is this possible? Just a single attack caused the protective formation to show cracks. Chapter 278, Roar. Little Black roared angrily, his massive dragon form sweeping out. Dragon scales emitting a blinding golden light, the might of the true dragon overwhelming the heavens. Boom, boom. Where the dragon body passed, the void collapsed and shattered, as fragile as a mirror. Yi Yunlong's face turned pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, his old eyes filled with apprehension. Although Little Black was only at the 12th level of entry, his power was completely comparable to that of a perfected holy emperor. That might of the true dragon was simply unmatched. Damn it, wretched beast, do not bully people too much. Yi Yuanlang summoned a long knife. The rank having reached the supreme artifact level, the intent of the blade thick and sharp, gathering into a fierce slash. When you laid hands on Qianqian, you were destined to face today. Little Black's expression darkened, showing no fear of Yi Yuanlong's blade strike. The true dragon body swept towards him, and the fused true dragon skeleton within him unleashed overwhelming pressure, directly sealing off the space where Yi Yuanlang stood. Qing Tiger Divine Slash. Yi Yuanlang dared not hesitate and directly unleashed all his strength to slash. Roar. This slash turned into a roaring blue giant tiger, and the previously sealed space was directly shattered, colliding head-on with Little Black's dragon body. Chapter 279, Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi. The two old monsters finally made their move. Both of them were peak powers at the Holy Emperor level. Once they made their move, the Heavenly Demon Sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. Who knows what the Heavenly Demon Sect was thinking? They actually crossed many star domains to come to the Windling domain. Aren't they just seeking death? Outside Tanyan Pavilion, many strong practitioners spoke disdainfully. As a righteous force, they held animosity towards the Heavenly Demon Sect, wishing for all its members to die in the Windling domain. Wretched beast, will you not obediently submit? Ancestor Yi Haokong stepped forward. The peak Holy Emperor pressure surged like a tidal wave, wanting to engulf Little Black. Little Black's pupils suddenly constricted. He summoned all the power within him, preparing to fight Yi Haokong to the death. Little Black. Li Qianqian flew over fearlessly, ready to share life and death with Little Black. Oh, it's actually the 9-nether Dark Sparrow? Yi Haokong raised his eyebrows, appearing somewhat shocked. The Heavenly Demon Sect actually possessed 2 bloodline-strong divine beasts. One was a true dragon, and the other was a 9-nether Dark Sparrow. With such noble bloodlines, how could they willingly serve Gu Changge as their master? What benefits did Gu Changge give them to make them so loyal? Chapter 280, What terrifying demonic power? Is this truly the power that a demon cultivator can unleash? Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi stood up with pale faces, their eyes filled with dread as they looked at Gu Changge. Gu Changge's power had already exceeded their range of tolerance. Sir, that Yi Hao is a member of my Tanyan Pavilion. How we deal with him seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Yi Haokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke to Gu Changge. At first, he referred to Gu Changge as a demon lord, but now he respectfully addressed him as sir. Moreover, his tone had softened considerably, clearly in a state of submission. All of this stemmed from Gu Changge's overwhelming strength. Yi Hao is my brother. Moreover, he is the leader of the 13 heavenly demons of my Heavenly Demon Sect. How could it have nothing to do with me? Gu Changge coldly replied, You Tanyan Pavilion came to my Heavenly Demon Sect to strike directly. Do you think I could just turn a blind eye? He continued walking towards Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi, the terrifying demonic aura overwhelming them, making them feel a chill down their backs. Although Yi Hao is your brother, he is also the young master of my Tanyan Pavilion. He cultivates the path of demons, bringing shame to my Tanyan Pavilion. He should rightly face severe punishment. Chapter 281, Yi Hao initially cultivated martial arts, but showed only mediocre talent. However, after stepping into the path of demons, he achieved the great completion of the ancient Mad Demon in just over a decade, comparable to the great completion of the Holy Emperor in martial arts. If he continued to cultivate for a few more decades, he might even break through to the original Demon Sovereign realm. The original Demon Sovereign can match a demigod. In nearly 10,000 years, only the Demon Sha couple has reached the original Demon Sovereign. No other demon cultivator has reached this realm. This shows how powerful Yi Hao's talent in the path of demons is. If Tanyan Pavilion had recognized Yi Hao from the beginning, they might have had a powerful protector comparable to a demigod. But now, This demon prodigy has become their enemy. All right, then I'll leave him to you to deal with. Seeing Yi Hao's state, Gu Changge smiled with satisfaction. Tanyan Pavilion was Yi Hao's fated tribulation, but now he had already passed through this tribulation and welcomed a new life. Gu Changge retreated, and the overwhelming demonic aura finally dissipated, allowing Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi to catch their breath. Step by step, Yi Hao walked over with a magic spear in hand, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi. Chapter 282. Have the two ancestors also fallen? Is my Tanya Mansion really going to be finished? Heaven wants to destroy my Tanya Mansion. He was originally our young mansion master, but how did it come to this? Did we really make a mistake? The elders and disciples of Tanyun Mansion all knelt on the ground, murmuring in despair. Yi Haokong and Yi Renzi were the pillars of Tanyun Mansion. After their defeat, Tanyun Mansion would have no power to fight back. The outcome was set. Do as you wish. If possible, please spare the disciples of Tanyun Mansion. Yi Haokong's murky old eyes gradually moistened. Perhaps he really was wrong. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, and things have developed to this point, making it irreversible. One could only say that Tanyun Mansion was blind and had driven out the monstrous Yi Hao from their home. Old man, do you still have the face to ask Brother Yi to spare the disciples of Tanyun Mansion? Hee, when you tortured Brother Yi, why didn't you pity him? Wang Binhai jumped out with double axes in hand, angrily cursing. Brother Yi, let me chop off their dog heads. Chapter 283. We welcome Director Deng and Elder Yang. The strong from various forces stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Deng Taiming and Yang Yeching. Before Deng Taiming spoke, everyone bent their bodies and clasped their fists, not daring to lift their heads. Deng Taiming was a powerful figure at the Sage Realm, on par with the divine beings of martial arts. Yang Yeching's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm, which was the pinnacle of semi-divinity in martial arts. Both of them held significant positions in the Confucian Sage sect and were extremely famous throughout the Central Continent. Everyone please be at ease. Deng Taiming waved his sleeve and spoke to the crowd. The overwhelming righteous aura enveloped the entire Confucian Sage sect, making everyone feel as if they were being crushed by millions of mountains. Deng Taiming of the Confucian Sage sect? Gu Changge frowned, his gaze wary as he stared at Deng Taiming. Even Gu Changge couldn't see Deng Taiming's true form at that moment. He was surrounded by an overwhelming righteous aura, like a thick fog that obscured his face. The pressure brought by that righteous aura made Gu Changge feel very uncomfortable. Gu Changge tightly gripped the two magic swords in his hands, knowing that Deng Taiming's appearance was definitely not a good omen. Gu Changqing was also in the Confucian Sage sect. Gu Changge thought that with this connection, the Confucian Sage sect would not interfere in the matters between the Heavenly Demon Sect and Tanyun Mansion. Chapter 284. Under Yang Yeching's overwhelming righteous aura, Tanyun Mansion was shattered, turning into ruins. Zhou Yihong, Yihao Luo Bai, and others were all blasted away, falling to the ground and losing consciousness. A peak great sage of the Confucian cultivation, with power nearing divinity, could easily destroy a realm with a wave of his hand. Under the constant pressure from Deng Taiming, Yang Yeching had no choice but to take action against Gu Changge again. Whoosh! Yang Yeching's figure flashed and instantly transformed into a stream of righteous aura, like a sharp sword, locking onto Gu Changge once more. That demon is definitely dead this time. Elder Yang Yeching is a powerful being at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Killing an ant at the Demon Emperor level is effortless, right? It's deserved. How dare this Heavenly Demon Sect run rampant in my Windling domain? Do they really think my Windling domain is easy to bully? The onlookers from various powerful factions spoke with satisfaction. Before the Confucian Sage sect took action, these powerful factions did not dare to breathe. They feared being targeted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. The current strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect was already enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier forces, even being a standout among the first-class powers. Ordinary first-class forces truly did not dare to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chapter 285. The three divine beasts joined forces in battle, with the Bull Demon King swinging the mixed iron rod rapidly, the black whirlwind sweeping the heavens. Now responsible for confronting Yang Yeching head-on, Medusa transformed into her true form. The enormous body of the seven-colored swallowing python could make Yang Yeching suffer greatly with each swing. However, what was truly terrifying about Medusa was her abyssal giant mouth that could swallow anything. The seven-colored swallowing python, known as a little glutton, could consume almost anything in the world. No matter how powerful Yang Yecheng's attack was, the seven-colored swallowing python could swallow it whole, rendering it non-existent. The nine-tailed celestial fox wasn't very strong in combat, but its charm technique was incredibly fearsome. If Yang Yecheng wasn't careful, he would be controlled. After hundreds of exchanges, Yang Yecheng started to retreat step by step, his face turning red, unexpectedly falling into a disadvantage. If it weren't for the suppression of his cultivation in this world, any one of the three divine beasts could easily kill Yang Yecheng. How powerful these three divine beasts are, with bloodlines as noble as theirs. How could they possibly submit to Changge? It seems I underestimated this demon. He must have many secrets. Deng Taiming had not intervened from the beginning. He was merely observing. Chapter 286. Wuxin's body emitted dazzling Buddhist light. A 10,000-meter Buddha statue looked down upon the world, making it hard to gaze directly at. Do you want to provoke a war between Jiming Temple and the Confucian Sage Sect? This sentence echoed in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. For Changge, Wuxin was actually willing to go to war with the entire Confucian Sage Sect. What kind of formidable courage was this? If two superpowers went to war, it would be a disaster for the Western Buddhist domain and Windling domain. Wuxin's clear eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he fixed his gaze on Deng Taiming, feeling angrier than ever. If he had arrived a moment later, Changge might have faced disaster. The reason Deng Taiming hated Changge so much was entirely because Changge was Wuxin's sworn brother. Deng Taiming vented his anger towards Wuxin onto Changge. This made Wuxin feel ashamed, igniting a blazing fury within him. Wuxin, do you really intend to go to war with my Confucian Sage Sect for him? Deng Taiming had lived for tens of thousands of years and was not easily intimidated. In front of all the powerful factions, how could he back down? Therefore, he could only stand his ground and confront Wuxin. Are you questioning me, little monk? Deng Taiming, do you believe that after the war starts, the Confucian Sage Sect will hand you over to Jiming Temple for an apology? Chapter 287. The corner of Li Wenxiang's mouth twitched. Don't be fooled by the benevolence of those bald monks. Once they strike, each one is more ferocious than the last. About 700 years ago, a monk from Jiming Temple came down the mountain to train and passed through the Songhai region when he encountered an arrogant force that insisted on charging him a toll. The monk had no money and could not pay the toll, but insisted on passing through, ultimately engaging in a fierce battle with that first-class force. The monk was still inexperienced in cultivation, and under the siege of various powerful beings, he ultimately lost an arm. When the monk returned to Jiming Temple, within 5 days, he led over 100 monks to sweep through the Songhai region, directly annihilating that first-rate power. Afterwards, Jiming Temple announced to the world that this operation was to deliver evil people to the Western Paradise. This caused a huge uproar at that time, and from then on, no power in Zhongzhou dared to provoke Jiming Temple. The heartless Buddha's son smiled, and Li Wenxiang awkwardly smiled back, clearly apologizing. As for Jiang Taihao, he walked towards Changge. When he saw the Bull Demon King and the other two, his old eyes were filled with shock, but quickly faded away. Fellow Taoists, please don't be nervous. I mean no harm to young friend Changge, Jiang Taihao said with a smile, trying to reassure the Bull Demon King and the others. Chapter 288. The corner of Li Wenxiang's mouth twitched slightly, and his sunken eyes looked at Changge in surprise. Changge indeed had quite a big appetite. Just 500 medium-grade spiritual veins were already an astronomical number. Among first-rate powers, apart from Tiambula, it was unlikely that any other first-rate power could produce that many spiritual veins. The Master has said, if you lack any of the three items, you will kneel forever. Changge fixed his cold gaze on Deng Taiming, reiterating once again. Deng Taiming's face turned extremely gloomy, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, the bones making crisp clashing sounds. Boom! The terrifying pressure emanating from Li Wenxiang struck again, causing Deng Taiming's offensive momentum to instantly collapse. Deng Taiming, this time you were wrong first. The demands put forth by young friend Changge are not excessive, Li Wenxiang said solemnly, his hands behind his back. Even Li Wenxiang did not dare to offend Changge. One reason was that Wuxin was watching nearby. If Li Wenxiang protected Deng Taiming, it would surely displease Wuxin. The second reason was the blood relation between Changge and Changqing. Chapter 289. as long as the kill value is sufficient. Gu Changge would have no bottleneck when breaking through. This is also an advantage of having a system. Therefore, Gu Changge decided to break through to the ancient Mad Demon realm in the Fengling domain, which would only take a day or two at most. Master, what about these people? The Bull Demon King asked, holding the mixed iron rod, looking at the strong ones from other powers with ill intent, inquiring to Gu Changge. At this moment, the strong ones from various powers held their breath. They had come to watch the fun, but after Deng Timing's arrival, they had become arrogant and mocked the Heavenly Demon Sect in various ways. It was precisely because of their previous behavior that they felt fear now. Gu Changge's words at this moment would determine their lives and deaths. Kill. Gu Changge's eyes turned cold as he coldly commanded. He was not a soft-hearted person. If Jiang Taihao and Li Wenxiang had not intervened today, this group of fence-sitters would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to strike him down. Hey. Old Bull has the same intention. Boom. The fierce aura within the Bull Demon King erupted, and the black energy surged into the sky, spectacular like 3,000 waterfalls. His body rapidly expanded, reaching a height of 100 meters in a short time. Chapter 290. In the dark, oppressive sea of thunder, bolts of lightning intertwined and suddenly struck towards Gu Changge like roaring silver dragons. Gu Changge showed no fear, his fists clenched as he stared directly at the silver dragons. The primal true demon bloodline erupted completely. Chaos, sword energy, the might of the great wilderness, and the power of 500,000 divine elephants caused Gu Changge's physical body to emit terrifying power comparable to thunder. Boom! Ultimately, the thunder struck Gu Changge, instantly turning the entire valley into a sea of thunder. Even though the valley was already shrouded in Wuxin's Buddhist law, it still trembled violently and began to collapse. Everyone from the Heavenly Demon Sect retreated, not daring to approach the valley even a step. Wuxin frowned, looking incredulously at the valley, amidst the vast sea of thunder. A blood-colored figure stood motionless, allowing the lightning to ravage. His body seemed as solid as a copper wall, and the thunder crashing on him produced sounds like steel clashing. The thunder became more numerous and powerful, yet Gu Changge did not let out a single cry of pain, and that powerful body gradually turned silver in color. Buzzing. At the same time, 3 divine thunders appeared, led by the heart-eating thunder of the Azure Python, protecting Gu Changge. Chapter 291. Lonyang Domain, Piamiao City. The entire city was brightly lit and lively. In 2 days, it would be Miss Jiang Yurong's wedding day, and the bride-fetching team from Zhaniangong was already on the way. The Grand Elder of Zhaniangong, Chai Haojie, had settled in Piamiao City 10 days earlier to ensure that the wedding would go off without a hitch. In the main hall, City Lord Jiang Hongyi sat at the head of the table, while the Grand Elder of Piamiao City, Gu Hai, sat side by side with Grand Elder Chai Haojie from Zhentiangong. Elder Chai, regarding the matter of Tianyunfu in the Fengling domain, your sect should already be aware, right? City Lord Jiang Hongyi asked Chai Haojie. News of the Heavenly Demon Sect's grand assault on the Fengling domain, subduing Tianyunfu, annihilating various powerful factions, and forcing Deng Taiming and Yang Yaqing to kneel and apologize had spread throughout Zhongzhou, and naturally, Piamiao City in Lonyang Domain had heard of it. Piamiao City had initially gone to the Heavenly Demon Sect together with Tianyunfu and had caused a great uproar there. Now that Tianyunfu had suffered retaliation, the people of Piamiao City were naturally on edge. The overall strength of Tianyunfu was at least equal to that of Piamiao City, but it was so easily crushed before the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could Piamiao City fare any better? Chapter 292. Gu Changge's voice, filled with boundless killing intent, spread throughout Piamiao City, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. What terrifying demonic power! They're all demon cultivators. The Heavenly Demon Sect. The people from the Heavenly Demon Sect have come. Everyone looked up in fear, and when they saw Gu Changge and sensed the extreme killing intent emanating from him, they were filled with trepidation, because the killing intent on Gu Changge was forged from the slaughter of millions of lives. Countless blood stained his hands. Under the red veil, Jiang Yurong's despairing, beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with fiery light. Master, it's the Master. This aura, Brother Yi has also come. Brother Yi, it's Brother Yi. Jiang Yurong's face was filled with excitement as she suddenly lifted the red veil and tearfully looked up at the sky. Yi Hao looked back, meeting Jiang Yurong's gaze. Brother Yi, It really is you. Tears sparkled in Jiang Yurong's eyes as 2 lines of clear tears flowed down, releasing all the grievances she had held in. She thought she would never see Yi Hao again in this lifetime, but heaven was not unfair to her. At this last moment, Yi Hao actually arrived. Chapter 293. The ancestor of Piaomiao City has emerged from seclusion. Kid, you're dead. Yurong can only belong to this young master. Ha ha. Feeling the peak aura of the ancestral hall, He Taoyuan's lips curled up slightly, and then he laughed proudly. Jiang Yurong was suppressed by the 2 elders of the mysterious city and couldn't move at all. Seeing the ancestor come out of seclusion, her face turned pale with fear as she shook her head and shouted, "Go! Hurry up! Don't worry about me, just go!" The ancestor of mysterious city, Jiang Shengchen, was a peak power of the Holy Emperor realm, and Jiang Yurong feared that the ancestor would kill Yi Hao upon arrival. Run? Hee, they can forget about running. He Taoyuan's expression was arrogant as he looked at Yi Hao with a vicious gaze and coldly said, "Yurong, Taiyan is your fiancé. Be mindful of your words." Jiang Qingdong rolled his eyes at Jiang Yurong and then reminded her in a deep voice. Jiang Qingdong was Jiang Yurong's biological brother. Growing up, the entire mysterious city treated Jiang Qingdong as a treasure, while Jiang Yurong was neglected. Even now, Jiang Yurong was being used as a tool for marriage by her family to marry He Taoyuan. I, Jiang Yurong, only love one person, and that is Brother Yi. I will only marry him in this life. Chapter 294. What happened? The ancestor was killed by that demon's palm? The only living ancestor of mysterious city, a peak power of the Holy Emperor realm, just died like that. All the elders and disciples of mysterious city collapsed in despair on the ground. After Jiang Shengchen's death, their only pillar had crumbled. The old ancestor Jiang Hongyi knelt on the ground with a pale face, murky tears streaming down his old eyes. Their ancestor of mysterious city had fallen. In addition, the Grand Elder Gu Hai of mysterious city was also dead. Over 1,000 elders and more than 300,000 disciples were all slaughtered. This was a devastating blow to mysterious city. Is it over just like that? How boring. Gu Changge shook his head and muttered in boredom. He hadn't even started to exert his strength. Yet Jiang Shengchen was already dead, which was simply unsatisfying. Everyone in mysterious city looked at Gu Changge in fear. In their eyes, Gu Changge was akin to the Grim Reaper. With just one palm, he had killed a peak power of the Holy Emperor realm. How strong was Gu Changge's true combat power? He was only in his 20s. Did he really possess the terrifying strength to rival demigods? The world was about to change, and demon cultivators would rise strongly. Chapter 295. Hiss. 3 peak powers of the Holy Emperor realm charged aggressively towards Gu Changge, shattering the void along the way and leaving 3 shocking trails. The terrifying pressure ravaged and enveloped the entire mysterious city. Under this pressure, everyone couldn't even lift their heads and could only prostrate on the ground. However, Gu Changge, with an impatient expression, shouted, "You guys are too slow, right? Can you move any faster, turtles?" Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Even at this moment, Gu Changge was still provoking the 3 peak powers of the Holy Emperor realm. Was he really not afraid of death? He Yongbin and the others turned red with anger, shouting furiously, "Demon, today this ancestor will make you wish you were dead and unable to die." So you can truly feel despair. He Yongbin was genuinely enraged, and 12 Holy Emperor divine wheels gathered, drawing the momentum of heaven and earth, then forming a divine rainbow that slammed towards Gu Changge. Boom! At this moment, the sky was as bright as day, and the terrifying divine rainbow locked onto Gu Changge directly. Master, Zhou Yihong, Mo Langtian, and others frowned, feeling a bit worried. Since the master broke through, they hadn't seen him unleash his full combat power, so they had no idea what his limit was. Chapter 296. Second brother, third brother, no. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? No, this isn't real. He Yongbin's expression was one of despair as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. He Yongbin spat out another mouthful of blood, looking at Gu Changge in fear, and recalling the power of that punch made his heart race. Gu Changge's strength had far exceeded his imagination. That punch just now was enough to rival a demigod. What kind of monster had they provoked in the Xintian sect? Step, step, step. Gu Changge descended from the sky, a wicked smile on his lips as he walked towards Yongbin. "Old man, keep going. Your grandson, second brother, and third brother have all been killed by me. I'm going to Xintian sect to annihilate your entire sect. Hee. Gu Changge's eyes turned blood red, his demonic might nearly out of control. 3 peak powers of the Holy Emperor realm were simply not enough. He wasn't satisfied yet. You demon, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy, He Yongbin was completely infuriated by Gu Changge, his internal energy surging, rapidly increasing his cultivation aura, almost on the verge of breaking through to the demigod threshold. Chapter 297, Mysterious City, even at its worst, was a first-rate power with a heritage spanning tens of thousands of years. But now, it had suffered total annihilation. This was all due to their own actions. As they had stubbornly pushed Jiang Yurong to marry He Taiyin, even after hearing that the Treading Cloud Mansion was suppressed by the demon cult in retaliation. Mysterious City underestimated the demon cult, while overestimating the Xintian sect. In front of the demon cult, the Xintian sect couldn't protect Mysterious City at all. And even the Xintian sect was about to be exterminated. Over 1 million disciples of Mysterious City were all slaughtered, bodies piled up in the streets, blood flowing like rivers. The air filled with a pungent smell of blood. More than 1,000 disciples of the demon cult bathed in blood, their eyes filled with fiery battle intent. They savored this bloodthirsty sensation. As demon cultivators, they had been oppressed for far too long. Now, under Gu Changge's leadership, they finally stood up. Gu Changge glanced around. The countless corpses on the ground didn't catch his attention at all. In this Darwinian world of fantasy, mercy was the last thing one should have. Being merciful to enemies was the greatest cruelty to oneself. Respectful 1. All enemies have been killed. Chapter 298. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating Mysterious City and Xintian sect, earning 150,000 kill points. Additional reward. Demon Emperor Pill X10,000. Mad Demon Pill X100. The Primordial Defense Array and Primordial Spirit Guidance Array upgraded to low-grade Primordial Immortal Artifacts. Host. Gu Changge. Physique. Chaos or Body. Great Wilderness Holy Body. Original True Demon Bloodline. Demon Path Cultivation. Ancient Mad Demon Beginner. Need 500,000 kill points to break through to Ancient Mad Demon. Small success. Kill points. 164,730. After the extermination of the Xintian sect, the system conducted a settlement. This time, the rewards were quite generous. After obtaining more than 10,000 Demon Emperor pills, the Heavenly Demon Sect can achieve a full membership of Demon Emperors. When that time comes, with tens of thousands of Demon Emperors mobilized, the momentum will be truly tremendous. Master, the Xintian sect has searched out 480 medium-grade spiritual veins, 17,000 6th-grade pills, and 35 Imperial artifacts. The Piao City has found 320 medium-grade spiritual veins, 13,000 6th-grade pills, and 30 Imperial artifacts. Zhou Yihong and Mo Langtian each handed over a spatial ring, which contained all the resources from Piao City and the Xintian sect. Chapter 299. In just 2 days, the news of the Heavenly Demon Sect suppressing the Tanyan Prefecture and destroying Piao City and the Xintian sect spread throughout the entire central continent with great force. Once again, the central continent was shaken by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even the superpowers were alarmed and began to pay silent attention to the Heavenly Demon Sect. The alliance of Piao City and the Xintian sect had a combined strength far exceeding that of ordinary first-rate forces, yet they were still annihilated by the Heavenly Demon Sect. This indicates that the Heavenly Demon Sect has established its presence and firmly rooted itself in the central continent. In the Zima domain, a first-rate force issued a command to all its members. From now on, no one is to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect otherwise. They will face severe consequences according to sect rules, with the most serious offenders facing the extermination of their 9 clans. In its Songhai domain, another first-rate force similarly declared, all elders and disciples of this sect are strictly forbidden from entering the Fulia domain or offending the Heavenly Demon Sect, or they will face public execution. A similar scene occurred across various first-rate forces. The overall strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect was approaching that of quasi-superior forces, and its leader, Gu Changge, displayed a power comparable to that of demigods. Ordinary first-rate forces dared not provoke them anymore. Next, it remains to be seen whether the superpowers will tolerate the Heavenly Demon Sect. If the superpowers choose to ignore them, Then, the Heavenly Demon Sect can firmly establish its foothold in the central continent and develop at an even faster pace. Chapter 300. In the following months, the sky above the Heavenly Demon Sect was covered by tribulations. After taking the Demon Emperor pills, the disciples quickly began to break through. In the first month, over 5,000 disciples began to challenge the Demon Emperor realm. With the assistance of the Demon Emperor pills, they easily broke through to the Demon Emperor realm. In the second month, the remaining 3,000 disciples also started to break through, and each one did so smoothly. They had already gone through layers of selection to join the Heavenly Demon Sect, and their demonic talent and Tao heart were exceptionally strong. Therefore, as long as they had resources, their cultivation could rapidly advance. By the third month, the Heavenly Demon Sect had achieved a full membership of Demon Emperors. This news caused the entire Heavenly Demon Sect to boil with excitement. No force in the central continent, whether first-rate or super, had managed to achieve a full membership of Emperor Realm like the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, the Heavenly Demon Sect accomplished it in less than 4 years. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire central continent again. As the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect grew, other demonic cultivators in the central continent flocked to join the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect became lively once again, and the number of its members increased dramatically. Chapter 301. A few days later, a disciple from the Tanyan Prefecture arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect. Halt! This is the Heavenly Demon Sect. May I ask which force you come from and what business you have here? The disciple guarding the gate stopped the Tanyan Prefecture disciple's path and asked sternly. The disciple from Tanyan Prefecture, who possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor, raised his eyebrows in surprise. He clearly did not expect that even the gatekeeper disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor. Remembering that the Tanyan Prefecture had provoked the Heavenly Demon Sect 4 months ago, he felt ashamed and regretful. Brothers, I come from the Tanyan Prefecture, carrying a letter from our ancestor to visit the sect master. I hope you too will inform him. The disciple from Tanyan Prefecture clasped his fists respectfully. He no longer dared to underestimate the Heavenly Demon Sect, only looking up to it. Tanyan Prefecture? The gatekeeper disciples immediately became alert. Just 4 months ago, the Heavenly Demon Sect had suppressed the Tanyan Prefecture, and now a disciple from Tanyan Prefecture had come. Could it be that they were seeking revenge? Sensing the expressions of the more than 10 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Tanyan Prefecture disciple self-deprecatingly said, Brothers, how could one person like me possibly threaten the Heavenly Demon Sect? Chapter 302. Ding. Please eliminate the Xian Empire and the Tianji Hall. Reward. 150. 000 slaughter points. Additional reward. Demon Emperor Pills X10. 000. Mad Demon Pills X1. 000. Upgrade Gan Jiang Mo Xie to low-grade Taichu Immortal Artifact. The system's voice sounded again, issuing a new task. This time the rewards were also very generous. Not only were there 10,000 Demon Emperor Pills, but also 1,000 Mad Demon Pills. Is the system trying to push all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to the Taichu Mad Demon realm? It must be said that this system is quite ambitious. Besides that, the grade of Gan Jiang Mo Xie would also be upgraded to an immortal artifact of Taichu quality, meaning Changge would possess 2 Taichu immortal artifacts. Of course, the most important thing was still the slaughter points. With these 150 000 slaughter points, Changge could accumulate the full 500 000 slaughter points needed for his next breakthrough, allowing him to break through to the small success realm of the Taichu Mad Demon. It had only been a little over 3 months since his last breakthrough. He didn't expect to welcome another breakthrough so soon. Sensing the killing intent in his master Changge's eyes, Yihao and Jiang Yurong exchanged glances, both feeling puzzled. What was written in the letter that made the master so furious? Master, what is wrong? Yihao stepped forward and asked tentatively. Chapter 303. The defensive formation was actually breached? Not even that demon's sword could hold it off. It's over, completely over. No, I don't want to die. After the defensive formation was destroyed, terrifying demonic might surged forth. Countless palaces collapsed, and tens of thousands of lives turned to ashes. Kill for me. Changge commanded coldly. Kill, 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 kill. The Heavenly Demon, the Protector, and 10,000 Demon Emperors all rushed out in fury, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. With over 10,000 Demon Emperors entering the battlefield, It was a one-sided massacre. The subject of the Xian Empire had no power to resist and soon fell into a sea of blood. Yukon's life, I want it. Gu Changge's gaze locked firmly on Yukong. At this moment, a terrifying demonic might descended, instantly obliterating the offensive aura surrounding Yukong, who then fell to his knees with a thud. Including Su Mingfei, Su Mingtian, and others around Yukong. They also prostrated on the ground like fish on a chopping board. No, don't kill me. Yukong's face turned ashen as he looked fearfully at Gu Changge, not expecting this nightmare scenario to come true. Chapter 304. In the scarlet blood mist, Gu Changge held two magic swords, his demonic hair dancing in the wind, his face showing no emotion. He had already lost count of how many holy emperor powerhouses had died at his hands. Thinking back to 4 years ago, any random holy emperor could have taken his life. But in just 4 short years, Gu Changge had completed a turnaround, slaughtering holy emperor powerhouses as if they were dogs. Old ancestor. All 3 ancestors are dead. The national leader Su Mingfei was now kneeling on the ground in despair, completely drained. The ministers and citizens had also given up resisting. The 3 strongest ancestors of the Xian Empire had been killed by Gu Changge with 2 swords. As for them, they were even less worth mentioning. In just 4 years, Gu Changge had grown to such a powerful level. Our Xian Empire should not have provoked such a demon. Yukong, it's all your fault. The entire Xian Empire is going to perish because of you. All the ministers and generals looked at Yukong with resentful eyes. Given the Tianma sect's character of seeking revenge, they would surely annihilate the Xian Empire without leaving a trace. Dead. Even the 3 ancestors are dead. Chapter 305, Master. We have found 433 medium-grade spiritual veins, 1,800 low-grade spiritual veins, 700 5th-grade medicinal pills, and 5 imperial artifacts in the Xian Empire. After clearing the battlefield, Yi Hao and the others handed a space ring to Gu Changge. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. The heritage of the Xian Empire, which had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, now belonged entirely to their Tianma sect. You all did very well. When we return to the Tianma sect, I will give you 1,000 medium-grade spiritual veins to share equally. Gu Changge glanced around, and every disciple of the Tianma sect was stained with blood. But they exuded a fiery battle intent, like fierce lions. Under the effect of fighting to sustain fighting, the murderous aura gathered from over 10,000 demon emperors was enough to annihilate any holy emperor. 1,000 medium-grade spiritual veins. Didn't that mean everyone could get 1/10 of a medium-grade spiritual vein? The eyes of the over 10,000 demon emperors lit up with excitement. Even a single medium-grade spiritual vein was incredibly precious. Even getting 1/10 of a medium-grade spiritual vein could help them break through quickly. Thank you, Master. All the disciples knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they looked at Gu Changge. Chapter 306. The dragon body soared 10,000 meters above the sky, grand and sweeping across the entire Fuliu region. All major forces were alarmed, but now they could only look up in awe, not daring to cause trouble. In the past, demon cultivators didn't even dare to walk openly in front of the world. However, today was different. The Tianma sect had established itself, and demon cultivators were rising strongly. The Xian Empire and the Tianji Hall, both long-established first-rate forces, were uprooted and completely destroyed by the Tianma sect in just one day. To deal with the Tianma sect, only super forces and the 8 ancient clans could take action. Otherwise, any force would pose no threat to the Tianma sect. On the dragon body, every disciple's face beamed with pride. The demon cultivators could finally stand tall and no longer had to live in fear like rats crossing the street. Of course, all of this was thanks to Gu Changge. If it weren't for Gu Changge creating the Tianma sect under the pressure of all major forces, they wouldn't even have a place to cultivate in peace. Thinking of this, every disciple looked at their master, Gu Changge, with gratitude and admiration. Chapter 307, right? I also feel 2 months is too long. It would be great if we could break through a small realm every 2 days. Ultimately, my talent is not enough. Seeing Wu Xin's dazed expression, Gu Changge deliberately sighed. Hearing this, Wu Xin forced a smile, then clasped his hands together and silently recited Amitabha repeatedly for more than 10 times before calming his mind. Master Changge, please don't discourage me further. I have the inheritance from my previous life and enjoyed the abundant cultivation resources of the Buddhist sect. Even so, it took me nearly 100 years to attain the Holy Emperor level, and it took over 200 years to achieve my current half-god cultivation. Wuxin said slowly, hands clasped, still looking at Gu Changge with a sense of shock that lingered. Ahem. Gu Changge coughed lightly. He intended to show off but ended up discouraging Wuxin instead. Although Wuxin was a reincarnation of a deity, how could he compare to someone like him who had a cheat? Wuxin, I'm just a bit lucky. Don't think too much about it, Gu Changge quickly reassured him, fearing Wuxin's resolve would crumble. Wuxin smiled and shook his head, saying, Master Changge is undoubtedly a person of great destiny. Naturally, not someone ordinary like us can compare to. Chapter 308 Boom! The place of inheritance that had been silent for 4 years suddenly made a huge commotion. Supreme Tao rhythms flowed, emitting dazzling divine light. The sky filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth gushed forth sweet springs, creating strange phenomena. At the same time, a terrifying peak half-god aura was rapidly intensifying. As if about to break into the divine realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed in, and all 10 ancestors of the Luo family had emerged from their seclusion. The first ancestor, Luo Yang, was dressed in a gray robe, looking old, with white hair and sunken eyes, appearing emaciated. Yet, even such a half-buried old man caused the air to freeze wherever he went, even distorting space, as if everything in the world was still except for him. In just 4 years, she had begun to break into the divine realm. The first ancestor, Luo Yang's face was excited, her sunken eyes fixed on the place of inheritance, occasionally flashing with fiery light. The second ancestor, Luo Juanhao, also said excitedly, Ying Tong has completely fused with the soul of our ancestor. Even the purest divine bloodline has been perfectly integrated by her. Now, the bloodline in Ying Tong will be the purest divine bloodline of our Luo family. Chapter 309. In the ancient region, one of the 8 ancient clans, the Ouyang family. In a blessed land, an old man with white hair sat cross-legged, his aura exceedingly weak, almost as if he didn't exist. At some point, the old man slowly opened his eyes, and 2 profound Tao rhythms flashed by. Is this the direction of the Luo family? The soul of the Luo family's ancestor has actually been fused? The old man's deep gaze seemed to penetrate through the ages, ignoring any obstacles, directly seeing the Luo family. Fusing with the ancestor's soul, giving birth to the immaculate holy body, achieving the divine realm in just a month, this child is truly a monster. With a great era of conflict approaching, the Luo family has already gained the upper hand. The old man stroked his beard, a hint of wariness flashing in his old eyes. A similar scene occurred in the other 6 ancient clans. The ancestors of the Shao family, Lin family, Li family, Mo family, Shiman family, and Gongsun family all turned their gazes towards the Luo family. With their terrifying strength at the peak of the divine realm, they could ignore all barriers and directly see the situation of the Luo family. When they noticed that Luo Yingtong had fused with the soul of her ancestor and had attained the divine realm, they couldn't help but feel a hint of concern. The 8 ancient families were evenly matched, and now the Luo family had taken the lead by producing a successor, which made the other 8 families very wary. Chapter 310. Gu Changge looked seriously at Wuxin, hoping that Wuxin's answer would move him. If the Western Buddhist domain could indeed allow his cultivation to improve rapidly, Gu Changge would definitely go. If there were no substantial benefits, Gu Changge naturally would not want to spend the time going to the Western Buddhist domain, because he had less than 2 years left. Wuxin smiled faintly, then clasped his hands together and slowly said, Amitabha, a monk does not speak falsehoods. If you are willing to accompany me to the Western Buddhist domain, I can offer you a Shakyamuni spiritual fruit from Jiming Temple. Upon hearing about the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit, Gu Changge's eyes suddenly burst forth with fiery brilliance. The Shakyamuni spiritual fruit was cultivated by the Buddha ancestor Shakyamuni, and there were only 2 in the entire Buddhist sect, making it a supreme treasure of Buddhism. It is rumored that the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit contains the Buddhist will of Shakyamuni. If one could refine it, they could comprehend the true meaning of the Buddhist path, gather the sacred images of countless gods and Buddhas, and have a greater chance of achieving the ancient Buddha body. Of course, as a heavenly treasure, the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit also contains pure spiritual power, and refining it would definitely allow Gu Changge to break through a small realm. Chapter 311. Yu Zihong, ranked 8th on the monster list, had an unquestionable cultivation strength. He possessed a barbarian king sacred body, with terrifying physical strength. and almost no one dared to confront him head-on within the same realm. It is said that 13 years ago, Yu Zihong held a blade of furious blood and, relying on his semi-divine realm minor success, fought to a standstill with a senior who had reached semi-divine realm major success, even gaining the upper hand. In nearly 100 years, countless prodigies challenged Yu Zihong, but all ended in failure. Yu Zihong had always firmly held the 8th position on the monster list. Such a battle god had come to their Heavenly Demon Sect, and even declared he wanted to challenge their leader, Changge. Our leader is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. Although Yu Zihong came with great momentum, the disciples guarding the city gate did not back down. Instead, they unleashed their cultivation aura, preparing for battle. If anyone could challenge their leader at will, then where would the dignity of the Heavenly Demon Sect be? Furthermore, Yu Zihong was emanating a murderous and fierce aura, clearly looking for trouble. In this situation, they could not let Yu Zihong enter the Heavenly Demon Sect. It turns out they're all demon emperors. Chapter 312. In the face of Yu Zihong's provocation, Changge remained silent, but his expression was dark, and his gaze was cold, with a surge of anger rising in his heart. Master, they're still alive, but their dantians have been damaged, and it will be difficult for them to advance in cultivation in the future, Wang Binhai reported angrily after checking on the several disciples severely injured by Yu Zihong. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Heavenly Demon Sect was filled with uncontrollable rage. Each disciple was a brother who had fought alongside them. However, with the dantians of those 10 or so disciples damaged, their future cultivation would be nearly impossible to improve, which struck them harder than death. Over 10,000 demon emperors looked angrily at Yu Zihong, their furious demonic might radiating out like ferocious beasts, exuding a fierce glow. The ground trembled violently. Yu Zihong frowned, clearly not expecting that the over 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect could unleash such a powerful offensive. Boom! The ground beneath Changge suddenly cracked open, and an even more terrifying, more violent demonic might swept out. Caught off guard, Yu Zihong was actually forced back several dozen steps. Changge's hair flew wildly. His eyes turned blood red, staring at Yu Zihong like a beast, his voice hoarse and cold as he said, "They're only at the level of demon emperors. Do you really need to be so heavy-handed with them?" Chapter 313. Boom. The terrifying fist force slammed against the Taichu defensive array, causing the entire array to tremble. Then the array patterns flowed, and its light dimmed slightly. This was still a Taichu-grade celestial artifact array. If it were a Dao artifact-grade array, it would have likely been shattered. How powerful! This punch from the master is enough to annihilate a semi-divine realm beginner expert, right? Everyone gasped in awe. Master Changge's strength once again refreshed their understanding. At the same time, they secretly vowed to cultivate even harder in the future. Only then could they avoid holding back their master. They also wanted to fight alongside their master and even share his burdens. What is the master doing now? Everyone looked puzzled, as the overwhelming fist force obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see the situation clearly. Just then, amidst the overwhelming fist force, a hurried sound of footsteps emerged. Afterward, a towering figure staggered out from the fist force, his steps chaotic, his face somewhat pale. Even the hair he had tied up was knocked down, his black hair falling down messily, looking somewhat disheveled. Chapter 314. Is that the blade of furious blood? The barbarian King Yu Zihong, ranked 8th on the monster list, actually went to the Heavenly Demon Sect? Is the Heavenly Sacred Land going to take action against the Heavenly Demon Sect? What terrifying blade intent! The barbarian king, Yu Zihong, truly lives up to his name. Changge should not be underestimated either. The power of his sword is not at all inferior to the barbarian king's blade strike. The entire flowing region became lively. The powerful figures of various forces turned their attention to the Heavenly Demon Sect. To some extent, barbarian King Yu Zihong could already represent the Heavenly Sacred Land. Since he had taken action against Changge, did it also mean that the Heavenly Sacred Land was going to take action to suppress the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yu Zihong's move this time was likely a test of Changge's bottom line and would serve to intimidate the entire Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Sacred Land wanted to tell the Heavenly Demon Sect that, in this flowing region, it was still their superpowers that had the final say. Of course, whether Yu Zihong or Changge would win or lose was still unknown. After Changge broke through to the ancient Mad Demon realm, his physical strength had reached an extreme, enough to cross a major realm and battle against semi-divine realm experts. Yu Zihong was also a ruthless character. Relying on his barbarian king's sacred body and domineering blade techniques, he could also crush opponents at a higher level. Chapter 3:15. I have always been puzzled. How can you be so confidently wrong? Is it arrogance? Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning? Didn't you think I was just an ant? But the ants in your eyes have repeatedly, severely injured you. Look at your disheveled appearance. Do you still have the face to bark like this? Gu Changge sneered and ruthlessly mocked Yu Zihong. Hearing this, Yu Zihong's face instantly darkened, feeling quite embarrassed. Yu Zihong had been pampered since childhood. When had he ever been belittled like this? Moreover, in their two encounters, he had fallen into a disadvantage and was severely injured by Gu Changge. This was, for him, the greatest stain of his life. You will die today. Yu Zihong gritted his teeth, his 100-meter frame exuding violent power. The ground beneath him instantly cracked, and the Blood Fury blade burst forth with a dazzling blood-red, killing intent. These next 10 strikes will surely cut you down. Yu Zihong tightly gripped the Blood Fury blade, and the 12 holy Emperor Divine wheels shone brightly, drawing upon the momentum of heaven and earth. The barbarian king's holy body gathered all his strength, which was then continuously infused into the Blood Fury blade. The Blood Fury blade emitted a crimson killing light that reached thousands of meters, causing the surrounding void to rapidly collapse. Chapter 3:16. This battle was indeed a global spectacle. One was the long-famous barbarian king Yu Zihong, and the other was the newly risen killing god Gu Changge. From the moment they began to fight, they attracted the attention of countless powerful beings. It was initially thought that Yu Zihong, with his semi-divine realm small achievement and the barbarian king's holy body, could easily crush Gu Changge. However, reality shocked everyone. Yu Zihong unleashed all his power to perform the barbarian king's 13 cuts, but was completely blocked by Gu Changge, who ultimately fused the power of Buddha and demon to unleash a shocking sword strike that directly destroyed Yu Zihong's 13 blade strikes. Swish! The sword strike that traversed heaven and earth quickly approached, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, causing everyone to feel pain in their eardrums. This sword strike was infused with all of Gu Changge's strength. Even a powerful being at the peak of the semi-divine realm would find it hard to withstand, and could even be killed by a single sword. Thud! Watching the terrifying sword strike come, Yu Zihong's complexion turned pale, a deep despair surfacing in his eyes. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground. I lost. I actually lost to a demon cultivator? How is this possible? How could I lose? I am the holy son of the Tiang sacred land, a prodigy ranked 8th on the monster prodigy list. How could I lose to a demon cultivator? Chapter 3:17. In front of the Heavenly Demon Hall, Wu Exin narrowed his eyes, fixating on Gu Changge. His feet had spiritual patterns flowing, and with just a thought, he could appear beside Gu Changge. However, he did not rush to act, because he had always been unable to see through Gu Changge. This time, Wu Xin wanted to see what Gu Changge's true trump card was. Boom! A terrifying divine realm pressure descended, crashing down on the Bull Demon King, Medusa, and the nine-tailed celestial fox. Bang! The mixed iron rod in the Bull Demon King's hand burst forth with a dazzling black light, and a violent power swept out, actually resisting the divine realm pressure for a full 2 minutes. What terrifying power was this Black Bull's origin? Clearly only at the semi-divine realm. But why does this holy master feel a dangerous aura from him? A deep sense of wariness appeared in Lu Pingsheng's eyes. Whether it was the Bull Demon King, Medusa, or the nine-tailed celestial fox, they all made Lu Pingsheng feel uneasy. Lu Pingsheng couldn't understand why such powerful 3 divine beasts would willingly obey Gu Changge. Chapter 3:18. What kind of power was that? Lu Pingsheng stood frozen in place, his deep eyes still filled with shock. His pressure alone could instantly kill any semi-divine realm martial cultivator. Even powerful beings at the entry level of the divine realm could not withstand that pressure. However, a terrifying power erupted from within Gu Changge, directly annihilating his pressure. That power seemed as if it did not belong to this world at all. Even now, thinking back, Lu Pingsheng still felt a lingering fear. Behind Lu Pingsheng, Yu Zihong was now so scared that his face turned ashen. Aside from Lu Pingsheng, Yu Zihong was the one closest to that power. If facing that power, Yu Zihong wouldn't last even a second before being crushed. It turned out that when Gu Changge fought with him, he had not used his true strength. At this moment, Yu Zihong's Dao heart completely collapsed. He could hardly believe that the gap between him and Gu Changge was so vast. It turned out I was the clown all along. Yu Zihong self-deprecatingly smiled and weakly knelt on the ground. Noticing Yu Zihong's state, Lu Pingsheng sighed in frustration. Chapter 319, 8th position on the Monster Prodigy list has officially changed hands. The killing god, Gu Changge, for becoming famous in the Central State to now, has only taken a short 3 to 4 years. Yet he is already ranked 8th on the Monster Prodigy list. In the great conflict of the world, Gu Changge must have a place, and at the same time, demon cultivators will rise strongly. The powerful beings of various factions in the flowing valley all side. At the same time, the news of Gu Changge defeating Yu Zihong and ranking 8th on the Monster Prodigy list quickly spread throughout the entire Central State. The Central State was once again shaken by the name Gu Changge. No one expected even the barbarian king Yu Zihong would lose to Gu Changge. In just 4 short years, Gu Changge had grown so powerful. Even compared to any prodigy of superpower, he was only stronger, not weaker. If the holy sons and daughters of superpowers were placed in an environment like Gu Changge's, they absolutely could not grow as quickly as he did. Gu Changge's path was earned with blood. Since he arrived in the Central State, countless factions targeted him. But in the end, those factions that targeted Gu Changge had been mostly annihilated. Chapter 320 in the Flowing Valley, Tiang's Sacred Land. In a courtyard filled with the sound of birds and blooming flowers, 2 maidservants stood with their heads bowed outside a room, fear evident on their faces. Crack! Boom! A loud sound of cups shattering and tables being overturned came from within the room. I actually lost to a demon cultivator? I actually lost to a demon cultivator? I am trash. A massive roar echoed. Yu Zihong, disheveled, shrank in the corner, constantly doubting himself. Having long lost his former pride, his Dao heart had been completely shattered by Gu Changge. The news from the Holy Sun soon reached the Great Hall. On the throne, Lu Pingsheng's brows were tightly furrowed, making him appear as if he had aged 100 years. Below, a group of elders all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. They all knew the Holy Master was in a fit of rage. Yu Zihong was Lu Pingsheng's direct disciple, and the Tiang's Sacred Land had expended countless resources to cultivate Yu Zihong. However, the great world battle has yet to arrive, and Yu Zihong's Dao heart has already shattered. From now on, it will be difficult to make any progress in his cultivation. Tiamat Sect, Gu Changge, this Holy Master will definitely not let you go. Chapter 321. The Western Buddha realm is located at the far west of Zhongzhou, where there are vast deserts and oases, and temples rise up, forming the world of Buddhism. Traveling from the Fuliu region to the Western Buddha realm requires crossing 6 major star domains, even with the speed of Gu Changge and Wuxin. It takes 6 to 7 days. The two walk through the air, traversing through space, leaving behind trails of afterimages, passing through various star domains. Wuxin and Gu Changge attracted the attention of countless powerful beings. One is a demon cultivator, and the other is a monk. Both of their auras are exceptionally strong and highly recognizable, and the experts of the various star domains immediately recognize them. The demon god Gu Changge has destroyed 6 or 7 first-rate forces, comparable to the former demon couple. Wuxin, the successor of Buddhism, after emerging, challenged the second-ranked genius on the monster list, Duan Hongru, and directly shattered Duan Hongru's Dao heart. These 2 individuals are more legendary than the other, standing out among the younger generation. When the major forces recognized that the figures traversing through space were Wuxin and Gu Changge, they all quickly withdrew their gazes, fearing to offend these ruthless characters. Wuxin, ever since you shattered Duan Hongru's Dao heart, it seems like everyone has become afraid of you? In the space, Gu Changge chuckled teasingly. Chapter 322. Upon entering Jinming Temple, there is a small path paved with blue jade stones, flanked by rows of peach trees. It is now March, with gentle spring breezes, and the peach trees are in bloom, their pink petals charming and fragrant. The gentle breeze blows, causing the peach blossoms to fall, adorning the blue jade path with a pink gown, creating a unique charm that captivates onlookers. The sound of melodious bells fills the air, instantly refreshing the mind. As if arriving in a paradise, Gu Changge raised his eyes, and temples came into view, with a main hall, inner hall, Zen courtyard. and a towering golden pagoda that appeared to emit a hint of evil aura from within. The Buddhist holy place, Jinming Temple, truly lives up to its reputation. Gu Changge sighed inwardly. Changge, let's head to the main hall first, Wu Xin said, looking toward the foremost temple with a gentle smile. After leaving for more than 2 years, he finally brought back the one destined by heaven. Inside the main hall, beneath the golden Buddha, an old monk was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Time had left its marks on his cheeks, but it added a touch of kindness. At some point, the old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 profound beams of Buddhist light flashed by. Chapter 3:23. When Gu Changge looked at the abbot, Jun, a hint of awe could not help but appear in his eyes. For the sake of all living beings in the great world, Jun led all the monks of Jinming Temple to guard the evil suppression tower. They live every day in an environment shrouded in evil aura, making both cultivation and life rather difficult. However, Jinming Temple did not back down, for behind them are billions of living beings, many of whom are ordinary mortals without cultivation. If the evil aura spreads, it will be a great disaster for the entire immortal domain. Master, do the 8 ancient clans know about the existence of the evil spirit? Gu Changge seemed to have thought of something and asked Juyuan. Juyuan nodded. The 8 ancient clans naturally know. Hearing this, Gu Changge immediately said angrily, the 8 ancient clans are the strongest forces in the entire immortal domain. Why do they not send powerful individuals to suppress the evil spirit? The 8 ancient clans inherit the bloodline of the celestial gods, with countless strong individuals within, far more powerful than superforces. If the 8 ancient clans were willing to step in and suppress the evil spirit, Jinming Temple would not have to struggle so much. A hint of helplessness appeared on Jiyuan's face. When the evil spirit first invaded the immortal domain, the strong from the 8 ancient clans did indeed take action. But when they realized that the evil spirit was undying and could not be killed, they gave up. The cost of continuously suppressing the evil spirit was simply too great, and none of the families among the 8 ancient clans were willing to bear that cost. Chapter 3:24. Can Wu Xin and I really kill the evil spirit? Gu Changge still found it hard to believe. After all, the evil spirits suppressed in the evil suppression tower are beyond the capabilities of even divine realm experts and the 8 ancient clans. How could he and Wu Xin together be able to exterminate it? It sounded somewhat unreliable. Master Duan smiled awkwardly, then put his hands together and said, Changge, you need not worry too much. Before you enter the evil suppression tower, this old monk will do his utmost to help you enhance your strength and make thorough preparations. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's eyes immediately sparkled with fiery excitement. He looked forward to Juyuan. Since Juyuan said so, he would surely bring out a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help Gu Changge improve his cultivation. And improving his cultivation is exactly what Gu Changge needs the most. Huikong and Huijing's eyes were filled with reverence. They knew the abbot was preparing to present that treasure of the temple. Changge, have you heard of the Shakyamuni spirit fruit? Juyuan said solemnly. Upon hearing the Shakyamuni spirit fruit, Gu Changge's heart began to race. The Shakyamuni spirit fruit was nurtured by Shakyamuni, and there are only 2 in total throughout the Buddhist world. It is a representation of Jinming Temple's foundation. Chapter 3:25. Benefactor, do you know what I'm called? The monk said. He felt that there were still some things he needed to do, but he couldn't remember what they were, and even living seemed to have lost its meaning. Zhukong looked at Gu Changge with vacant eyes, his voice slightly hoarse and worn. Seeing Zhukong's vacant and confused gaze, Gu Changge's heart ached fiercely. Zhukong was like a floating piece of driftwood on the sea, aimlessly drifting every day, with no home to return to. Aren't you called Zhukong? Gu Changge countered. Zhukong shook his head. That was the Dharma name given to me by the abbot when I was brought back to Jinming Temple. What was I called before? What am I living for? Zhukong looked earnestly at Gu Changge, sensing a familiar aura from him, instinctively feeling a sense of closeness. Gu Changge observed Zhukong and discovered that he had actually opened up his dantian, but that dantian was already shattered, not knowing who had done it. Gu Changge was certain that Zhukong was a demon cultivator before. I'm sorry, I don't know what your original name was either. Gu Changge frowned. He didn't want to extinguish the hope in Zhukong's heart, but there was no way, as he truly didn't know Zhukong's original name. Chapter 3:26. Inside the Damo Cave. Jun and Wu Xin held their breath and focused their gazes on Gu Changge. The forces of Buddhism and demonism are two completely opposite powers that repel each other. Although Gu Changge can perfectly merge the two forces, the demonic power within him is still clearly audible. The Shakyamuni spirit fruit has already gained intelligence, and when it senses the demonic power within Gu Changge, it will naturally protect itself. Please, Senior, grant me this. Gu Changge no longer hesitated. He extended his palm and reached out toward the Shakyamuni spirit fruit. The Bodhi tree swayed gently, casting down the sacred light of Buddhism upon Gu Changge. Buzz! When Gu Changge's palm touched the golden light barrier, he surprisingly was not bounced back but passed directly through the barrier. Did he succeed? Zhu Yuan and Wu Xian were both excited, their hearts greatly shocked. They never expected that Gu Changge had truly succeeded. As a demon cultivator, he had gained the recognition of the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit. Gu Changge also appeared extremely happy, although to be honest, he felt uncertain inside. If the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit resisted, with the Buddhist principles contained within, it could easily blast Gu Changge away, and even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Gu Changge cautiously picked up the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit, and immediately profound Buddhist principles began to circulate, placing him within the sacred light of Buddhism. Chapter 327 Boom. When Gu Changge chose to break through, the demonic energy in his dantian suddenly began to riot, surging like a raging sea, instantly shooting into the sky. The entire Enlightenment peak trembled. If it weren't for the array, it would have likely been shattered into pieces. The blood-colored great demon roamed the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura with a scarlet murderous intent that made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The evil energy that permeated Jinming Temple, upon sensing the demonic might erupted by Gu Changge, actually fled in fear. The entire exorcism tower was shaking, as if a devilish roar echoed, revealing a hint of fear. Was this little friend Changge about to break through? In the hall, Zhu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, quickly standing up, and looked towards Enlightenment Peak. When he saw the blood-colored great demon, he felt it was unbelievable. In just 3 months, little friend Changge had actually completely refined the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath. The Shakyamuni spiritual fruit contained an immense Buddhist power, and even Wu Xian, who was the reincarnation of a god, had not fully refined it in 3 months. However, Gu Changge not only succeeded in refining the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit, but had also begun to break through. Chapter 328 had that demonic might disappeared? Could it be that Master Changge had successfully broken through? How strange. Master Changge seemed to have no bottleneck at all while breaking through. In just a few days, he was able to successfully break through. A person of great destiny, truly beyond our comprehension. The senior monks of Jinming Temple looked towards Enlightenment Peak, their eyes revealing shock. They often required several years or even over a decade to break through a small realm, overcoming bottlenecks to succeed. Yet Gu Changge had only taken 3 days to successfully break through a small realm, reaching the peak realm of the ancient Mad Demon. Moreover, the aura during Gu Changge's breakthrough was even more exaggerated than that of a demigod, making it simply unbelievable. Outside the hall, Zhu Yuan looked towards Enlightenment Peak, his old eyes shimmering with hope. Would little friend Changge be able to comprehend the ancient Buddhas will contained within the Shakyamuni spiritual fruit? If he could comprehend the ancient Buddha's will, he might even forge an ancient Buddha body. Speaking of the ancient Buddha body, Zhu Yuan's face showed longing. His eyes filled with reverence. The ancient Buddha body is second only to the great Tao body. Once forged, the physical power would be sublimated, making one virtually invincible even in cross-realm battles. Chapter 329 The 3 deputy family heads quickly arrived at the Immortal Pavilion. Elder brother, the Buddhist son of Jinming Temple seems to be certifying the divine realm. Should we intervene? Luo Shun approached the Immortal Pavilion and clasped his hands towards the family head. Luo Yongjian. A flash of killing intent crossed his face, and a faint aura of divine realm cultivation made the air in the entire Immortal Pavilion tense. The 3 deputy family heads and Luo Yongjian were biological brothers, all possessing divine realm cultivation. Luo Yongjian's expression was emotionless. His eagle-like sharp eyes narrowed as he pondered for a moment before replying. Now is not the time to suppress Jinming Temple. After all, the exorcism tower still needs those monks to guard it. Upon hearing this, The 3 deputy family heads all nodded in agreement. Although the 8 ancient clans have the power to protect themselves against evil spirits, the evil spirits are indestructible and can quickly become stronger by absorbing blood and refining souls. If they manage to break free from the exorcism tower, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who is that boy beside Wu Xian? What overwhelming demonic might? Luo Yongjian looked towards Jinming Temple, focusing on Gu Changge. The demonic might emanating from Gu Changge even shocked Luo Yongjian. The demon cultivators had long since declined, with only the demon Sha couple making a splash over the past tens of thousands of years, but they quickly fell as well. Chapter 330, The Gigantic Buddha Palm. Blocking the sun, radiated brilliant Buddhist light, ultimately striking the Thunder Dragon. Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared ferociously, the blinding lightning illuminating the entire sky, expressing its dissatisfaction and anger. Bang! The Thunder Dragon clashed fiercely with the Buddha Palm, the two colliding like 2 stars crashing into each other, creating a terrifying power that formed waves of heavenly storms. Whoosh! Boom! The majestic Enlightenment Peak trembled uncontrollably at this moment. The originally indestructible Great Formation began to show cracks. Truly worthy of the divine realm, thunder, tribulation, it was terrifying. Could the Buddhist sun withstand the power of the divine realm, thunder, tribulation? It is said that there are 9 thunder tribulations in the divine realm. If the first one is this terrifying, then the subsequent thunder tribulations must be even more horrifying. Everyone in Jinming Temple held their breath, not daring to exhale. Even those who had already broken through to the divine realm still felt a chill down their backs, haunted by fear. Hui Kong, Hui Jing. Let's join the old monk in action. We must defend Enlightenment Peak. Zhu Yuan saw the cracks in the Great Formation, and a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Immediately walking out. Chapter 331 Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rapidly drawn in, forming a waterfall of spiritual energy that continuously flowed into Wu Xian's body. Wu Xian's cultivation directly ascended to the divine realm. The entire Enlightenment Peak returned to calm, with Wu Xian emanating brilliant Buddhist light that made it impossible to look directly at him. The Buddhist aura he exuded was not inferior to that of Hui Kong and Hui Jing. After breaking through to the divine realm, Wu Xian's strength would become even more monstrous. I did it. The Buddhist sun succeeded in certifying the divine realm in just 1 year. As the great era of conflict approached, once the path of divine blood opened, our Buddhist sect would surely secure a place. The entire Western Buddhist domain became agitated. Whether young monks or those enlightened for tens of thousands of years, they all looked towards Jinming Temple with reverent eyes. Their Buddhist sun's accomplishment of certifying the divine realm in just 1 year made them feel an immense pride as members of the Buddhist sect. Indeed, all things in the world have cause and effect. A kind smile also appeared on Zhu Yuan's face. If that burst of Buddhist light had not come to protect Wu Xian just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, this was also the fruit of the cause that Wu Xian had planted back then. Chapter 332. After condensing the ancient Buddha Tao body, Gu Changge's entire body turned golden, resembling a golden arhat. The aura of divinity emanated from within Gu Changge, accompanied by dazzling Buddhist light, and the supreme Buddhist law transformed, rivaling that of the Buddha's disciple. Wuxin. If Gu Changge did not use demonic powers, many would likely mistake him for a great Buddhist power. The ancient Buddha Tao body has finally appeared in the world. Zhuyan's expression was excited, and the deep-set eyes shone with hopeful light. Since the passing of Shakyamuni, no one in the Buddhist sect had cultivated the ancient Buddha Tao body. Yet Gu Changge had perfectly cultivated it. Benefactor Changge is truly a divine being. Wuxin also wore a smile. He felt genuinely happy after Gu Changge condensed the ancient Buddha Tao body. With the ancient Buddha Tao body, Gu Changge's physical strength would greatly enhance, and his mastery over Buddhist powers would reach perfection. At that time, the two forces of Buddha and demon would be perfectly integrated by Gu Changge, unleashing unimaginable power. I hope the ancient Buddha Tao body can help you sever the ties with the Luo family. Wuxin clasped his hands together and prayed silently. He knew that Gu Changge still had fate tied to him. Chapter 333. When Gu Changge and Wuxin arrived at the exorcism tower, the evil energy inside the tower quickly fled, not daring to approach them at all. Even when facing divine realm powers, this sinister energy had never shown fear. But in front of Gu Changge and Wu Xin, the evil energy actually trembled. The two had powerful roots and were destined to be the nemesis of evil spirits. This was also why the evil spirits feared them. Disciple Wu Xin greets the two ancestors. Today, I request to enter the exorcism tower and fight to the death with the evil spirits inside. Wu Xin clasped his hands together and bowed to the exorcism tower. Inside the tower were the ancestors Chong Hui and Chong Yun. To enter the exorcism tower, permission from both ancestors was required. Amiba, Wu Xin, are you sure? The evil spirits are bloodthirsty and brutal, to a degree immortal and indestructible. Once you enter the exorcism tower, it will be a life or death situation. An ancient voice came. It was the first ancestor Chong Hui. Wu Xin's gaze was firm. The ancestors willingly give their lives to protect the beings of the world. How can I, a disciple, evade this? I earnestly request the ancestor to lift the seal and allow me to enter the exorcism tower. I, Gu Changge, also wish to enter the exorcism tower. Gu Changge echoed. After a long while, Chong Hui finally replied, Good. The beings of the world will remember both of you. Chapter 334. The Exorcism Sword Array. The Profundity of the Sword Path. Gu Changge's pupils suddenly constricted, and a fiery brilliance radiated from his eyes. As long as he killed the evil general and the evil king, Gu Changge could obtain the ancient killing formation, the Exorcism Sword Array. The Exorcism Sword Array is a treasure of the Sword Path Master of the Celestial Sect, and when used with the 4 exorcism swords, its power would crush any primordial celestial artifact, reaching the might of a Hongmeng celestial artifact. In Zhongzhou, even the highest grade artifacts possessed by the 8 ancient clans are only top-quality primordial celestial artifacts. As for Hongmeng celestial artifacts, they exist only in legend. Gu Changge's gaze became even more resolute. He had to kill this evil spirit today. At that time, not only could he obtain the sword array and the profundity of the sword path, but his killing value would also be sufficient to break through to the perfect realm of the ancient Mad Demon. Buzzing, Wu Xin and Gu Changge directly arrived at the second level of the exorcism tower. It was darker and damper here, and wherever the eye could see, it was pitch black. The dense and eerie evil energy surged toward the two, like a horde of demons. Changge, be careful. Wu Xin narrowed his eyes, and brilliant Buddhist light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire hall. Boom! Chapter 335. There's hope. My Jiming Temple is saved. For senior brothers, did you see? The evil general also has a day when he can be killed. Chong Yun had a smile on his face, but tears glistened in his old eyes. Their Jiming Temple originally had 6 ancestors, but 4 of them had passed away while guarding the exorcism tower. Now, Gu Changge had killed 13 evil generals with a single punch, which gave Chong Yun hope. Chong Hui was also very excited. But when he thought of the evil king on the 12th level, his expression became somewhat grave. Although Gu Changge and Wu Xin were the nemeses of evil spirits, their cultivation was still too weak. Especially Gu Changge, who had only reached the great perfection of the ancient Mad Demon realm. Even if he could leap over a major realm, he could only match the great perfection or even the completion of the half-divine realm. However, that evil king possessed the entry-level cultivation of the divine realm. Moreover, with his dense, evil energy, even Chong Yun, who had reached the small completion of the divine realm, might not be able to contend with that evil king. That evil king certainly had other means. It was just that Chong Hui and Chong Yun were unaware of it. So, the final outcome was still uncertain. In the second level of the exorcism tower, Gu Changge collected the 13 purple, ghostly scythes. Chapter 336. In the 4th level of the exorcism tower, 2 figures hurriedly arrived. The once dense, evil energy rapidly dissipated at this moment. Not daring to approach Gu Changge and Wu Xin. Wu Xin, aren't you one who cultivates Buddhism and values peace, not wanting to compete? Gu Changge grinned and teased Wu Xin. All men in the world cannot escape the desire for victory and defeat. Even you are no exception. Wu Xin smiled faintly and replied unhurriedly, Amitba, benefactor Changge, what do you see this monk competing for strength? I'm just faster in movement. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Faster in movement? You have all your spiritual power concentrated in your feet. How can your speed not be fast? Amitba, evil spirits, I have come to save you. Wu Xin stepped forward and charged towards the evil general deep within the hall. Gu Changge had already killed nearly 30 evil generals. If Wuxin didn't work harder, he would lose. His cultivation had reached the divine realm, and if he hadn't killed more evil spirits than Gu Changge, it would be a huge embarrassment. Humans? You slaughtered my kin. You shall die. The evil general on the 4th level was at least at the great perfection of the half-divine realm, with the strongest having reached the completion of the half-divine realm. Chapter 337. The green-robe evil king appeared on the 10th level, exuding a sinister and brutal evil energy that caused the air in the entire hall to become stagnant. A powerful pressure descended, as if a million mountains were pressing down. The evil king, covered in red fur, looked at Gu Changge and Wuxin, and his gaze gradually turned cold. The evil energy filled the entire hall, as if it could explode at any moment. Under this pressure, both Gu Changge and Wuxin felt as if they were being pricked by needles on their backs. They mobilized the energy within their bodies, forming a powerful defense around themselves, preventing them from being crushed into blood. The evil king inside the evil suppression tower is named Blood Revenge, with cultivation comparable to the entry level of the divine realm for martial practitioners. With his powerful evil energy, he can even fight against those in the small divine realm. The pressure brought by the evil king is far beyond that of the evil generals. Is this ugly creature covered in red hair really the evil king? What kind of bizarre aesthetic is this? All red fur, draped in a green robe. The combination of red and green is just too ugly. The originally silent and oppressive environment was shattered by Gu Changge's disdainful voice. Upon hearing this, Blood Revenge's brows immediately furrowed. The space around him directly stagnated, and then the air in the entire hall became cold, as if it were the dead of winter. Chapter 338. They can actually suppress the evil king Blood Revenge? These two little guys are too terrifying, right? On the 1st floor of the evil suppression tower, the ancestor Chongyun was completely stunned. After the evil king appeared, Gu Changge and Wuxin showed no fear at all and immediately struck. First, they killed 40 evil generals at the peak of the semi-divine realm, and then they joined forces to deal with Blood Revenge. Even Blood Revenge was crushed by Gu Changge and Wuxin working together. If they teamed up, even those in the small divine realm would probably not be their match. Chonghui's old eyes sparkled with brilliance, and then he glanced sideways at Chongyun, saying, "What do you mean by that, brother? Do you think I, your junior brother, am not a match for those two little guys?" Chongyun, who had always been strong-willed, immediately became unhappy. After cultivating for over 100,000 years, how could he not compare to two young kids? Chonghui shook his head and then asked, "If it were you, could you crush Blood Revenge like this?" Chongyun was immediately speechless because he had indeed fought against Blood Revenge before, but in the end, he was the one being crushed. Of course, a significant reason for this was that Blood Revenge was immortal and unkillable, making him completely fearless of Chongyun's attacks. Chapter 339. After more than a dozen divine abilities obliterated Blood Revenge's attacks, they directly bombarded him. How is this possible? Who are you? The evil energy within Blood Revenge suddenly erupted, and then he manipulated the soul lock chains to resist Gu Changge's divine abilities. Faced with so many divine abilities, Blood Revenge's figure retreated violently. He had been under Gu Changge's relentless pressure the entire time. He had never felt so humiliated. During previous encounters, it was the divine powers who felt despair, but now it was Blood Revenge who felt despair. Blood Revenge originally thought that after coming to the immortal domain, he would be immortal and unkillable, even if he was suppressed by Golden Ming Temple. So what? After hundreds of thousands of years, those old bald donkeys would inevitably pass away. By then, he, Blood Revenge, could reappear in the world. As long as he continuously absorbed essence blood and refined the essence soul, he could quickly become stronger. Even the 8 ancient clans would not intimidate him. However, Gu Changge made Blood Revenge feel despair. Could it be that you come from the divine realm? Thinking of Gu Changge's background and the mysterious power within him, Blood Revenge's face turned ashen. It was as if his cultivation could only run rampant in the immortal domain. He didn't even have the qualification to go to the divine realm. Who the true body is doesn't matter. Chapter 340. Golden Ming Temple finally passed this calamity successfully. Brother, did you see? Over 100 evil generals died. The evil king is also dead. Our Golden Ming Temple is saved, and the people of the world are saved. Chonghui smiled, but tears glimmered in his old eyes. Golden Ming Temple had paid too high a price to guard the evil suppression tower. Even 4 senior brothers had all passed away. They thought that he and Chongyun would also be unable to escape this calamity. But Gu Changge and Wuxin successfully killed Blood Revenge. Can we go out now? Chongyun looked outside the evil suppression tower, his face very old. His eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life, muttering in disbelief. If it weren't for dire necessity, who would want to stay in the dark and sunless evil suppression tower? No, if Blood Revenge is dead, why has the evil energy inside the evil suppression tower not dissipated? Suddenly, the smile on Chong Hui's face froze, and a wave of fear rose from within him. Chongyun's expression also became serious. If Blood Revenge is really dead, then the evil energy in this evil suppression tower should gradually dissipate. But what about now? The evil energy not only hasn't dissipated, but it's also becoming more rampant. It's frantically attacking the ceiling formation. Chapter 341. Gu Changge was pushed out by the divine and Buddha powers, and the essence blood that had been refined was instantly returned to his body. The soul that was about to leave the flesh also stabilized at this moment. However, Wuxin was in a dire situation. After burning his essence blood, the spiritual power within him was completely exhausted. The power of the purgatory soul refining furnace was originally shared between Wuxin and Gu Changge, but now it all fell on Wuxin. The essence blood in Wuxin's body was rapidly drained, and his flesh began to wither, turning into a skeleton. Even his soul was flying out, about to be pulled away. Wuxin, bastard, stop this at once. Gu Changge roared angrily, the demonic energy within him surging wildly, and he completely entered a demonic state, the demonic might rolling, making explosive sounds. Wuxin had already sacrificed half his life to save him. If they delayed any longer, Wuxin would undoubtedly die. Foolish child, why go through all this? On the first floor, Ancestor Chongyun was almost driven mad. He really wanted to rush out to protect Wuxin. He had only lived for 200 years. Compared to those old monsters who had lived for over 100,000 years, Wuxin's life was far too short. He had not yet experienced many of life's beauties. Chapter 342. With the fall of Blood Revenge, the evil energy inside the evil suppression tower was rapidly dissipating. The once violently trembling evil suppression tower stabilized at this moment. Is this the evil energy dissipating? Below the evil suppression tower, the host Jin's old eyes widened, almost in disbelief as he shouted. In his perception, that sinister, evil energy vanished without a trace in an instant. Yuan Huikong, head priest Hui Jing, and supervisor Xianbei all looked up at the evil suppression tower. The evil energy really dissipated. It's gone. The evil energy is gone. Could it be that the evil spirit has been completely exterminated? Huikong swallowed hard, asking in shock. Everyone's heart tightened at that moment. The evil spirit that had puzzled Golden Ming Temple for hundreds of thousands of years. Could it really have been exterminated? Umitba. With the sudden dissipation of the evil energy, if all goes well, the evil King Blood Revenge has been killed. Host Yuan confirmed repeatedly, and finally said with great joy. His old eyes glistened with tears as he looked towards the ancestral hall, silently praying in his heart. He wanted to tell the 4 deceased ancestors this news at the first opportunity. On the first floor of the evil suppression tower, both Chong Hui and Chongyun stood up. Chapter 343. Wuxin. Chongyun hurriedly took Wuxin, his old face full of heartache. When Wuxin was devoured by the soul transformation furnace, Chong Hui and Chongyun felt a heart-wrenching pain. If Wuxin died in the soul transformation furnace, then the two of them would live a lifetime filled with regret. Chongyun waved his sleeve, and pure Buddhist power surged into Wuxin's body. Wuxin's withered flesh began to visibly recover at an incredible speed. Soon, it became plump and shiny, regaining its color. Even Wuxin's cultivation aura was rapidly recovering. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Wuxin blinked. Cough, cough, cough. Wuxin coughed out the blood remaining in his mouth, and his bloodshot eyes revealed fear and worry. Changge, let's go, hurry. Wuxin clenched his fists and shouted loudly. His memories were still stuck in the scene before he lost consciousness. Wuxin, the blood vengeance is dead. We are safe now. Gu Changge stepped forward, patted Wuxin's shoulder, and comforted him. Since he met Wuxin, Gu Changge had never seen him so out of control. In this battle against blood vengeance, Wuxin had used all his strength. Changge, are you alright? Chapter 344. Umitba. The 2 unparalleled swords have helped my Jinming Temple suppress the evil spirits for millions of years. And now they have finally met their destined owner. This can be considered a good ending. Changge said with a kind expression, his hands clasped together, smiling. The Xianjian and Luxianjian have guarded the evil spirits for millions of years. In Changge's eyes, they are benefactors of Jinming Temple and the entire world. Without these two unparalleled swords and the demon-slaying pestle, the base of the ceiling array would not have been so solid. Changge's lips curled up slightly, quite satisfied with the two swords. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. In the future, I will definitely not dishonor the reputation of these two swords. Changge clasped his hands in gratitude to the ancestor Changge. Although the Xianjian and Luxianjian are unowned objects, they have been sealed in Jinming Temple for many years. And if Jinming Temple is unwilling, very few people can take the two swords away. Young friend, you're being too modest. You helped Jinming Temple and the entire world to resolve the crisis. It should be the old monk thanking you. Moreover, the two swords have a bond with you. This is your fate. Ancestor Changge smiled and replied to Changge. One must say, Ancestor Changge's vision is quite broad, which made Changge very admire. Chapter 345. Senior brother, as an ancestor of the Buddhist sect, how can you lie? Isn't it just that I raised him for 100,000 years without letting him recognize a master? What's so embarrassing about that? I really can't hold it in anymore. Chongyin couldn't help but burst into laughter when he thought of his naive senior brother. Chongyin, you went too far. Changge's old face darkened, and then he clenched his fists and struck toward Chongyin. Hitting your junior brother should be done early. Otherwise, when you get old and can't run, you won't have the chance to hit him again. Bang! Boom! Monk, are you really hitting me? What else? You said it yourself. I can't just pretend not to hit you. The two chased each other, exchanging attacks like two old children. Wuxing shook his head with a smile and said to Changge, Changge, I'll let you see a joke. Changge waved his hand nonchalantly. What's so funny about this? I actually feel quite good. It's not easy to keep a childlike heart as we grow up. The older we get, the more we find ourselves unhappy. Perhaps a delicious meal in childhood could make us happy for a whole day. Changge looked enviously at the two old children. There are not many who can play and joke like them at the age of Changge and Chongyin. Chapter 346. Fengling Domain, Kongxingmen. A floating pavilion is particularly eye-catching, emanating a powerful righteous aura. This pavilion is the place of inheritance for Kongxingmen, called the Lanhua Pavilion. Gu Changqing, the eldest senior brother of Lantian Academy, has been in Lanhua Pavilion for 3 years. During this period, apart from capturing the Great Dao Pen, there has been no other news. One day, an anomaly occurred in Lanhua Pavilion, and a powerful righteous aura shot up to the sky, transforming into a 10,000-meter statue of Kongsheng. The Kongsheng deity wore white robes, exuding a scholarly aura, and a pure righteous aura swept out, covering tens of thousands of miles. This is the 10,000-meter statue of Kongsheng. Did senior brother cultivate the Kongsheng Sutra to the 9th layer? Only by cultivating the Kongsheng Sutra to the 9th layer can one produce the 10,000-meter statue of Kongsheng. If nothing unexpected happens, senior brother Changqing has already cultivated the Kongsheng Sutra to the 9th layer. My God, senior brother Changqing just captured the Great Dao Pen a year ago, and now he has cultivated the Kongsheng Sutra to the 9th layer. This talent is truly unparalleled in 10,000 years. The entire Kongxingmen was stirred, especially the elders and disciples of Lantian Academy, who all rushed out, looking at the Lanhua Pavilion in awe. Chapter 347. A year ago, Deng Taiming took the great elder Yang Yaqing to Tuyun Mansion and dealt a heavy blow to the leader of the demon cult, Changge. This incident caused a huge stir throughout the Fengling domain, and almost no one was unaware of it. It was also at that time that the world learned that Gu Changqing was the younger brother of the demon cult leader, Changge. The sect master Li Wenxiang even personally intervened, ordering Deng Taiming to apologize to Changge. Everyone thought this matter would pass just like that, but unexpectedly, after Changqing came out of seclusion, he directly went to Yueshio Academy to demand an explanation. It should be noted that Deng Taiming holds a noble status as the deputy sect master of Kongxingmen and the president of Yueshio Academy. His strength ranks high in the divine realm, second only to the sect master. However, Changqing showed no respect for Deng Taiming, and a powerful righteous aura enveloped the entire Yueshio Academy, making everyone inside unable to lift their heads. Is senior brother Changqing here for revenge? My God, is he crazy? Isn't this directly provoking the deputy sect master? When has Yueshio Academy ever suffered such humiliation? The elders and disciples of Yueshio Academy were all dumbfounded by Gu Changqing's actions. Now, the eldest senior brother of Yueshio Academy's state of mind has collapsed, and none of the elders can match Gu Changqing. Chapter 348. Gu Changqing, you really don't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Deng Taiming's old face darkened, and his eyes also burst with fierce killing intent. Gu Changqing possesses the great Dao Pen, and Deng Taiming did not want to easily engage him in battle, but Gu Changqing repeatedly provoked him. If Deng Taiming does not take action now, he will be ridiculed by the world. The Confucian saint's cultivation is on par with the martial arts divine realm, and in the divine realm, each step represents a layer of heaven. Even a small difference in realms is like an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Gu Changqing is not yet in the Confucian saint realm. He is merely at the perfect great sage level. Even if Gu Changqing summons the great Dao Pen, Deng Taiming believes he will not lose to him, at most. It will be a 50-50 chance. Boom! Deng Taiming's body radiated a powerful righteous aura, and the 8,000-meter Kong, Sheng divine statue converged, transforming into sharp sword lights that slammed towards Gu Changqing. I am the deputy sect master of Kong Shengmen, and you, a mere disciple, dare to defy your superiors. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of your teacher. Deng Taiming's eyes turned cold, and then the fierce sword lights shot out, as if arrows were raining down from the sky, shattering the void within hundreds of miles. Chapter 349. The situation has finally stabilized. The elders and disciples of Yueshio Academy also breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Changqing was truly terrifying. If the fighting continued, they would completely lose face for Yueshio Academy. The once cohesive Yueshio Academy was now filled with disheartened individuals. A group of female disciples, overly enamored with Gu Changqing, had long wanted to leave Yueshio Academy and join Lantian Academy. Even male disciples and elders wanted to join Lantian Academy. It was obvious to any discerning eye that both the sect master and the two ancestors favored Gu Changqing. After the competition for the Holy Sun, Gu Changqing was almost certain to seize the title, and at that time, Lantian Academy would rise strongly and completely crush Yueshio Academy. Deng Taiming, our account is far from settled. Gu Changqing coldly glanced at Deng Taiming and said emotionlessly. Deng Taiming was already furious. Today was his humiliation, and he remembered it well. Deng Taiming's status and authority in Kong Shengmen had already plummeted, all because of the Gu brothers. Suddenly, Gu Changqing looked toward an elegant room, where a pale-faced man stood by the window. Chapter 350. After leaving Yueshio Academy, Gu Changqing did not immediately return to Lantian Academy, but instead came to Orchid Residence, where Elder Yang Yeqing was located. Although Yang Yeqing was forced, he indeed had attacked Gu Changqing's elder brother, Gu Changge. Therefore, Gu Changqing was prepared to give him a lesson. Brother Changqing, Yang Yeqing's two direct disciples were startled upon seeing Gu Changqing. Although they were not present during the chaos at Yueshio Academy, they had heard the tremendous commotion clearly. Now that Gu Changqing had come to their Orchid Residence, they feared he was here for revenge. I know the elder has not returned yet, but I don't mind waiting for him. Gu Changqing leaned against a nearby willow tree and slowly closed his eyes. The two disciples were at a loss for how to handle the situation. Brother Changqing, why don't you sit in the hall instead? Allow me to brew you a cup of tea. One of the disciples stepped forward and quietly inquired. However, Gu Changqing ignored him. One should not bite the hand that feeds them. I, Gu Changqing, am here to settle accounts with Yang Yeqing, not to drink tea. Seeing that Gu Changqing did not respond, the two disciples dared not say anything further and simply bowed to wait nearby. Chapter 351. After Gu Changqing left, the two direct disciples hurriedly ran to support Elder Yang Yeqing. Master, are you all right? Woo-woo, Master. Seeing Yang Yeqing covered in blood, the two direct disciples cried out. Shut up, I'm not dead yet. Has Changqing left? Yang Yeqing lowered his voice and asked the two. If he hadn't pretended to be dead, he would probably have been beaten even worse. Huh? Master, you're not dead? What do you know? Master is pretending to be dead. The two disciples were taken aback and said, Lower your voice. Do you want to get beaten? If you bring Changqing back here, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Yang Yeqing gritted his teeth, wishing he could skin his two disciples alive. After leaving Orchid Residence, Gu Changqing smiled slightly. How could he not see that Yang Yeqing was pretending to be dead? If he really wanted to kill him, Yang Yeqing would have already been a cold corpse within 3 moves. Yang Yeqing was also forced into a corner. Gu Changqing's actions were merely to teach him a lesson and let the world know that his elder brother was not to be touched. In the past, he was weak, but now that he had grown stronger, he must protect his family well and never let them suffer even the slightest grievance again. Chapter 352. The powerful voice spread throughout the martial arts arena, exuding an aura of dominance over the heavens. Not a single elder or disciple of Yueshio Academy dared to lift their heads to meet Gu Changqing's gaze. They felt immense shame. How powerful was Yueshio Academy back then? They almost monopolized the entire source of students and resources of Kongsheng men. But now, faced with Gu Changqing's challenge, even their senior brother Duan Hongru did not dare to show his face. The entire martial arts arena was silent. Gu Changqing, dressed in white, with his 3,000 strands of hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuded a scholarly aura, yet his Danfeng eyes sparkled with sharp cold light. Seeing that no one responded, Elder Yang Yeqing announced, "If Duan Hongru does not respond within 3 counts, he will be considered to have forfeited this Holy Sun competition." 3, 2, wait. Just then, 2 figures walked in from outside the martial arts arena. It was Deng Taiming and Duan Hongru. Deng Taiming, wearing a gray robe, had an expressionless face, while Duan Hongru behind him had hollow eyes, appearing somewhat strange. "I was only a bit late. Elder, you're too anxious." Deng Taiming narrowed his eyes and glared at Yang Yeqing. Chapter 353. Step, 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 step. Duan Hongru's body was blasted away, and with each step he fell, the ground would collapse, creating dense cracks. Even with his entire body charred black, Duan Hongru's face remained expressionless, and his eyes still brimmed with killing intent. Buzz, buzz. The Junzi sword, a top-grade Taichu immortal weapon, emitted a fierce sword light, radiating a world-destroying aura. This Junzi sword was the life treasure of a fallen ancestor of Kongsheng men, containing extremely pure, righteous energy, whose full power could rival that of a supreme Taichu immortal weapon. Kill! Boom! Duan Hongru charged out like a beast once again. The Kongsheng Ju was activated by him, condensing a 7,000-meter Kong Sheng divine statue, and the righteous aura swept out, wreaking havoc throughout the martial arts arena. The Junzi sword emitted sharp sword lights, making everyone dare not look directly at it. If it weren't for Gu Changqing, Duan Hongru would undoubtedly be the #1 prodigy of Kongsheng men. But unfortunately, Duan Hongru was born in the same era as Gu Changqing. With Gu Changqing's talent in Confucianism, he was truly a once-in-a-millennium existence. Duan Hongru seemed somewhat abnormal. Gu Changqing's beautiful Danfeng eyes fixed on Duan Hongru. He felt that the Duan Hongru in front of him was very unfamiliar. Chapter 354. Is this the power of the Dao Pen? No wonder it is the life treasure of the ancestors. That aura of Kongsheng's is truly terrifying. Duan Hongru actually dared to take forbidden pills? But it was futile in front of the Dao Pen. The crowd stared in shock at the arena, where Gu Changqing held the Daoluan pen, radiating a sense of righteousness, resembling the true form of Confucius. In the presence of Confucius's will, even the sect leader Li Wenxiang felt a sense of suppression. Although the Daoluan pen was a top-grade Taichu immortal artifact, its power had long surpassed that of ordinary Taichu immortal artifacts. After Duan Hongru's death, Gu Changqing's expression remained indifferent as he put away the Daoluan pen, and the overwhelming will of Confucius finally dissipated. Phew! Once Confucius's will faded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In front of Confucius's will, their righteousness felt weak, like a speck of dust in the vast universe. The power of the Daoluan pen was terrifying to such an extent. This is bad. Deng Taiming's face turned pale. He originally thought that after taking the Fury Blood Pill, Duan Hongru could defeat Gu Changqing, but the power of the Daoluan pen exceeded his expectations. Now, Gu Changqing was unscathed, while the incident of Duan Hongru taking the Fury Blood Pill was exposed. Chapter 355. The ancestors of various first-rate forces have all broken through to the demigod realm, which alerted the Heavenly Demon Sect to a crisis. Even they, no matter how foolish, understood that there was more to this situation. Only superpowers could cultivate demigod-level experts. In the entire Fuliu region, there were only 2 superpowers, the Tianke Holy Land and the Taishan Wanqing Palace. Considering that not long ago, The leader Gu Changge defeated the Tianke Holy Land's Holy Son Yu Zihong and shattered Yu Zihong's Dao heart. It is easy to imagine who was scheming behind this. One must say, the Tianke Holy Land's move was ruthless. By supporting various first-rate forces to unite against the Heavenly Demon Sect, they suppressed its development. Over the past year, the first-rate forces have continuously expanded their territories, and the Heavenly Demon Sect has subtly been surrounded by them. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Sect was not idle either. In just this short year, the Heavenly Demon Sect gained over 100 ancient demon experts. Even the recently joined disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had all broken through to the Demon Emperor realm. Among the 13 demons, Yi Hao and Luo both broke through to the perfect realm of ancient demons, just one step away from the original Demon Lord. Chapter 356. Is this the aura of a 13th level monster? The extreme cold silver flood dragon is from the Beast Control sect. Little Black's perception was sharp. Even when the extreme cold silver flood dragon and the evil eye divine tiger launched a surprise attack, he sensed it instantly. Boom! A powerful dragon's might descended, enveloping an area of several dozen miles like a net. Little Black's expression turned serious. He immediately turned to flee, channeling all his spiritual energy to transform into a shadow and dart away. Roar! The extreme cold silver flood dragon had broken through to the 13th level, comparable to the demigod realm of martial arts. At this moment, the massive dragon body charged in, wrapped in sharp ice crystals like countless swords. Fast as lightning, it sealed off Little Black's escape route. Damn it! Get away from me! Roar! Facing the 13th level monster, Little Black dared not be arrogant. He transformed directly into his true form. A 100-foot-long dragon body emerged, the might of the true dragon overwhelming, making the dragon's might of the extreme cold silver flood dragon seem weak. Boom! The pressure of the extreme cold silver flood dragon was instantly shattered. However, countless ice crystals surged towards him, emitting a piercing cold light, shattering the void along the way. Roar! The evil eye divine tiger also charged in, its massive tiger body descending from the sky, its sharp claws causing the air to whistle. Chapter 357. The extreme cold silver flood dragon leaped, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. The might of the flood dragon rampaged. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the true dragon's might, it was still quite violent. The entire valley was enveloped in a chill, ice crystals visible everywhere like sharp swords. The 13th level monster had already reached the level of a demigod expert in martial arts, and the power it unleashed was astonishing. You think you can lay a hand on my bloodline? Ha, wishful thinking. Little Black's dragon eyes were fierce. He gritted his teeth, and the blood and energy within him began to boil. Not good. This beast wants to self-destruct. Stop him quickly. Xie Peifeng frowned, seeming to sense something, and shouted loudly. Just then, dozens of streaks of light swiftly approached from the sky, the sound of breaking air echoing, and a terrifying demonic might descended in an instant. Boom! At that moment, the air froze, and the chill of the entire valley was instantly dispelled. Little Black, no. A delicate voice called out, and Little Black's dragon eyes widened, shining with hopeful light. Qian, and also Brother Yi, Brother Zhou. Little Black looked towards the sky, where Yi Hao, Jiang Yurong, and Li Qian were leading the way. The remaining 2 protectors of the 13 heavenly demons had also rushed over. Chapter 358. Little Black. How are you? After Xie Peifeng's death, Li Qian ran towards Little Black with a worried expression. Seeing Little Black's blood-soaked body, Li Qian felt heartbroken. Little Black, I should have come sooner. I'll go wipe out all those from the Beast Control sect later. Watching Li Qian like this, a warm current flowed through Little Black's heart. When did he start to become infatuated with Li Qian? Little Black, the flesh of this flood dragon will be beneficial for your injuries. Li Qian waved her sleeve, and the roasted extreme cold silver flood dragon appeared before them, along with a blue beast core. The extreme cold silver flood dragon had already broken through to the 13th level, and its flesh contained immense power. Refining it would yield numerous benefits. This scene drew envy from Wang Binhai and others. TSK, Little Black, you must have really accumulated a lot of good fortune in your past lives. Qian, Brother Binhai also wants to eat meat, Wang Binhai joked. Li Qian immediately glared at Wang Binhai, saying, I won't catch the head monster to roast and eat, will I? Little Black is so severely injured. How can he recover without eating something good? By the way, why not let Little Black refine your evil Divine Tiger's beast core as well? Chapter 359, Bang Bang Bang. Under Lu Xinghao's powerful offensive, the 13 heavenly demons and the 3 great protectors fell to the ground, all severely injured, their breaths weak. The Blood River formation was forcibly broken, and they suffered a backlash as a result. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Xinghao wielded his large knife, breaking through the air, and the terrifying blade light enveloped everyone. A rich killing intent pervading the atmosphere. This is bad. Yihao's face turned pale, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. His brows furrowed tightly, a hint of despair flickering in his eyes. Lu Xinghao's cultivation realm was far superior to theirs. Even if they activated the Blood River formation, they were still no match for Lu Xinghao. Ha ha! Today I will take your heads back. Lu Xinghao's figure was already closing in, the large knife in his hand radiating a chilling light, ready to strike down on Yi Ci. The master hasn't returned yet. We absolutely cannot all die here. Yihao gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes turning blood red as the blood and energy within him surged violently at that moment. He prepared to elevate himself to the utmost for a battle, intending to hold back Lu Xinghao so that Luo Bai and the others could take the opportunity to escape. The 13 heavenly demons and the 3 great protectors were all present. If they were to be completely wiped out, then the Heavenly Demon Sect would be doomed. Chapter 360, Demon Lord? You call my big brother a Demon Lord? Gu Changqing's face darkened instantly, a killing intent radiating from his body. The air within a radius of hundreds of miles became stagnant, and even the space was distorted. Opposite him, Lu Xinghao frowned, feeling as if a thorn was in his back. It was as if countless killing intents had enveloped him, ready to take his life at any moment. Am I not dead? Luo Bai opened his eyes, and when he saw Gu Changqing, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Gu Changqing's appearance was somewhat similar to his master, Gu Changge. Luo Bai initially thought his master had returned. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't his master. Could he be Master S' younger brother, Gu Changqing? Luo Bai seemed to have thought of something, and a ripple of emotions rose in his heart. Then, Luo Bai forced himself to stand up and bowed to Gu Changqing, saying, "Thank you, second young master, for saving my life." Gu Changqing was the biological brother of his master, and Zhou Yihong and the others referred to him as second young master, so Luo Bai did the same. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Gu Changqing waved his hand, indicating Luo Bai to forego the formalities. Those dogs from the Heavenly Gate took advantage of my brother's absence to attack you. How could this holy sun sit idly by? Chapter 361, Outside the Heavenly Gate. A white-clad scholar slowly approached. In front of a gate towering dozens of feet high, several disciples dressed in uniform were standing guard. As a superpower, even the disciples guarding the mountain gate had achieved perfection in the life and death realm, with the leading disciple being at the Emperor realm. Please stop, sir. May I know your name? What brings you to our Heavenly Gate? The disciple at the Emperor realm stepped forward and asked Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, dressed in luxurious white robes, exuded an extraordinary aura. The disciples from the Heavenly Gate recognized at a glance that this person was not ordinary. Hence their tone was relatively polite. Kongxing Min, Gu Changqing, I've come to your Heavenly Gate to kill someone. Gu Changqing placed his hands behind his back, looking at the dozen disciples of the Heavenly Gate, and said expressionlessly, "What? You are the new holy son of Kongxing Min, Gu Changqing?" Upon hearing Gu Changqing's name, the dozen disciples were stunned. They cautiously took a few steps back, summoned their magical artifacts, and nervously asked young Master Gu, "The Heavenly Gate and Kongxing Min have never had any grievances. What do you mean by killing someone?" Chapter 362, In the Fuliu region, the Beast Control Sect. The 13 heavenly demons and the 3 great protectors led nearly 20,000 members of the Heavenly Demon Sect in a furious assault. All 20,000 members had broken through to the Demon Emperor realm, with over 100 elders and disciples reaching the ancient Mad Demon realm. The violent demonic might emanated from them, enveloping the entire Beast Control Sect, making the sky overcast with clouds and thunder rumbling, like the eve of apocalypse. The ancestor of the Beast Control Sect, Xie Peifeng, plotted against my Heavenly Demon Sect as protector and has been killed by us. Today, the Heavenly Demon Sect has come to remove the Beast Control Sect. Yihao, clad in silver battle armor and wielding a demonic spear, pointed directly at the Beast Control Sect and commanded loudly. Boom! With a single order, tens of thousands of demon emperors surged out, with over 100 ancient mad demon powerhouses leading the charge. Bang! 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 Waves of attacks crashed against the protective formation of the Beast Control Sect, dimming the formation and causing cracks to appear in a matter of moments. Inside the Beast Control Sect, the elders and disciples all looked terrified. Even the sect master, Su Chang, was frightened to the point of turning pale. Their ancestor, Xie Peifeng, had already fallen at the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect's members. In just 5 years, the Heavenly Demon Sect had grown strong to a degree that made them look up in awe. Chapter 363. After the battle commenced, the flames of war spread almost throughout the entire Fuliu region. Innocent beings were all caught up in the conflict, paying with their lives. The so-called righteous forces, who spoke of benevolence and morality, turned a blind eye at this moment, as if the consequences of war were not caused by them. A dozen first-rate forces joined hands, continuously pushing into the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If a conflict arose, they would rather mistakenly kill 10,000 than let any one person go. The Heavenly Demon Sect was thoroughly enraged. The 13 Heavenly Demons and the 3 Great Protectors led the sect members in a furious charge, blocking the major first-rate forces outside the Two Realms Mountain. The Two Realms Mountain was the last line of defense for the Heavenly Demon Sect. If it fell, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be in grave danger. The Heavenly Demon Sect had over 100 ancient Mad Demon Realm powerhouses, and Yihao, Zhang Yuro Luo Bai, Li Qianqian, and others could even fight against half-god realm experts, with both side strengths nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate at Two Realms Mountain. This scene shocked the entire central continent. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sect had fewer than 20,000 members, but a dozen first-rate forces combined had tens of millions of disciples, making the first-rate forces absolutely superior in numbers. Chapter 364. Whoosh! 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 As Gu Changge arrived at the Divine Demon Tower, 3 figures swiftly approached. Leading them was the towering Bull Demon King, whose 2 horns radiated a powerful aura, indicating that his injuries had completely healed. Behind the Bull Demon King were Bai Ling and Medusa. Bai Ling was dressed in a white dress, with fair skin and a lovely, exquisite face, her large eyes shining like stars. Medusa had a fiery figure, with a slim waist and a pair of snowy white legs. Her skin like congealed fat, as if a light squeeze would cause her to exude water. "Greetings, Master," shouted the Bull Demon King. "Greetings, Master," Bai Ling said. "Greetings, Master," Medusa added. The 3 had respectful expressions and bowed to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's eyes brightened. The Bull Demon King and the others had been asleep for a year and had finally awakened. "Get up." Gu Changqing waved his hand, instructing the 3. "Yes, Master." The 3 straightened up and looked at Gu Changqing. "Hiss, Master, you have broken through to the peak of the ancient Mad Demon realm?" The Bull Demon King quickly sensed Gu Changqing's aura, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 365. Everyone's gaze fell upon Master N. Zhu Kong had been brought to Jinming Temple by Zhuan 100 years ago. At that time, Zhu Kong's dantian was destroyed, severely injured, and he had only a breath of life left. It was Zhuan who pulled Zhu Kong back from the gates of hell. After Zhu Kong awakened, all memories were lost. He entered Jinming Temple and was given the Dharma name Zhu Kong. Amitabha. Master Zhuan put his hands together and silently chanted a Buddhist phrase. His deep-set, old eyes looked at Zhu Kong, and he slowly said, "Zhu Kong, are you sure you want to know about your past experiences? It can be very painful." Upon hearing this, Gu Changge roughly understood why Zhu Kong had lost his memory. It must be that Zhu Kong's previous experiences were too tragic, and Zhuan couldn't bear to let him remain engulfed in sorrow day after day, so he sealed away his memories. "Please help me complete this." Zhu Kong's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands together, bowing as he spoke. For 100 years, he had lived in a daze, not knowing what the meaning of his existence was. He always felt that there were important things he had yet to accomplish, and every time he thought about it, his heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. If he were to live aimlessly like this every day, it would be better to die and find relief. "Since you've made up your mind, then the old monk will help you." Zhu Yuan nodded, then walked toward Zhu Kong, extending his aged palm. A dazzling light of Buddha radiated and surged into Zhu Kong's mind. Chapter 366. Changge, I will accompany you back to the Tianma sect. When the time of causality arrives, I will also go with you to the Luo family. Wu Xin approached Gu Changge, smiled at him, and spoke with determination. The two of them were not only sworn brothers now, but also shared a deep bond. Looking at Wu Xin's figure, Gu Changge felt warmth in his heart and thanked him. Those two simple words carried profound affection. I accompany you, and I also seek an explanation for my Jiming Temple. The 8 great ancient clans, oh my Jiming Temple, far too much. By the end of his words, Wu Xin's eyes narrowed slightly, and 2 sharp glints flickered quickly. He indeed had a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva, but when facing evil people, he could also be ruthless. If killing one person could save thousands, then Wu Xin would not hesitate to do so. All right, we will fight side by side at that time. Gu Changge patted Wu Xin's shoulder, his eyes bursting with fiery fighting spirit. Even the ancient Luo family couldn't hinder his progress. Wu Xin nodded, the cold glint in his eyes dissipating, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Gu Changge and Wu Xin bid farewell to Jiming Temple and headed towards the Fuliu region. Chapter 367, Elder Brother. In the void, Gu Changqing, dressed in the dragon whisker sacred robe, brightened at the sight and gazed towards the west. To prevent the Tianke sacred land from intervening, Gu Changqing had been secretly watching the battlefield. Even if the first-rate forces teamed up, the Tianma sect could still manage, but if the Tianke sacred land intervened, the Tianma sect would instantly collapse. The aura of my elder brother is so strong. I fear that I am not his match now. Gu Changqing looked at the demonic energy, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had practiced in the Blue Yu Pavilion for 3 years, received the ancestral inheritance, captured the Great Dao Pen, and successfully broke through to the Great Saint Realm. Yet, even so, he still felt that he was not a match for his elder brother. My rapid progress is entirely because I have the support of the Kong Shengmen behind me, while everything my elder brother has achieved is through his own hard work. Facing oppression from various forces, my elder brother has struggled in the Central Continent, but he established his own path and has come this far, not weaker than any holy son of a superpower. My elder brother's brilliance remains so dazzling. Gu Changqing's mouth curled into a smile. He felt genuinely happy for his elder brother and held even greater respect for him. Chapter 368, No, Don't Kill Me. The cries of agony were endless, and in the blink of an eye, millions of powerful beings met a tragic end, their flesh and bones shattered into blood mist. Demon, this heavenly master will fight you to the death. Divine, mysterious, yellow, indestructible palm. Li Zhezhong burned his blood and vital energy, pushing himself to the extreme as he temporarily broke free from the demonic pressure, and a gigantic palm of mysterious yellow struck towards Gu Changge. A mere trick. Gu Changge's expression was dismissive, not taking Li Zhezhong seriously at all. Facing the gigantic palm of mysterious yellow, Gu Changge did not evade or dodge, allowing it to fall upon him. Master Zhou Yihong and the others frowned. If that gigantic palm were to hit them, their bodies would instantly shatter. Demon, you are too arrogant. Even if this palm can't kill you, it will heavily injure you. Ha ha ha. Even if this heavenly master dies, it will be worth it. Li Zhezhong's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. He no longer held any hope for survival, only wanting to perish together with Gu Changge. Song Hai and the others' eyes gleamed. If Li Zhezhong could severely injure Gu Changge, they might have a chance of survival. Boom! Suddenly, the gigantic palm of mysterious yellow struck Gu Changge's body. Chapter 369, Ding. Eradicated 12 first-rate forces, reward of 200,000 slaughter points, additional reward, Crazy Demon Pill x 10,000, Original Demon Sovereign Pill x 20. All demonic slaves artifacts upgraded to low-grade primordial immortal artifacts. Host, Gu Changge, Physique, Ancient Buddha Dao Body, Great Wilderness Saint Body. Original True Demon Bloodline, Demonic Path Cultivation, Ancient Crazy Demon Perfected. To break through to Original Demon Sovereign Entry requires 1,000,000 slaughter points. Slaughter points, 564,730. Magic Treasures, Divine Demon Tower, Unknown, Gan Jiang Mo Xie. Medium Grade Primordial Immortal Artifact, Blood Sea Diagram of Floating Pagoda, Superior Grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Slaying Immortal Sword Array, Superior Grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Xian Sword, Lucian Sword, Superior Grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. After eradicating 12 first-rate forces, the system conducted settlement. This time, Not only was there a reward of 10,000 crazy demon pills, but also 20 original demon sovereign pills. As the name suggests, the original demon sovereign pill can improve the success rate of breaking through to the original demon sovereign after demonic cultivation. Like Yi Hao and Luo Bai, they were all at the perfect realm of ancient crazy demon. If they had the original demon sovereign pill to assist them, they would surely be able to break through to the original demon sovereign realm in a short time. My demonic spear's grade has actually increased? Chapter 370. Within the Tianma sect, the disciples of the 16 Peaks were diligently cultivating. Among them, over 10,000 elders and disciples were striving to break through to the ancient crazy demon realm. After refining the crazy demon pills, their success rate for breaking through to the ancient crazy demon realm would greatly increase. Yi Hao and Luo Bai were attempting to break through to the original demon sovereign realm. Jiang Yurong, as a martial cultivator, was striving for the semi-divine realm. Li Qianqian had also reached the peak of level 12, and any further breakthrough would lead her to the Demon Saint realm. The realms for Demon Beasts beyond level 12 are divided into Demon Saint, Demon Emperor, and Demon God, corresponding to the semi-divine realm, Divine Realm, and Heavenly God realm in martial arts. In the Demon Beast world, reaching the Demon Saint realm allows one to dominate a region and establish their own clan power. As for the Demon Emperor, that is a distant existence, only possible to break through with a powerful bloodline. For instance, the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan has no less than 5 Demon Emperors. In front of the Great Hall of Tianma, Gu Changge stood with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the ancient domain. Since his mother attained the divine realm, the phenomenon in the ancient domain had never dissipated. As time passed, the phenomenon in the ancient domain became increasingly astonishing, especially that bloodline power which nearly enveloped the entire ancient domain. Even semi-divine realm powerhouses were firmly suppressed by this heavenly god bloodline. Chapter 371 Ding. Please head to the Tianjian mountain range and seize the 2 Zhuxian swords. Reward, 200. 000 kill points. Additional reward, 100. 000 ancient mad demon pills. 100 primal demon lord pills. Upgrade Gan Jiang Mo Xie to top-grade Tai Chu immortal weapons. The system's voice sounded, issuing a task to head to the Tianjian mountain range. Seeing the system's reward of 100. 000 mad demon pills, Gu Changge's mouth twitched. It seemed the system wanted everyone in the Tianma sect to break through to the ancient mad demon realm and the core elders to the primal demon lord realm. If such a level were achieved, the Tianma sect would not fall short of superpowers in all aspects apart from its ceiling combat power. Gu Changge stood up from the throne and walked towards the hall. Wu Xian, Gu Changqing, and Zhao Kongming hurriedly approached, and Gu Changge ran into them just as he exited the hall. Changge, the remaining 2 Zhuxian swords have appeared, Wu Xian said excitedly to Gu Changge. Gu Changge already possessed the Xian sword and the Lu sword. If he could also subdue the remaining Zhuxian sword and the Zhu sword, he would gather all 4 Zhuxian swords. Even without the Zhuxian sword formation, they could unleash terrifying power, certainly surpassing top-grade Tai Chu immortal weapons. Chapter 372, the number 1 on the monster list, Chu Yang, was born with a sword heart and was known as the Sword Maniac. He really came. Isn't this too domineering? Among everyone, he arrived the latest. Yet he claimed that the 2 Zhuxian swords were his. Although he was arrogant, he indeed had the qualifications to be so. Everyone looked at Chu Yang with wary expressions. Among the talents present, who wasn't a defeated opponent of Chu Yang? He defeated them one by one to claim the top spot on the monster list. Chu Yang, don't be too blindly confident. We don't know who will ultimately obtain the Zhuxian swords. Yu Zihong said in a low voice, holding his rage blood sword. However, Chu Yang sneered, "Hey, Yu Zihong. How do you still have the face to come out and compete for opportunities? This holy son has heard that you were defeated by the demon cultivator Gu Changge a year ago, and even your Dao heart was shattered. TSK. I'm afraid your Tianke Holy Land has spent a lot of effort to restore your Dao heart, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zihong's face turned ashen. Chu Yang publicly exposed his scar, leaving him utterly humiliated. This was simply the greatest shame of his life. Chapter 373, the Scarlet Sword Slash, came swiftly, covering the sky and showering blood. The ancient Buddha's might was vast, and the true demons might ravage the world, with the 5 elements sword intent being domineering and fierce. Jiangqing's expression grew more serious. He dared not hesitate and quickly mobilized his internal spiritual power, revealing his divine realm cultivation aura, then suddenly struck out with a palm. Bang! A loud noise erupted, shaking the entire mountain range, even dispersing the sword energy emitted by the Zhuxian swords temporarily. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Jiangqing, at the divine realm level, was actually forced back by Gu Changge's sword, stumbling backwards for dozens of steps. His hairpin fell off, and his gray-white hair was disheveled, looking quite disordered. What? One sword forced back a divine realm expert. The power of the Tianma sect leader is too terrifying, right? Everyone's expressions changed in shock. Mouths agape in exclamation. Such terrifying power. Even Chu Yang might not be his opponent. Qin Konghe swallowed hard, a hint of surprise flashing in his old eyes. When my true self is free, I will definitely pay a visit to your Tianke holy land. Gu Changge's gaze swept over Elder Yu Qingsong and Elder Lu Xinghao, with a sharp killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. Chapter 374. Outside the heavenly gate, Wu Exant, who was meditating and reciting the Buddhist scriptures, suddenly opened his eyes, frowning slightly as he looked into the distant sky, where two graceful figures were approaching. Umeba, I finally encountered Wu Exant. How could I not sense this aura? After all, they had been companions for over 20 years. The visitors were the saintess of the Xianbing sect, Mu Chenxi, ranked third on the monster list and first on the rouge list. Today, Mu Chenxi wore a light blue long dress, perfectly showcasing her figure, with a small and delicate face that looked lovely even without makeup. Beside her was a young girl about 20 years old, with soft long hair pinned up with a peachwood hairpin, radiating vitality. Dressed in a tender green dress, she was stunningly beautiful. With every glance, she exuded grace. Like a water lily emerging from the water, pure and exquisite, resembling an autumn chrysanthemum covered in frost. She was Gu Amlin, the third young lady of the Gu family, and now also the saintess of the Xianbing sect. Since Gu Amlin emerged from the Tianshan Snow Peak, her Taiyin Wugo sacred body had reached perfection, and her own cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the semi-divine realm. With her strong martial arts talent, she was almost unmatched among the younger generation. Therefore, Gu Amlin was also titled as the Saintess, ushering in an era of dual saintesses in the Xianbing sect. Chapter 375. Yu Zihong and the others frowned and then looked over. They saw Gu Amlin in a light green long dress walking gracefully, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens. So beautiful. Although Yu Zihong and the others had seen countless women, they couldn't help but be mesmerized upon seeing a beauty like Gu Amlin. Her delicate eyebrows and eyes were as gentle as autumn waters, her skin smooth like warm jade, with a soft glow, and her cherry-like lips were naturally red, looking exquisitely vibrant. Even Ming Li, a girl, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Gu Amlin, accompanied by her mother Luo Yingtong, was stunningly charming. The girl beside her was the third on the monster list, Mu Chenxi. Thus, she was likely the second saintess of the Xianbing sect. It was rumored that she possessed the Taiyin Wugo sacred body, comprehended the ice domain within 3 years of joining the Xianbing sect, and reached the peak of the semi-divine realm at just 21 years old, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Such strong talent is one thing, but how can she be so beautiful? What window did heaven close for her? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Third sister. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Changge and Gu Changqing's eyes lit up, excitedly turning around to see their long-lost third sister, Gu Amlin. Chapter 376. The murderous aura raged, and the demonic might surged, instantly engulfing Yu Zihong and Ning Beichen. Both were at the peak of the semi-divine realm and possessed sacred bodies. Yu Zihong's was the barbarian king's sacred body, known for its violent strength, while Ning Beichen's was the Tai Xian sacred body, primarily focusing on speed. However, in the face of Gu Changge's demonic might, both were unable to escape unscathed, instantly suppressed. Struggling to breathe, their faces turning red, and even their bodies twisting and deforming. What terrifying demonic might! This demon is much stronger than a year ago. Quick, use all your strength. As Gu Changge's old rival, Yu Zihong frowned deeply. He originally thought that after his cultivation reached the peak of the semi-divine realm, he could crush Gu Changge, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Both dared not hesitate and used all their strength. Barbarian King's Fury. Barbarian King's 13 slashes. Yu Zihong's muscles erupted, awakening the Barbarian King's fury, then gripping the Rage Blood Sword. He struck out a total of 13 slashes, aiming to break through Gu Changge's demonic might. Phantom Gun Technique. Ning Beichun struggled to activate his divine powers, and then the gun light flickered, transforming into countless gun shadows, also crashing towards Gu Changge's demonic might. Chapter 377. In these 5 years, the second young master and the third young lady have grown too fast. Xiao Haizi looked at Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin, momentarily unable to react. It turns out that in these 5 years, it wasn't just him and the master who were getting stronger. The second young master and the third young lady were even more monstrous, having defeated the major saints of Zhongzhou in just 5 years. Xiao Haizi, I feel like we were just here to watch the excitement. Zhao Kongming joked about himself, although he had cultivated the forbidden secret technique to the demon god stage. He could at most cross a small realm to fight against a martial cultivator at the entry level of the demigod realm. Inside this heavenly gate, he had no chance to make a move. I feel like there is still a difference between us. Xiao Haizi smiled dismissively, then flipped his parted hair and continued. After all, I can act as a runner, but you really can only watch from the sidelines. Zhao Kongming rolled his eyes, but had no way to refute. Soon, Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin defeated their opponents, and Qi Shaoxiong and others begged for mercy, unwilling to continue fighting these two freaks. No one expected that Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin, who burst onto the scene, would possess such terrifying talent and strength, completely overwhelming them. Chapter 378. The Power Beyond Sword Intent. Impossible. The 5-element sword intent is the pinnacle of the sword path. How could there be a sword path power stronger than sword intent? In the sword energy, Chu Yang coldly retorted. He possessed a natural sword heart and had comprehended the complete 5-elements sword intent, with swordsmanship that was not inferior to his ancestor Zhao Ziyuan. Zhao Ziyan was the sword immortal of the current generation, representing the pinnacle of the sword path in the immortal domain. Zhao Ziyuan's evaluation of Chu Yang was, the blue comes from the indigo and is better than the indigo. The future sword path will be led by Chu Yang. Chu Yang had also pursued the power beyond sword intent, but no matter how he comprehended it, he found no clue. Therefore, he concluded that the 5-elements sword intent was the pinnacle of the sword path, and the idea of a power beyond sword intent was basically nonsense. If there really were a power beyond sword intent, then it would have been comprehended by him, Chu Yang, first. Just because you can't cultivate it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The path of swordsmanship is far longer and stronger than you think. You just don't have the qualifications to touch it. Gu Changge grinned, holding 2 demonic swords, his long black hair dancing in the air, enveloped by a powerful sword aura. I don't have the qualifications to touch it. Chapter 379. Sure enough, as long as the ranking is improved, one can receive system rewards. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changge's mouth. Now he possessed over 900,000 kill points, just a few thousand short of breaking through to the original demon sovereign level. The original demon sovereign is on par with the demigod realm of martial arts. Once he breaks through to the original demon sovereign realm, with his monstrous physical strength and many trump cards, Gu Changge could easily crush the entry-level powers of the divine realm, and even those at the minor completion of the divine realm would be no match. If he used the demon god tower, he wouldn't even fear those at the major completion of the divine realm. Moreover, the system's recent additional rewards were also quite generous. First the Heavenly Demon Blade, then the Heavenly Demon Spear, and now he received the Blood Demon Armor and Blood Demon Rapid Boots, all of which are of the highest quality Dao artifacts. If every disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect used these pieces of equipment, their combat power would surely increase exponentially. Even the ordinary disciples of the 8 ancient clans would not have such treatment. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely shake the entire Zhongzhou. Gu Changge collected the sword path mysteries, and that terrifying sword intent finally dissipated, allowing everyone to see the battlefield. When they looked over, they found that Chu Yang had already been defeated. His Tianqi sword was knocked to the ground, and he was in a sorry state, his cultivation aura weak, no longer capable of fighting. Chapter 380. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Excalibur, the Absolute Excalibur, rewarded with 200,000 kill points. Additional reward. Frenzied Demon Pills X100000. Original Demon Sovereign Pills X100. Upgrade Gan Jiang Mo Xie to top-grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Host, Gu Changge. Physique, Ancient Buddha Body. Chaos Sword Body. Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Original True Demon Bloodline. Demonic Path Cultivation. Perfect Ancient Frenzy Demon. To break through to Original Demon, Sovereign Entry requires 1,000,000 kill points. Kill points. 164, 730. Magic Weapons. Gan Jiang Mo Xie, top-grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Demon God Tower, Unknown. Excalibur 4 Swords, top-grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Excalibur Sword Formation, top-grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Floating Blood Sea Map, top-grade Primordial Immortal Artifact. Kill points are sufficient to break through to Original Demon Sovereign Entry Level. Would you like to choose to break through immediately? Gu Changge's eyes were fiery. He not only gathered the Excalibur 4 Swords, but also had enough kill points to break through to the Original Demon Sovereign Realm. Once he broke through to the Original Demon Sovereign Realm, Gu Changge could easily wipe out the powers of the Divine Realm. However, Gu Changge did not choose to break through immediately because the commotion during the breakthrough was too great, and it was better to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect to carry out the breakthrough. Chapter 381, Holy Sun. What exactly happened inside the Heavenly Gate? The Grand Elder of the Tai Xian Holy Land, Qin Konghe, asked his Holy Son Ning Beichen. Since the Holy Son walked out of the Heavenly Gate, he had remained silent. Seeing that the Holy Son did not want to speak, Qin Konghe did not press further. However, when he saw that Zhong Sunming and others also emerged wounded, he finally couldn't hold back. Ning Beichen narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Elder Qin, if Gu Changge comes out of the Heavenly Gate, no matter what, do not trouble him, or will bring disaster to our Tai Xian Holy Land. After witnessing Gu Changge's strength, Ning Beichen knew how monstrous Gu Changge was. Moreover, Gu Changge was ruthless and decisive, like a god of slaughter, killing Yu Zihong without even blinking. Such a madman must not be offended. Hiss! Hearing the Holy Son say this, Qin Konghe couldn't help but take a deep breath. He vaguely suspected that the injuries of the various talents might be related to Gu Changge. Moreover, the Excalibur was very likely to have been subdued by Gu Changge. I have noted this, Qin Konghe replied solemnly. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, several figures walked out from the Heavenly Gate, led by Gu Changge. Chapter 382. Seeing Gu Changge about to attack the people of the Tianke Holy Land, various forces retreated, unwilling to be dragged into it. Even the super forces present retreated far away because the Heavenly Demon Sect was no longer what it used to be, and its leader Gu Changge was a complete madman. Demon Lord, you are forcing this old man. Jiang Qing suddenly turned around, his divine realm power erupting, standing in front of Yu Qing Song and the others. A thick stream of spiritual energy formed an indestructible wall, protecting the elders and disciples of the Tianke Holy Land. Gu Changge had obtained 2 Excaliburs, and his strength was likely to be extremely terrifying, so Jiang Qing did not dare to be careless. The son has already sacrificed himself. He does not wish to see anyone else sacrifice. Wu Xin stepped forward, intending to take action against Jiang Qing. He would not allow anyone to harm Gu Changge. Wu Xin, leave this to me, Gu Changge said to Wu Xin. Upon hearing this, Wu Xin pondered for a moment and then retreated. Gu Changge's hidden cards were unfathomable. Even Wu Xin lacked the confidence to defeat him. During the battle against that evil king in the evil suppression tower, Wu Xin was severely injured and lost consciousness. By the time he awoke, that evil king had already been eradicated. Chapter 383. Powerhouses in the Divine Realm are extremely rare. There are no more than 100 combined in the entire immortal domain. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would witness the scene of a powerhouse in the Divine Realm falling. That location seems to be the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. Could it be that the powerhouse fell due to the competition over the 2 extermination swords? Fortunately, my Tian Gang sect had the foresight not to rush over to join the excitement. Otherwise, we would definitely have been caught in the crossfire. After the fall of the powerhouse in the Divine Realm, the sect they belonged to would certainly not let it go. Perhaps there would be a fierce battle in Zhongzhou. The major forces in Zhongzhou all focused their gazes on the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. Those powerhouses in the Divine Realm could traverse the void and directly see everything happening in the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. They witnessed the fearsome Gu Changge summon the 4 extermination swords and, using the extermination sword formation, directly eradicate the Grand Elder Jiang Qing of the Heavenly K Holy Land. Even as powerhouses in the divine realm, they also sensed a deadly aura from Changge. In an instant, the ancestors of various superpowers notified the elders and disciples heading to the Heavenly Sword Mountain range to return to their sects immediately, warning them not to offend Changge and to avoid getting involved in the conflict between the Heavenly Holy Land and the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the Heavenly Sword Mountain range, Changge suddenly froze, and his communication stone flickered to life. Chapter 384. Just thinking about the terrifying thunder tribulation that Changge attracted during his breakthrough sent chills down Wuxin and the others' spines. Moreover, this time Changge was about to challenge the original demon sovereign realm. How terrifying would the thunder tribulation be? It was feared that even powerhouses in the divine realm could perish if struck by it. Zhao, Kongming, Lil Haizi, and even Wuxin instinctively took a step back, decisively choosing to maintain their distance from Changge. Changge, the 5 ancestors of the Heavenly Holy Land will soon come. Isn't it a bit dangerous for you to break through to the original demon sovereign realm now? Wuxin expressed his concerns to Changge. Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared at the corner of Changge's mouth. They have to be able to get close to me first. Once the thunder tribulation manifests, that group of old geezers wanting to approach me will have to endure the strikes of the thunder tribulation. They might be able to withstand it, but it will definitely come at a painful cost. With their lifespans, they're already half a foot in the coffin. Every time they strike, it's a tremendous loss. If they really dare to rush into the thunder tribulation, then I will accept it. Changge was gambling. He was betting that the ancestors of the Heavenly Holy Land would not dare to rush into the thunder tribulation. Chapter 385. They are coming. In the distance, Wuxin, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and said with a serious expression. Everyone looked over. In a shattered void stretching for miles, 5 aged figures emerged, their divine realm aura unabashedly radiating, firmly locking down the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain range. Even Wuxin felt an immense pressure, while others experienced a suffocating sensation, as if their spiritual power was about to be sealed. Wuxin activated his Buddhist techniques, forming a barrier of Buddhist light to shield everyone, but it took considerable effort. Demon, you dare to break through your cultivation at this critical moment? You are simply seeking death. The leading elder with white brows was the first ancestor, Taishu Quan, followed by a hawk-eyed elder with a grim and sharp expression, exuding a murderous aura. He was the second ancestor, Jiang Tianming. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm and were the strongest combatants of the Heavenly Holy Land. Besides Taishu Quan and Jiang Tianming, there were also the third ancestor, Deng Jie, the fourth ancestor, Ling Hu Ji, and the fifth ancestor, Kufruo, all of whom had attained minor success in the divine realm. The Holy Master of the Heavenly Holy Land, Lu Pingsheng, also had minor success in the divine realm, but he had only recently broken through to this level and could not be compared to the 3 major ancestors. Chapter 386. If you want to touch my brother, you will have to step over my corpse first. Changge directly summoned the Grand Tao brush, unleashing the purest righteous aura, which also contained the will of Confucius, immediately forcing back the pressure from Taishu Quan and the others. Taishu Quan's white brows furrowed. This was a treasure of the Confucian sect, and although its grade was below the top-tier primordial immortal weapon, its power far exceeded that of a primordial immortal weapon. If Changge fought to the death, they would also have to pay a considerable price. Fight! Chu Yang grasped the heavenly seal sword, activating his sword heart. In a state of unison between man and sword, he resembled a sharp sword. With this old servant here, no one can approach the master. The 4 tree spirits also stepped forward, fighting alongside Wuxin, standing in front of Taishu Quan and the others. At this moment, the expressions of the 5 ancestors of the Heavenly Holy Land turned serious. Changge was backed by the Confucian sect. Wuxin was backed by Jinming Temple. Chuyang came from the Tianyuan sword sect. The 3 great superpowers' holy sons were all protecting Changge. Have they gone mad? What kind of luck has Changge stumbled upon? Wuxin and Changge were understandable. One was a sworn brother, and the other was a biological brother. Chapter 387. Third Miss Mu. Take care. Little Haizi stepped forward, the might of the true dragon surging, refusing to watch Taishu Quan and the others enter the thunder tribulation. Even though his strength was weak, he would make a final struggle. Little Haizi, I'll accompany you. This time, He was risking it all. 18 years later, I will still be a good man. Zhao Kongming summoned his twin hammers and then activated a forbidden secret technique to the divine and demon stage, generating violent demonic energy. His black hair turning blood red and sharp as blades. Zhao Kongming was at the perfected Saint Emperor realm. But activating the forbidden secret technique was enough to fight against half-god level experts. Yet even so, it was still not enough. Just as little Haizi and Zhao Kongming prepared to charge out, Gu Changge, who was in the thunder tribulation, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, exuding a sinister demonic aura, surrounded by supreme Buddhist law, perfectly merging the power of Buddha and demon. It was as if a slumbering, ferocious beast had awakened. Gu Changge was naturally aware of what was happening outside. He suppressed the rage in his heart to mobilize the aura within him as much as possible, thereby attracting an even more terrifying thunder tribulation. The stronger his aura became at this moment, the more powerful the thunder tribulation would be. Chapter 388, Boom. The annihilation thunder tribulation struck down, and thousands of thunder dragons rampaged, passing through Gu Changge's body, gnawing at his flesh. Gu Changge's face twisted in agony as he gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-piercing, heart-wrenching pain. Master, little Haizi called out, filled with reluctance. Gu Anlin felt a sharp pain in his heart. His elder brother was willing to pay with his life to intimidate Tai Shuqian and the others. This terrifying thunder tribulation was likely something even ordinary divine realm experts couldn't withstand. Could his brother endure it? Gulp. That demon truly was insane. Tai Shuqian swallowed hard, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Even if he faced such a terrifying thunder tribulation directly, he would be seriously injured, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his soul scattering. That demon must be doomed now, right? He'd probably been struck into a mist of blood by the thunder tribulation. Truly a reckless kid. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eagle-like eyes and said with a sinister expression, their purpose for coming here was to kill Gu Changge. If Gu Changge died under the thunder tribulation, then their goal would be achieved. Zihong, Jiangqing, your grudge has been avenged by this ancestor. Tai Shuqian looked up at the sky and silently said. Chapter 389. On the other side, the ancestor Chongyin treated the injuries of Wuxin and the others, bringing them back to consciousness. Wuxin opened his heavy eyes and immediately looked at Gu Changge. When he saw that Gu Changge was safe and had successfully broken through, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Disciple greets the ancestor. Then Wuxin clasped his hands together and bowed to Chongyin. Chongyin smiled kindly and said, Wuxin, you just stay here and watch. The next part is up to me and your senior brother. After giving his instructions, Chongyin turned and strode towards Chongwei. The two joined forces to cast a spell, gathering the supreme Buddhist teachings to form a brilliant swastika, which they then hurled forward. Jiang Tianming, already bound by Chong Hui's eyebrows, could not withstand the incoming swastika Buddhist technique. He would likely be turned into a mist of blood with just one hit. Chongwei, you have gone too far. The Buddhist sect has a virtue of nurturing life, yet your murderous intent is so strong, it truly tarnishes the image of the Buddhist sect. The heavenly suppression coffin in Tai Shuqian's hands fell and then fiercely suppressed it, temporarily blocking the swastika Buddhist technique. However, Tai Shuqian's old face turned pale, and even his hands trembled. Chapter 390. Under the watch of Tai Shuqian and the others, Gu Changge said sharply, you took advantage of my tribulation to launch a sneak attack, which is extremely vile. A compensation of 1,000 high-grade spiritual veins isn't too much, right? Upon hearing this, the corners of Tai Shuqian and the others' mouths twitched. High-grade spiritual veins? That was the foundation of superpowers. One high-grade spiritual vein could be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spiritual veins. Even the Tianke Holy Land only had a little over 10,000 high-grade spiritual veins in total. Each time one was used, it became one less. Gu Changge opened his mouth to demand compensation of 1,000 high-grade spiritual veins? That was simply a lion's big mouth. Of course, Gu Changge considered his own situation. The system rewarded him with armor and magical artifacts, all of decent quality, enough for every member of the Heavenly Demon Sect to use. However, they didn't have even one high-grade spiritual vein, which was almost monopolized by superpowers and the 8 ancient clans. That's why Gu Changge wanted the Tianke Holy Land to compensate him with high-grade spiritual veins. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. This 1,000 high-grade spiritual veins is just compensation for me. My brother Wu Xin, my second brother Changqing, and Chu Yang, all of them are seriously injured, so that at least requires compensation of 2,000 high-grade spiritual veins. So altogether, you owe me 3,000 high-grade spiritual veins as compensation. Chapter 391. Thank you very much to all the seniors for coming to my aid today. I will remember this kindness. After Tai, Shu Qian, and the others left, Gu Changge bowed to Chong Wei, Chong Yin, Su Yixian, and Miao Hongwei. If they hadn't rushed to help today, Gu Changge would have had to use the Divine Demon Tower, which would inevitably attract the attention of the 8 ancient clans. Ha ha ha, Changge, you don't have to be so polite with us at Jiming Temple. We still owe you a big favor. Ancestor Chong Wei smiled kindly. When they were in the Western Buddhist domain, Gu Changge eliminated the evil spirits and helped Jiming Temple through a crisis. Now that Gu Changge was in trouble, how could Jiming Temple stand by idly? Moreover, it was impossible for them to confront the 8 ancient clans alone. Only by helping Gu Changge grow could they have a glimmer of hope. Su Yixian smiled gently and said, I have long heard that Changqing has an extraordinary brother. Now that I see you today, you truly are remarkable. Since you are Changqing's brother, you need not be polite with us at the Confucian sacred sect. Hearing this, Gu Changqing felt quite moved. From the moment he joined the Confucian sacred sect, they had valued him highly and trained him vigorously, even offending the Tianke Holy Land for his sake. Chapter 392. Yi Hao, you are in charge of distributing the spiritual veins, pills, and magical artifacts. Let everyone use them freely. Don't think about saving resources. Our Heavenly Demon Sect doesn't lack this. Gu Changge's gaze swept over everyone. All the elders and disciples he saw were filled with enthusiasm, their eyes firm as they shouted loudly, We will definitely do our best and not disappoint the expectations of the Lord. Seeing this, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were talented and resource-rich. As long as they were motivated, their cultivation would quickly improve. Gu Changqing and the others were shocked by the cohesion of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect had only been established for 5 years. Yet this strong cohesion far exceeded that of other major powers. With such a Heavenly Demon Sect, who could not fear them? All right, you all go and cultivate. There will be a fierce battle in 3 months. Be prepared. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp killing intent surging within him. 3 months later would be the day his mother emerged from her seclusion. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Gu Changge had spent a lot of resources training them, so naturally, he expected them to work hard. Chapter 393. Halt, intruders. Soon, more than a dozen disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect emerged, wearing blood magic armor and wielding heavenly demon blades, shouting with a commanding presence. Even though they sensed the powerful auras of Yuan Hanshan and Dong Xuejin, none of them felt afraid. All of them at the level of demon emperors? No, everything they wear and hold are all top-grade Tao artifacts. No way. When did the Heavenly Demon Sect become so wealthy? Even the disciples guarding the city gate are equipped with top-grade Tao artifacts. Yuan Hanshan and Dong Xuejin gasped in shock. Their Tianyuan sword sect had a history of millions of years, yet disciples generally used divine artifacts or imperial artifacts, and only elders could possess Tao artifacts, and even then, they were mostly low or medium grade. But the Heavenly Demon Sect was different. Even the disciples guarding the city gate had a top-grade Tao artifact, each. Master, it is possible that the Heavenly Demon Cult selected elite disciples to guard the city gate for the sake of appearances, equipping them with top-tier Tao artifacts, while other disciples might not even have access to divine artifacts. After all, the Heavenly Demon Cult was only established 5 years ago. Dong Xuejin pondered for a moment and then whispered to Yuan Hanshan. Chapter 394. It turns out that power is called the Sword Tao's profound meaning. Rest assured, Master, Chu Yang will definitely cherish this opportunity, comprehend it well, and will not disappoint your expectations. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled, and his expression was quite excited as he immediately cupped his fists in response. The Sword Tao's profound meaning is a power that transcends the 5 elements sword intent. When Gu Changge used the Sword Tao's profound meaning, he defeated him directly. How could Chu Yang not yearn for this power? Even the Sword Immortal Zhao Ziyuan has not comprehended the Sword Tao's profound meaning. Yuan Hanshan's face turned pale. He invoked the name of the ancestor Zhao Ziyuan. Yet it still failed to intimidate Gu Changge. Moreover, Changge showed no concern and directly made a move. This power is actually sword Dao power? How could this be? Sword Dao power is divided into the initial sword Qi, then sword momentum, with the highest realm being sword intent. Yet this sword Dao power does not belong to these three categories at all, and its might is even more terrifying than sword intent. Yuan Hanshan's eyes widened as he mumbled in disbelief. This sword Dao power made him feel a deadly aura. Master, this is actually sword Dao power? How is that possible? Is there an even stronger sword Dao power beyond sword intent? Chapter 395. The system is really getting more powerful. Hearing the voice of the system, Changge's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Unexpectedly, after driving Yuan Hanshan away, the system also provided a reward, and now it's at least a reward of 200,000 kill points. Moreover, the Taichu Defense Array and Taichu Spirit Guiding Array have all been upgraded to top-tier Taichu Immortal Artifacts. Buzzing the two great arrays shone brilliantly at this moment, with the array patterns circulating rapidly as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, like rivers flowing into the sea, all pouring into the Heavenly Demon Cult. In addition, the defense power of the Taichu Defense Array has also become even stronger, after being upgraded to a top-tier Taichu Immortal Artifact. Even deities cannot break through the array in a short time. With this Taichu Defense Array, Changge no longer has to worry about the safety of the Heavenly Demon Cult when he is out. Master is mighty. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Cult all looked at Changge with admiration, their loud voices echoing through the heavens and earth. Master wielded the demon sword, striking with one sword, gathering the sword Dao's profound meaning, and directly defeating Yuan Hanshan. Such power is hard for the younger generation to achieve again. When everyone returned to the Heavenly Demon Cult, they were immediately shocked. Chapter 396. Fuliu Region, Holy Array Pavilion. Ancestor Du Fein looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Demon Cult, a glimmer of determination flashing in his old eyes. Back then, when faced with the support of the Tianke Sacred Land, Ancestor Du Fein resolutely chose to refuse, insisting on avoiding the world and not participating in the open and covert struggles between the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Tianke Sacred Land. It was precisely because of Du Fein's actions that the Holy Array Pavilion was able to escape disaster. Now, in the vast Fuliu region, only the Holy Array Pavilion remains as a first-rate force, while all other first-rate forces have been buried in the Two Realms Mountain. Ancestor. The sect master of the Tian Yuan Sword sect, Yuan Hanshan, was repelled by the leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Changge, with a single sword, and it is said that even his Dao heart has been shaken. Yet, the sword immortal Zhao Ziyuan of the Tian Yuan Sword sect did not respond at all. Now, even the super forces in the entire Zhongzhou do not dare to provoke the Heavenly Demon Cult. The ancestors' decision back then was truly far-sighted. Our Holy Array Pavilion could escape disaster, all thanks to the ancestor, Du Zaiken said with a face full of relief. Although he was stripped of his position as the Holy Master by the ancestor, he now harbored no resentment. Instead, he grew even more in awe of the ancestor. In the past, he had offended the Heavenly Demon Cult, causing the Holy Array Pavilion to pay a large amount of compensation, thus suffering a serious setback. And it was then that the ancestor stripped him of his position. But now it seems that everything the ancestor did was reasonable. Chapter 397. So, the gap between the Holy Array Pavilion and the Heavenly Demon Cult had already become so large. Even if the leader Changge, the 13 demons, and the 3 great protectors do not take action, just relying on these tens of thousands of disciples is enough to crush the Holy Array Pavilion. Everyone, you misunderstood. We have no malicious intent in coming here. Ancestor Du Fein quickly explained. If the people of the Heavenly Demon Cult were to act directly, they would have no way to resist at all. Then why have you come to the Heavenly Demon Cult in such large numbers? The elder did not relent, but questioned. A violent demonic pressure descended, enveloping everyone from the Holy Array Pavilion, and if they dared to lie, death would await them. Our Holy Array Pavilion has come to merge into the Heavenly Demon Cult. I hope you can convey this on our behalf, Du Fein said solemnly, cupping his fists to that elder. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Heavenly Demon Cult was dumbfounded. The Holy Array Pavilion wants to merge into their Heavenly Demon Cult? Is this true? It sounds a bit unbelievable. Wu She Void was torn open at the city gate, and Changge, dressed in a black robe, walked out. Just now, although Du Fein was in the Heavenly Demon Great Hall, Gu Changge heard him clearly. Chapter 398. Gu Changge handed over the remaining dragon blood pills, bone cleansing pills, and creation pills to the resource hall. If any elders or disciples need them, they can take them freely. With these pills, Du Fan will soon be able to achieve the half-divine realm, and both Du Haichao and Du Qian should also be able to break through to the half-divine realm within a year. By then, the Heavenly Demon Cult will have 3 more half-divine realm powerhouses. As for the 10,000 disciples of the Array Peak, with the help of the bone cleansing pills, creation pills, and holy emperor pills, along with the rich spiritual energy of the Heavenly Demon Cult, even if they cannot all break through to the Holy Emperor within a year, most of them will. At that time, the 10,000 disciples of the Array Peak will gather the Blood Fiend Illusion Formation, the Raging Flame 10,000 Burn Formation, and the Heavenly Gang 7 Stars Formation in conjunction with 50,000 demon cultivators. They should find it difficult to encounter any opponents below the Divine Realm. This will greatly enhance the overall strength of the Heavenly Demon Cult. In an instant, the news of the Holy Array Pavilion merging into the Heavenly Demon Cult spread throughout Zhongzhou. This caused a huge uproar. It should be known that the Heavenly Demon Cult has always been a demonic force, while the Holy Array Pavilion, no matter how bad it is still a righteous force. Yet, the Holy Array Pavilion chose to merge into the Heavenly Demon Cult. All major forces criticized the Holy Array Pavilion. However, they knew that this was just a trend, and once the demonic path fully rises, how many forces would want to merge into the Heavenly Demon Cult? Not just the Holy Array Pavilion? Chapter 399. The next day, a dragon roar echoed throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Cult, and a true dragon phantom soared through the 9 heavens, majestic and domineering, descending a terrifying true dragon might. On Dragon Peak, the cultivation aura of the Little Black One surged rapidly, breaking through to the Demon Saint realm in a short period of time. The 12th level and above is the Demon Saint realm, comparable to the half-divine realm of martial arts. In this month, Xiao Haizi has completely refined 10 top-grade spiritual veins, as well as hundreds of medicinal pills and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With the true dragon bloodline, he effortlessly broke through to the Demon Saint realm. It's the Protector Lord. The Protector Lord has broken through to the Demon Saint realm, and our Heavenly Demon Sect now has a powerful being in the Demon Saint realm. The Protector Lord is mighty. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect was in an uproar, and everyone looked towards Long Peak, then shouted excitedly. The newcomers to the Heavenly Demon Sect, such as Du Fan, all gasped. Who would have thought that the once 9 Nether Demon Flood Dragon has grown to this extent? It took less than 10 years to transform from a Flood Dragon into a true dragon, and then to break through to the Demon Saint realm. This is simply a miracle. Our Array Peak disciples must cultivate diligently and absolutely cannot hold back the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chapter 400. I thought who it was, but it turns out to be a few brash young kids. The 10 emperors looked at Gu Changge and the others with disdainful eyes, noticing their young age. They became even more contemptuous. Big brother, look, that girl is really beautiful. Wow, so white and tender, it feels like she would drip water if pinched. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Heaven truly favors us. Ha, great. Big brother, after you're done enjoying, you must let us taste it too. The leading emperor greedily looked at Gu Anlin, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, quite lewdly. Hearing this, Gu Changge's face instantly turned cold, a strong killing intent arose. The aura of these 10 emperors was very unstable, and at a glance, their foundation was shaky. They must have relied on drugs to break through to the emperor realm. Gu Anlin's beautiful eyes turned cold as she looked at the 10 emperors, as if looking at dead people. You're reckless. How dare you disrespect the 3rd young lady, seeking death? Xiao Haizi shouted angrily. However, the 10 emperors laughed disdainfully. A few little brats, without even a cultivation or a dare to speak to this emperor like that. How about this, girl? If you can serve this emperor comfortably, perhaps I can make your deaths a bit more pleasant. Chapter 401. The various forces in Qingzhou also gathered at the Gu family, totaling no less than 3 million martial cultivators. They centered around the Gu family, preparing to fight to the death against the invaders from Jianzhou. Although the number of martial cultivators in Qingzhou was considerable, their cultivation levels were generally low, with most below the life and death realm. much weaker compared to Jianzhou's million life and death realm disciples. In the past, Qingzhou had a total of 4 first-class forces and 3 super forces. But in the end, they were all slaughtered by Gu Changge. The remaining forces naturally respected the Gu family. Gu Yuanhong, wearing golden battle armor and holding the great wilderness divine spear, walked out of the city gate, looking at the million-strong army. Over the past 5 years, his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the life and death realm, just a step away from the Emperor realm. The aura of the peak of the life and death realm spread out, making him appear imposing without anger. Beside Gu Yuanhong were the 3 ancestors, Mo Yong, Mo Biao, and Mo Han, as well as Gu Chun and Gu Guanqing in silver armor. We pay our respects to the family head. We pay our respects to the 3 ancestors. Below, the Gu family's young men, the 100,000 followers of the Heavenly Demon Sect, as well as the elders and disciples of various forces, all bowed to Gu Yuanhong and the others at the city gate. Gu Yuanhong and the others were the strongest combat power in Qingzhou. Chapter 402. Yes, sect leader, you shouldn't be returning at this time. Jianzhou has 3 sacred emperor powerhouses. If they come over, it's over. Since you were able to enter Qingzhou silently, it shouldn't be difficult to leave. So hurry up and go. As long as you are alive, the inheritance of the Gu family and the Heavenly Demon Sect will remain. Mo Yong said with a serious expression. 5 years ago, when the sect leader left Qingzhou, he only had the strength to kill Emperor Realm powerhouses. Now, just 5 years later, he might not be able to deal with Sacred Emperor powerhouses. Sacred Emperor powerhouses are far more terrifying than Emperor powerhouses. If they come over, it would be disastrous. Seeing the anxious expressions of his father and Mo Yong, Gu Changge felt warm inside but smiled dismissively, saying it's fine. No matter how many come, we'll kill as many as they send. The 3 siblings exchanged smiles. Even if a sacred emperor came, they would still die here. Hearing this, Gu Yuanhong and the others gasped. How many come, we'll kill how many. Jianzhou has sacred emperor powerhouses. Changge, now is not the time to act tough. Jianzhou has a powerful being from the central state assisting them. At least 3 sacred emperor powerhouses are stationed there. How can we possibly deal with them? Chapter 403. Young Master, we've lost all the million troops at the state border. Even the 10 emperors have vanished, as if they disappeared into thin air. 2 disciples reported with terrified expressions. Yu Guanchang's brows furrowed, and his face turned ashen. How could all their Jianzhou million life and death realm disciples and 10 emperor realm powerhouses have disappeared? What exactly happened? This isn't the central state. Emperor realm cultivation is nearly the peak of martial arts. Even if Qingzhou had 4 emperor realm powerhouses, it would be impossible to kill 10 emperors in a million life and death realm in one day, right? Yu Guanchang muttered in confusion. Behind him stood 2 old men, calm and composed, having reached the sacred emperor realm. They were from the central state, and after Yu Guanchang became the direct disciple of the great elder, they became his protectors, responsible for protecting him at all times. Before heading to the central state, Yu Guanchang planned to help Jianzhou annex the surrounding states to strengthen Jianzhou. The great elder was quite fond of Yu Guanchang, and thus turned a blind eye, even assisting him in annexing other states. Young Master, we smell blood in the air. Chapter 404. Although both were at the entry level of the Emperor Realm, Yu Guanchang possessed the Supreme Swordbone and held a top-grade Dao artifact, allowing him to unleash an attack far beyond that of Mo Yong and the others. Not good, retreat quickly. Gu Yuanhong stumbled back over 100 steps. He saw Yu Guanchang had already approached Xiao Haizi and shouted loudly. They also wanted to help, but the powerful sword energy and sword intent made it difficult for them to move. Big guy, weren't you very arrogant? Hee. Watch this holy sun cut off your head and hang it on the city wall to dry. Ha ha. Yu Guanchang sneered. His rupture wind sword wrapped in sword energy and sword intent, slashing down fiercely, already possessing 30% of sword intent. Seeing this, Gu Changge and the others looked indifferent, as if watching a dead person. Did this guy really think he could run amok just because he was favored by a broken force in the central state? Little did he know that Gu Changge had destroyed at least 10 first-class forces in the central state. Even if Yu Guanchang's master heard Gu Changge's name, he would immediately kneel and beg for mercy. You mere ant, how dare you? Come, strike whatever you want to strike. If I blink, then you can consider yourself amazing. Chapter 405. Is this really Changge? In the face of this demonic might, Gu Yuanhong felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. Compared to 5 years ago, Gu Changge had become hundreds of times more powerful. He is our leader. Our Tianma sect's leader is actually this terrifying? Ha. Our Tianma sect will surely rise to greatness. The 3 old ancestors of Mo Yong, as well as the elders and disciples of the Tianma sect, all shouted excitedly. They felt proud and honored to be part of the Tianma sect. If they knew there was also a Tianma sect in Zhongzhou that made all the major righteous forces tremble in fear, they would surely be even more thrilled, right? Boom. In the face of overwhelming demonic might, Zhao Bin and Lu Nin instantly fell to the ground, their internal spiritual energy suppressed to the point they could not mobilize it, rendering them as helpless as invalids. Thud! The 2 no longer hesitated and quickly knelt on the ground, heavily kowtowing to Gu Changge. Lord Leader, spare us. Yes. We were blind and did not recognize your presence. We hope Lord Leader will spare our lives. We beg for your mercy. The 2 holy emperors, at this moment, resembled dead dogs, continuously pleading for mercy from Gu Changge. Chapter 406, The Clown. Gu Changge cast a disdainful glance at Yu Guanchang and then coldly mocked him. A terrifying demonic might surged forth, and a sharp blood claw descended from the sky, enveloping Yu Guanchang. No, don't kill me. Yu Guanchang's face turned ashen as he extended his right arm, the supreme sword bone emanating a powerful sword aura and intent, attempting to pierce through Gu Changge's blood claw. Thud! However, the blood claw fell and directly sent Yu Guanchang's right arm flying, reducing everything except for that supreme sword bone to blood mist. Following that, Yu Guanchang's head was twisted off, his eyes bulging like copper bells, staring in horror at Gu Changge. Despair and helplessness made him give up resistance. Gu Changge gripped fiercely, causing Yu Guanchang's head to explode. Subsequently, both his physical body and soul were erased. Thus, the 100,000 troops from Jianzhou, the 2 holy emperors, and the holy son Yu Guanchang were all killed. Gu Changge looked at the supreme sword bone and waved his sleeve, causing it to fall into his hand. Gu Chun, I'll leave this supreme sword bone to you. Once you fuse with it, both your talent and combat power will be greatly enhanced. Chapter 407. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Dongfang Ji rushed straight to the state border barrier, wanting to escape Jianzhou. With his holy emperor cultivation, he reached the state border barrier nearly a day later. Huff! Why did I offend anyone? Why did I provoke a death god? Now look, I can't even go home. Dongfang Ji gasped, complaining venomously. After offending the death god, he now dared not return to the Wanjian sect. Because of Gu Changge's temperament, once he returned to Zhongzhou, he might very well wipe out the entire Wanjian sect. Now, he could only run away. Forget it, let's leave Jianzhou first. Dongfang Ji swallowed a few recovery pills and prepared to continue fleeing. As for where to settle down, that will be discussed later. Right now, all he needed to do was escape as far as possible. Seeing you so tired, do you want this lord to give you a ride? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Sure, Dongfang Ji instinctively replied. But the next second, he suddenly froze in place, his old face turning pale, and he woodenly turned around, only to be met by a monstrous dragon with a ferocious expression, stretching a full 10,000 feet long. Chapter 408, Gu Family, in the main hall. Over the past 2 days, Gu Changqing and Gu Amlin recounted their experiences in Zhongzhou to their father in detail. Upon arriving in Zhongzhou, Gu Changqing and Gu Amlin were taken in as disciples by a superpower, so they did not encounter much hardship. Therefore, most of the time, they spoke of their elder brother's deeds. Although Gu Changge was able to turn danger into safety each time, as a father, Gu Yuanhong felt a pang of sadness upon hearing that his son was excluded and hunted by major forces. He felt guilty and remorseful. If only he had been stronger, he could have provided Gu Changge with a good environment for growth, and he wouldn't have to fight alone, escaping from death each time. Noticing his father's eyes were slightly moist, Gu Amlin stepped forward to wipe away his tears, comforting him. Father, it's all in the past. In the future, I and my second brother will fight alongside our elder brother and will not let it be alone anymore. Hearing this, Gu Yuanhong nodded with relief. His 3 children were all exceptionally talented. His eldest son, Gu Changge, established the demon sect and carved out a place for himself in Zhongzhou. His second son, Gu Changqing, was the holy son of the Confucian Sacred Gate, with unparalleled talents in Confucianism and Tao. Chapter 409, a dazzling array of magical artifacts, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and divine abilities. Even superpowers could not produce so many at once. Gu Changqing remembered that every disciple of the Tianma sect had already achieved 3 top-grade Dao artifacts, and all kinds of elixir resources were abundant. Where did Elder Brother get these resources? Although Gu Changqing had asked before, Elder Brother clearly did not want to answer. So this time, none of them asked again. Is this really true? 300,000 top-grade Dao artifacts? Gu Yuanhong took a deep breath, still unable to recover from the shock. Head of the family, this is true. Gu Guanqing, standing nearby, pinched himself and, feeling the pain in his thigh, firmly replied, Really? Everything is true. With the spirit guiding great array and these resources, my Gu family will surely rise strongly. Gu Yuanhong's expression was excited, and his tone trembled slightly. The 3 old ancestors of Mo Yong were also extremely excited. Among these elixirs were the Demon Emperor Elixir and the Frenzied Demon Elixir, prepared for their demon cultivators. Moreover, the top-grade Dao artifacts and various divine abilities even exceeded the heavenly rank. If the disciples of the Tianma sect all cultivated after this, their cultivation strength would surely soar. Chapter 4:10. Ding detected that Jiokai Swordling Tian is heading to Duanhuan Ridge to subdue the Duqian Divine Thunder. Please host rush to Duanhuan Ridge to intercept the Duqian Divine Thunder. Reward: 200,000 kill points. Additional reward: Gan Jiang Mo Xie upgraded to top-grade Taichu Immortal Artifact, Floating Life 9 Swords, Imperial Rank High-Level Sword Path Divine Ability. Original Demon Sovereign Elixir X 100000. As soon as Gu Changge and his group left Qingzhou, the system issued a new task. Jianling Tian actually discovered the Duqian Divine Thunder, which ranks 3rd on the Spirit Thunder list. Kikik, what a qualified leak. Gu Changge grinned, his eyes filled with anticipation. Last time, it was thanks to Jianling Tian that Gu Changge obtained the Bone Spirit Divine Thunder and the 5 Elements Divine Thunder. How long has it been since then? The Duqian Divine Thunder actually has a lead? If he gets the Duqian Divine Thunder, Gu Changge can unlock the 5th level of the Divine Demon Tower and use the divine objects within for himself. In the 4th level of the Demon God Tower, the Sephora Tree Spirit has reached the peak of demigod level, using all means to contend with the entry-level power of the God of War realm. The divine beings on the 5th level of the Demon God Tower are at least in the divine realm. Having an additional divine realm expert to assist is naturally the best outcome. Chongqing, Xiaolan, once you arrive in Zhongzhou, you will return to the Heavenly Demon Sect first. Chapter 4:11. Lei Wanhai and Lei Wanxiong exerted all their strength to barely escort Jianling Tian to the depths of Duanhuan Ridge. Thunder gathered in waves, emitting blinding lightning. As if thunder dragons were roaring, within the rolling sea of thunder, there is a source of spiritual thunder emanating a proud and domineering aura. With endless thunder swirling around him, he is the 3rd ranked on the spiritual thunder ranking, the Datayan Divine Thunder, which has gained sentience after millions of years of gestation. A few mere human ants dare to disturb this king's rest? In the source of spiritual thunder, 2 purple, eerie eyes suddenly opened, and the lightning flickered, causing the sea of thunder to churn violently, with thunder dragons roaring out one after another, charging towards Jianling Tian and the others. Roar! Boom! Boom! The void shattered, and the entire Duanhuan Ridge trembled violently. This is not good. Lei Wanhai and Lei Wanxiong felt their scalps tingle. If they were to be approached by these thunder dragons, even they would turn to ashes. 1,000 years ago, the elder brother was backfired by this Datayan Divine Thunder. They absolutely cannot follow in his footsteps. 10,000 Thunder Fury. Lei Wanhai and Lei Wanxiong joined forces, using the most powerful divine ability of the Thunder Slaughter sect. The power of thunder erupted from their bodies, colliding head-on with the roaring thunder dragons. Chapter 4:12. The powers of Buddhism and the demonic path actually fused perfectly within the body. This human is very dangerous. The Datayan Divine Thunder, just freed from crisis, did not relax, but warily watched Gu Changge. His intuition told him that this human was even more terrifying than the sword-browed, star-eyed youth earlier. Boom! Jianling Tian crashed heavily to the ground, lying in a pool of blood. Gu Changge merely used one punch to shatter all his defenses and offensive moves, injuring him severely. Jianling Tian's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he clenched his fists, glaring at Gu Changge like an evil spirit. However, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he could faint at any moment. As a soul entity, Lei Wantian flew out, having burned his soul power twice, and his soul power was already quite weak, in danger of dissipating at any moment. Step, step, step. Gu Changge approached Jianling Tian expressionlessly. The murderous intent was palpable, and the demonic might surged, instantly locking onto Jianling Tian. The violent demonic might cause Jianling Tian's bones to twist and his flesh to deform, as if he were about to turn into a puddle of blood. My lord, Ling Tian has already given up on revenge. Could you spare his life? Lei Wantian, knowing he was no match for Gu Changge, could only plead. Chapter 413. Within Duanhuan Ridge, Gu Changge sat cross-legged, operating the demon god nirvana technique to refine the source of the Datayan divine thunder. With Gu Changge's cultivation as the original demon sovereign, refining the Datayan divine thunder became quite easy. Thus, it only took 2 days to succeed in the refinement. Around Gu Changge, there were 5 sources of spiritual thunder, with the Zixiao divine thunder and Datayan divine thunder at the forefront. 5 sources of divine thunder. If the main body were to fuse them together, could it produce the Buddha's anger fire lotus? A flash of inspiration struck Gu Changge as he recalled a novel he had read in his previous life. Upon hearing this, the 5 divine thunders trembled in fear. Gulp. W, what do you mean by fusing us together? My lord, this cannot be done. We 5 are nurtured by heaven and earth, and our power attributes are all different. If forcibly fused, there will be consequences. The Zixiao divine thunder said in horror. If the fusion fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Changge smiled, stating that he wouldn't easily attempt it until the last moment. Hearing this, the 5 divine thunders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though their hearts remained uneasy, they knew how crazy their lord could be. If someone reckless were to push him into a corner, their lord would undoubtedly choose to fuse the 5 divine thunders without hesitation. Chapter 414. What is this warm bed nonsense? Gu Changge swallowed hard, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. If one really wanted warmth, wouldn't the 9-tailed celestial fox and Medusa be more appealing? One is cute and small, with fluffy fox ears and a tail, while the other has a fiery figure. Forget about warming the bed. Prepare yourself for the next battle, which will arrive soon within the next 10 days. Gu Changge clasped his hands behind his back, instructing everyone. Yes, my lord. The Sephora tree spirit and others replied respectfully. Outside, Gu Changge opened his eyes, stood up, and walked toward the outside of Duanhuan Ridge. After subduing the Datayan divine thunder, it was time for Gu Changge to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect. As Gu Changge walked out of Duanhuan Ridge, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a certain void, saying coldly, "Come out, there's no need to hide there." Upon hearing this, the void ahead trembled, and a plump woman stepped out, dressed in thin gauze, her snow-white skin clearly visible, especially her 2 mountains, seemingly ready to burst through her clothing. Oh, Miss Meng Li? Gu Changge furrowed his brow. This woman was none other than Meng Li, whom he encountered in the Tianjin mountain range, the holy maiden of the mysterious celestial palace. Chapter 415. The command from the sect leader. If you all maintain a proper attitude and sincerely repent, I will no longer hold it against you. I hope that after returning, you will strictly manage the disciples within the sect and not make the same mistakes again. Leave the items behind. The people can go. Over 100 people walked out of the Heavenly Demon Sect, led by an elder, who was the one who spoke those words. Even when the 2 ancestors of the Tianjin sect personally arrived, Gu Changge did not make an appearance, merely sending an elder to convey the message. The sect leader is magnanimous. This old man deeply admires him. However, the 2 ancestors looked excited, bowing and thanking him along with the elders of their sect. They knew that given the temperament of the ruthless Gu Changge, not directly destroying their Tianjin sect was already a significant favor. The 2 ancestors presented their spatial rings and then led the elders of their sect to bow and leave. They were very relieved by their actions. Had they not come to apologize to Gu Changge today, the Tianjin sect would likely soon turn into ruins. While the foundation can be rebuilt, if the sect were destroyed, then everything would be lost. Although it was painful, it was a stroke of luck and misfortune. The 2 ancestors, Zhang Su and others, could only repeatedly curse the ancestors of Dongfang Ji in their hearts. Chapter 416. At most 5 days, my mother will emerge from seclusion. Looking towards the direction of the ancient domain, Gu Changge narrowed his eyes, two firm lights flashing through, with a fiery battle intent burning within him. In these 5 days, Gu Changge planned to elevate his cultivation to the minor success realm of the original demon sovereign, and practice the floating life 9 swords that the system rewards you with. The floating life 9 swords is an advanced sword technique of the imperial rank, already one of the top techniques in the entire immortal realm. As the name suggests, there are a total of 9 swords in the floating life 9 swords, which are the first sword, Dragon and Snake, the second sword, Lotus Blossom, the third sword, Blood Mist, the fourth sword, Ascending to the Clouds, the fifth sword, Shattering the Sky, the sixth sword, Locking the Reincarnation, the seventh sword, Picking the Stars from the Sky, the final song, 8 Immortals Kneeling, and the ninth sword. All out for 60,000 miles. If Gu Changge were to unleash all 9 swords, it would be enough to slay a powerful being at the minor completion stage of the divine realm. Just as Gu Changge was preparing to demonstrate the floating life 9 swords to see its power, 2 figures approached outside the Heavenly Demon Sect. One was an old man and the other a young girl. The old man had an ethereal demeanor, with white hair yet a youthful face. The girl wore a pale yellow long dress, with an exquisite appearance and noble aura, resembling a celestial fairy. Elder Zhao, with Gu Changge's current perception, he quickly recognized the identity of the old man. Chapter 417. On the martial arts platform, Zhao Fengyi's gray robe fluttered as the sword energy surged. When the sword energy river approached, he extended his right hand from behind his back and single-handedly grasped a cyan treasure sword. Swoosh! The sword energy and fierce winds ravaged, tearing apart the void for miles. This was the Trembling Sky Sword, which had reached the mid-grade primordial fairy artifact level and was Zhao Fengyi's life weapon. Little friend Changge, pay attention. Zhao Fengyi's deep voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Boom! Immediately, the sword energy erupted with a powerful sword intent, enveloping the entire Heavenly Demon Sect. Hiss! Elder Zhao is so strong. Elder Zhao had always been low-key, and no one had ever witnessed him in action. Who would have thought his swordsmanship was so remarkable? He could probably compete evenly with sword immortal Zhao Cun. What rubbish is Zhao Cun? When it comes to swordsmanship, our sect leader must be ranked first. Everyone gasped, all shocked as they stared at Zhao Fengyi. They never expected that Zhao Fengyi's swordsmanship would be so extraordinary. Boom! Just as everyone marveled, an even more powerful sword intent surged from within Zhao Fengyi. This sword intent transcended the 5-element sword intent, exuding a chilling aura of death, as if it could dominate the lives of others. Chapter 418. Elder Zhao, just watch. Gu Changge smiled confidently. If one were to comprehend the sword intent of life and death as the creator, it would naturally be quite difficult. However, with Zhao Fengyi paving the way, it became much simpler for Gu Changge to comprehend. This kid, could it be that he really comprehended it? Zhao Fengyi's expression became serious. His old eyes fixed on Gu Changge. Zhao Yanran held a slight smile. She knew that Gu Changge would never attempt something without confidence, and he did not like to boast about himself. Thus, it was very likely that Gu Changge had already comprehended the sword intent of life and death. Has the master really comprehended the sword intent of life and death? Just a glance at Luo made his pupils constrict, feeling incredibly incredulous. He had watched the entire process, but had no clue. With his swordsmanship talent, although he wouldn't dare say he was the best, he was certainly a rare existence. Yet, even so, he couldn't figure it out, but the master only took a glance and comprehended it. Amidst the gaze of all, Gu Changge slowly closed his eyes, his mind conjuring the scene of Zhao Fengyi demonstrating the sword intent of life and death. Boom! In a moment, the sword energy erupted, the sword intent sweeping across, forming a powerful sword energy gale. Chapter 419. In the Windling domain at the Confucian Sacred Door. Since Deng Taiming was imprisoned at the Penitence Cliff, the Ueshio Academy had been directly disbanded and merged into the Lintian Academy. The Lintian Academy had declined for hundreds of years, but now, due to Gu Changqing's strong rise, it had become the only academy of the Confucian Sacred Door. Outside the tranquil mind study, Jiang Taihao, dressed in plain clothes, walked in slowly. Upon entering the study, he found not only the sect leader, but also the 2 ancestors present. Having met the 2 ancestors and the sect leader, Jiang Taihao bowed to the 3. The first ancestor, Su Yiqian, and the second ancestor, Su Yixian, both nodded. They were slender, with white hair, yet youthful faces, exuding a pure and righteous aura. It was rumored that Su Yiqian's cultivation had reached the major completion of the Sage of Confucianism, comparable to the major completion of the Divine Realm in martial arts. Su Yixian had also recently broken through to the major completion of the Sage of Confucianism. Although not as profound in cultivation as Su Yiqian, he was not far behind. The Confucian sacred door was able to stand strong because of the protection of these two. Don't be fooled by the 5 ancestors of the Heavenly Tower, Sacred Land. Even if they all acted together, they might not be a match for Su Yiqian and the other two. Taihao, what did Changge say? Su Yiqian asked in an aged voice. Chapter 420. The ancient clans have deep foundations, possessing more than a dozen teleportation arrays that can reach every star domain in the central continent. Therefore, Luo Fanqing arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect in less than half an hour. Finally arrived. Looking at the Heavenly Demon Sect, Luo Fanqing strode forward, wanting to enter through the city gate directly. Boom! However, when Luo Fanqing approached the Heavenly Demon Sect, he was directly thrown back by the primordial defensive formation. Stumbling, Luo Fanqing's figure was in disarray, his face pale. With his minor completion of the Divine Realm cultivation, he was actually thrown out by the defensive formation. No way. This defensive formation's level has actually reached the top-grade primordial fairy artifact? My nephew is impressive. Luo Fanqing broke into a sweat for himself. Had he exerted a bit more force just now, he would have been seriously injured by the primordial defensive formation. This defensive formation at the top-grade primordial fairy artifact level is enough to severely injure all martial cultivators below the major completion of the Divine Realm. Inside the Heavenly Demon Sect, Changge sensed the aura of Luo Fanqing's cultivation. Is this a Divine Realm expert? Changge frowned, then his figure flashed, heading towards the city gate. All the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gathered at the Heavenly Demon Grand Plaza, preparing to follow their master to attack the Luo family. Chapter 421. The corner of Luo Fanqing's mouth twitched. Then he forced a smile. You kid. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? He had cultivated for over 800 years. Even among the Luo family, he was considered to be among the strongest. Although not as strong as his 7th sister Luo Yingtong, he had still broken through to the minor completion of the Divine Realm. With the bloodline of the Celestial God, he was enough to deal with a major completion Divine Realm expert. Yet, his nephew actually claimed he could defeat him alone? That was quite a boast. Whether it was arrogance or not, one would only know after fighting. Changge stepped forward, the aura of the original demon lord emanating. The violent demonic might raging through the heavens and earth, his demonic hair dancing wildly in the air like sharp swords. Just this demonic might alone was enough to rival a powerful being in the Divine Realm. Luo Fanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, then he grinned. Interesting. It seems you can become the top of the monster list for a reason. Today, my 3rd uncle will accompany you for a few moves. Luo Fanqing stood with his hands behind his back. A terrifying aura of a major completion Divine Realm expert surged from within him, warping the surrounding space. The onlookers all retreated back to the primordial defensive formation. They knew that if a powerful being from the Divine Realm took action, even the residual power would be enough to crush them. Ding. Mission. First meeting, defeat 3rd uncle. Chapter 422. After Luo Fanqing's giant hand was broken, everyone could finally see the situation of the battle. However, upon seeing it, they were all shocked. That Divine Realm minor success expert Luo Fanqing was actually being suppressed and beaten by his own master. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Has it been that long? Not even 3 minutes, right? How is that powerful figure from the Luo family being crushed by the master? Haha, the master is mighty. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect looked on in shock and then shouted loudly. Boom! 2 demon swords came crashing down. With the sword intent of the 5 elements and the sword intent of life and death, the terrifying sword power enveloping tens of thousands of miles. Any sword master in front of Changge would seem dim and dull. This is the true power of the sword path. Luo Bai's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend the sword intent of life and death and the mysteries of the sword path. Although he didn't learn even the basics, his head felt swollen, as if it were about to explode. If it were martial arts, he could rely on resources to pile up. But the sword path relies solely on talent. If the talent is lacking, no amount of resources will help. You brat, you're really too crazy. aren't you? Luo Fangqing felt somewhat helpless. He now realized how terrifying his nephew was. Chapter 423. After receiving the rewards, Changge put away the two demon swords. The terrifying demonic aura and malevolence dissipated as well. Seeing this, Luo Fangqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze towards Changge was somewhat resentful. After all, he was Changge's uncle, yet on their first meeting, he had almost vomited blood after being beaten by Changge. I must say this kid is really ruthless. You little brat, if I get the chance, just wait until I tell your mother about your behavior. Luo Fangqing coughed lightly and then forced the malevolent energy out of his body, but his face was still somewhat pale. Inside the defensive formation, everyone's eyes widened. Their faces filled with excitement. Their master won. Even when facing the ancient family's divine realm experts, the master could still crush them with overwhelming power. The master is mighty. The 13 heavenly demons and the 3 protectors all shouted loudly. However, Changge walked towards Luo Fangqing with a guilty expression, only to see Luo Fangqing glaring at him fiercely. Kid, what did you mean by that just now? Did you want to kill me? Very well. I will definitely tell your mother about your brutal behavior today in front of her. Upon hearing this, Changge frowned slightly, then a flash of inspiration hit him, and he smiled apologetically. Third uncle, I truly didn't mean it. I lost control of my strength just now. Please don't take it to heart. Chapter 424. Changge walked out of the valley, and more than 100,000 members of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked at him with awe. Among the more than 100,000 members, there were over 90,000 spirit array masters, all at the Holy Emperor level, led by Du Feiyan, Du Haichao, and Du Qian. The remaining 60,000 members were all demon cultivators, led by the 13 heavenly demons. Among the 60,000 demon cultivators, the lowest cultivation level was in the ancient Mad Demon realm, with over 1,000 members reaching the original demon sovereign level. A grand army composed of over 100,000 people, if united in battle, would be enough to deal with all martial cultivators below the divine realm, and even hold back some divine realm experts for a while. Luo Fangqing looked at the army of more than 100,000 and found that each one wore armor of the highest grade and possessed artifacts of the highest grade. Moreover, their cultivation levels were all at least at the Holy Emperor level. Such a powerful force was actually established in less than 5 years. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone, we're going to the ancient family, the Luo family. Regarding the ancient family, I believe everyone has some understanding, so this journey is extremely dangerous, and it is very likely that we may lose our lives. I don't force anyone. Those who wish to follow me to attack the Luo family can stay, and those who do not can leave now. I will not make things difficult for anyone. Chapter 425. Luo Hong? Heh, that guy's really just like his father. Luo Fangqing cursed with disdain. Luo Hong is the son of the Luo family's eldest son, Luo Shengcheng, and thus Luo Fangqing's nephew. The family provided Luo Hong with countless resources, yet this playboy was obsessed with women all day, and after over 100 years of cultivation, his level still remained at the demigod realm. Unexpectedly, this guy had secretly gotten involved with Luo Bai's fiancée. Generally speaking, the main family's bloodline rarely intermarried with collateral bloodlines, so Luo Hong likely just viewed Luo Yue as a plaything. Of course, Luo Yue knew this as well. However, she did not mind at all, because as long as she could please Luo Hong, she could gain endless benefits. Let us go to Tongtian City. Luo Fangqing stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the ancient region. This journey could be described as perilous. However, he would do his utmost to protect the 3 siblings of Changge. Xiao Haizi, let us go. Changge instructed Xiao Haizi. Roar. Xiao Haizi had already broken through to the minor success of the Demon Saint realm, comparable to the minor success of the demigod realm in martial arts. After transforming into his true form, his massive dragon body was a full 100,000 feet long. With the cultivation of the Demon Saint realm, if he activated the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension, he could reach Tongtian City in no more than 2 days. Chapter 426. Luo Bai. You really overestimate yourself, don't you? Do you think gathering these rabble can contend with the Luo family? Wishful thinking. Luo Yue squinted her beautiful eyes and said coldly. Behind Luo Yue, Luo Yongbin, dressed in a yellow robe and wearing a jeweled crown, had become the current lord of Tongtian City because of a single word from Luo Hong. However, the true controller of Tongtian City was still Luo Yue. You all, go and capture them for this city lord. Luo Yongbin looked warily at Luo Bai and ordered the Great Elder and others. The Great Elder Luo Hao, along with other elders, deacons, and disciples, all hesitated, unsure whether to take action. After all, Luo Bai was the young master of Tongtian City. Although Luo Yongbin was now the nominal lord, Luo Bai's father, Luo Shengliang, was personally appointed by the head of the Luo family. As for Luo Yongbin, he was originally just the second elder of Tongtian City and was promoted only because his daughter had flattered young master Luo Hong. But could Luo Hong's words represent the entire Luo family? Luo Shengliang was still the true lord of Tongtian City. What? Do you want to rebel? Luo You's beautiful eyes turned cold as she reprimanded. Chapter 427. No. Luo Bai, please don't kill me. Luo Yue's hair was disheveled. Her body splattered with blood, and her delicate face was filled with terror. However, Luo Bai remained unmoved. He gripped the demon sword and slowly approached Luo Yue. The malevolent aura and hostility made Luo Yue feel as if she were in hell. Luo Bai, you have to spare me. We grew up together since we were little. I love you. It was all that Luo Hong who forced me, but I truly love you. Give me a chance. Can we start over? I am willing to be your woman. To be your woman for a lifetime. Luo Yue knew she could never be Luo Bai's match. So she crawled in front of him and hugged his thigh, pleading. Her pitiful appearance was perfectly disguised. However, Luo Bai's face remained cold, and a terrifying demonic power violently erupted. Luo Yue was engulfed by the demonic power, wreaking havoc throughout her body, only to hear the sound of bones shattering and flesh bursting, producing heart-wrenching cries. Luo Bai, let me go, considering we grew up together. Luo Yue still refused to give up, pleading with Luo Bai repeatedly. Let you go? When you conspired with that Luo Hong and ordered me around, how could you consider our childhood bond? Chapter 428. The Ancient Clan, the Luo Family. Here there are towering pavilions, abundant spiritual energy, and beautiful scenery resembling a paradise. Outside the ancient and solemn ancestral hall, all 10 elders were present. They all possessed divine realm cultivation, with the first ancestor Luo Yang already at the peak of the divine realm. The second ancestor Luo Pengchang had reached the perfected divine realm. The third ancestor Luo Juanhao also attained the perfected divine realm. The fourth ancestor Luo Chun, fifth ancestor Luo Wuxin, sixth ancestor Luo Chengfeng, all the way to the 10th ancestor Luo Hohai, all had cultivation at the great success of the divine realm. The 10 elders are the true foundation of the Luo family. They usually remain in seclusion, disconnected from the world, but today they all emerged, accompanied by various elders, guarding outside the ancestral hall. Boom! A powerful divine aura surged out from the ancestral hall, the bloodline power of the ancestors. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The heavens and earth changed color, and the space where the Luo family resided trembled incessantly. Pink peach blossoms fell, turning the Luo family into a sea of flowers. The air was even filled with the fragrance of flowers. This was the great divine ability of the ancestors, the endless flower-burning array. Unexpectedly, Luo Yingtong had fully comprehended it. Rumble, Luo Yingtong's cultivation aura actually surged again, breaking through from minor success in the divine realm to great success in the divine realm. Chapter 429. Since the will of the ancestors has chosen me, then this inheritance belongs to me. There is no reason to hand it over. Yingtong also does not believe that others can better merge with the soul of the ancestors. Luo Yingtong replied expressionlessly. She was no longer the Luo Yingtong from 30 years ago. Faced with oppression, she knew she had to resist, or she would be bullied. Luo Yang frowned, and the other 9 elders also had ugly expressions. Yingtong, how can you speak to the ancestor like that? Hurry up and apologize. Luo Yongjian coldly reprimanded Luo Yingtong. However, Luo Yingtong remained unmoved. Her cold eyes looked at Luo Fangjian, and she said without a trace of emotion, I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? You are truly rebellious. Luo Yongjian's face turned ashen with anger. In the past, Luo Yingtong showed him great respect and was completely obedient. But now, she actually dared to retort him. 30 years ago, you deprived me of my bloodline. What qualifications do you have to teach me now? Luo Yingtong stared at Luo Yongjian. Her pure divine bloodline erupted, cascading down like the Milky Way, and everyone felt their bloodline suppressed, as if they were suffocating. Chapter 430. Luo Yang held the divine whip. His old eyes filled with apprehension as he looked at Luo Yingtong. Luo Yingtong knew that to leave the Luo family, she must defeat Luo Yang. So she no longer held back, continuously plucking the strings of her zither, instantly producing a melodious sound filled with infinite killing intent. Chirp! The phoenix spread its wings and danced high, a sea of flowers engulfing everything. Endless flower burning array. While plucking the strings, Luo Yingtong cast her great divine ability. The terrifying offensive swept out, causing the palaces of the Luo family to collapse into dust. Luo Yingtong, your actions are truly outrageous. Luo Yang's eyebrows narrowed. His divine whip struck out again, like a ferocious black dragon, colliding with the divine phoenix. Bang! Sparks flew, and the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying aftermath seemed to want to engulf the entire Luo family. Fortunately, there was a defensive formation. Otherwise, the space where the Luo family resided would have already shattered. Outrageous? Yingtong never thought of harming the Luo family. It is you who overthought and forced me into a desperate situation. Everything I have done is out of necessity. Luo Yingtong's beautiful eyes were firm, her delicate hands continually plucking the strings, as one divine phoenix after another soared, battling with the ferocious black dragon, devouring. Chapter 431. Is this the voice of Changge? Luo Yingtong suddenly froze. She thought she was hearing things. But that powerful demonic aura and terrifying momentum were undeniably real. What happened? Where did this demonic aura come from? Could it be that demonic cultivators broke into our Luo family? How is that possible? How did they get to the Luo family? The entire Luo family was dumbfounded. They followed the sound and discovered at the entrance of the space. There were two divine beasts frantically slaughtering the Luo family disciples. One was a completely golden divine dragon, and the other was a dark bird engulfed in purple flames. The divine dragon opened its massive mouth, and the Luo family disciples at the Saint Emperor level were directly swallowed, turning into a pool of blood. The 9 underworld dark birds soared high, and each time it spat out fire lotuses, it could annihilate thousands of Luo family disciples. Additionally, there were 60,000 demonic cultivators, all at the level of ancient mad demons, with over 1,000 primal demon lords dressed in blood demon armor, wearing blood demon rapid boots, and wielding heavenly demon blades, heavenly demon spears, and heavenly demon swords, each like a madman, extremely bloodthirsty, charging out, causing the Luo family disciples to flee in panic. Although they were also at the Saint Emperor level, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were far stronger than them. Chapter 432. Mother, Gu Changge, Gu Changqing, and Gu Anlin immediately looked at Luo Yingtong. They hadn't seen their mother for 5 years. Gu Anlin's beautiful eyes were moist as she ran towards Luo Yingtong and then threw herself into her arms. The mother and daughter tightly embraced, and Luo Yingtong also shed tears. My little Lan has grown up. It's my fault for not being able to accompany you properly these past 5 years. Luo Yingtong gently stroked Xiaolan's head, saying with some guilt. When she left the Gu family, Xiaolan was only 16. Now, Xiaolan is already a 21-year-old young lady, even taller than her. As a mother, not being able to accompany her child growing up made her feel very guilty. Mother, I don't blame you. As long as you are well, Xiaolan is very happy. Gu Anlin forced a smile and wiped away the tears at the corners of Luo Yingtong's eyes. She knew that her mother had always loved them. Silly child, our little Lan has grown up and become sensible. Luo Yingtong felt very gratified, her lips curling into a happy smile. Gu Changge and Gu Changqing also walked over, both very pleased. As long as the family was safe and sound, they would be content. Chapter 433. Gu Changge must act quickly. His mother's battlefield absolutely couldn't hold out for long. His mother was already injured, and with Luo Yang's attack, the situation would be very concerning. Next was the battlefield at Chongyun's place. Chongyun only had the cultivation of a fully realized divine realm, while his opponent, Luo Junhao, had reached the perfection of the divine realm. With the bloodline of a celestial being, Luo Junhao's strength was extremely terrifying, and Chongyun had already fallen into a disadvantage. But in order to hold Luo Junhao back, Chongyun could only grit his teeth and hold on. He knew that once he was defeated, Luo Junhao would free up his hands to help Luo Yang deal with Luo Yingtong, or to assist Luo Pengchong against his senior brother Chonghui. This battlefield was particularly important. Finally, there was the battlefield where Yi Hao was. Yi Hao and others led over 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to confront the Luo family's million-strong army. Although every disciple was outstanding, they couldn't withstand the sheer numbers of the Luo family. Fortunately, the six-eared macaque and the five-headed divine beasts were very powerful, and for the time being, they hadn't fallen into a disadvantage. The six-eared macaque wielded the golden cudgel, and each time it struck, it could make the heavens and earth change color, causing the ground to tremble. The locust tree spirit transformed into its true form, with thousands of vines that could unleash fierce killing intent, making the Luo family's million troops dare not approach easily. Chapter 434. What a powerful sword. Everyone in the Luo family was shocked by Gu Changge's sword strike, stopping in their tracks and gazing with astonishment. Even the first ancestor, Luo Yang, was frozen in place, his old eyes fixated on Gu Changge. There, the terrifying power of the sword path raged, forming a river of sword energy that spanned across the heavens and earth. He could hardly believe that such a terrifying sword was struck by a young man not yet 30. Even the old sword god of the Shao family could hardly unleash such a terrifying sword, right? Boom! The terrifying sword energy, sword intent, and sword path mysteries rampaged, and all the divine abilities unleashed by the 7 old ancestors of the Luo family were directly obliterated. The 7 old ancestors, including Luo Chun, all widened their eyes in disbelief. They were soon engulfed by the power of the sword path, and even their bodies tempered by divine realm cultivation could not withstand a single blow and were directly sent flying. Puff, puff, puff. The 7 fully realized divine realm experts were all sent flying, spewing arcs of crimson blood in midair. Gu Changge's sword had repelled the 7 fully realized divine realm experts. Boom! The 7 old ancestors crashed heavily to the ground, their hair disheveled, clothes in tatters, looking extremely disheveled, with no trace of the dignity of divine realm experts remaining. Chapter 435. Under the formation foundation of the extermination sword array, the space where the Luo family was located was completely enveloped. The 4 extermination swords guarded the 4 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, unleashing extreme killing intent and fierce energy, forming terrifying sword energy gales that swept through the entire Luo family. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff, puff. Thunder flashed, sword light rampaged, and the weaker disciples of the Luo family were immediately slaughtered in a blood mist, their tragic cries echoing, instantly dyeing the air red with blood. Even the family head Luo Yongjian, the deputy head Luo Shan, and the eldest son Luo Shangcheng were all forced back by the power of the extermination sword array, struggling to fend off the opponent's attacks while dealing with the might of the extermination sword. Extermination swords? And the already extinct extermination sword array. How could it all be in his hands? Everyone in the Luo family looked on in fear. Those were the 4 great fierce weapons of ancient times. Back then, the Tongtian cult master had used the extermination sword array to confront the 4 great saints without defeat, demonstrating how powerful the extermination sword array truly was. Although, after endless years, much of the murderous aura within the extermination sword array had dissipated, its power still far exceeded that of top-grade primordial immortal artifacts. Chapter 436. In the Luo family, the sword energy gales continued to rage, blood spilling everywhere, and a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. 3 old ancestors were all slain by Gu Changge. The 10th ancestor, 9th ancestor, and 8th ancestor all died at Gu Changge's hands. Old 8th, Luo Yang, Luo Pengchang, Luo Junhao, and others all roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, the Luo family had lost 3 old ancestors. All of them were fully realized divine realm experts, and they still had the potential to break through to divine realm perfection in the future. But now, they had all fallen. That was the foundation of their Luo family. The 8th ancestor, 9th ancestor, and 10th ancestor all were killed by that demon. My God, is this true? The ancestors actually fell? Impossible, this must be fake. How could the ancestors fall? The elders and disciples of the Luo family were all dumbfounded. Even the family head, Luo Yongjian, was stunned in place. 3 old ancestors were actually killed by Gu Changge as the head of the Luo family. He was utterly powerless before Gu Changge. Why is Luo Yingtong's son so monstrous? Kid, I want you dead. Luo Yang roared in fury, unleashing the aura of half-step celestial realm, temporarily resisting the power of the extermination sword array. Chapter 437, Master. Xiao He roared angrily, and with a shake of his dragon body, over 1,000 Luo family disciples turned into blood mist. He saw Luo Junhao charging toward his master. That massive palm carrying the power of divine realm perfection and bloodline strength, unleashing an incredibly terrifying might. But they couldn't help it all, because Luo Junhao's cultivation strength far surpassed theirs. They simply couldn't compete. Demon die. Luo Junhao's old eyes flashed with sharp killing intent. As long as he killed Gu Changge, then dealing with the others would be easy. Old dog, you can't do anything to me. Boom. Gu Changge unleashed overwhelming murderous aura from within, and then an anomaly arose, as if the heavens and earth transformed into a red purgatory. With mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere, a black-robed demon lord wielding a great desolate demon spear, killing everything in his path. What is this? Seeing such a terrifying anomaly, even Luo Junhao was startled. His pupils suddenly contracted, feeling a chill down his back, realizing he was already drenched in cold sweat. Were those endless corpses and the blood sea several meters deep real? Or was Gu Changge just trying to create a spectacle? Chapter 438, Great Elder, Second Elder. Two elders have fallen, and our Luo family has lost 2 divine realm powerhouses again. Is heaven trying to destroy our Luo family? The elders and disciples of the Luo family were filled with despair. The war has continued until now, and the losses of the Luo family have reached at least over 300,000, including no less than 5 powerful beings in the divine realm and over 3,000 demigod warriors killed. In contrast, the Heavenly Demon Sect has sacrificed at most 30,000 disciples. From now on, the Luo family is destined to decline. Luo Cheng, Luo Zhe, and the family head Luo Yongjian now have cloudy eyes. They were once his childhood companions, yet now they have been killed. He never imagined that one day the Luo family would face such slaughter. However, as the family head, he is powerless. Old dog, don't touch my mother. Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin rushed over quickly, blocking in front of Luo Yingtong. Changqing, Xiaolan, go, you must leave quickly. Luo Yingtong lay in a pool of blood, extremely weak, struggling to shout. Although Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin's cultivation levels far exceeded her imagination, they were nothing before the first ancestor, Luo Yang. After activating the bloodline of the celestial god, Luo Yang's cultivation has already reached the half-step celestial god realm. Chapter 439, Whoosh, 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 swoosh. Over 10,000 swords pierced through the void, flying from various star domains, enveloping the heavens. Among them are many top-grade, primordial immortal artifacts. The most dazzling being the Mo Yuan sword of sword god Xiao Songshan, as well as Xiao Xiner's Qi Xiao sword and Zhao Ziyuan's Qingxi sword. Boom! The dense swords glimmered with sharp cold light, their dazzling sword aura blocking out the sun, appearing above the Luo family. Hiss! That is Xiao Songshan's Mo Yuan sword, and the Qi Xiao sword. This kid actually summoned all the famous swords from the central continent. After defeating Gu Changqing, Luo Yang originally intended to deliver a fatal blow to Gu Anlin, but he was drawn in by the sight of the thousands of swords in the sky. The renowned Mo Yuan sword actually broke free from the sword god's hand and was summoned by Gu Changge. How on earth did this happen? In terms of swordsmanship alone, Gu Changge's talent absolutely crushes Xiao Songshan and the others. It should be known that the Xiao family is a family of swordsmanship. And sword god Xiao Songshan comprehended the sword intent of life and death 100,000 years ago, and he is still comprehending even more powerful sword powers. Among the younger generation, there are the eldest son Xiao Zhan and the priceless Xiao Xiner, both of whom are swordsmanship prodigies. Chapter 440, the Third Ancestor. Demon, I swear by my Tao heart that I will tear you into 1,000 pieces and cut you into 10,000 slices in this life. Seeing Luo Junhao pierced by 10,000 swords, Luo Yang was filled with rage, roaring heart-wrenchingly. Luo Junhao is the third ancestor of the Luo family, having reached the peak of the divine realm, making him one of the strongest foundations of the Luo family. But now, he has been killed by Gu Changge, completely falling. The third ancestor has fallen? The third ancestor is a powerful being at the peak of the divine realm. How could he fall? Why has my Luo family fallen to such a state? Demon, my Luo family will not coexist with you. Family head Luo Yongjian, the elders, and the disciples all looked desperate, unable to believe that this could be true. The dignified, ancient family of the Luo family has actually been slaughtered by a mere demon cultivator who has killed 4 ancestors? Boom! Demon, I want you dead. Luo Yang suddenly appeared, his terrifying half-step, celestial god aura suppressing everything, along with an extremely terrifying bloodline power. After Gu Changge unleashed 9 swords, he was already somewhat exhausted, and now being suddenly attacked by Luo Yang, he couldn't evade at all. Changge, big brother. Master Chapter 441 from a distance. Luo Bai, who was engaged in a battle with Luo Hong, also sensed the crisis of his master Gu Changge. Wang Binhai, Yi Si, and Xiaoyan all looked worried. After Luo Yang activated the bloodline of the celestial god, his cultivation reached half-step celestial god realm. The master had almost used all his trump cards. It was still in vain. How should they face Luo Yang next? Once that demon is dead, your deaths won't be far behind. Although that woman is merely a plaything of this young master, she is not something you can touch. Luo Hong looked at Luo Bai and the others with some apprehension. He possesses peak demigod cultivation, and after activating the bloodline of the celestial god, his strength has become even more formidable. But in the face of Luo Bai and the others, he couldn't gain the upper hand? This is not surprising, as Luo Hong's cultivation was almost built up with medicinal pills, and his foundation was fundamentally unstable. In contrast, Luo Bai's entire cultivation was earned with his life. And after countless bloody battles, his foundation is very solid, and he possesses the primal true demon bloodline, having comprehended the 5-element sword intent. Although he is only at the minor achievement of the primal demon lord, he can still contend against the peak of the demigod realm. With Wang Binhai and the others assisting, dealing with Luo Hong is naturally not a problem. Chapter 442 in an instant, Wuxin, the 13 heavenly demons, and the 3 great protectors all charged towards Luo Yang desperately. Although this action is tantamount to suicide, none of them hesitated. Seeing this, the killing intent in Luo Yang's eyes did not diminish. A group of ants, since you seek death, then this ancestor will fulfill you. Luo Yang never expected this scene. At this critical moment of life and death, Wuxin and the others actually dared to charge forward. This is enough to show how high Gu Changge's status is in their hearts. In contrast, everyone in the Luo family harbored ulterior motives. Every time they competed for the position of family head, it was a fight to the death. Boom! Luo Yang raised his hand, and the aura of his half-step celestial god cultivation erupted, transforming into streaks of energy, crashing towards Wuxin and the others. The blood-colored golden crow roared fiercely, and the blood arrows condensed from Zhou Yihong's essence blood were enough to kill a peak demigod. But before Luo Yang, they seemed trivial. Boom! Puff! The blood-colored golden crow was directly obliterated, and the domineering energy struck him, causing Zhou Yihong to be severely injured, spitting blood and flying out. Falling out of this space, unaware of life or death. Then came Mo Langtian, Mo Binsheng, Luo Bai, and the others, without exception, all spitting blood and flying out. Chapter 443, a bizarre black lotus floated before Gu Changge, measuring a full 100 feet in size. 5 strands of divine thunder essence continuously surged into the black lotus, emitting a thunderous roar. Even a trace of thunder power emitted by the black lotus is enough to annihilate powerful beings in the divine realm. This is the true ultimate weapon. You madman, stop it! Luo Yang's eyes widened, and he kept retreating, his old face filled with fear. This strange black lotus, formed by the fusion of 5 strands of divine thunder, made him sense the breath of death. Moreover, the black lotus was continuously growing, and its power was becoming more and more terrifying. Gu Changge's body was already a sight to behold. Even the ancient Buddha body could hardly withstand the power of the Buddha's wrath thunder lotus. Old dog, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want my mother to hand over the legacy? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come kill me. Gu Changge's face was twisted, and a sinister smile crept at the corner of his mouth. What can a person who is not afraid of death feel fear from? Gu Changge continued to approach Luo Yang, and the world-destroying might emanating from the black lotus made Luo Yang extremely wary. If it weren't for the nearby space being sealed by the Black Lotus, Luoyang would have fled without hesitation. Chapter 444. Ancient Domain, Xiao Family. Before the cave paradise, Xiao Xiner gazed at the Luo family with shock in her beautiful eyes. The array foundation of the Luo family had been destroyed, and the heavenly secrets were no longer concealed, allowing Xiao Xiner to see the situation of the Luo family directly. The Buddha's Fury Thunder Lotus, formed by 5 divine thunders, sent chills down her spine, making her feel a lingering fear just thinking about it. Of course, what shocked Xiao Xiner the most was Gu Changge's age. A young man in his 20s was actually able to push Luoyang to the brink. Whether it was his swordsmanship talent or various means, it left Xiao Xiner astounded. Gu Changge was simply more powerful and terrifying than any prodigy from the 8 ancient clans. If the prodigies of the 8 ancient clans had no bloodline inheritance and lacked vast resources, they probably wouldn't even reach 1/10 of Gu Changge's strength. The Luo family was truly foolish. Originally, someone as monstrous as Gu Changge could have served their family, but the Luo family was too stubborn and pedantic, ultimately offending Gu Changge, leading to their imminent disaster. Ancestor, do you really think that young man has fallen? Xiao Xiner asked with some regret. Such a peerless figure, if he were to fall, would surely be a loss for the entire immortal domain, right? Chapter 445. What? The ancestor was actually sent flying by that demon with a single sword? How could this be? Where did that power in the demon come from? How did he suddenly become so strong? The remaining 5 ancestors of the Luo family and the elders all widened their eyes, their expressions dazed. Shocked by Gu Changge's power at that moment. In just one encounter, Ancestor Luoyang was sent flying. The power within Gu Changge was truly overwhelming. Old dog die. Gu Changge struck again, like a ghost. He clenched his fists, divine and demonic power surging within him, making his muscles bulge with explosive force. Even a mere hint of his residual might was enough to tear apart space. The divine demonic tower had 2 major functions. The first function was to grant Gu Changge divine and demonic power, allowing his cultivation to soar temporarily, putting him in an almost invincible state. The second function was to directly activate the divine demonic tower to suppress and kill enemies. However, Gu Changge was currently unable to activate the second function because his cultivation was too weak to operate the divine demonic tower. To activate the divine demonic tower to slay enemies, Gu Changge's cultivation needed to reach at least the level of the original Demon Emperor, which was the divine realm of martial arts. Chapter 446, Master. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect was in deep sorrow. It was Gu Changge who founded the Heavenly Demon Sect, providing shelter for all demon cultivators, allowing them to cultivate openly without facing discrimination and persecution. For a long time, Gu Changge had been their spiritual pillar, their faith. But now, with their master's life hanging by a thread, how could they not be heartbroken? Gu Changge had given them a chance at rebirth. Master Chu Yang knelt on one knee, his face grim as he sheathed the Tianqi sword. Although he had known Gu Changge for less than a year, he was deeply impressed and filled with awe for him. His comprehension of the sword path was also thanks to Gu Changge. Without Gu Changge, the sword path would likely fall into eternal darkness. The demonic might that enveloped the heavens and earth gradually dissipated. Gu Changge's body became increasingly illusory, and then he also began to vanish. No, don't. Changge, don't. Luo Yingtong's beautiful eyes turned red. She desperately wanted to hold onto her child, but grasped at nothing. Just like this cloud, beautiful yet fleeting. Chapter 447. Yes. Big Brother. Luo Pengchong and the other 5 ancestors blocked the way of Luo Yingtong and the others. Although Luo Pengchong and the others were severely injured, their full god-level cultivation was still not to be underestimated, and a terrifying pressure immediately descended, causing Chonghui and others to stagger backward. Only Luo Yingtong remained standing, her bloodline power erupting, temporarily resisting Luo Pengchong's pressure. Luo Yingtong's injuries were even more severe, having reached her limit. That demon is already dead. Now there's no one to protect you. The losses you've brought to the Luo family will be repaid with your lives today. Luo Pengchong stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure aimed at crushing Luo Yingtong. If Luo Yingtong were at her peak, Luo Pengchong would not have been her opponent. But at this moment, Luo Yingtong's spiritual energy was exhausted, her body covered in wounds, and in the face of this pressure, her complexion turned pale, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Mistress, The entire Heavenly Demon Sect shouted in anger. Don't harm the mistress. Kill. Du Fan, Du Zitong, and others led the disciples to set up formations. Array foundations appeared, and then a great array formed to attack Luo, Pengshang, and the others. Chapter 448. The sword path junior mentioned by Xiao Songshan was naturally Gu Changge. Luoyang and the others quickly understood. Brother Xiao, you and that demon don't seem to have any connections, right? Why would you owe him a favor? Luoyang frowned, asking somewhat awkwardly. If Xiao Songshan really owed Gu Changge a favor, then things would be really difficult today. Luo Yingtong and the others also felt confused. Someone like sword god Xiao Songshan was elusive. Even members of the Xiao family rarely saw his true form. Yet, such a prominent figure unexpectedly owed Gu Changge a favor? This was hard to believe. Hearing this, Xiao Songshan smiled and said, Brother Luo, you may not know, but I have been in seclusion comprehending the essence of the sword path for 100,000 years without any progress. It wasn't until that sword path junior demonstrated the sword path essence and struck out a stunning sword that I, although watching from afar, gained some insight, so naturally, I owe him a favor. Moreover, Sheener also comprehended the life and death sword intent from that sword of the sword path junior. My Xiao family owes him quite a bit. Hearing Xiao Songshan say this, everyone gasped in shock. Truly worthy of being the sword god. Just a distant glance led to enlightenment. It was feared that in a few more years, Xiao Songshan would master the essence of the sword path. Chapter 449. Let us go. Luo Yingtong's expression was cold as she held the severely injured and unconscious Gu Changqing, walking towards the outside of the Luo family. Crossing through the Tongtian gate, they arrived at Tongtian City. The city lord, Luo Shangliang, had already brought all the disciples of the city to wait, numbering over 20,000, most of whom were at the great emperor level. Old servant Luo Shangliang greets the third young master and the seventh miss. Luo Shangliang bowed deeply, and the elders and disciples behind him knelt on one knee. The earth-shattering battle was witnessed by everyone in Tongtian City. They were filled with awe for everyone in the Heavenly Demon Sect and felt proud that their sons could join such a powerful force. Moreover, Luo Bai had slain his enemy. Although he was now missing, they knew that the demonic obstacle in Luo Bai's heart had been removed. It was just a pity that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Gu Changge, had fallen. I have no connection with the Luo family anymore. From now on, I am no longer the seventh miss of the Luo family, Luo Yingtong said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Luo Shengli's face turned pale with fear. Yes, from today onwards, the Heavenly Demon Sect will be temporarily under my control, Luo Yingtong announced loudly. Pay your respects to the mistress. Chu Yang led the way, and all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect knelt on one knee, bowing to Luo Yingtong. Chapter 450. Feeling the violent and malevolent energy within Wuxin. Chongwei felt a mix of emotions. Although this might affect Wuxin's Dao heart, at this moment, only the belief in revenge could keep Wuxin alive and strong. After an unknown amount of time, Wuxin's gaze became resolute again, his face cold, losing the gentleness he once had. Master Mu, let me take you back to the Xianbing sect. I believe your master is quite worried about you now. Wuxin turned to Mu Chenxi, joining his hands in prayer. Hearing this, Mu Chenxi frowned slightly, stunned in place. Why was Wuxin suddenly so distant with her? Mu Chenxi clutched her chest, staggering back a few steps. A faint pain in her heart. However, Wuxin remained expressionless, showing no emotion. After this battle, he finally understood the words his teacher had said to him. If you truly love someone, keep your distance from her. Wuxin still had missions to complete, not only related to the Luo family, but also larger and more dangerous ones. If Wuxin faced a dire situation again, Mu Chenxi would still risk her life to save him, which was not what Wuxin wanted to see. Changge was gone. He did not want Mu Chenxi to suffer harm anymore. Chapter 451. In the immortal domain, in front of an independent space, an elderly man hunched over, dressed in plain clothes, stood suspended in the air. His hair was gray, and he emitted no aura, resembling an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. His deep, old eyes gazed at the independent space ahead. This space, like that of the ancient clans, existed independently, but unlike it, this space had extremely powerful ceiling restrictions. Outsiders could hardly enter, nor could those inside come out. Phoenix Nirvana, without destruction, there can be no establishment. When the Demon Lord returns, it will be the time for this immortal domain to change. the old man said with a resonant voice. Then he formed hand seals, and a drop of violent and fierce demon blood gathered from the laws of the Tao. This drop of demon blood exuded endless malevolent energy, disturbing the heavens and earth, causing the space to distort. Open. The old man pointed his fingers together, gathering a river of sword energy, which then fell directly onto the ceiling restrictions in front of him. Boom! A crack appeared in the independent space ahead. The old man was quick and pushed the demon blood into the space. Chapter 452. 2 months later, Luo Yingtong and the others left Changge. They were going back to Zhongzhou to enter seclusion for cultivation, and the next time they emerged, it would be to take revenge for their elder brother. Gu Yuanhong remained in Changzhou. Now the Gu family had the Taichu guiding spirit array and abundant resources, making the cultivation environment nearly comparable to that of the ancient clans. Therefore, staying in Changzhou allowed Gu Yuanhong to progress quickly. With his talent, he would at most reach the demigod realm in this life. But even so, he was determined to cultivate with all his might. He wanted to be able to fight alongside his wife and children next time, personally avenging Changge. After returning to Zhongzhou, Gu Changqing and Gu Anlin did not stay long in the Heavenly Demon Sect, but returned to their own sections. They were going to enter a closed-door cultivation. After the battle with the Luo family, Gu Changqing had already vaguely touched the threshold of the Confucian sage. He believed that after a period of closed-door cultivation, he would successfully break through to the Confucian sage realm. Gu Anlin was exceptionally talented. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the divine realm. After the two left, Luo Yingtong also chose to enter closed-door cultivation. She bore the ancestral inheritance and possessed the purest divine bloodline. If she could break through to the complete divine realm, she would be qualified to battle against a half-step heavenly god. Chapter 453. Finally, he broke through to the realm of the original demon sovereign. Feeling the violent, demonic energy within him, Gu Changge smiled in satisfaction. With his current cultivation strength, he could fight against strong opponents at the great perfection of the divine realm without using any means. If he utilized his trump cards, he would be invincible within the divine realm. As for the half-step heavenly god realm, that was beyond the scope of the divine realm. If he did not risk merging with the 5 divine thunders or use the divine demon tower, Gu Changge's cultivation must reach the original demon emperor before he could qualify to battle against the powers of the half-step heavenly god realm. Both the divine thunder and the divine demon tower were extremely dangerous and should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, no one knew if he would still have such luck to survive when his lifespan ran out next time. Therefore, Gu Changge had to break through to the original demon emperor realm, which meant achieving the divine realm of martial arts, to easily contend against the half-step heavenly god realm. The ancestors of the 8 ancient clans almost all possessed the cultivation of the half-step heavenly god realm. Lo Yang, old dog, when I go out, I will personally take your life. A strong killing intent appeared in Gu Changge's eyes. Although Lo Yang had been severely injured by him, he still had about 50 years of lifespan left, and the Luo family still existed, so he feared they would not let it go easily. Chapter 454. Hearing Dugu Yi's words, Gu Changge was very surprised. It turned out that in ancient times, the immortal domain actually had 9 ancient clans. Moreover, the Dugu family practiced the demonic path. Elder, since the Dugu family has become one of the ancient clans, why were they sealed here? Gu Changge asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yi sighed, a hint of resentment appearing in his eyes. This has to do with the other 8 ancient clans. They saw my Dugu family gaining too much power and competing for cultivation resources, so they joined forces against my Dugu family. The ancestor, Dugu Qiubai, led 1,000,000 disciples to resist, but was lured into a great formation by the ancestors of the 8 ancient clans. Then, they used their blood to sacrifice and summon the power of the heavenly Tao, suppressing the ancestor who practiced the demonic path and sealing him in this forbidden place. Our Dugu family of millions was also sealed here. This forbidden place has no spiritual energy at all, only violent, malevolent energy, making it impossible to cultivate. The strong within the clan either regressed in cultivation or fell after tens of thousands of years, and even the ancestors could not escape misfortune, falling in this space. With each generation, the descendants of my Dugu family underwent mutations, gradually adapting to this environment, but the bloodline within them was sealed, making them no different from ordinary people, with lifespans of only 100 years or even shorter. Chapter 455. Little Snow, the outside world is colorful and exciting, with blue skies, brilliant sunshine, clear lakes, green mountains, and countless delicacies. Changge gently rubbed Little Snow's head and said softly, "Where ordinary things for most people are luxuries for Shui and the others. They might never see the colorful world in their lifetime. Blue skies, clear lakes, and delicacies?" Shui propped her chin on her hand, murmuring with a look of longing. Just based on her imagination, she couldn't picture the whole scene, but it sounded beautiful. Seeing the look of yearning and innocence on Shui's face, Changge felt a pang of heartache. "Ding, please lead the Dugu family out of the Forbidden Land. Reward, 600,000 killing points. Additional reward, 10 primordial celestial artifact arrays. 100,000 original true demon bloodlines. 300,000 superior primordial celestial artifacts." At that moment, the system issued a task. Upon seeing the information panel, Changge was somewhat surprised. The system actually wanted him to lead the entire Dugu family out of the Forbidden Land. Once the Dugu family members broke free from the Forbidden Seal, could the demon bloodline within them be revived? Chapter 456. A year and a half had passed since the Tianma sect caused chaos in the Luo family. Although the demon god Changge had fallen, his legendary deeds continued to circulate in various star regions of Zhongzhou. Changge wielded the demon sword, commanded the immortal execution sword array, summoned the blood sea of the pagoda, and merged 5 divine thunders to slay 4 ancestors of the Luo family, severely wounding the first ancestor, Luo Yang, leaving him with only 50 years of lifespan. The entire Luo family was rendered useless by the demon god. For millions of years, Changge was the only existence capable of threatening and overturning ancient clans among the major powers. That earth-shattering battle would be recorded in history, forever immortalized. In this year and a half, the 13 heavenly demons, the 3 great guardians, and Zhao Kongming had all entered the Deathland. In order to take revenge for their master, they risked their lives entering the Deathland, fighting to gain opportunities, living each day on the edge of a blade. In one area of the Deathland, Zhou Yihong stood in the vast desert, holding the sun-extinguishing divine bow, his body covered in blood and scars. Behind him lay countless beast corpses, all pierced by the divine arrows in his hands. Over the past year, he had continued to move forward. Whenever a fierce beast blocked his path, he would kill it. Chapter 457. Good kid, your ambition is quite big. The man's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, and then he said seriously, "The next arrow is called the Sky-Burning Flame Arrow." The Sky-Burning Flame Arrow was drawn onto the bowstring by the man. Instantly, a scorching power of flames surged, turning the sky fiery red. This arrow could burn the heavens. Zhou Yihong's expression became serious. This Sky-Burning Flame Arrow was even more powerful than the Heavenly Xian Ice Arrow. Come on. However, Zhou Yihong showed no fear. He first pulled the Golden Crow Feather Arrow, then the Heavenly Xian Ice Arrow, preparing to shoot them simultaneously. Of course, this required a tremendous amount of mental energy. Zhou Yihong's face was already pale, his internal energy surging, and he could collapse at any moment. But he gritted his teeth and held on tightly. He wanted all 3 divine arrows and the divine bow in the man's hands. Manipulating 2 arrows with completely different attributes at the same time was intriguing. The man was once again amazed by Zhou Yihong. Only a genius like him was qualified to receive his legacy. Kill. Zhou Yihong suddenly released the bowstring, unleashing his demonic might, infusing it into the 2 arrows. Roar. Chapter 458. In another area of the Deathland, Little Black transformed into his true form, his million-jong dragon body sweeping across the sky, suddenly crashing down, turning a small mountain range into dust. A dozen ancient fierce beasts were also crushed into blood. Little Black's dragon body was exceptionally strong, radiating ferocity. Even other true dragons might not match his physical strength. Over the past year, Little Black had sealed his spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the fierce beasts in the Deathland, pushing himself to the limit each time. His body was covered in claw marks, fist marks, and gaping wounds, shocking to behold. Roar. Little Black let out an angry roar, his dragon eyes appearing particularly ferocious, shooting out 2 beams of fierce light that pierced through the void for miles. Boom! He released his seal, and his violent spiritual energy surged. The might of the true dragon overwhelming. Rumbling. The cultivation level that had been suppressed for over a year surged forward again, breaking through from the great completion of the Demon Saint realm to the perfection of the Demon Saint realm, comparable to the full completion of the demigod realm in martial arts. After the breakthrough, Little Black retracted his aura and transformed into human form. His handsome, youthful face had shed its immaturity, becoming exceptionally resolute, with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 459. Li Qianqian arrived at the Heavenly Demon Great Hall, but the matriarch Luo Yingtong was in closed-door cultivation and could not be disturbed. In a moment of urgency, Li Qianqian used a communication talisman to contact Yi Hao and the others. The 13 heavenly demons, along with Jiang Yurong, quickly returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect. After more than a year of training, the 13 heavenly demons and Jiang Yurong all experienced significant growth in their cultivation. Luo Bai and Yi Hao reached the perfection of the original demon sovereign realm. Mo Langtian, Mo Binsheng, Wang Binhai, Yi Xi Xiao Yun, and others all reached the great completion of the original demon sovereign realm. As for Jiang Yurong, she reached the full completion of the demigod realm. They not only improved their cultivation levels, but also became mentally stronger, each person's face showing a newfound determination. To take revenge, they had trained desperately over the past year. Of course, the one who changed the most was Zhou Yihang. His cultivation was beyond what Yi Hao and the others could sense. This could only mean one thing. Zhou Yihang's cultivation had surpassed theirs. Over the past year, Zhou Yihang must have gone through a lot. He still bore numerous shocking scars, some of which had not even healed. Qianqian, what happened to Little Black? Zhou Yihang asked anxiously. Chapter 460. In the Eternal Night Demon Court. Various beast clans were distributed here, among which the territory of the 9 Netherdark Sparrow clan was covered by a powerful array, with rich spiritual energy being drawn in, far exceeding other regions. Li Qianqian did not dare to rest for a moment and rushed back with all her strength, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Looking at her familiar homeland, a complex expression appeared in Li Qianqian's eyes. She had been pampered and protected by everyone since she was young. In her rebellious spirit, she wanted to live differently. So she secretly left the family over 30 years ago, using treasures to conceal her aura, preventing her family from contacting her. This time she returned to seek help. Open the city gate for this young lady. The defensive formation sensed Li Qianqian's aura and did not reject her, allowing her to arrive at the city gate. This is the young lady. The young lady has returned. On the city wall, more than a dozen members of the 9 Netherdark Sparrow clan looked at Li Qianqian with some fear. In the clan, Li Qianqian was also known as the Little Overlord, who had not been bullied by her. The Little Overlord, who had been away for over 30 years, actually returned today. Boom. However, in the next moment, Li Qianqian directly threw a punch, and the originally sturdy city gate was instantly reduced to powder. Chapter 461. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? The Dragon Clan is strong, but if they dare to touch my precious daughter, I will make sure they pay dearly. Li Zian tightly hugged Li Qianqian and said firmly. Beside them, the clan leader Li Xiankong felt a headache coming on. His daughter returned and immediately said she had a man she liked and that she had been taken away by someone from the Dragon Clan. It was obvious that Li Qianqian had returned to seek help. Mother, please save him. If something happens to him, then I won't live either. Li Qianqian pleaded with Li Zian. Upon seeing this, everyone was filled with emotion and shock. Who would have thought that even the Little Overlord could be so infatuated? For a man, she was willing to plead humbly. You girl. Fine. Seeing Li Qianqian so infatuated, Li Zian shook her head helplessly. What else could she do for her precious daughter? She could only spoil her. Xiankong, I plan to go to the Dragon Clan with my daughter. If you don't want to, just stay at home and wait. Li Zian said decisively. Upon hearing this, clan leader Li Xiankong frowned. Isn't this forcing him to go to the Dragon Clan too? Chapter 462. I am not arguing. This dragon bone was obtained by my master at the auction, and at that time, I hadn't yet broken through to the Demon Saint realm. How could I possibly be a match for your Dragon Clan's young clan leader? Xiao Haizi remained calm and reasoned in his rebuttal. Death is not scary. The only regret he has is that he cannot take revenge for his master. Nonsense. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't tell the truth. Long Bitian was furious, and the dragon might within him erupted, suppressing Xiao Haizi. Boom. Xiao Haizi was already heavily injured. How could he withstand it? He was immediately severely injured, with broken bones, but he gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes blood red. Glaring at Long Bitian, the true dragon bloodline flowed within Xiao Haizi, and the might of the true dragon emanated, not much weaker than Long Bitian's. In terms of bloodline alone, Xiao Haizi could easily crush Long Bitian. However, Xiao Haizi's cultivation was too weak. Thus, he was not a match for Long Bitian. What a pure, true dragon bloodline. Clan leader Long Biang and the recently awakened Long Nishang were both shocked as they looked at Xiao Haizi. This aura is exactly the same as Long Nan's. Chapter 463. Child, what did you call me? Looking at Xiao Haizi, Long Wanqi's old face was excited, and her voice trembled as she asked, Grandma. Xiao Haizi called out again. His gaze was firm, and his expression sincere, so similar to her grandson Long Nan. Good, good. Child, get up quickly. Long Wanqi's aged eyes couldn't help but moisten. At this moment, she even felt that Long Nan had not left her. The usually respected elder of the Dragon Clan stepped forward to help Xiao Haizi up. From now on, you will be my grandson. The entire Dragon Clan will be your backing. In this immortal realm, you can do whatever you want. If anyone dares to bully you, just come back to the Dragon Clan, and Grandma will take care of it. Long Wanqi stroked Xiao Haizi's head, a smile of comfort appearing on her lips. Beside her, Long Nishang was also extremely excited. Even clan leader Long Biang had a smile on his face at this moment. There was an indescribable connection between Xiao Haizi and Long Nan. Now that Xiao Haizi was willing to join the Dragon Clan, it couldn't be better. Child, quickly meet your mother. Long Wanqi instructed Xiao Haizi. Long Nishang looked at Xiao Haizi with anticipation. Chapter 464. Clan leader? After hearing the voice, Long Bitian and the others all stopped and looked curiously at the Dragon Palace's main gate. There, the elder Long Wanqi was being supported by Xiao Haizi as she slowly approached. Behind her were clan leader Long Biang and his wife Long Nishang. What is going on? The elder actually didn't kill that boy, and she's being supported by that boy. What on earth happened? Everyone in the Dragon Clan was bewildered. Even the great elder Long Bitian and the second elder Long Bihui were petrified. How could the matriarch allow that boy to support her? Not only was the Dragon Clan confused, but even the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect were also dumbfounded. This is not what they expected at all. Xiao Haizi shouldn't have been tied up, right? Why does it feel more like they're a harmonious family? Li Xiankong and the others were somewhat puzzled because they had not seen Xiao Haizi, and since Xiao Haizi was radiating dragon might, they believed he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Xiao Haizi. Upon seeing Xiao Haizi, Li Qianqian exclaimed. Her anxious pretty face turned red as she rushed towards Xiao Haizi without a care. Qianqian, it's dangerous. Chapter 465. At the invitation of the Dragon Clan, everyone from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan stayed and held a grand feast in the Dragon Palace. Luo Fanqing and the others were genuinely happy for Xiao Haizi. Moreover, from now on, the relationship between their Heavenly Demon Sect and the Dragon Clan would be very close. Uniting with the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow clan and the Dragon Clan might not be a match for the Luo family. Of course, revenge would have to wait until the matriarch came out of seclusion. The feast lasted for a full 2 days before concluding perfectly. Luo Fanqing and the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect prepare to leave. Thank you to the seniors of the Dragon Clan for your warm hospitality. From now on, our Heavenly Demon Sect is willing to unite with the Dragon Clan to face the upcoming Great World conflict together. Luo Fanqing stood up and cupped his fists toward Long Wanqi at the head of the table. This action was to draw allies for the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Great World conflict is approaching. Once the blood road of the gods opens, it will be a bloody storm. If these forces want to compete with the 8 ancient clans, they can only stick together. Our Dragon Clan has the same intention. Long Wanqi smiled kindly and replied. This sentence clearly indicated her agreement with Luo Fanqing, allowing the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Demon Sect to become allies. Chapter 466. Long Saw, my friend. Although your courage is commendable, even our ancestors could not break the seal of this forbidden place. How can you? Dugu, he shook his head, not wanting to discourage Gu Changge, so he did not continue. However, Gu Changge replied dismissively, the seal from millions of years ago was indeed powerful, but now, the seal here has weakened significantly. If I can subdue the divine thunder within the Thunder Mansion, breaking the seal is not impossible. Seeing that Gu Changge still wanted to go to the Thunder Mansion, Dugu felt very helpless. He had already advised for so long, but Gu Changge had not listened at all. Yet, He could not bear to watch a 20-something-year-old child go to the Thunder Mansion to seek death. So he prepared to persuade him again. Just then, Gu Changge leaped into the air and surprisingly flew into the sky. How is this possible? Du Gui's old eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he were in a dream. Du Guxiao and Du Guxue were equally stunned. Soaring through the air, this was simply divine. Although they were in a forbidden place, their ancestors had once been glorious and they had some understanding of cultivation. However, in this forbidden place, there was not a trace of spiritual energy, only filled with malevolent aura. Even if you're a cultivator, you cannot use spiritual power here, right? Chapter 467. It's over. This time it's completely over. Over 10,000 mountains were destroyed in an instant. How could that Thunder Demon be so powerful? In front of the Thunder Demon, we are probably even weaker than ants. Everyone in the royal family was dumbfounded. At this moment, they realized the gap between themselves and the chaotic divine thunder. Relying solely on brute strength, they could not do anything to the chaotic divine thunder. Protect his majesty. Retreat quickly. General Dugu Exin, holding a black spear, stood firmly in front of Dugu Qinyu with tens of thousands of soldiers, forming a wall of flesh. Humans, give up. If the bloodline power within you could be utilized, I might still have some reservations. But now, in my eyes, you're simply weak and pathetic, the chaotic divine thunder scoffed. Its blood-red eyes greedily stared at Dugu Qinyu and the others. Among nearly 100,000 in the royal family, the bloodlines of the ruler Dugu Qinyu, Prince Dugu Sheng, and General Dugu Xan were the purest. After devouring them, the chaotic divine thunder could gain immense benefits. With a roar, the thunder raged like a vast ocean, sweeping everything away.